Chapter 1, Media Graduation Collecting Scrap? Class, I have something to announce. Longguo Media University, in the classroom of the Communication Studies major, Professor Wang stood on the podium, manipulating the mouse, and graphics floated on the teaching whiteboard behind him. Dragon Vision Media has launched a live program called Graduation Challenge. The program faces all the graduating media students in the country. Each student must choose a main career and rely on this career for a 3-month live money-making challenge. All of you here are graduating students. You should understand the weight of Dragon TV Media. As the largest media company in the Dragon Kingdom, it's the place where all media students desperately squeeze their heads to get in. And this time it's a heavenly opportunity. Once you perform well in this program and draw attention to it, it's likely that you'll be directly scouted. Moreover, within 3 months, the person with the highest income will also receive a grand prize of $100 million. Such an opportunity is never available, so please seize this chance to showcase your talents. Wow, the entire room was in an uproar. 100 million. A genuine 100 million. Ordinary people who possessed 100 million would be able to make a direct class leap. In an instant, the classroom was filled with noisy discussions. Holy, did I hear it right? 100 million? If I get $100 million, I'll be lying flat for the rest of my life. You want to eat? How many media graduates are there this year? Can you stand out among so many? I'm not asking for $100 million. I'm only asking to be recognized by Dragon TV Media, and get a step up to an iron rice bowl. Brother, you're not asking too much. Dragon TV Media is the ultimate goal of all media students. In the back corner of the center, Suan was lying on the table, his tired face full of depression. 100 million this is really a good opportunity to fall out of the sky. But unfortunately it is very unfriendly to me as an orphan poor student, studying and living on part-time jobs and poverty relief funds. All the money in my pocket adds up to no more than $500. No one to help me. It's hard to work part-time jobs every day to maintain a basic life. In order to make money and utilize my time to the extreme, I don't even have any friends, not to mention going through all the trouble of live broadcasting, and standing out among the tens of thousands of graduates. Suan's face was buried deep in his arm, and his entire body was getting depressed. The opportunity came, but it was useless. It's more painful than not coming. Suddenly, ding! Super Scrap System, loading. The loading of the Super Scrap System is complete. The system can analyze the names and values of all the scraps as well as search for potential buying customers. System. Suan froze for a second and raised his head in a mischievous manner. His heart rippled violently. Shocked and delighted, he was busy reconfirming a few times to make sure that he wasn't hallucinating, and that he really had a Super Scrap System. After some research, he roughly understood the role of the Super Scrap System, being able to analyze the name of the scrap, valuing it, and also searching for potential buying customers. Is it really that powerful? Try it first and see. Suan's line of sight immediately fell on the ball of paper by his feet. Item, a crumpled love letter. Details, the paper is made of wood pulp. The writer is Zhang Lily. This is a love letter she wrote to Suan. Value, 0 yuan. Suan, looking around, seeing that no one is paying attention, he picks it up and unfolds it. The next second, the paper ball flew in a parabola to the corner trash can. Good news, the system is real. Bad news, 200 pounds of Zhang Lily, he is not blessed. Everyone, don't make a scene. Be quiet. The document of the graduation challenge I have already sent to the group, which is about all the information about this live program and the precautions. Pornography, gambling and drugs resolutely cannot appear. Once touched, all disqualified. Ceiling number processing. On the podium, Professor Wang picked up his water cup and drank to moisten his throat. His expression was serious, and he added accents on the precautions. You follow the content of the document to register your account. Later someone will distribute the live broadcast equipment to you. Tomorrow is the official live broadcast. I hope that all the students here work hard and don't waste this great opportunity. The next day, clang clang clang. Collect scrap. Recycle all kinds of scrap. Collect paper. Collect copper. Collect scrap iron. Collect them all. Suan stomped the broken tricycle hard, weaving through the alleys of various residential neighborhoods. This broken tricycle is so laborious to pedal. Suan wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked helpless. Accommodation, he could live in the school dormitory, but 3 meals a day cost money. He spent $150 to buy this broken three-wheeler, leaving him with $300. Breakfast are only willing to nibble 2 steamed bread. At this time, he had just passed a neighborhood. He saw an older woman riding a garbage collection tricycle riding out of the neighborhood. In the small tricycle, in addition to household garbage, there were a few mouthfuls of bagged express paper shells and bottles. Auntie, are you selling junk? Suan took the initiative to go forward and ask. Upon hearing this, the aunt stopped pedaling the tricycle and looked Suan up and down. Sell, but you can't use your scale. You can only use my scale. You scrap collectors, You like to mess with scales the most. Suan froze. This big mom was also too good at living her life, collecting scrap and carrying a scale with her. No problem. With his first business, Suan didn't want to argue. Afterwards, he parked his tricycle on the side of the road and came to the big mom's tricycle. The big mom took down the scraps on the car in a sharp manner, and from the bag containing the scraps, she touched out an electronic scale. Adjusting the scale, the big mom was ready to get on the scale. Wait, I'll take a look at the scraps first. Suan exited and stopped. The scale could use the other parties, but the stuff still needed to be looked at. What's there to see in such a little scrap? I'm so old. Would I still screw you over as a young man? The big mom was a bit unhappy and reluctantly opened the scrap bag. Suan ignored it and surveyed the scraps in the bag. Item, a bunch of mineral water bottles. Details, made of plastic. The bottles are mixed with tissue paper, cigarette butts and small stones. Value, $20. Item, a pile of moist paper shells. Details, made of wood pulp. The paper shells are wet and interspersed with pieces of iron. Value, 13 pieces. Didn't you say you wouldn't pit me? Paper shells sandwiched iron pieces. Plastic bottles filled with paper towels, cigarette butts and rocks. This scrap iron is only 0.5 a caddy. Paper shells 1 yuan a caddy. This iron piece at least weighed several pounds. Big mom saw Suan staring non-stop. The heart is a little weak. Cannot help but say, have you finished looking at it? Just a bit of scrap. Do you need to look at it for so long? Look at you. You're so young, but you're out to collect scrap. What future is there in collecting scrap? Can you buy a house, a car and a wife? It's not that I'm saying, girls nowadays are very demanding. With your job as a scrap collector, which girl will be interested in you? Suan smiled. Auntie, do you have a son? Auntie proudly said, of course, my son is great. Working in a big company, several thousand a month. Then has your son bought a house? Did he get married? With such a high salary, he still lets you come out to collect garbage? Suan asked 3 times in a row. To the big mom asked depressed. Chapter 2, you're really a tough guy. Suan scrap live room. The anchor is also too careful. Big mom is right. Collect scrap would have no future. A look is a beggar. Do not look. Shut down. Outside the neighborhood. Big mom's face reddened. Sophistry. What do you know? My family pressure is not bad. I am idle to collect garbage. This is for the community to contribute. You a young man do not understand, do not talk nonsense. Really, since it's not bad for money, then why did you clip iron pieces in the paper shell? Suan raised his hand and unwrapped the bundled paper shell. Unsurprisingly, there was a thick piece of iron sandwiched in the paper shell in the center, and it smashed his hand when he held it. Holy, such a big piece of iron, at least 5 or 6 pounds. Strange, he didn't open it before. How did he see it? How can you tell? The weight of ordinary paper shells and the weight of paper shells with iron pieces must be different. Since the anchor collects scrap, it must have understood this knowledge. Otherwise it would still collect. Hey, don't move my stuff if you don't take it. It's hard for me to tie it up. How can I sell it if you mess it up? The big mom was anxious and hurriedly stopped it. Opening a plastic bottle, Suan poured out the toilet paper and stones mixed inside. The stones were not big, but the weight was not small. Suan looked contemptuous, secretly said that thanks to the system, otherwise he would not only not earn a penny, but also pour money out of the loss. He was about to leave when he swept his head down and saw an egg-sized stone interspersed in the plastic bottle, and add the iron piece, and stuffed with stones. This big mom is really a ruthless person. Suddenly, there was a flash before his eyes. Item, moon meteorite. Details, the moon suffered an asteroid impact. The splash fell to the earth rock. Value, 50,000. Suan stared dead center at the rock. 50,000? It wasn't in vain that he had gotten up early in the morning to pedal 3 wheels. He had finally come across something good. You young man is really rude. Do you know how to respect the old and love the young? You're such a bad heart. Bullying an old man like me. You've messed up everything. You must collect them all today. The big mom's trick was poked and prodded on the spot, and instead of being shy and annoyed, she directly played a scoundrel. However, this was just what Suan wanted. However, there was still a need to put on an act on the face, or else it would easily arouse suspicion. Suan frowned and said, even if you sell these things to a scrapyard, no one will take them. I am not going to take it. Big mom arrogantly said, I don't care, you have to take it, or I'll call out. Seeing the situation, Suan sighed and compromised. Count me unlucky. I can accept the stuff. The paper shells are 1 yuan a caddy, but this plastic bottle of yours is laced with stone tissue paper. The market price is 2 yuan. I can only give 15 cents. Scrap iron is 50 cents. Seeing Suan agree so easily, the big mom still wanted to make a scene and increase the price. As if Suan had guessed the big mom's pissiness, he directly said, I can also charge 2 yuan for the plastic bottles. Clean out all the garbage inside yourself, or I won't accept it. Upon hearing this, the big mom had to say, okay, seeing as it's not easy for you as a youngster, I'll do a good deed and sell it to you cheaply. Then get on the scale. Use my scale. Big mom didn't dwell on it. The scrapyard was a bit far away. It would take her a bit more time to ride over there. It's best if she can sell it now. This wave of fascinating operation. The audience looked at God. What the hell? This anchor is really a college student? Brain dead, right? She's been clearly counted, but she's still collecting hammers. What kind of brain damage is this? The anchor took out the iron piece. The price is normal. The plastic bottle is also charged a lower price. In addition to the aunt's attitude makes people unhappy, the anchor is not a loss. But business as well. Encounter odd customers is very normal. It's boring. The anchor is brain dead and I don't watch it anymore. I also do not see. The poor look is suffocating. It would be better to go to see the young master of the Luching Academy live room. That looked much cooler, but also to open the eyes of the world. I don't want to watch it. After weighing the paper shells, Suan began to weigh the plastic bottles. He smoothly threw out the moon meteorite directly by his hand and casually threw it in the car. As he was finishing weighing and preparing to pay, the big mom suddenly changed her complexion and yelled, "Young man, I've sold it to you at a low price. How can you still take advantage of an old man like me?" Upon hearing this, Suan put down his packing hand and said strangely, "Big mom, what do you mean by this?" Big mom stretched out her hand. With one hand, she picked up the moon meteorite in the car. She held the egg-sized meteorite that was so black that she couldn't see the surface, and said excitedly, "Why don't you call it that?" Suan was puzzled. "Why would I call it that? It's just a rock." Big mom righteously said, "So what if it's a rock? Since you threw it into the car, it means it's useful. Inside the city, except for the air that doesn't cost money, everything else costs money, and useful things cost even more." Suan said breathlessly, "I just want to take it to press the plastic bag, so as not to be blown away by the wind. A piece of broken stone still needs to be counted as money. You take it back. I don't want these scraps either. You move it back yourself," said. He held the scale on the car. To leave. Big mom panicked at once. Waste station is a distance away from here. She collects garbage is tired enough, really not willing to run so far, and the young man gave a fairer price than the scrapyard. Hey, young people don't be so impulsive. Big mom, I'm joking with you. Look at you. Really can't joke at all. This stone to you. The price is still according to the previous calculation. Big mom changed her arrogant attitude, smiled apologetically and threw the stone into the tricycle, pulling Suan to prevent him from leaving. Suan bristled and said unhappily, "It's okay to take it. I'll only give you 27. The big mom jumped to her feet and said, "How come it's 3 pieces less than before?" "Don't want to forget it. I'll collect it elsewhere." "No, at least $29, or I won't sell." Big mom gritted her teeth and said with particular firmness. Seeing her like this, Suan also understood that she couldn't go too far. This big mom looked at money as tightly as she looked at her eyes. "Alright, seeing as you're not too young, it's $29. Suan got out of the car with an unhappy face, swept the back bucket of the tricycle, and carried the scraps up. "Alright, things are loaded on the car. 29 in total. Do you want cash or prestige?" "Cash," Big mom hurriedly said, fearing that Suan will back out. Suan also did not ink, directly pulled out 30 cash. In the big mom's reluctant expression, with difficulty, she took back the dollar. Then, in the big mom's eyes, pedaling tricycle to the neighborhood door to drive all the way to the nearest waste collection station, non-stop and unload the waste. As soon as the owner of the buying station opened the plastic bottles, his brows wrinkled. "Dude, you're too direct, aren't you? Stuffing garbage in bottles in plain sight. Do you think I'm blind?" He frowned, obviously a little upset. "I've seen quite a few people who have done small tricks in the junk, but this trick is too pedestrian." Suan raised his hand and poured out the bottles inside. One by one, the garbage inside. "Really can't pour out," had to say. "These can't be poured out, no way. This plastic bottles you'll count on the price of one. 8 pounds. This waste collection station is not big. On the boss of a person busy. Business is not doing well, even if it is a penny to earn." Hearing this, the boss also did not ink. Pick up the waste began to weigh. Soon, counted out all the scrap loaded in Suan's car, totaling 39, deducting the cost. He had been busy all morning and only made $10. After unloading the scraps, Suan pedaled his tricycle and drove out of the scrapyard. Chapter 3 Miss, look how many times are not your. Collecting scrap is not profitable either. Hard work for half an hour. Only earn $10. Even if you earn $12 an hour, even if you work 10 hours a day, it's only $120. This income is too low. I think it's hopeless for the anchor. His income, among all the anchors, is also the bottom of the pile. Why don't you just follow me into the factory? You can get $18 an hour, which is higher than selling scrap. Look, The stone in the anchor's hand is the one given by the mom. Didn't he use it to press the bag? Why did he take it out again? Suan parked his tricycle on the side of the road, playing with the moon meteorite in his right hand. The live viewers could clearly see the appearance of the moon meteorite through the camera on his chest button. The moon meteorite was black in color, with bubbles of varying sizes on the surface, most of which showed an elongated state. It looked ordinary, a stone that could be found everywhere on the street. But Suan loved it and repeatedly rubbed it and played with it. Just opened and picked up a leak. Today's luck is good. This stone can make a lot of money when sold. After the scrap was dealt with, Suan was ready to use the system to search for potential customers and get rid of the meteorite. After all, he is not a meteorite collector. This thing is a stone in his hands. Selling it out is a large amount of income. Pick up leaks? This broken stone counts what leakage? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Anchor crazy. Stone everywhere. Who will accept The anchor is really crazy about money. Just like that mom, even a piece of broken stone wants to sell money. Although I understand the anchor's desperation to make money. If the anchor can sell the stone for money, I'll just stand upside down and eat. Upstairs is cheating again. Manual Doge. I knew college students were naive, but I didn't realize they were this naive. I know college students are naive, but I didn't think they'd be this naive. Glancing at the pop-up screen clear of skepticism, Suan patiently explained, this is not an ordinary stone, but the moon meteorite. The purchase price is higher than gold. After saying that, he directly found the potential buying customers button under the moon meteorite note, and realized that he clicked to search. Potential buying customers search in progress. A progress bar appeared, instantly filling up. A list appeared. 3 potential buying customers were searched. Name, Zhao Jianba. Identity, owner of Juba's Eye Antique Shop. Distance, 5.2 kilometers. Name Lu Ying. Identity meteorite enthusiast. Distance 7.8 km. Name Zhang Junkie. Identity, Jade Collector. Distance, 385 kilometers. Suan looked at it and basically understood that this search function could see the name, identity and distance of the person who could potentially buy the moon meteorite. However, there was no route. He thought about it and directly searched for the nearest Jubilee on his cell phone map. A route popped up with a distance of 5.2 kilometers. It should be this one. It can't be wrong. Sell the meteorite first. 1.5 hours later, Suan pedaled his 3 wheels to the antique store called Jubiozai, parked his car in the parking space in front of the door. He walked in. Jubiozai is not small. Inside the decoration of the ancient style are crimson wood. The room did not turn on the lights. Slightly dim, both sides of the shelves filled with all kinds of antiques, to ceramics, jade mostly. Occasionally there are some painting and calligraphy and so on. The whole is full of the ancient style atmosphere. Only, the anachronistic short video sound rang up, breaking this tranquil atmosphere, only to see. On a rocking chair sat a man in his 40s. The man was brushing the young lady in a certain sound short video. His face was almost smiling. Boss, stop looking. Business is coming. Suan shouted. Zhao Jianba trembled and was startled. Young man, what are you buying? The next second, a professional smile was put on his face. I'm not buying, I'm here to sell something, Suan said with a smile. More than 100 people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Anchor brain has a pit. Identification is complete. Selling stones to an antique store? This is to sell the stone as a curio? This is the boss as a little cute. Suan didn't look at the pop-ups. He pulled out the egg-sized moon meteorite from his pocket. Boss, take a look at this. A stone? Zhao Jianba saw Suan's face and youthfulness, and just casually swept a glance. His heart was a bit unhappy. Young man, are you coming to swish me with nothing to do? I'm not a construction site. What I sell are antiques. What I receive are also antiques. I don't receive stones. Suanto lifted the meteorite. Introduced, boss, you take a closer look. This is not an ordinary stone, but the moon meteorite. The moon meteorite is not only a very high collection value, there is also a scientific research value. Around my people are to the store. You only need to spend a few minutes, a little bit of time to appraisal. You will be able to make money. How many times the young lady look at it is not yours, but this meteorite look at it. The price is right. It's yours. Opening the door to do business. There is only one purpose, and that is to make a profit. Businessmen emphasize profit. Money was delivered to their eyes. They had no reason to refuse. Zhao Jianba saw Suan's serious attitude. Plus the store wasn't busy, so it was just a few minutes less to look at the young lady, and it didn't get in the way. Alright, since you've said so, then I'll take a look. Maintaining a half-believing mindset, he received the moon meteorite and came to the specialized appraisal table. A magnifying glass, a strong flashlight, shone on the moon meteorite. Fine bubbles were presented in the eyes. Zhao Jianba's eyes widened slightly. He was busy looking at it carefully, inch by inch. A moment later, he turned off the flashlight and rubbed his sore eyes. At this moment, he couldn't stop the excitement in his heart. He was 100% sure that this was a real moon meteorite, not the granite he thought before. Gripping the moon meteorite in his hand, the smile on Zhao Jianba's face became more and more sincere, and he hurriedly and attentively made tea and poured water for Suan with an earnest attitude. With an attitude as gentle as the spring breeze and rain, he said, "I still don't know little brother's name? Suan, Boss Su, I'm Zhao Jianba, the boss of Jubo Zhai. I've just been slacking off. Please don't take it personally." Zhao Jianba smiled and said with a hint of ingratiation in his expression. This back-and-forth attitude shift confused the audience in the live broadcast room wholeheartedly. Boss Su? Wasn't he called little brother before? And served tea and water? How to look at a dog leg flavor? I can also see. And Boss Zhao is obviously appraising the stone. The attitude will be changed so much. That stone is really a treasure? Suan also saw it. Zhao Jianba had obviously appraised the value of the moon meteorite. Businessmen emphasize profit. Their attitude was naturally different. Boss Zhao. Bullish? Bullish. Boss Su. This stone of yours is indeed a moon meteorite. And the quality is quite good. It has a great collector's value. However, I would like to take the liberty of asking first, where did you get this moon meteorite from? Zhao Jianba asked curiously. Chapter 4. You sold a piece of broken stone for $50,000? There's an unwritten rule in the antiques and collectibles business. Only accept things that come from the regular way. After all, if the treasure is stolen, or even stolen, once it is reported and found, the collectors, will also be implicated. Lightly, they would be warned to lose money and collect the stolen goods. The heavier case is to be invited to drink tea and live a life of stepping on a sewing machine every day. Suan also did not hide it, smiled and said, collecting scrap to give away, and I am now participating in a live program. If you are not assured, you can watch the live video. Fearing that Zhao Jianba didn't believe him, he also pointed to the pinhole camera on his coat button. Zhao Jianba wasn't surprised. He had noticed the camera a long time ago, but he was doing regular business and wasn't afraid of the camera at all, so he ignored it. What he was surprised about was that Suan actually received the moon meteorite from the scrap collection. No, this moon meteorite was also a gift from the scrap collection. It didn't cost a penny. Collecting scrap to give it away? Boss Su, your luck is really no one's. Moon meteorite is asteroid impact moon splash to the Earth's meteorite. The number of rare, and distributed in various areas. Extremely difficult to find, coupled with its appearance material and granite is very similar. Even if thrown in the road surface belongs to the type will not look at the type of moon meteorite is not a study of people. It is very difficult to recognize it. Boss Su, your eyesight and luck are really good. Zhao Jianba's heart was sour, envious and jealous. The moon meteorite, which was rare and difficult to recognize, and higher than gold, was actually sent by a scrap collector and didn't cost a penny. He casually can estimate the value of this meteorite tens of thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of white. This luck is also to let people red-eyed to red-eyed. The main thing is still to do. Zhao Jianba took out a precision electronic scale and said, the moon meteorite is calculated by grams of money. A gram is worth 500,1000. Since Su boss you are ready to sell, then we will first weigh the weight. Okay. Suan picked up his teacup and took a sip. Boss Zhao adjusted the electronic scale and gently placed the moon meteorite on it. The number on the electronic scale jumped and displayed to 75. 75 grams. That's not a low weight. The smile on Zhao Jianba's face deepened. It was pretty much what he expected. After weighing the weight, he looked at Suan with some anticipation. Boss Su, the current purchase price of the moon meteorite is between 500,1000. The quality of this piece you sent me is very good. It can be up to 700 to 750 grams a piece. I can give you 700 grams a piece. What do you think about the price? Fearing that Suan won't agree, he added, this meteorite tops out at 750 a gram, and it's hard to find customers. Boss Su, I'm not hiding anything. To tell you the truth, I'll collect this meteorite from you for 700 a gram, and sell it for up to 720 a gram. I'm going to make a little bit of profit, but after subtracting all kinds of expenses, I'll only be able to make a little bit of money. Zhao Jianba human-like, can see that Suan has a certain understanding of the moon meteorite, not a white man, naturally not ambiguous, directly open and transparent, but the most important point was that he felt that Suan was quite lucky, and might be able to receive something good in the future, rightly so as to try to leave a good impression on the other party. Suan only hesitated for a second and nodded his head in agreement. Boss Zhao is cool, let's go by your price. 700 a gram. 75 grams is 52,500, 000, higher than the system's estimated price. He wasn't an insatiable person who let others not earn a single penny, so he naturally had no reason to refuse. Seeing Suan nodding his head, Boss Zhao said painfully, okay, the total is 52,500. 500. I'll transfer it to you from Weixin. As he spoke, he swept the QR code and transferred the money. Cool people. This boss Zhao is good, does not pressure the price, and gives the money painfully. Collecting the money, Suan smilingly said, "Thank you boss Zhao for taking care of me. In the future when I receive the right scrap, I will definitely send it over to you." Zhao Jianboss see they're just open and transparent get effect. Face folds are smiling out, then more thanks to Su boss care business. In the future if you receive valuable fun things, not sure, despite to me, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Making money should be done slowly. Doing business is all about the flow of water. Okay, boss Zhao, don't send me off. I'm leaving first. See you later. Suan stomped on the tricycle, turned on the horn, and went to the next place to collect scrap under Zhao Jianbo's watchful eye. Seeing that it was so easy to get to $52,500, the audience in the live broadcast room went numb. Half an hour is not even. Earned 52,500 yuan? Tens of thousands of dollars without spending a penny? This is a proper white whoring ah. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The anchor is too good. Ordinary people work hard all day and earn a few hundred at most, but the anchor earned more than 50,000 in a while, and the key is that this money is equivalent to prostitutes. Brother Su, you're my brother forever. Brother Su, I take back the words that let you enter the factory before. I also want to collect scrap with you. I also want to pick up leakage. Come on, you go to pick up scrap. I'm afraid to lose pants or not left. Didn't we all laugh at the anchor's insanity? Selling rocks as treasures? We're just ordinary people. We don't have the same eyesight as the anchor, and we'll just treat it as garbage when we come across a treasure. Suan is looking at the phone, glanced at the pop-up screen, laughed. Now the scrap industry is also depressed. Scrap is not good to collect. The big scrap purchase station is still making money, but like me to earn the difference in the price of the fee. You also see, not making money. As for picking up leaks, that or forget it. The risk is too high. If there is no system, Suan will be pitched if he collects scrap in the morning. As for that moon meteorite, to be honest, he estimates that he will not even look at it, will only be treated as an ordinary stone. Put the car is still too heavy kind. Ordinary people want to pick up leaks. It is as hard as heaven. Most of the antique stores are gathered in a pile, forming an antique market. Suan stomped the 3 wheels from the alleyway turnout, then saw an area of not small curio square. The square was not small, and at a glance, it was filled with a wide range of antiques. Some of the more sophisticated will build a wooden table. Most of them are directly laid on the ground, one after another piece of deep cloth on the ground, placed on the top of the different types of antiques. The stallholder sitting on a small bench to play with the phone, or to greet customers. Obviously it is a weekday, but the curio street is very crowded. Most of them were foreign tourists. Suddenly, Suan noticed a corner surrounded by people. Very lively. Suddenly, excited shouts erupted from the crowd. Yeah, the inscription on this porcelain plate is Qing Wangshu. This porcelain plate is an official kiln. Older brother eyesight is really good ah. This porcelain plate inscription is really Qing Wangshu. Buddy, what does the Qing Wangshu mark mean? This plate is real? Qing Wangshu is the name of the emperor of the Qing dynasty. Only the official kilns will be sewed down. So this plate is an official kiln? Chapter 5 Ancestral Qing Wangshu Official Kiln. Hearing the words official kiln, Suan became interested and pedaled his tricycle over. Standing at the back of the crowd, he stood directly on the bucket and probed in, only to see the crowd surrounded a stall, on top of which were placed many different styles of porcelain. The most is a variety of flower plate, of which the most blue and white color, followed by some cardinal styles. The style is half new, very antique atmosphere. Items blue and white porcelain plate. Details, modern Jingwangs and porcelain craftsman Lu Shi imitation Tang dynasty process. Last month freshly baked porcelain. Glaze pigment deliberately do fuzzy shedding treatment. The dust on the surface is this morning deliberately get on the value, $15. What kind of official kiln is this? A month ago just made a new thing. Even the soil is this morning. The line of sight moved upward, and saw a small old man sitting on a mat at the back of the stall, which should be the stall owner boss. The owner was in his 60s, wearing a straw hat, dressed as a simple and honest farmer. He opened his mouth to introduce, these porcelains can be the old objects left behind by the Qing dynasty, is left behind by my ancestors. If not for the lack of money at home, I will not sell my ancestors' things. These porcelains can be official kills. If you are interested, you can buy back to see. There were 2 men in front of him, both of whom had their eyes on the same blue and white porcelain jar lid. A man in his 30s or 40s, with glasses and a rather bachelor-like demeanor spoke up. This gentleman, this Ming Changhua blue and white hippocampus picture jar lid is what I saw first. I like the blue and white porcelain color. How about this? As long as you let me have this blue and white hippocampus picture, I will give you a new selection of a porcelain plate. and I guarantee that the value won't be any lower than this blue and white hippocampus picture jar lid. The other man said, "Why should I trust you? Who knows if you are lying to me? You don't have to worry about this. I am a staff member of the museum, specializing in identifying porcelain. This is my work card. You can take a look." The glasses man took out his work license and handed it to the man. The man took it and carefully surveyed it. Behind him stood a group of old men and women. Dozens of pairs of eyes were staring at the work license. "Ooh, there's a picture of him on the work card. He's really a staff member of the museum." "What staff?" "People are specialized in identifying porcelain. They are porcelain experts. The experts are out. That porcelain is definitely real." Hearing this, the man instead clutched the lid of the seahorse figure jar in his hand even tighter. Returning the work card to the other party, he hurriedly determined to the little old man, 3,000 right? I'll prestige transfer you right away." Seeing the little old man nod his head, the man immediately pulled out his cell phone to transfer money. Wei-Shin arrived at $3,000. After transferring the account, he held the porcelain and squeezed out of the crowd, running outside. "Hey, brothers, don't go ah." Glasses man saw the man left hurriedly called out, chased out in the trend, surrounded by old men and women more excited. "That porcelain is definitely the real thing." "Nonsense, the experts have chased up, not the real thing can be fake." "Do you guys still remember? Just now that expert said that this stall still has real goods." I don't know who in the crowd said this sentence. The onlookers were suddenly dumbfounded. "Boss, are all these porcelains from your family's ancestors? Your ancestors have so many porcelains?" There were also people who didn't believe it and asked, "My ancestor is a big official, specializing in the production of porcelain kills. You see these porcelain plates below the inscription, the Qing Guangshu years. This is the Qing Guangshu official kiln. If it were not for my grandson's illness and urgent need for money, I would not want to sell you." The old man reached out and wiped his face, with a hint of tears in his voice. The presence of the old people who are traveling abroad. See the situation of the heart. More and more feel that the stall owner is simple and pitiful. Porcelain this thing, too many imitations, ordinary people cannot see. In their eyes, this is not much difference with the plates sold in the supermarket. But after the words of the expert just now, they believe in their heart 7 or 8 points, coupled with the previous herd of the collection of antiques rich examples, but also let their hearts lucky. At once there are many old people stupid, squatting in front of the stall to select porcelain. They carefully selected the porcelains, with a pair of thieving eyes, trying to find out the antiques that were really worth money. The vendor next to them had a sneer on his face as he watched this good show. The audience in the live broadcast room watched with itching hearts. Ancestral celadon? The experts from the museum have come out. The porcelain on this stall is definitely genuine. Anchor, didn't you just earn more than $50,000? Buy a porcelain for the brothers to open their eyes and see how much they can sell. If this is a real antique porcelain, then it's really a big profit. Seeing the pop-up screen so excited, Suan was helpless. You guys believe this? This is obviously a game. Game? How could it be? The experts from the museum all said it's real. We might be able to buy a real antique. Are you sure the expert is from the museum? You haven't seen the license plate. Can you be sure it's real? Suan said. The man who bought the porcelain as well as the expert and the stall owner. The three of them are obviously in cahoots. And just now it was obvious that they were acting. Don't you guys think it's too coincidental? The expert and the man looking at a piece of porcelain at the same time? What could be the odds of that? And if you guys were experts, would you have revealed your identities? The audience froze and quickly responded. Won't. This revealing his identity confirms that the porcelain is real, and it's even more unfavorable to snatch up the porcelain. After saying that, they didn't even need Suan to explain. They already understood. That's right, if I were an expert, stored in the mind of picking up leaks is certainly a muffled fortune. Definitely will not light up the identity. And that expert also said a stall than that jar lid more valuable porcelain. But he did not choose, but went out to chase the man. Which the more I think the more I feel like fishing. Sure enough, when you're out and about, your identity is all your own. I'll go to the stall tomorrow and make $100,000 a month. The antique gain is deep. I'd better move bricks honestly. I'm afraid I'll be cheated all over the place with this IQ. 1 bureau, 2 trusts, really can't be prevented. The people of the country, especially the elderly, generally have a deep filter on the experts, but they cannot determine the authenticity of the experts, only through that the so-called work plate to determine, according to their ideas, but also very simple. Since there is a work plate, it must be true. Coupled with the rumor that many experts were picking up leaks in the antique market, it disturbed their perception. This is a good color. It looks good. It must be real. We're really lucky. They say that the antique market is full of fakes. This time we came and saw the real thing. There is a specialized appraisal of the antique store near here. We will go directly to the store to identify. 2,000 to buy hands, tens of thousands to sell out. This time to earn a lot. Boss, how many of us are going to buy it? Can it be cheaper? The stall owner pretended to contemplate for a few seconds. A face of helplessness. Alas, see a few brothers, so take care of my business. 5,000. This is the lowest price. Cannot be lower. Okay. The three old tourists had an excited face and scrambled to make the payment, as if they had picked up a great bargain. Chapter 6. Rich is marvelous. See those few old men joyfully holding the flower plate. Impatiently holding the flower plate rushed into the nearby antique store looking for identification. The live broadcast netizens could not stand to watch. These old people are so poor. Cheated by the stall owner. The anchor does not go up to poke the stall owner. Poke the stall owner? Suan shook his head. Why would I go poke him? I'm not bursting at the seams. That's how the antique market is. 99% of them come in to pay tuition. Moreover, they bought it voluntarily. It's not like the stall owner put a knife on their necks to force them to buy it, even if they acted as a game. It's also them who took it seriously. No one else to blame. After saying that, Suan turned off his cell phone and was ready to leave the stall. Suddenly, a string of numbers flashed before his eyes, and his eyes brightened up. His stomping motion stopped, stepped off the bike, and came straight to the front of the stall and squatted down. Starting to pick, Suan picked and picked, his eyesight carpet searching the stall, sweeping over all the porcelain plates one by one. 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 11 yuan, 13 yuan, 170, 000 yuan, 10 yuan, 14 yuan, 7 yuan. Found. Suan's eyes locked on the corner pile, the flower plate with pink peaches printed on it. Item, Qing Guangshu Pastel 9 Peach Plate. Details, Qing Guangshu Official Kiln Boutique. Diameter 14.7 centimeters. Pastel 9 Peaches figure founded in the Yongjing period, and then continued into the Qing dynasty. The collection of pastel-painted stout peach tree, on the knot of 9 large peaches of longevity, under the tree Ganoderma lucidum, implying longevity and centenarian. Value, 170,000. The appearance of this pastel 9 peach plate compared to the surrounding porcelain plate, slightly older, and not as exquisite as the blue and white porcelain plate, but a closer look, but can be found in full peach shape, thick and thin, looking very comfortable. Official kiln fine. I didn't expect this old man's stall to have real goods. Today's luck is really good. Picked up another leak. Young man, have you taken a good look? I've got a lot of good stuff from my ancestors. It's all good stuff. You definitely won't lose out if you buy it. The old man of the stall owner saw Suan looking at it for half a day, and got a little anxious. Suan took the pastel 9 peaches plate. Watch this. How much is this? 2,000. All the porcelain plates are 2,000. The stall owner boss said while gesturing too. Too expensive. Can it be cheaper? Suan haggled. Hey, no haggling. I've got good stuff here. The old man's head shook into a rattle. Just as the two were at a standstill, the few old men from before rushed over aggressively. Liar. You liar. This plate is worth just $12. You're selling us for 2,000. Your heart is too black. That's right. We just appraised it. This plate of yours is all fake. Unearthed for at most a month. Lose money. You're a liar. 2,000 to buy a dozen plate, but also hitched a few thousand appraisal fee. These old men angry almost stroke. The old man stall owner with a scoundrel face said, the antique is out. Not responsible. A few old men are not happy, angry and cursing and make a scene, and must stall owners to lose money. The old man stall owner temper also came up. Compensation is impossible. Antiques. This line of business is to rely on the eyesight. If all the buy fake goods are required to pay for the business, then the business still do not do business. The words are not rough. Antique market competition is the eye. Look at the eye can only be bitter to the stomach. As tuition, after all, you pick up after the leakage, will not sell the money to the stall owner a point. A few old men also know that the antique market did not return the money, but holding a fluke mentality, want to take advantage of the crowd to make trouble, so that the owner of the stalls how much to pay some money to recover some losses. Now see, the stall owner is really not compensation. Heart is not willing, began to make trouble. In front of the stall is also squatting a lot of the old people who surrounded before. They were originally very entangled, and as a result of this mess, they also dare not buy. Just a few seconds, the stall was left with only the rowdy old man, the stall owner, and Suan. An old man saw that he wasn't leaving and advised, young man, what he's selling at this stall are all fakes. It's not easy for you to make money. If you buy this, half a month will be wasted. Hearing this, the stall owner threw a fierce glare and glared at the older man. He had just sold a dozen or so plates and made $20,000 to $30,000. But who would mind too much money? The old man stall owner smiled and said, young man, don't listen to them. They themselves look away and think that things are fake. You're young and have good eyesight. You'll definitely be able to pick the real thing. Suan looked at the pastel peach dish in his hand, shook his head and said, It's too expensive. I can consider it if it's cheaper. Once this was said, the stall boss had not yet spoken. The middle-aged boss of the next stall, who was red-eyed, couldn't help but say, "Young man, I have a lot of that one in your hand. If you like it, I'll sell it to you for 1,000. These days, this kind of disobedient cutie, too few." The middle-aged man was not willing to let go. Suan pretended to be moved. "You also have it here?" When the middle-aged man heard that there is a game, he bent down and grabbed a few porcelain plates on the stall. "More than enough. Look, these are exactly the same as the flower plate in your hand." The old man stall owner was anxious. After those few old men made a mess, his customers were gone, and he couldn't sell anything today or even for a month behind. In their line of work, they don't open for 3 months, and open to eat for 3 months. Naturally, they were not willing to miss Suan as a customer. The old man stall owner hurriedly said, "Young man, see, you are young. It's not easy to make money. At least 500. Any lower will not work." After saying this, he glared at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was a little weak, but the thought of making money immediately straightened his body and said, "I'll buy one get one free for this 500. The old man stall owner hurriedly pulled Suan. "Young man, you just said you would consider it if it was cheaper. I've lowered it to 500. You can't keep your word." Suan, face hesitant, looked struggling, a while before sighing, "Okay, I turn you." The middle-aged man stall owner a whole skeptical life. "No, you're buying this?" There are people who dismantled the fakes he was selling. "Moreover, although I also sell fake goods, but cheaper. You buy him not to buy my? You're a rich man with a lot of money." Suan made the payment, and the middle-aged man and a few old men with a look of caring retarded eyes. "Young man, all said it's fake. Why do you still buy it?" An old man couldn't help but ask. "Fake?" Suan smiled. "I think it's real." Old man. This confident look made a few old men speechless throughout, shaking their heads. They didn't say anything else. In the face of this fanatically confident young man, it was useless for them to say any more. Just wait. This young man will know to cry when he goes to the store for appraisal. Sure enough, seeing Suan riding his tricycle towards the Jubilee store, a few old men shook their heads and said, "If you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll suffer." Seeing Suan heading towards the Poly Treasure Jia, the audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. "Anchor, let me see what it means to be truly stubborn." Drifting away. The anchor is definitely drifting away. Don't argue. I think the anchor has definitely found something. Chapter 7, Everlasting Spring and Prosperity. Cheng Guangshu Pastel 9 Peach Dish. Watch the live audience arguing. Suan explained, "Brothers, don't worry, I didn't float. The peach disc in my hand is the real thing." During the time he traveled to Jubilee, Suan used the system to search through potential customers. Boss Zhao gave him a good initial impression, but selling goods to make money as well. Definitely look at a few more. Determining that the first place in line was Zhu Bozhai, Suan was relieved. Zhu Bozhai's entrance. "Boss Zhao, did you look seriously? This flower plate is really fake?" "Of course, a glance fake. Just burned out the stuff last month, only worth $12. Alas, pitted again. Thought I could pick up something good." The two old men sighed and walked out of the store, sending away the two customers. Zhao Jianbao looked up and saw Suan, who had just parked his tricycle. "Boss Su, why did you come back?" Suan grinned. "I bought a valuable thing and wanted to ask you to take a look." Zhao Jianbao promised and invited Suan into the store. While making tea, Zhao Jianbao stared at the bag in Suan's hand. How long had passed? Not even half an hour. Did he find something good again? Fishing out the peach disc from the bag, Suan carefully placed it on the tabletop. Smiling, he asked, "I see that Boss Zhao has quite a lot of porcelain in his store, so I guess he must have studied porcelain plates a little." Seeing that it was a porcelain plate painted with peaches, Zhao Jianbao looked surprised and blurted out, "Another porcelain plate? What a coincidence. Today there are quite a few customers to find me to appraise the flower plate. Could it be that the direction of collecting in the antique market has recently shifted to the flower plate again?" Suan of course knows the reason. Knowingly asked, "What about the appraisal results?" Zhao Jianbao shook his head and snorted, "They are fake. Just fired last month. The collection value is 0. Used as a frying pan is still good." While speaking, he picked up the peach plate and put it under the light to check. Porcelain, this thing has always been the favorite of the antique world. High collection value. How many collectors rely on porcelain overnight wealth, which also leads to porcelain water is very deep. Certain high imitation to do very realistic, even if the experts will also have to hit the eyes of the time, and therefore spend the time will be more. Please wait a moment first. No hurry, you take your time to look. Suan drained the tea in one gulp and raised his hand to pour himself another cup. Bored with idleness, his line of sight fell on the antiques placed on the shelves of the Jubilee. With a glance, he swept through. Good fellow, the things in the Jubiozai were all real, and the prices were all in tens of thousands. 150, 000, 200, 000, 340, 000. Suan's line of sight swept from one piece of curio to another, and a series of numbers flashed before his eyes. Item Changchun fortune figure. Details, modern copying master Tang Xiu imitated Qing dynasty official painter Zhou Guilong painting technique in made. Value, $5,000. Seeing this Changchun riches and valor picture, Suan stood up in an energetic manner. He finished reading the system's detailed description. Suan realized that this painting was a modern high imitation copy work. High imitation copying counterfeiting. Glancing at Zhao Jianba who was concentrating on the pastel-colored 9 peaches plate, Suan did not make a sound and lifted his feet up to watch it in detail for a while before looking at the other collections in the store. Half an hour later, Zhao Jianba took off his glasses, pinched the corners of his eyes, and rubbed his sore neck, before he lifted the porcelain plate and introduced it to Suan. Boss Su, this porcelain plate of yours is a fine product of the Guangxu official kiln. Full name Du Qing Guangxu Pastel 9 Peach Plate. He looked excited and introduced. The reason why it is called Pastel 9 Peach Plate, because this object as a whole to pastel is a decorative method. Pastel texture is also very thick and shiny, bright and colorful. The main body of the plate in the middle of a peach tree. On the not 9 peaches of life, peach shape full, the color of the appropriate. The bottom of the peach tree is also painted with Ganoderma lucidum decoration. Ganoderma lucidum in peaches of life is a symbol of longevity. This is the Yongjing period to create the style. And look at the bottom of the fall. The bottom of the plate. The bottom of the plate is a peach tree, and you see, the bottom of the artifact fell Qing Dynasty Guangxu Nianji regular script mark. Font neat, typical of the mark, are proving that this peach plate is Guangxu official kiln boutique production. Collection value is very high, because he was too excited. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Boss Su, I don't know where you got this pastel-colored 9 peach plate from? It was in the antique market in front. When I passed by from there, I saw a stall selling porcelain. The stall owner was an old man, said it was 2,000 a piece, and in the end, the counteroffer went to 500, so I bought it. Suan smiled and flirted to say but also thank you Zhao boss. When the stalls have a lot of old people to buy the stalls on the porcelain plate to find your appraisal. Appraisal is a fake. Looking for that stall owner trouble. I can only at a low price of 500. Received this 9 peach plate. Learned the origin of the 9 peach plate. Holding the porcelain plate Zhao Jianba hand trembled. Almost the porcelain plate fell to the ground. Fortunately, he has been dealing with antiques for many years. His hand speed is extremely fast. Quickly catch the porcelain plate, carefully placed on the desktop, wiping the non-existent sweat on his forehead. Zhao Jianba looked at Suan in disbelief. Boss Su, you didn't lie to me? Did you really collect the porcelain plate from there? Seeing Suan nod his head, Zhao Jianba's lips pursed as he looked at the porcelain plate with a hint of skepticism in his eyes. He raised his hand and poured himself a cup of tea, tilted his neck and drank it in one gulp. His lips mumbled, organizing his language and said, Su boss, today there are no less than 5 customers to find me to identify the flower plate. They buy the stall and your same. And that stall owner old man in the antique market to stay for a few years. I have nothing to do also went to shop. The stall are fake. Many are a glance of fake. And today my firm flower plate are fake. So I think the porcelain plate purchased from there, a high probability is not real. In fact, in his mind, he had already made a conclusion about the 9 peach plate. High imitation. And still extremely realistic high imitation. Even if all kinds of identification of this peach plate is a big open door. But the origin of this peach plate, it shows that it cannot be true. Just consider Suan, he said more euphemistically. Suan understands Zhao Jianba's thoughts. Indeed, from the hands of a crook who sells fake goods all year round, can you buy the real thing? Thinking about it is also impossible. But the system was not going to make mistakes. Boss Zhao, why don't you take another look? I think this 9 peach disc is real, Suan insisted. Seeing this, Zhao Jianba had to say, I have a friend. He likes to collect porcelain plates, especially interested in the porcelain of the Qing Guangxu. It just so happens that he has collected the exact same Qing Guangxu pastel 9 peaches plate as yours. I asked him to bring the real thing over to take a look at it, and compare the survey carefully. After all, porcelain is very easy to hit the eye. It's just that he lives a bit far away. It may take more than half an hour to arrive. Would Boss Su mind waiting? Suan shook his head, indicating that there was no problem. Making money, waiting for as long as it takes is fine. Seeing Suan nodding, Zhao Jianba took out his cell phone and made a call. The matter was briefly described. 40 minutes? Okay, I'll wait for you. Right, don't forget. Make sure to bring the pastel-colored 9 peaches plate with you. Chapter 8, Comparison Seeks the Truth. It really can't be true. Boss Zhao, you have a lot of good stuff in this store. During the waiting time, Suan chatted with Zhao Jianba. Zhao Jianba laughed loudly and said, Boss Su has a good eye. The things in this store are all things that I've taken great pains to collect. Although the prices are exorbitant, Every single one of them is genuine. Suan nodded his head in agreement. I can see that the things in here are all very good, especially the one hanging. The Changchun Fuki drawing drawn by Zoe Gue is even more exquisite. As he spoke, he got up and walked towards the eternal spring riches and valor picture. Zhao Jianba was a bit surprised. Boss Su's eyesight is really good. This painting is indeed Zoe Gue's authentic painting. This picture is a friend of mine who also does antique business sells me at a low price, because he invested in other business out of the question. The funds do not open, which is ready to sell a few pieces of antiques back to blood. This picture of the Changchun Fu Gue and my store decoration is compatible, coupled with a good symbolism. I was brought back at once. Zhao Jianba also came to the side of the picture, with a hint of complacency in his eyes. His own vision was really good. This Changchun Fu Gue drawing matches the store's decoration extremely well. The surface of this paper seems to be a bit rough, not like traditional ancient paintings that are delicate and smooth. Suan suddenly exclaimed out in surprise. Is it? Maybe the light is bad and you're looking at it wrong, Zhao Jianba said carelessly, not taking Suan's words to heart at all. Although Suan knew quite a lot, he didn't think Suan had the ability to appraise paintings. Seeing the situation, Suan also did not say more. He looked at the fact that Zhao Jianba didn't reject his proposal to find a friend to appraise the painting before he spoke out to give him a heads up. But since the other party didn't take it seriously, there was no point in saying more. Half an hour later, outside came the sound of the car turning off, followed by a 30 or 40 or so, with a dry and thin figure, wearing a plain-colored robe, with glasses. The man walked in. Old Zhao, in addition to antiques in your store are high-grade packaging boxes. Where do you get the scraps to sell? The man with glasses walked in and couldn't help but turn around and look at the tricycle again. Zhao Jianba got up to meet him and explained. What scrap can I sell here? That's Boss Su's car. Boss Su's car? The man with glasses was dry-burned by this sentence. The whole CPU. Zhao Jianba didn't bother to explain and introduced himself to Suan. Boss Su, this is the friend I told you about. His name is Zhang Bo, an antique collection and appraisal expert. Old Zhang, this is Boss Su, also the owner of this peach disc. Suan smiled and greeted. Zhang Bo stared straight at Suan's face. The whole person was still a bit confused. Young lad, scrap tricycle, the entrance of the Jubilee, the owner of the 9 peach plate. These four shouldn't be one and the same no matter how you think about it. But Zhang Bo had also seen the world and immediately put a smile on his face. Ha ha, Boss Su is really a talented person, even younger than I imagined. Zhao Jianba interjected from the side and relieved himself. Since we're here, let's take out the stuff and start comparing the surveys. Zhang Bo nodded his head. He opened the wooden box he was carrying in his hand, revealing the 9 peach disc embedded in the yellow cloth. At the same time, Zhao Jianba also took Suan's peach disc over. Under the bright light, the 2 porcelain discs were placed together, exactly the same. It was indistinguishable from each other. It's so much alike, it's practically identical, Zhang Bo exclaimed out. He took out the electronic measuring tape and carefully measured the size of the diameter of the 9 peach plate. 14.7 centimeters, the same diameter as my peach disc. After determining the diameter size, he picked up Suan's 9 peach disc and carefully examined it. While Zhao Jianba was observing the 9 peach disc he brought, Zhang Bo's mouth recited. The shape of the object is regular. The foot trimming is rounded. The tire quality is white and dry and old. The tire and glaze intersections are also very bright. And its glaze is also fat and warm. It's an old object. The inscription is Qing Guangshu, which is also true. But this does not mean that this is an official kiln during the Qing Guangshu period. After the fall of the Qing dynasty, the craftsmen in Jingdezhen still continued to produce porcelain, and at that time, the inscription was still Qing Guangshu. Zhang Bo did know the porcelain of the Qing Guangshu period very well. He moved the table lamp, and the light was aimed at the center of the 9 peach plate. This is a typical imitation of the Yongzheng period of longevity peach decoration. Only the Yongzheng period is 8. The Qing dynasty is only popular to paint 9. In line with the characteristics of the Qing Guangshu, 9 peach plate overall painted in pastel, Qing Guangshu period peach pastel, and now is not the same. Now the peach painted a little more realistic, a little more pointed, and this above the peach full and round, also in line with the Qing Guangshu characteristics, and this peach leaves with green color, now is not imitated, because now the green color is not so water. Lao Zhao, you take my peach plate to compare. You see, this peach green color is not the same. More water? Zhang Bo put the 2 peach plates together to compare. The green color of the green leaves is the same, very watery, looking very comfortable. Old Zhao, you look again. This Lingji under the peach tree. This Lingji is also called live Lingxian, wishing for life. The red color on this Lingji. Now there is also, but the color is more yellowish than it. In addition, look, the white glaze on it, slightly flashing a little bit of the color of the green. This is a standard Qing Guangshu official kiln. Zhao Jianba put down the magnifying glass. Of course he knew this. He was 100% sure that this peach plate was a Qingguangshu official kiln before, just like Zhang Bo, but the origin of this peach disc, it left him without a clue in his heart. He couldn't help but remind, "Old Young, do you guess where this peach disc came from?" The more Zhang Bo looked at it, the more he felt that it was authentic, and casually replied, "Can it be that it was passed down from the ancestors?" "You are really right. This ceramic plate is passed down from the ancestors, only is not the ancestors of the boss Su, but in front of the antique plaza. I took you to stroll through the time, and you had an argument with the old man stall owner's ancestors. Su boss is from his hands to collect," Zhao Jianba said. "Collected from there?" Zhang Bo was confused. When he strolled around that stall before, he saw that stall looking for a trust to pretend to be an expert in appraisal, specializing in making a bureau for those who don't know anything, tricking them into buying porcelain. He couldn't help but say that it was a fake, so he made a scene with the stall owner, and in the end it was Zhao Jianba who rounded things up. "That stall is all fake goods at a glance. There is no way there can be real goods." And the old man stall owner that sentence ancestral porcelain said at least 1,000 times. But Zhang Bo took a magnifying glass to carefully compare the two porcelain plates, only to feel that the two plates are exactly the same. "Are the Qingguangshu official kiln?" See the two hesitant. Suan opened his mouth and said, "What if it is that the stall owner also does not know the authenticity of the porcelain, mistakenly received a genuine piece, thought it was a fake, and directly put it together and sold it? There is this possibility." Zhang Bo relaxed and laughed. He studied Qingguangshu official kiln porcelain for more than 10 years, which can be described as in-depth and thorough. Plus there was a comparison of the real thing. This peach disc was undoubtedly authentic no matter how you looked at it. Zhao Jianba also nodded and said, "This is indeed very likely." Antique market vendors, many will also go to the farmer's home to collect old objects. The chances of receiving the real thing is not small, and porcelain is the most difficult to recognize. These vendors at most understand a little bit of skin, all the heart to use to make a game, fooling players who do not understand. Chapter 9, Ancient Painting Revealed Second Floor. The words were like this, but Zhao Jianba always felt a sense of unreality. It was only half an hour before and after. Suan had collected two valuable things. This feeling is similar to seeing someone close to you win the $1 million lottery. It's unbelievable. Zhao Jianba was 90% sure that the peach disc in front of him was real, so he had the mind to accept it, and he didn't squirm and directly asked, "Boss Su, how much do you plan to offer for this 9 peach disc?" 170,000, Suan said. This number stirred up a wave in the live broadcast room. The netizens were directly confused. Unbelievably, they sent out pop-ups. "Holy, did I hear it right? A plate is worth 170,000? This price is too high." The anchor wouldn't be shouting the price out of the sky, right? "I don't think so." Su looks very confident, not like he's shouting, and it looks like he understands the market price of the plate very well. "What is this? This is clearly a professional pickup." 170,000. Zhao Jianba showed a difficult look as he said, "Su boss, I have a heart to collect you this peach plate. We also traded once. You should also be able to see. My old Zhao is not the kind of people who like to press the price of the seller. You or this 9 peach plate is good. If it is sold to the Zhangbo such as the love of Qingguangshu porcelain collectors, indeed can be sold to 170,000. If the other party likes the symbolism of peach longevity, and then add a little bit more is also possible. However, this kind of collector is difficult to find, and cannot guarantee that the other hand there is no same model, which delay time is long. The shortest need a few days, long as a few years are possible. This period consumes too much time and energy. So Su boss, why don't you discount a little bit out to me? If you think it can work, I can transfer money immediately, and save you the trouble. After a slight thought, Suan felt that it made sense, to be able to take the money now and save the trouble. This was a not so small temptation for him. After all, his aim was to complete the live broadcast challenge and earn the most money in 3 months. How much is Boss Xiao prepared to give? 164,000. That's not a low price. Boss Su, we've both worked together once. I'm definitely not going to screw you over. At this price, if you go to another store, you definitely won't be able to get it. Zhao Jianba said with his words. How ruthless, directly cutting 6,000 ah. Seeing Suan's hesitation, Zhang Bo opened his mouth and said, Boss Su, old Zhao really didn't pitch you. The 9 peach plate that I brought, the price that I received at the beginning was 168,000. Although he can earn a little bit from you, but he didn't earn much, and the energy spent in it is quite a lot. Suan was also not the kind of person who only cared about his own food and didn't care if others died or lived. He was well aware that the dealings between people relied on interest liaison. Without interest, who would be willing to trade dealings with you? It's not like you're doing charity. He thought for a few seconds, then nodded, okay, direct cell phone bank transfer, transfer my bank card, but also save some fees. Zhao Jianba laughed. No problem. My bank card's one-day limit is 1 million. You give me your bank card number. I'll transfer it to you now. It won't take more than a minute to arrive. Suan gave Zhao Jianba his bank card number. In less than a minute, his cell phone received a text message from the bank card. Arrival of 164,000 yuan. Asterisk 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 really $160,000? A plate so valuable? I see no difference with the $10 or so of plates at home. Brother Su is great. He bought a plate for $500 and sold it for $160,000. It's too much. How long has this been going on and you've made over $200,000? How can you let the other contestants live? Didn't the anchor say the stall owner is a liar? All of the above are fake goods? How can the anchor still fish for real goods? Suan's mind was on the numbers displayed on the bank card. He looked at it twice to make sure there was no problem and put away his phone. The money is in the account. I still have to continue collecting scrap, so I won't stay much longer. Boss Zhao. Boss Zhang. See you later. Suan left the peach disc behind and was about to leave on his tricycle. On his way out, thinking of the figure that had just arrived in the account, he reminded once again. Boss Zhao, the surface of your Changchun Fugu picture is slightly rough and not smooth enough. You can look at it carefully when you have time. Alright, slow down. Zhao Jianba and Zhang Bo watched Suan leave. Back in the store, Zhao Jianba found a high-grade wooden box, laid a light-colored silk cloth, and placed the plate on it. I still have some misgivings. I always feel that the origin of this peach disc makes it really hard to believe. I'll take a few pictures first and ask the group if there's anyone who collects it. Although Zhao Jianba was quick to shell out the money, he still didn't dare to be 100% sure of the fidelity in his heart. He found out the camera, aimed at the 9 peach disc, is a high-definition shooting. On the side of Zhang Bo said, my experience tells me that this 9 peaches disc is not fake. Right, Lao Zhao. When did you receive a picture of Changchun Fuki? Why didn't you tell me? I'm also quite interested in Qing dynasty paintings and calligraphy. I received it last month. I forgot to tell you. Go see it. Zhao Jianba stopped taking pictures and pointed in the direction of the Changchun Fu Gue painting. After pointing, he remembered that Suan had twice said that there was something wrong with the surface of the Changchun Fu Gue too, and then associating it with Suan's sharp eyesight and receiving the real thing in a fake stall. A trace of uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart. Setting the camera aside, he took a few steps forward and removed the painting, saying with a hint of uneasiness, as you have heard, just now Boss Su said that the surface of this painting is a bit rough. It just so happens that you also have research on Qing dynasty calligraphy and painting. Take a closer look at it. How is the surface of this painting? Zhang Bo took the painting. It was a drawing of flowers with peonies. The overall paper is quite old pale yellow color, on which a peony tree is drawn, with several light purple peonies on the tree. These peonies are Yao family peonies, which bloomed in purple, while the red is purple, which is often compared to the richness and prosperity, and under the peonies, several green leaves are added, which has the meaning of everlasting spring, and thus it is named as Everlasting Spring and Richness Picture. It is the typical painting style of Zoe Gue. Zhang Bo took the painting to the lamp, took out a magnifying glass, focusing on the surface of the paper. A moment later, Zhang Bo exclaimed in a small voice, Old Zhao, Boss Su wasn't wrong. The surface of your drawing paper is not right. Zhao Jianba's heart thumped and hurriedly asked, where is it wrong? The magnifying glass was aimed at a purple peony flower on the surface of the drawing paper, and Zhang Bo explained, look, there are a lot of paper fibers on the surface of the paper at the peony flower, which is commonly known as burrs, and these burrs don't look like they were scratched or hooked, but instead look like burrs left behind in the tearing. If it is a genuine work, it is impossible to have traces of tearing, unless this is an ancient painting uncovered the second layer. Ancient painting uncovered second layer. Zhao Jianba's heart trembled. Ancient paintings uncovering the second layer. This is the means of counterfeiting in ancient paintings, although it appears less, but it is not unheard of. Usually it is the counterfeiter who uncovers the life paper after the authentic ancient painting, which is permeated with the ink of the authentic painting, and then finds the paper material of the same era, as well as a copying expert, and then creates a high imitation of a realistic fake. Zhang Bo looked at the rest of the drawing paper again and concluded, this is a high imitation copy painting. The copy is an expert. Lao Zhao, from whom did you receive this painting? Chapter 10. Finally, he's caught him. The thought of selling to his peer and old friend, Zhao Jianba's face went green. Acquaintance, that person you also know? Boss Yang of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. He mother asterisk actually sold me fake goods. Thinking of losing hundreds of thousands of dollars at once, he directly spewed out profanity. It's him. Zhang Bo realized, his treasure pavilion only some time ago to rest in clothes, said no longer touch this line of antiques. It seems that he is to take advantage of the opportunity to change the line, deliberately this high imitation of the low price out to you. Our friends, you certainly did not check so carefully. This old boy, weekday drinking healthcare, which time I did not invite him, actually pit to my head. Zhao Jianba thought more and more angry. Zhang Bo sighed, angry cannot restore the loss. Industry rules, antiques away from the hand, not responsible, not to mention that the old boy has closed. Even if his treasure pavilion is still there, you take this painting to find him, he will not recognize. As things stand, you can only admit your own bad luck. However, this boss Su's eyesight is really venomous. Even the painting that you were tricked into passing, he actually saw the problem. No wonder he was able to find the real thing on the fake stall. At this time, Zhao Jianba was also a bit amazed. This painting, he found the problem just by looking at it. He really isn't an ordinary person. Zhang Bo pointed at the 9-peach plate that he had set up and smiled. However, now, you should rest assured that this 9-peach plate of yours is definitely real. At this moment, both of them dispelled the last trace of doubt about the 9-peach plate. Leaving from the Jubilee, Suan traveled through the streets and alleys while chatting with the water friends in the live broadcasting room, and the time came to 7:30 p.m. in a flash. This place is quite far from the school. We have to quickly find a scrap recycling station, sell the things, and return to the dormitory early. Otherwise closing the dormitory at 11 o'clock will be troublesome. Looking at the time, he flipped out his cell phone to search for the nearest scrap recycling station. Hey man, don't go yet. I want to sell my scrap. A few meters away, a roadside fruit store rushed out an obese man with a cigarette in his mouth. The man waved at Suan while shouting at him, "Big brother, how many cardboard boxes do you have?" Suan's pedaling action stopped. If it's too much, his car can't fit, and the scrapyard is a bit far. He doesn't want to run twice. The obese man dangling a cigarette, was squeezed by the meat almost invisible small eyes looked at Suan, said, "What, not more you do not accept it?" No, I'm afraid that too much can't fit." Suan smiled and explained. As he spoke, he parked the tricycle in front of the fruit store. Fruit boxes were piled up at the doorway. Some of them still contained rotten fruits with special prices labeled on them. The obese man sat on his butt on the recliner. As if standing had drained his strength, his short thick finger pointed towards the inside of the store and said, "There are still quite a few empty boxes inside the store. Go and get them yourself. And by the way, clean up the ground for me as well." Suan answered and walked inside. The fruit store was not big, filled with all kinds of fruits, only leaving a narrow aisle, in and out very inconvenient. All the way into the innermost part, the line of sight swept across the ground. Messy piles of cardboard boxes, fruit bags all over the place. There are some Fat House Happy Water plastic bottles. There wasn't much stuff, but it took a little time to deal with it. "Ma'am, coming to see the fruits again? You just look and don't buy every time, and you don't mind the trouble?" With a creak, the obese man stood up from the recliner and said in a conspiratorial manner. At the same time, he took a few steps and came to the elder woman's side, his eyes staring at her. "What kind of words are you saying? I definitely need to take a look at the things I'm buying, and I'm not allowed to look at the things when they're put out?" The old lady at the door was dry and thin, with a large purse on her body. Her clothes were clean and neat. She is now pulling a face. The already mean face looks even more unpleasant. The obese man bristled. "You've come so many times. I see you haven't bought it once. Your daughter-in-law is 7 or 8 months pregnant. Every night she still follows your son out of the stall, helping your son grill barbecue. You don't buy some fruit for her to replenish her body?" The elder woman's face was ugly, her wrinkles all squeezed together, grunting, "Humph, a hen that can't lay eggs and only gives birth to money-losing goods is worthy of fruit? It's good enough to give her enough food every day. Poor my son, married such a useless wife. Every day morning and evening work to make money. People are tired and thin. The result is that now even a succession of sons are not, but also our mother and son good heart. If we met other in-laws, would have kicked her out of the house." Hearing this, the obese man couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Your son is still skinny. His body type gives me a match, but it's your daughter-in-law, 7 or 8 months pregnant, except for the belly to stand up. Arms and legs are very skinny. The face is also waxed and yellowed. At first glance there is not much nutrition. Instead of feeling sorry for your son, you might as well be more concerned about your daughter-in-law. When she gives me grandchildren and contributes to my family's succession, only then will she be worth caring about." Hearing such ruinous words, Suan raised his head from the scraps. This glance just happened to collide with the elder lady's line of sight. The elder lady sized up Suan for a couple of moments, and a strong dislike immediately appeared on her face. Her footsteps moved, and she walked straight towards the fruit placed in the innermost part of the fruit store. The obese man was about to follow, and coincidentally at this time, a few customers came to the front of the stall. "Boss, how do you sell the watermelon?" $6.05. The obese man had to go and greet the customers. The older woman was right next to Suan. reaching for the fruit and picking and choosing. From time to time, she probed and noticed the situation outside the door. Suan bundled a bunch of cardboard boxes and lifted them up, ready to take them outside. In front of his eyes, there was a flash of light, only to see the lady was opening her satchel and loading boxes of grapes inside, even stuffed down a small durian. What are you looking at? Collect your rags. Noticing Suan's gaze, the elder lady's eyes showed a fierce light and glared at him fiercely. If you dare to tell the boss, beware I'll fall in front of you and pay for your death. She even went out to threaten on. When Suan heard this, a look of fear immediately appeared on his face. Seeing this, the damsel was very complacent in her heart, dealing with a collector of broken scraps. That was not a handful. As a result, the next second, she heard words that made her blood pressure rise. Ma'am, don't worry. I definitely didn't see you stuffing both the boxed grapes and the durian into your bag. You mustn't fall down and touch the porcelain. I'm just a raggedy scrap collector. I can't afford to pay for your medical bills. Suan yelled with a horrified face. Instantly, his voice filled the entire fruit store. The obese man who was busy cutting watermelons quickly twisted his head around and quickly squeezed in front of the older woman with a speed that exceeded his body. He stretched out his hand and took advantage of the older woman's lack of reaction. With one hand, he lifted her satchel. The zipper was still open, revealing the durian and boxed fruits inside. A man stolen. Auntie, what else do you have to say? His small, fat squeezed eyes were wide with anger and excitement. Finally, he had caught him. Chapter 11 just 64. Love it or leave it. Who said I stole anything la? You're a big young man, deliberately bullying an old man. Do you still need some face? The elder lady was not at all flustered, but instead disliked her aggressively. You have everything in your pocket. It's still not called stealing? The fat boss didn't expect her to be so shameless and was furious. It was even if he hadn't caught it a few times before, but now that he had caught it, he was actually dead set against it. The damsel's eyes turned. Hummed, supermarkets can all bring their own basket pockets for vegetables. Can't I use this leather bag for fruit? Supermarket bags charge money. My plastic bags here are free. Who cares about that little bit of money? I just don't like plastic bags. I don't think they're sturdy. The big lady mouth hardened. This scene, watching the live broadcast audience's blood pressure soared. Stealing things and still so arrogant. Fist hard. Typical dead duck mouth hard. This big mom looks to be a repeat offender. Fruit store owner really poor. Must have been stolen several times. She even threatened the anchor before. Typical poor and arrogant. It's bad luck to be her daughter-in-law. The fat boss was also furious. His chest rose and fell violently, and he took a deep breath, frantically psyching himself up. Wow, so that's how it is. Then you're buying these fruits. His expression changed and he smiled. The older woman blushed hard and didn't say anything. If she said no, then it would be confirmed that she was stealing. But if she said yes, she would have to pay. But she only wanted to whore for nothing. It seems that I was wrong about you just now. Big lady, I'll help you calculate the price. The fat boss didn't choose to be standoffish. He mentioned his purse to the electronic scale in front of the stall and quickly took out the fruits inside. With extreme speed, he spent the weighing and counted the price. Grapes 64, blueberries 80, durian 140, total is 364. Cash or prestige? So expensive. Why don't you go rob? Dame Face immediately exploded when she heard the price, looking at the electronic scale with a skeptical face. Expensive? Didn't you say that your son is very capable and earns several $1,000s a day? Can't even come up with $300? The fat boss sneered. The damsel's lips pursed. The corner of her eye glanced at more and more people looking this way, and there were also many acquaintances who lived in the neighborhood, and suddenly felt ashamed of her face. She busily lowered her head and rummaged through the compartment in her bag, grabbing out a handful of coins and change. Due to too much excitement, a few coins fell to the ground without a firm grip. One of them rolled to Suan's feet. His gaze fell on it. Item. Details. In July 1949, when the silver standard system was restored, the Department of Finance of the Ulshu province organized its own mint and started minting bamboo coins. Value, 320,000. After reading the information of this silver coin, Suan's pupils moved slightly. He picked it up and had some guesses in his mind. Through the conversation between the damsel and the boss, as well as the skillful act of stealing fruits, it was certain that it wasn't the first time she had stolen fruits. Her family's condition was definitely not too good for such a person to actually put such a precious silver coin casually in her pocket. There was only one possibility. She simply didn't know the value of silver coins, and this silver coin is not a cherished thing to her. If it is cherished, she will definitely not casually put it in a pile with other coins and change. An idea surfaced in his mind. He had just picked up the silver coin, when the elder lady on the side immediately reached out and snatched it away, and also glared viciously at Suan, obviously holding a grudge against him. Suan shrugged his shoulders and didn't care. This is all the money I have. Love it or not. The elder lady slapped the silver coin and coin change together on the fat boss's cashier table. This amount of money is not enough. It's not even close. The fat boss swept a glance, frowned, and yelled directly. The lady just wanted to take back the money and said she would not buy it. But then she caught a glimpse of a few ladies who often danced together in the square dance looking this way. And she, who had a good face, was so ashamed that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Seeing this scene, Suan seemingly casual, maiden, not enough money ah? I collect scrap also like to collect coins. I see you this coin is not bad ah, cheaper I accept, my family quite a lot of coins, set together also look good. The elder lady glanced across at Suan, her eyes full of grudges. If it wasn't for him yelling, he wouldn't have gotten caught himself. I think you're stupid for collecting scrap. You want to collect everything. My coins are old things. They're very valuable. Can you afford to buy them you? The elder lady said condescendingly. After saying that, an idea suddenly came to her mind. She picked out the coins and put them aside separately, looking at the fat boss. This coin is an old thing. It's worth old money now. I'll use it against the fruit money. The fat boss was directly exasperated and laughed. He didn't even look at it, and waved his hand back and forth. I only accept cash and prestige. I don't accept this coin of yours. This style of coin on the market is a big catch, at most a few dollars, and you still want to sell me more than 300. So what? This coin of yours is made of gold. The lady grabbed the coin. Wide-eyed, you look carefully. This is an old object. Decades of coins, more valuable than gold. I sold you more than 300. I also lost it. Don't talk to me about those. Either give the money, or call the police. The fat boss impatiently said. One hand took out his cell phone. Hearing that the police were going to be called, the damsel was instantly anxious. If this was taken away by the police, she wouldn't be able to raise her head in this area in the future. She left the cashier's table and quickly walked to Suan, asking in a low voice, young man, do you still accept this coin? I need money urgently now. The change in attitude was accompanied by a change in even the name calling. Looking at the fat boss who was ready to call the police at any time. Another look at the damsel whose attitude had made a 180-degree turn. Suan said, how much do you want to sell? 400. The damsel immediately said, good fellow. Indeed ginger is still old and hot. At this time she still did not forget to raise the price. It's too expensive. I can only give 64. So little? This is an old item. Decades old. It's worth a lot of money. At least 364. 64, take it or leave it. This price is enough for you to pay for grapes. Alas this is too little. Add a little young man. You see how good this coin. How commemorative value. Hey, you do not go 64 on 64. Deal. Suan took out his wallet and drew out 64 to her with a headache. Taking the money, the elder lady immediately shoved the coins to Suan. Subsequently, she rushed to the settlement table, placed the 64 on the table, and said with a hint of curtness, boss, I only want the 64 grapes. This is $64. The money is all here. You can't call the police. The fat boss glanced at the tens of dollars, put the grapes into the purse, hummed, this is not the first time. For the sake of all in a neighborhood, I'll let it go. And then next time, you'll be waiting to go into the police station. Yes. The elder lady nodded her head while still not forgetting to put the previously taken out change into her pocket. Has the anchor gone crazy? Such a coin. Actually spend 64 to buy it? I think it's expensive even if you sold it to me for $5. This coin isn't as good as a coin. There are tons of them out there for a few bucks apiece. Chapter 12, Grievance. Suan put the coins away and smiled heatedly. This is no ordinary coin. When you know what it is, you'll understand. What do you mean? This coin is really decades old? It could be. Even if it's a decades old coin, it's not worth much. It sells for a dozen or so at most. Even if it's a copper coin from the Tang dynasty, it's still only worth 20 or 30 when you put it in now. A long period of time doesn't mean that the thing is worth money. A few minutes later, Suan organized all the cardboard bottles. The old lady was long gone. The fat boss carried a plastic bag containing a few apples and handed it to Suan. Thank you for before. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to catch that old woman today. You take these fruits back and eat them. These scraps don't need to be weighed. You take them and sell them. Thanks. Suan didn't make any pretense, collected the apples and went out with the scraps. He followed the navigation and came to the nearest scrap station and sold all the scraps in the car. A car full of them was sold for $80. Scanning the time and thinking about it, he rode towards Jubilee again. Although the time was a bit late, the distance was a bit far, but the coins were too small and easy to lose. It wasn't safe to put them on his body. It was safer to exchange them for the numbers in his bank card. Around 8:30, he finally rushed to the Jubiozai. The door of the Jubiozai was closed. It was closed. Closed so early? Suan parked his tricycle on the side of the road, somewhat surprised. Fortunately, I saved Boss Xiao's phone number before. Taking out his cell phone, Suan dialed. Boss Su, it's so late. What's the matter? Boss Xiao's surprised voice came out. Boss Xiao, are you free right now? I just collected another item and want you to take a look at it. The person on the other side of the phone, Boss Xiao, went numb. Since the morning, Suan had received 2 good items and ran to him twice. Now that he was closed, Suan actually received another good thing. Boss Xiao, why don't you say anything? If you're busy. No, I'm not busy. By the way, Boss Su, you've been busy until now and haven't eaten yet, right? How about this? You bring the stuff directly to the night banquet. We'll eat while watching. Business came to his door, so Boss Xiao naturally wouldn't refuse. He quickly sent the positioning to Suan. Suan received the positioning and pedaled his tricycle towards the night banquet. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the brilliant, high-grade night banquet. Brothers, this night banquet is quite high-grade. Things should be quite delicious. It just so happens that I'm starving after a busy day today. Have a good meal. And by the way, take the brothers to experience a luxurious life. With that, he parked the tricycle on the parking space in front of the night banquet. When the security guard who was talking to the guests at the door saw this, he immediately stopped and yelled, "Hey, that place is not allowed to park. Hurry up and go. Scratched the car next to you can afford to pay? The doorway is parked sports car luxury car." As a result, a dirty rags collection of broken 3-wheeled mess. This lowered the grade of the night banquet. Suan directly ignored and locked the car, pulled out the cell phone, was about to dial. Yo, isn't this Suan? Collecting scrap all received the night banquet to come? Together with the security guard, there were also a few young people who came over. These few people, Suan recognized, are classmates. The reason why he still knew a few people from his daily part-time job was because before, a few people and he were assigned to a group to complete the final homework. But these few people don't do it, all thrown to him. Of course, Suan didn't spoil them, only wrote his own name. At that time the group's final grades, he alone has a grade. These few are 0 points. The next semester also repeated the course. It stinks. Do you guys smell that? It smells like a garbage dump. A dry, thin, somewhat effeminate man suddenly covered his nose and said, "Isn't a garbage collection a garbage smell?" Someone else chimed in. Security. Since when can this kind of person come to the night banquet? Is the grade of the night banquet so low? The man at the very front, who was decent looking and a little bit handsome, suddenly opened his mouth. This person looks a bit familiar. Asterisk. Isn't this the young master of Lu Qing Academy? I saw him driving a sports car during the day. He's so handsome. That's him, the young master of the Lu Qing Academy. Yang Shuyu. My girlfriend loves watching his live broadcasts. I didn't realize they were classmates. And judging by their relationship, they're not on good terms with Brother Su. The atmosphere is tense. This guy is crazy. What's wrong with collecting junk? My brother Su earns hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. What kind of young master can he earn? Suan ignored Yang Shuyu and directly dialed the phone. Before he could finish, the security guard yelled lowly, "This place can't be parked. Quickly move the car away." Suan glanced at him and said indifferently, "Isn't this place for guests to park?" Puff. Yang Shuyu heard this and scoffed out. "Guests? You don't think you're a guest, do you? Do you deserve it? This person, you still need to be a bit self-aware. You don't look at your own status. This place is for a poor guy like you to come in? You'll never be able to afford to eat in this place. Brother Yang, why are you talking nonsense with him? Security guard, hurry up and get rid of him. He's here. It's affecting our ability to go in and eat." The security guard rushed a few people and smiled curtly a few times, then waved his hand impatiently at Suan. "Quickly move the car away. Otherwise, I'll call for someone to come over." As he spoke, he raised his foot and kicked towards the tricycle. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop it for me." At this time, Zhao Jianba, who received the call, rushed out. At a glance, he saw the security guard kicking the tricycle and immediately shouted to stop. "Boss Zhao?" The security guard was startled and immediately withdrew his foot. Yang Shuyu's eyes narrowed slightly as she recognized the person and hurriedly greeted him. "Boss Zhao, long time no see." Zhao Jianba was stopped and frowned as he sized up Yang Shuyu. "Who are you?" "I'm Yang Shuyu. My dad is the owner of Treasure Appraisal Pavilion." "Yang Zhongtian." Yang Shuyu smiled. "Yang Zhongtian." Zhao Jianba's face changed at once. "My dad kept mentioning you before, saying that you guys are very good friends." Yang Shuyu gushed. "I don't know any Yang Zhongtian, only a young dog that sells fake goods." Zhao Jianba sneered. Hearing this, Yang Shuyu was instantly confused. Zhao Jianba didn't care about him and came straight to the security guard. "Boss Zhao, don't worry, I'll let this kid get out of here. It definitely won't affect the reputation of the night banquet. Get lost." Zhao Jianba thought of Yang Zhongtian that had a bellyful of fire in his heart. And when he heard the security guard say this, The fire flared up miserably. Boss Su is my friend. He can park wherever he wants. As the security guard of the night banquet, is this how you treat your guests? Call your manager out. I'd like to ask how they teach their employees. Sweat broke out on the security guard's head and he cried out. I'm sorry, Boss Zhao. I had eyes and didn't recognize MT. Taishan, you mustn't look for our manager. I'm not the one you should apologize to. The security guard raised his hand and started to slap himself. While crying, he said to Suan, Boss Su, I'm sorry, it's me who has the eyes to recognize MT. Tai, you have a large amount. Forgive me, my family is counting on me to make money to go back. I can't lose this job. Chapter 13 Breaking Defense. Forget it, he's just an office worker. Let's go in. Suan wasn't interested in tossing the bottom feeders. It was their job. Thank you, Boss Su. The security guard said thank you one after another. Suan and Zhao Jianba walked into the night banquet, ignoring Yang Shuyu's several people the entire time. Yang Shuyu's live broadcast exploded. Nima, the waste collector can enter the night banquet to eat? Upstairs to see clearly. That collects scrap is relying on that Zhao boss only into the night banquet. He collects scrap, which has the ability to enter the night banquet. This kind of service rich people's high-end places. I'm so angry. My brother Shuyu is the young master of Luching Academy. This junk collector is no match for my brother. Wait a minute, isn't this the anchor of Suan's live broadcast? He's an anchor too? Really? I can't believe he's ignoring my brother Shuyu. I'm going to go to his live room and curse him to death. A scrap collector's anchor dares to treat the young master like this. Add the old slave to the list. Because Yang Shuyu's positioning is the young master of Luching Academy. Plus he has been driving a sports car to show off his wealth. And his looks are still a little handsome. So he has more than 10,000 viewers. And among them, there are also a lot of female diehard fans. After realizing that Suan was just a junk collector anchor but ignored Yang Shuyu the entire time, they couldn't sit still. They frantically swiped their pop-up screens. But at this time, Yang Shuyu's few people were not in the mood to look at their cell phones because they were ignored by Suan and their hearts were unwilling. Especially Yang Shuyu. He directly rushed towards the door of the night banquet, wanting to find Zhao Jianba and ask for an explanation. A few people rushed into the hall and saw Suan and Zhao Jianba going up to the second floor. Just as they wanted to follow, they were stopped by the waiter at the stairway. Sir, please show your VIP card. What VIP card? Yang Shuyu was confused. The waiter explained, the second floor is an exclusive VIP room. Only VIP customers with VIP cards can enter. The two people who just went in both have VIP cards? No, only Mr. Zhao has one. The other one is Mr. Zhao's friend and doesn't need a VIP card. What crap card? Get me one. Yang Shuyu was eager to get his face back. So many people had just seen him in the live broadcast room. If he didn't do something, the persona he had built up would collapse. The waiter's face immediately raised a warm smile and said, okay, for the VIP card, you need to pre-deposit 100,000. The minimum consumption of the second floor private room is 20,000. Please come with me to the counter. I will help you handle. 100,000? So expensive. Someone shouted in a low voice. What's so expensive? Brother Yang is rich. Not bad for that $100,000. The man wearing an undershirt, revealing a full body of tendon meat came over next to Yang Shuyu and said, Brother Chen, that kid Suan is too crazy. He actually directly ignored us. We must teach him a lesson. A group of us. We don't believe he is our match. Go up on him. Saying that, he did a Mr. Bodybuilder move. His biceps bulging, looking quite powerful. Yang Shuyu fell silent. His dad is the owner of the treasure pavilion. Before the family does have a lot of money. But some time ago, the wrong investment, the family lost all the money. Not to mention 100,000. He is now out of 20,000 are difficult. Before coming here is only intended to stroll on the first floor. Show off the persona. Forget it, they are all classmates. Don't make a scene. Thoughts surged in his mind. His face revealed a condescending and contemptuous demeanor. He's just a scrap collector. If it wasn't for Boss Zhao's light, he wouldn't have the qualifications to come in here at all. For us to fight with him is a complete self-defeating act. It's not necessary. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the door. It's meaningless, going back. This night banquet can even allow a scrap collector to come in. It's nothing more than that. Walking away, he still didn't forget to act back. The remaining few people looked at each other in dismay. Although they did not understand Yang Shuyu's meaning, but they also have no money. See the other party leave, immediately gray and follow to leave. Brother Shuyu is just atmospheric and has a pattern. Rich young masters are different, educated and stylish. Unlike that junk collector, poor and cross. He can only collect junk for the rest of his life and be a poor man for the rest of his life. Poor? How dare you describe Brother Su as a pauper? That's funny. Have you guys ever watched my brother Su's live show? If you've taken a look, you should know how much my brother Su is worth. I'm not even close to being poor. He says he's the young master of the Lu Qing Academy, and he can't even afford to spend $100,000 on a card. But my brother Su made hundreds of thousands of dollars in one day alone. So this $100,000 is nothing to him. More and more people flooded into Suan's live room, and the number of people in Suan's live room rose directly from a few thousand to 10,000. Then, a large number of water friends returned to Yang Shuyu's live room and began to brush the screen. Asterisk. Collect scrap daily, earn hundreds of thousands. Really awesome To awesome, open the door, awesome to home. Where is this collect scrap? Obviously is a professional pickup. Yang Shuyu is afraid of falling popularity, is trying to see the reaction of water friends, just in time to see the brush screen pop up. How can you make hundreds of thousands of dollars a day? How is this possible? Yang Shuyu heart do not believe. Hand but honestly point open the phone. Found Suan's live room. Watch the replay. Soon. How is this possible? How does he, a scrap collector, know about antiques? This is impossible. There must be something fishy here. It must all be fake. This must be a script made up by Suan. It must be. Broken defense. He broke the defense. Yang Shuyu raised his head violently, and through the second floor to ceiling glass window, under the bright light, he happened to see Zhao Jianba being attentive to Suan. That attitude wasn't feigned, and it was impossible for Zhao Jianba, such a big boss, to feign. He completely broke the defense. Inside the box, Zhao Jianba spoke curiously. Boss Su, you know Yang Shuyu? We are classmates. Suan didn't hide anything and directly said. He then turned his words around and said, Boss Zhao seems to know him as well? Zhao Jianba's face darkened at once and said, Does Boss Su still remember you reminding me in the afternoon and asking me to study the surface of that Zoe Gui's evergreen fortune painting? Suan nodded. Remember. He had some doubts in his heart, not understanding what Zhao Jianba was doing by suddenly mentioning this. Turning to him, he asked, What problems did you guys find on the surface of the painting? Zhang Bo and I studied it for a long time and found that the surface of that painting was very rough, with some burrs left by the tear marks, especially on those peony flowers. There were many burrs, not smooth and flat at all, Zhao Jianba exclaimed. Based on this, Zhang Bo and I quickly analyzed that the painting is an ancient painting to reveal the second layer. That painting is actually a high imitation copied by someone with ink-impregnated life paper. Didn't I say before that the painting is an acquaintance sold to me? That acquaintance is Yang Shuyu's father, Yang Zhongtian. I and Yang Zhongtian know several years, know that his store are genuine. Received did not look carefully. If not, you remind. I am afraid that this painting to hang in my store for a long time. If it is not careful to sell, my store's reputation is also bad. Yang Shuyu's dad was actually the acquaintance who sold fake goods to Zhao Jianba. Suan was a little surprised, but not interested. The previous grudge was over with the group name only him. He didn't want to waste his time on irrelevant people. How much did Boss Zhao lose? On the contrary, Suan was a little curious about how much the fake painting was sold for. Chapter 14 The Republic of China's Silver Dollar de Jun. More than 400,000. I think more and more unwillingly behind, and asked him. The result is that he said he is also hundreds of thousands of collected, do not even know is fake, so not willing to return the money to me. Zhao Jianba looked bitter, helplessly said, I kind of recognize his person. All these years when I was blind, more than $400,000 to recognize a friend. This price is too big. Suan didn't expect that fake painting to sell so high. The profit was almost 100 times, but thinking about it, being able to hide it from Zhao Jianba, it's almost reached the level of being a fake. Or else they say that the line of antiques, the water is too deep, a little inattention, is to lose all their money. No more paintings. Zhao Jianba wiped his face and asked, Boss Su, what good things did you bring this time? Suan took out a bamboo branch silver coin and handed it over. In addition to Zhao Jianba and Zhang Bo, there was originally another person in the box, but it just so happened that when Suan came in, the other party had been outside on the phone, and the two sides didn't greet each other. At this moment, Zhao Jianba and Zhang Bo's sights both fell on the bamboo branch silver coin. Silver coin? Where did Boss Su collect this from? Received it from a stealing damsel. A thieving damsel? Boss Su, you have a really odd customer base. Zhang Bo couldn't help but interject. Then how much did you charge? She originally wanted more than 300. I only gave 64. Then how much do you estimate the value of this silver coin to be? More than 300,000. You valued the silver coin at over $300,000, yet you only gave the damsel 64? Zhao Jianba and Zhang Bo both fell silent. This was a truly ruthless person. For a profit of over 300,000, he wasn't even willing to give more than 300. He really wouldn't let anyone take advantage of him at all. However, after the previous two transactions and this conversation, the two also saw it. Suan is involved in a wide range of fields. Meteorites, porcelain, ancient paintings, even silver coins. What else doesn't he know? Moreover, his insight wasn't low. Even the paintings that he looked away from, Suan could tell at a glance that something wasn't right. Thinking about this, Zhao Jianbo also didn't treat Suan as an ordinary seller of goods. After all, Suan is involved in a wide range of fields. Knowledge is also very sufficient. Pressure does not need him to analyze. In that case, simply treat Suan as an equivalent treasure expert. In this way, Zhao Jianbo directly said, "Boss Su, I am mainly involved in porcelain and ancient paintings. Meteorites also know a little bit. Zhang Bo is mainly involved in Qing dynasty porcelain and ancient paintings. Both of us do not know much about silver coins, this kind of modern products. The oldly outside the door knows about this area, but he is a little bit busy right now. You first say your knowledge and understanding of this silver coin, so that we have a number in mind." Okay. Suan picked up the silver coin and introduced it. The full name of this silver coin is Ulshu Province Made Republic of China Bamboo Branch Silver Dollar Dezhen. It was produced after July 1949. At that time, paper money was commonly used in the Dragon Kingdom, but due to the normal ineffectiveness of the late regulation, coupled with the indiscriminate issuance of currency, which led to very serious inflation, paper money was not accepted by the public. So in order to stabilize the value of the currency, the Dragon Kingdom resumed the silver standard system, and introduced the silver dollar throughout the country. At that time, the state did not have its own mint. Under the authorization of the chairman of the state, Gu Zhengluan, the state's Department of Finance began to organize its own mint to create silver coins, which produced the Republic of China's famous bamboo coin, the silver coin in Suan's hand. This silver coin was minted during a special period of time. The mintage was very small, only about 10,000 pieces. This silver coin is also regarded as the Republic of China's silver dollar Dezhen. And you see this design, one side is a house, the other side is a bamboo branch. Another silver dollar design is completely different, unique. At that time, the design of this coin, but also by the numismatic community sealed as the 20th century coin since, one of the best design. After listening to Suan's introduction, Zhao Jianbo realized that this silver coin was not simple. His hand stretched out. "Boss Su, give me a look." Zhang Bo on the side also came up. Suan placed the silver coin on the desktop and pushed it in Zhao Jianbo's direction. Let him talk a lot, but he was after all the seller, and what he said was only for reference. How valuable it really was, it was still up to Zhao Jianbo as an expert to see it. Zhao Jianbo pressed the silver coin and clasped it in his hand, opened his cell phone flashlight and aimed it for careful study. This silver coin is very old. There is some dirt on it, and when you look closely, you can see a lot of rust on the periphery of the silver coin. This alone can tell that this silver dollar is an old object. He looked at it carefully for half a day, and asked the waiter to ask for some alcohol swabs, wiping the rust and dirt on the surface of the silver dollar. And in an instant, the whole silver dollar became bright and shiny. He looked up and asked Zhang Bo with his gaze. Zhang Bo shook his head, stating that he was not sure. Zhao Jianbo smacked his lips when he saw this. This silver dollar is an old item, but both Zhang Bo and I don't know much about coins. We can't identify the authenticity of this coin. However, you don't have to worry about it. Boss Su, another friend of mine, is deeply knowledgeable about both modern and ancient coins. So if it's him, he will definitely be able to identify the authenticity of this coin. It just so happens that he's out on the phone right now, so I'll go find him to help take a look. Being in the business of antiques, everyone was proficient in a limited number of fields. Although Zhao Jianbo could tell that it was an old object, he couldn't identify the authenticity. Suan had heard Zhao Jianbo mention this before. He nodded and responded, "Okay, no rush, no rush, no rush." Zhao Jianbo said there was no rush, but the movement of getting up betrayed him. He quickly rushed to the door, looked around, and soon found his old friend who was on the phone at the bathroom door. That is a 50 or so middle-aged and elderly, slightly chubby, wearing a polo shirt and suit pants, hair comb, a big back head, quite a successful boss. Just as soon as he walked in, he could notice that he was wearing a string of ancient copper coin bracelets woven with red threads on his wrist, which was out of place with what he was wearing. "Just do as I say, and wait for me to go to the store tomorrow to talk about anything else." He glanced at Zhao Jianbo walking towards him and hung up impatiently. "Old Zhao, I'm sorry, those people in the store were unconscious and delayed the meal. How about this? As an apology, I'll punish myself with 3 cups, Boss Li said slightly apologetically. Zhao Jianbo laughed. "The wine is definitely to drink, just not now. I want to ask you to do me a favor. I have a customer. He brought a silver dollar, want to let me take a look, but you know me. I have a little bit of understanding of porcelain and ancient paintings, but to say that this kind of silver dollars and coins, you're the expert. So I would like to ask you to go and help me to take a look at the eyes." Boss Li laughed brightly. "I think it's something, a small thing. A small thing. Where are the silver dollars? Let me see. In the box. Before you called. I haven't had time to introduce you. This time looking for me to look at the silver dollar is exactly what I mentioned to you. Boss Sue, let's go. By the way, I'll introduce you. Chapter 15. The heart is really black. Entering the box. Zhao Jianba then pulled Bossly and introduced Suan. Boss Sue, this is the friend I told you about. An expert in ancient and modern coins. His name is Li Ming. He also owns an antique store. Old Li, this is the boss Sue I mentioned to you, and my guest. Suan got up and briefly greeted him. Li Ming sized up Suan for a couple of moments and laughed, fearful young man. Immediately afterward, he eagerly asked, where is that silver coin? Show it to me. Suan handed over the silver coin. Receiving the silver dollar, Li Ming immediately looked at it. Since the rust and patina on the surface of the silver dollar had already been cleaned, he was able to see the silver dollar's true colors at a glance. In an instant, his eyes lit up. Great open door. 3 words spat out from his mouth. This was the industry term for antiques. Big open door meant that this item could be seen as real at a glance. He flipped the silver coin front and back several more times. TSK, look at this bamboo branch design. Among China's current silver coin designs, only after 1949, when the silver standard system was restored, the mint that routed the state to organize itself used the bamboo branch design. Then look at the front of this silver dollar. Engraved with route state province made, the Republic of China 83rd year, indicating that this silver coin is the Republic of China 83rd year, that is, 1994 minted, but because of that period of time is very special, resulting in this silver coin minted only more than 10,000, because of the scarcity of the amount of survival, known as the Republic of China silver dollar de Jun, the market can rarely be seen. After hearing Li Ming tell the origin of this silver dollar, Zhao Jianba was immediately relieved. What Li Ming said was the same as what Suan said. Coupled with the sentence Li Ming opened his mouth with the big open door. It all proved that this silver dollar was the real deal. Li Ming is an expert in ancient and modern coins. He has been specializing in ancient and modern coins since he was young, and now has been 30 years. His eyesight is extremely high. Often people look for him to identify coins, but also from time to time in some related fields of experts to discuss and learn. He said it is the real thing, then it can never be a fake. Zhao Jianba looked at the silver coin with some anticipation and asked with a smile, Old Li, give me an estimate. How much do you think this silver coin is worth? Li Ming laughed out loud. Ha ha, valuation is fine, but you can't rob this silver coin from me. Zhao Jianba said anxiously. This will be said later. You first say how much the silver dollar is worth. Look at you in a hurry. Li Ming smiled. The Republic of China's silver dollar division produced a total of more than 10,000 pieces. The amount of surviving is even less. But fortunately 3 years ago, there was a small auctioned the same type of silver dollar. The color and the color of this one is almost the same, and it was auctioned for $350,000. But you know, although the past 3 years, this silver dollar more or less can rise a little, but the rate of increase is not large. Plus the auction house also want to draw a commission. I estimate that this piece of silver dollar ultimately fell into the hands of the seller price. The price should be in the 330,000 or so. Hiss. Zhao Jianba drew a breath of cool air. This price was about the same as Suan's estimate. He couldn't help but look deeply at Suan. His eyes were quite complicated. Suan looked like he was only 21 or 22. How did he know so much? Asterisk. 330,000? This silver dollar is more expensive than gold. No wonder that Big Mom had a bad attitude and slandered Sue. Sue was willing to buy her silver dollar. Dare I say this thing is so valuable. I thought Sue was a saint, but he's the real winner. 64 silver coins for $330,000. If Auntie knew about this, she'd go crazy. After Li Ming finished speaking, he looked at Suan curiously. Boss Sue, where did you get this silver coin? It's not easy to find this stuff. Suan casually said. Collected it from a fruit-stealing matron. She was caught stealing fruits and didn't have the money to pay for it, so I bought it, except that she wanted 400 at that time. I didn't do it, and only gave it to her for 64, and in hindsight, it wasn't a bad spend. Not a loss. Of course not a loss. More than 300,000 things. You spend 64 to buy. Not only no loss, you simply also earn a lot. Li Ming said emotionally. The source and owner of the silver dollar were both out of his expectation. But what was even more surprising to him was that this boss Sue, who looked so young, acquiring something that was over $300,000, was not even willing to give $400, but only 64. The heart is really black. Hey, don't get excited. Antiques line is like this. Rely on eyesight to get rich, or else they say it is picking up leaks. The silver dollar in your eyesight can see its value. Know that it is a gold mountain, but in the eyes of ordinary people, a penny is not as good. Boss Su can give 64. I still think it's high, Zhao Jianba said sincerely, obviously really feeling that Suan had suffered a loss. It's also true that those who know what they're doing meet those who don't, and have always been desperate to suppress the price. Li Ming smiled awkwardly. After calming down, he looked at Zhao Jianba. Old Zhao, Boss Su is your guest. Logically speaking, I shouldn't fight for this silver dollar. But I know that you usually like to study bottles and cans of calligraphy and paintings and so on. Surely you are not interested in silver dollars. Let me have it this time. Next time I come across something good that suits you, I'll be the first to ask you. Zhao Jianba sniffed heartily. He does business with porcelain and paintings, and his customer base is only interested in porcelain and paintings. Although this silver dollar was rare, it couldn't be sold. His customer base didn't have a need for it, and if he let it go to Li Ming, according to him, if he let it go to him this time, in the future, if he came across porcelain and paintings that were favorable to him, he would also be the first one to consider him and introduce the business to him. He often dined with these antique store owners and made relationships. For the sake of the business world, you come and go, introducing clients to each other, get each other guarantee. He immediately smiled and put on the shoulders of Dawn. Brother and sister said, what relationship between the two of us? This silver dollar is your special. Since you have the idea, I'm sure I do not fight with you. Just you have a business in the future. Don't forget about me on the line. That's natural, that's natural. Seeing that he agreed, Li Ming answered in a loud voice. Suan was after all a customer brought by Zhao Jianba. Even if he wanted silver dollars, he had to consult Zhao Jianba first. After saying that, he turned his head to Suan and spoke. Boss Su, I'll offer $320,000. You should have heard it just now. The silver dollar was priced at $350,000 at the auction a few years ago, but not only did the auction take a long time, it also had to take a commission, so the actual price that came to hand was at most $311,000. And even though a few years have passed, and the silver coin has risen slightly, it hasn't risen by much. This price is already not low. You can't get this price when you go outside. Suan had long since learned the price from the system, and it was consistent with the price given by Li Ming. This price had already reached his mental expectations. Although the auction house could sell it at a higher price, it would take a long time and waste energy. Not to mention that the auction house would have to take a commission, before and after. It would take at least a month or two. It was too troublesome. Plus, his goal had always been to complete the life challenge in 3 months and get first place. To him, the cash money was more important. Chapter 16 The Spirit Guy's Confusing Where. Suan didn't hesitate much and accepted the price. Yes, it's $320,000. This is my card number. Just credit my card directly. Okay, Boss Su is cool. It's just that my bank card transfer limit has been used up today. I can't transfer money without a limit, and now the bank is closed, so I can't trade over the counter. So, I'll transfer it to you first thing in the morning, okay? Li Ming rubbed his hands together and said with some embarrassment. Afraid that Suan would think too much, he immediately added, in order to show my sincerity, I won't accept this silver coin now, so I'll temporarily store it here with Boss Zhao. What do you think? Suan glanced at Zhao Jianba. Zhao Jianba immediately patted his chest and assured, Boss Su, don't worry, I will take good care of this silver coin. Placing it here in my place will also save you from having to make a special trip. I will only give the silver coin to Old Li when he calls you with the money, and you don't have to worry about any problems. My store is right there, and I can't get away with it if something goes wrong. That's fine. Suan also didn't want to make an extra trip. Trouble. Zhao Jianba kept it for him and saved him the trouble. The key was that he also trusted Zhao Jianba. When things were settled, a few people started to sit down and drink, enjoying the beautiful women dancing. Wine and beauty is very lively. The live broadcast room is even more lively. Asterisk. The evil rich man. What does the anchor do? Actually eating in such a high-end place. The rag collector. A rag collector? A rag collector is so rich? This box is not low-grade. There are beautiful women dancing with them. It's not cheap. A meal at least tens of thousands of dollars. He can afford to eat a rag collector? What? You look down on a junk collector? My brother Su is the man who earns $21 a day. $21? 21. 10,000. Asterisk. Brother. You're blowing this awesome too big. He earns $210,000 a day from collecting junk? Why don't you say he makes $2 million a day? What's in it for me? If you don't believe me, watch the replay of the live broadcast yourself. Why are you fighting with me? Is this anchor really a junk collector? This $320,000 silver dollars is scrap? He can go to the state banquet. Not to mention the night banquet. The video of a beautiful dancing woman has attracted many LSPs. The number of people in the Suning Scrap live room also rose from a few hundred to 2,000. Suan's fans, too, rose from 0 to 1,000. The first to come in was attracted by the beautiful dancing. To the back to stay are shocked by the results of his pickup today. There are even some self-media marketing number. Will he collect scrap today? Clip edited into a video? Put into the major short video platform. The amount of playback quickly exceeded 200,000. But at this time, Suan didn't know all this. He was jointly poured wine by the three people of Boschao and drank his head to the point of dizziness. And his consciousness was not sober anymore. Suan was not a match for Zhao Jianbao's trio at all. And he drank so much that his consciousness was blurred in the back. And when he came to his senses, he found himself sleeping on a hotel bed. The brain is still a little dizzy, obviously still a little hungover. He quickly wash up, simply eat some breakfast, then found the tricycle parked next to the night banquet. Ride on the car to continue to work. Brothers, good morning. Opening the live broadcast, Suan greeted the water friends in the live broadcast room. Just after going live, the number of people in the live broadcast room rose. In less than 10 minutes, the number of people online climbed to 1,000, and the number continued to climb. Buzz. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. Su Xin was slightly moved. Parking the tricycle on one side, he pulled out his cell phone to check. Your account with tail number 334 has earned 320,000 transfers. Brothers, the 320,000 from the sale of silver dollars has arrived. Bosley is still moving really fast. Suan put away his cell phone. With $320,000 in the account in the morning, he was in a good mood. Riding his tricycle through the streets, Suan rode towards the location of an old neighborhood and soon passed by a building with peeling siding, blackened walls, and old window glass. The building had been constructed for at least 30 to 40 years. It was quite old and seemed to be in the process of being demolished. There were quite a few construction materials stacked on the ground, and the building next to it had already been pushed halfway down. At this time, in the building that was still intact, there were people moving things in and out. Just as Suan passed by, a young man who was guarding things down there saw him and waved. Hey, come here. We want to sell scrap. Seeing that there was business on the doorstep, Suan immediately rode over and asked, Boss, what kind of scrap do you have? There are all kinds of scraps. Stop first. Suan stopped the tricycle in front of the man. The young man was about 1 meter 6'7" or so, thin, with an ordinary or even a bit obscene look, and dyed yellow hair. He wore a dark blue short sleeve printed with GUI and a tiger head, with a Gucci belt around his waist, binding a pair of dark black skinny jeans tightly, revealing the 2 seedling footpoles, and his feet stepped on a pair of black soybean shoes. He had one arm holding a Gucci purse, one hand holding a cigarette, and 2 chicken feet legs like polio, constantly shaking his legs. The image of a spiritual boy is vivid. After seeing the mental guy's outfit, Suan's expression became a little confused. Items: tiger head English short sleeve t-shirt, a certain tone of voice, netroots red, same social half sleeves. Details: made of 100% polyester fiber. Value: 19.9 yuan. Items: starwear Gucci GG Marmont series narrow version of the belt 3 cm wide. Details: Italian dolly creation. Made of smooth leather chic, with the logo double G buckle. Value: 4,000 yuan. Items: skinny jeans for men. Details: made of polyester fiber and other materials. Value: $49. 9. Items: soybean shoes men. Details: made of faux leather and polyester fiber. Value: 39.9 yuan. Items: Gucci interlocking double G men's clutch bag. Details: created by Italian Dolly, made of black GG Supreme canvas, eco-friendly materials, black leather piping on the outside and viscose fiber lining on the inside. Value: 7,600 renminbi. What is this? Suan was a little confused. Wearing a $10 dress, 30-something pants, 40-something shoes, bundled with a 4,000 plus Gucci belt, clipped with a 7,000 plus Gucci real bag? This kind of collocation made people very incomprehensible. Spirit Boy saw Suan staring at his own clip on the purse. The heart is pleased. Show off. This bag is a brand name bag. More than 7,000 it. To show you also does not matter. Anyway, on your beggar like, a lifetime cannot afford to buy such an expensive bag. By the way, not only this bag, my belt is also brand name. Gucci. You know this brand not? This is a big brand. This one belt more than 4,000. He straightened his crotch and showed the Gucci belt on his waist. Very proud. Chapter 17. This is the real version of Fan Shangmei? After showing off, he beckoned. Okay, this thing is not yours even if you look at it again. Go up with me. We are moving today. There are a lot of things inside the house that we haven't thrown away. Go and see if there are any that can be collected and sold to you. Good. Following behind the spiritual guy, Suan went along the narrow and dim stairs to the 3rd floor of the dilapidated old house. There was also a middle-aged couple in the room packing up their things. Son, why did you come up here if you're not guarding things downstairs? What if those things are stolen? And who is this person? The middle-aged woman with a bloated and sweaty face asked. What's the point of guarding that stuff? lose it and buy a new one. The house is demolished anyway. What do you care about that small amount of money? This man is a scrap collector. I'll let him collect the unwanted scraps in the house. After saying that, he pointed to the pile of miscellaneous things on the corner of the ground and said, "These are all junk. See which ones can be collected, and you can take them away after settling the account." Looking at the piles of junk and miscellaneous items on the ground, Suan frowned. It was dirty and messy. Item, tattered lady's jacket. Details, made of man-made fibers. Value, $3. Items, rotten induction cooker. Details, modern electrical appliances. Value, $5. $2. $7. $12. $27. $280. $000. $33. Suan looked around. Seeing that they were all daily life scraps, he was a bit disappointed and planned to collect some high-priced scraps and leave, when he suddenly saw a string of numbers floating by in front of his eyes. This is... Suan's eyes glowed, and he shot up his spirits to search through the miscellaneous scrap pile again. $50, $5, $12. Suan quickly locked his target on a rotten wooden cabinet with a blackened and somewhat oddly styled bronze mirror placed on top. Item, Tang Dynasty Sea Beast Grape Mirror. Details, Tang Dynasty coppersmith Lu Dashang for the Tang Dynasty official's daughter to create the Sea Beast Grape Mirror. Used for grooming. The Sea Beast Grape Mirror is the art of high-relief sculpture in the copper mirror as a carrier. The specific practice of creative art forms. Value, $280,000. This copper mirror at first glance black lacquer, covered with green and red rust, but look carefully, but can be found on the black lacquer shell tattoo is a high-relief carving of the sea beasts and grapes. Between the decoration of birds and butterflies, very fine. The official's daughter Suan didn't know who it was and didn't care. What he cares about is that this sea beasts and grapes mirror is the pinnacle of Tang Dynasty bronze mirrors and is artistically groundbreaking. The artistic value is extremely high. It can fetch quite a lot of money. It's good luck to open the door today. Over here, the middle-aged woman gave her son a good compliment. Son, you're still capable. Your brain is alive. You'll be a man of great deeds in the future. While praising her own son, she didn't forget to look Suan up and down and disparaged him. You're so young and you only know how to collect scraps. You don't have a future. You're not even comparable to my son. Of course, I will be a big boss in the future. He's a junk collector. He's not qualified to compete with me. Mom, why are you still packing these things? These are not high-end, old-fashioned and useless. Why don't you just sell them all? We now have money. This house a demolition. We can lose a lot of money, then live in a new home. But also these bad furniture for what? All sold. Look at the heart. Not worthy of my status. Oops. These can still be used, and take it is not a problem. Can be placed in your sister's? When the time to leave these to your sister. You are not recently looked at the latest model of the Apple phone. Just so she can buy you, but also lest your sister always say that I am biased. Didn't give her something? These old furniture are given to her, but also lest she ask for demolition money, and then when the new house renovation can also ask for another sum of money. This is more or less the same. I have long wanted an Apple phone, and I'm tired of carrying this belt and bag. It doesn't match my status. Mom, you let my sister buy me a few more luxuries. She's starting to fall in love now. The money she earns can't be given to outsiders. You let her use it to buy things for me. Okay, I'll let her buy for you. All the money she earns is yours. But your sister to play friends is also good. When she married the bride price we point more, just can be used to give you a daughter-in-law. Mother and son's calculations played the sky. The side of the middle-aged man did not say anything to do things again, but obviously agree with the words of the two. The middle-aged woman is a big voice. The two people talking voice is not small. Not only Suan heard. The water friends in his live broadcast room also heard the mother and son's conversation. This mother and son are not human beings. This mother and son are vampires, leeches. She gave birth to a daughter and couldn't wait to suck her dry and chew her bones. I sympathize with her daughter for having such a mother and brother. I sympathize with the man who fell in love with her daughter. Is this a real-life version of Fan Shangnei? The water friends in the live broadcast room are indignant, for the mother and son's behavior is very shameful. This is not a daughter, but a slave of the old society. And they were the evil landlords who wanted to squeeze her daughter's flesh and blood dry. Suan naturally also heard the conversation between mother and son, but he just shook his head, his eyes gathering on the bronze mirror on the cabinet. He looked at the mirror for a few moments, and then simply packed up the miscellaneous scraps by his feet and put them on the scale to count the money, which took a little time. Soon, he had counted all the scraps and said to the spirit boy, "Boss, the things are all weighed. Come and take a look." Sniffing, the spiritual guy and the middle-aged woman both followed. "Let's go. These scrap collectors have black hearts and are the best at messing with the weighing. I'll look at it with you. We can't let him take advantage of us. What's there to see for this amount of money? You don't understand. The mother and son walked over. The middle-aged woman checked the electronic scale brought by Suan. She was not assured, and even stepped on it to weigh it. The electronic scale was squeaked by her, and it directly soared to 84 kilograms. After making sure that the scale was accurate, and that it wasn't underweighed, she only slightly put down her heart. Finally, she also cautiously asked the market price of scrap. How much is a kilogram of paper shells now? 50 cents a kilogram. What about plastic bottles? 3 yuan a kilogram. How much is stainless steel? Depends on the material. Stainless steel 304 is 13 yuan a kilogram. Stainless steel 201 is 5 yuan a kilogram. Humph. The young man is quite honest. The market price has not been faked. It is the normal purchase price. These things you carefully calculate the price. Suitable to take it. Save packing. The middle-aged woman nodded, satisfied with the scrap price quoted by Suan. Suan answered, suddenly looked at the copper mirror on the rotten wooden cabinet and said, do you still want this copper mirror? Don't want me to collect it together? The middle-aged woman swept her eyes at the copper mirror on the rotten wooden cabinet, thinking that this was the vanity mirror that the dead old woman often used. She was a bit diabolical. Chapter 18. This is the script arranged by the program team, isn't it? What bad luck! Before that old woman died, these things forgot to throw them away, and actually kept them until now. Don't want it, you take it away, but you can't count this mirror at the price of scrap. Look at this mirror, it's still intact, the style is also good. It can still be sold at a good price when it changes hands. I am a collector of scrap, not a collector of second-hand things. This mirror I can only collect at the price of scrap. If you are not willing, you can bring the mirror to the second-hand market to buy. But this mirror edge bumped quite a lot. The surface of the mirror is full of scratches. Even if it is sold second-hand, I guess no one is willing to want it. Suan said good-naturedly. Nowadays, mirrors are cheap, but not many people are willing to buy second-hand mirrors, even if you like the style. But the mirror has a few gaps on the edge of the mirror left by the bump. The style is defective, and it is even more difficult to sell the mirror. Not to mention that the mirror surface is full of scratches. Not to mention that no one will take it. Spiritual boy looked at Suan with contempt. Really poor and crazy. A little money are not willing to give. No wonder out of the collection of scrap. On your pattern, a lifetime will not get rich. Suan sized up the mental boy and smiled. You have a big pattern. So why are you still competing with me for this amount of money? Why don't you just give me the mirror and the scrap? With a few words, he immediately lit up the spiritual guy. Why would I give it to you? I wouldn't even give it to you for nothing if I threw it away as garbage. I'll tell you the truth. I don't care about your money. This bag in my hand alone is worth $7,000. I'm not that bad? I'm not like you. I'm going to be a big boss. I don't care about this junk. Your money is not even worth a fraction of my bag. Spirit boy took out the Gucci bag and shook it vigorously in front of Suan, looking like an arrogant rich second generation. So is this mirror still for sale? I'll weigh it if it's for sale. Suan asked expressionlessly. Not for sale. Sell. Of course. The middle-aged woman was busy stopping the spirit boy and grabbed the road. She knew that what Suan said was true. This mirror indeed can't be sold in the second-hand market. It's also a waste of time. Moreover, this mirror was used by the dead old woman before she was born. It's also very bad luck to keep it. Unlucky. In her heart, although she knew it clearly, but it was still very unpleasant to not take advantage of the bargain. She secretly cursed in her heart. Poor people are poor people. Can't afford to give a couple of dollars? She won't be able to get rich in her life. Sell. But this mirror is a copper mirror. It's made of copper. You have to give me at the copper price. 44 a kilogram. You can't give it to me at the scrap iron price of a few cents. No problem. Hearing this, Suan immediately started to weigh it. There was only one copper mirror in the house that was made of copper, and he put it on a separate side to weigh it, acquiring it at the recycling price of scrap copper. These waste paper shells are 32 yuan. Plastic bottles are 6 yuan. There are some other bits and pieces of iron and stainless steel scraps worth 35 yuan. This copper mirror is only half a caddy for 11 yuan. A total of 84 yuan. Cash or prestige? Suan counted the price and asked. Only selling this much money. Can't even afford a barbecue. The spiritual boy looked disdainful and opened his cell phone collection code. Wei Xin, who still uses cash in this era. Sweep the code. Payment. 81 yuan arrived. The money is clear. Suan dragged the bundled scrap downstairs and put it inside the tricycle, before taking off his gloves and preparing to leave. Riding the tricycle and driving out of the neighborhood, Suan then called Zhao Jiabua of Jubilee. Boss Zhao, I received another trinket today. I would like to ask you to take a look at it and appraise the authenticity of it along with a price estimate. Zhao Jianbao replied back. Yes, I'm in the store right now. It just so happens that Boss Li hasn't left yet. You bring the item over, and then we'll have a noon meal together. Chang, the distance from my side is a bit far. It may take about an hour. That's okay, I'll wait for you. Hanging up the phone, Suan immediately rushed in the direction of Jubilee. The place where he acquired the scrap was at the south gate, and Jubiozai was at the west gate. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cooperated with Zhao Jianba a few times down the line and it was all very good, he wouldn't have specialized in taking such a long time to go to Jubiozai. The netizens in the live broadcast room heard their conversation and were all confused. When did Brother Su receive a trinket? Why didn't I see it? I didn't see it either. When did Brother Su pick up another leak? Early this morning, Li Ming drove to Jubilee and couldn't wait to collect his silver coins. He opened an antique store that also sold silver coins and numismatics, specializing in coin collecting enthusiasts. Li Ming came to Jubiozai and immediately transferred money to Suan on his cell phone after making sure it was the real one from last night. Since this business was introduced and completed by Zhao Jianba, Li Ming had to treat himself to a meal. Being in their line of work, they spent most of their time treating people to dinner, and business was negotiated over drinks, so they were also important customers of many high-end restaurants. The time was not yet noon, so Li Ming was still in Zhao Jianba's store. This bamboo branch design is really good. Together with this one, the modern silver coins in my store are complete. Li Ming surveyed the silver coin and rubbed it over and over lovingly. At this time, Zhao Jianba smiled and said, Boss Su has collected a trinket and wants me to help take a look at it. Li Ming was confused. Receiving something again so soon? Is he really a junk collector? I suspect he's a professional junk collector. Ha ha, I suspected the same. His vision is too poisonous. He received 3 good items yesterday alone. Zhao Jianba exclaimed. Meteorites, porcelain plates, coins, different areas of collectibles can be seen through at a glance. This eye power is not even achieved by professional pickers. Such a wide range, but he looks very young. But 21 too. According to reason, his age, specializing in a field of collectibles are half-assed. Not to mention a few different fields. What exactly did he do before? Could it be that he is the young master of a certain collecting family, and has been in contact with collectibles since he was a child, and that's why he knows so much? Li Ming said with some surprise. Zhao Jianba shook his head. It shouldn't be. He's a graduate of the Dragon Country Media University, and his major and collection don't match. Media graduate. Then how did he go to collect scrap? Li Ming was surprised. Zhao Jianba smiled. He participated in the Graduation Challenge live program and had to have a career. He chose to collect scrap. A live program? Collecting scrap? This mustn't be a script that the program team deliberately arranged, right? Li Ming frowned slightly and couldn't help but say, it was no wonder that he thought more than he wanted to, with an unmatched profession and a young age. He knew more than these old guys of theirs who were dozens of years old. How could this be possible? Zhao Jianba pondered for a few seconds and shook his head. Impossible. This live program of theirs, all the media graduates in the country are going to participate. It's not like he's the only one participating. And if it's scripted, why are they looking for us? Why not get an actor to play it? Getting an actor to play it can also avoid unexpected contingencies. You're right too. Chapter 19 Appraisal Fee, 1000. 1 hour later, Suan rode his tricycle and stopped at the entrance of the Jubaozhai. He got off, rummaged out the old bronze mirror from a pile of scrap, and walked into the Jubaozhai. The door of Jubaozhai was wide open, and as soon as Zhao Jianba saw Suan, he immediately got up to greet him. Boss Su, please come in. Li Ming also got up and enthusiastically said, Boss Su, hello again. Boss Li, Boss Zhao. The road took a bit too much time. You guys waited for a long time, right? Suan greeted and said with some embarrassment. Ha ha, with business on the doorstep, it's fine to wait as long as you want. Zhao Jianba laughed and raised his hand to make a cup of tea for Suan. It's been hard all the way over. Have a sip of tea first to moisturize your throat. Suan said thank you. He was also exhausted after stomping all the way over. He was a little thirsty. Li Ming's eyes looked Suan up and down, but did not see the presence of the camera, and tentatively asked, Boss Su is still live? Does Boss Li mind? Suan pointed to his shirt buttons and asked, Ha ha ha, that's not true. I'm just a little curious. Boss Su, feel free to shoot. I'm not doing anything illegal. It doesn't matter. As the words fell, his eyes fell on the thing Suan was holding in his hand. Boss Su, is this the gadget you received? Compared to the camera, he was more concerned about what Suan received. Suan's vision was too poisonous. Hearing this, Zhao Jianba's eyes also fell on the copper mirror. Suan smiled and rested the copper mirror on the desktop. That's right, this copper mirror is the new thing I just received this morning. Both bosses are experts, so I'll trouble you guys to take a look at this copper mirror, and if it's suitable, it'll stay here. Suan's idea had never changed. That was to realize the cash as soon as possible. He didn't like carrying valuable things around, not to mention the hassle. It was also prone to accidents. Zhao Jianba and Li Ming came together in front of that copper mirror and beat their heads against the wall. This is a copper mirror? Zhao Jianba carefully placed the copper mirror on the table lamp and observed the back in front of the mirror. The back of the bronze mirror took on a full flower-style composition, with a fine and elaborate motif of auspicious beasts and great branches and leaves as the decorative theme. The back of the mirror is divided into two zones with a convex string and high ribs, and the knob of the mirror in the center of the mirror is in the form of a static prostrate beast, which looks sturdy and stable. In the inner area, several rue beasts are prostrate, either leaning or playing, with grapes in the center, full of fruit, spreading to the outer area. In the outer area are different forms of beasts and birds, surrounded by grapes and leaves, and the outer edge is decorated with flowers, the edges of which are rolled up, with a few corners showing bumps and chips. The back of the mirror is black in color, with some red and green patina. Compared to the back of the mirror is a piece of scratches. The red and green rust spots on it is more serious. The mirror surface was corroded uneven. It seems to be eroded by water and soil is very serious. Zhao Jianba looked at Li Ming, who shook his head, saying he was not sure. Looking at the rust on it, it should have been buried for many years, like an old object, but there are too many modern imitations, and the rust can be imitated, so it's impossible to tell if it's real or fake. Li Ming opened his mouth. Modern imitations are very powerful. There are quite a few ways to extract rust spots from old bronze mirrors and bury them in new bronze mirrors, thus giving birth to rust spots. Although they are not experts in this area, from other friends, they still heard of quite a few counterfeiting techniques. Zhao Jianba is also well aware of this. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed, said, "Su boss, identification of bronze mirrors, both of us are laymen. This bronze mirror we cannot identify, and my circle of friends, there is no hobby collection of bronzes." Suan is of course clear about this. He did not expect the two men to identify the bronze mirror. What he was looking at was the circle of antiques behind the two men. Just hearing Zhao Jianba's words, he was a little disappointed. Suddenly, Li Ming spoke. "I do know a bronze collection enthusiast. He likes to collect bronze-related artifacts the most. It's just that his style isn't very good, not very inviting. Do you need me to help introduce you?" Zhao Jianba looked puzzled, thought for a few seconds. Said, "You wouldn't be talking about Lu Quan who only entered the group some time ago, right? Although his hobby collection of bronzes, but the person is a little difficult to say, and the wind is not very good. He will be willing to help identify the bronze mirror?" "Yes, it's just that he won't help for nothing. He has to charge an appraisal fee. Can Boss Su accept it?" Li Ming nodded affirmatively. "No problem, as long as he can appraise the bronze mirror, then I will trouble Boss Li," Suan said. Hearing this, Li Ming immediately took out his cell phone and made a video call to Lu Quan. The first time, it wasn't picked up. The second time, as usual, no answer. Li Ming smiled embarrassedly. "Probably busy. I'll call again." The third time, he got through as expected. "Boss Li, what's the matter?" A middle-aged man in his 40s appeared on the opposite side of the video, with messy hair, a flushed face, and an unsteady tone. His expression was a bit distorted as he braced himself for displeasure and inquired, "Brother Lu, who is it?" A delicate voice rang out from his side, charming and seductive. Li Ming was old man savvy. As soon as he saw the background of the video behind the erotic hotel decoration, and then combined with what he had just seen, he instantly understood what was going on. "Ahem, Boss Lu, I have something I want to ask for your help. Is it convenient for you right now?" He deliberately aggravated the sound of the latter word. Lu Quan was silent for 2 seconds, turning his head to where the camera couldn't see him and said, "Baby, you wait for a moment. I'll deal with the matter first. We'll continue when it's done. I don't care. Am I important or things are important?" The petite female voice pouted. "Of course it's you that's important. You little goblin. Later let you see the master's power. Guaranteed you can't get out of bed today." Cough 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 cough. Seeing the two words more and more revealing, Li Ming kept making eyes at Lu Quan on the other end of the cell phone, covering his mouth. Lungs are going to cough out. Big scene. Anchor closer. I like to see action movies the most. Good to hear. Love to hear. Good to see. Love to see. Anchor, come closer. I've got my paper ready. This way. Lu Quan finally got rid of his little girlfriend's entanglement and came to the single sofa next to the hotel. He smoked a cigarette and said, "Boss Li, tell me straight what's going on." Li Ming went straight to the point and said, "Boss Lu, I know that you have a hobby of collecting bronzes and are an expert in this area. I have a bronze mirror here and would like to ask you to help me look at it." Hearing and their own hobbies related, Lu Quan finally came a little spirit. "Appraisal can be. We are friends. Appraisal fee of 1,000 on the line. I usually appraisal of a thing or 2,000. For the sake of the face of the Li boss, 1,000 on the line." Li Ming turned his head to look at Suan. Suan also heard the appraisal fee and nodded his head, indicating that there was no problem. "All right, 1,000 then." After the price was negotiated, Lu Quan's attitude warmed up a bit. Where's the item? Let me take a look. Chapter 20, Tang Dynasty Sea Beast Great Mirror. 20,000 times net profit. Li Ming didn't ink, and aimed the lens at the copper mirror on the desktop. Seeing the copper mirror on the desktop, Lu Quan touched his glasses and put them on, moving a little closer to the screen. Turn it a bit. Let me see the back of the mirror. Turn it again. I'll look at the front of the mirror, and the rust on the mirror. A few minutes later, TSK, the rust is from the inside. The possibility of old objects buried in the ground is very high. The mirror surface is silver white and shiny, which means that the inside of the copper mirror is relatively high in tin. The most typical mirror of the Tang Dynasty is relatively high in tin. Look at its decoration. On top of it is a high-relief carving of the Rue beasts and the grapes. Combined with the fact that this is a typical sea beasts and grapes mirror of the Tang Dynasty, it's a good thing. The Tang Dynasty is an ancient copper mirror manufacturing heyday, and the sea beast's great mirror is the Tang mirror pioneered the art of high-relief creation, is the most collectible copper mirror in the Tang Dynasty. Hearing this, Li Ming immediately asked, according to you, this copper mirror is a mirror of the Tang Dynasty, is the real thing? This cannot be sure. According to the analysis is the copper mirror of the Tang Dynasty, just some high imitation also do very realistic. This way, you prepare a little alcohol cotton pads to clean up the rust and red spots above the copper mirror. The whole time do not cover up. I look carefully. Lu Quan was cautious and commanded Li Ming. Li Ming nodded. Zhao Jianba on the side had already rummaged through the alcohol cotton tablets and handed them to him. With the cell phone in one hand, he cleaned the rust on the bronze mirror with the other. Under the rubbing of the alcohol cotton pads, the green rust was quickly wiped most of the way off and looked a lot cleaner. But the red spot was hard to clean, like a stubborn stain that was firmly picking at it, and couldn't be cleaned at all. The red spots can't be cleaned. Li Ming looked up. His brain was sweating. Lu Quan, who was half lying down, sat up straight at some point, a pair of eyes staring firmly at the phone through his glasses. Take a magnifying glass and look at it. Li Ming did as he was told. Sure enough, under the magnifying glass, the red spots and green rust are rooted to the bottom. Lu Quan took a look and said with an excited expression, this is a real authentic piece. It's not easy to find this thing on the market. Boss Li, where did you get this bronze mirror? Hearing this question, Li Ming and Zhao Jianba, who was helping beside him, both fell silent. Both of them looked in unison at Suan, who was drinking tea. Suan received the inquisitive gazes of the two and swallowed his tea. This is what I collected from the scrap collection this morning. Speaking of this, Suan couldn't help but complain. The recent scrap copper prices are a bit high. This mirror weighs half a kilogram. According to the scrap copper price, $11 collected. Suan did not hide it. There was no need for him to hide it. The process of his acquisition was broadcast out live. Everyone could see it, and there was no need to hide it. Lu Quan on the other end of the cell phone heard Suan's voice and said in shock, I seem to have just heard someone say it was collected for scrap, and it cost $11? Ha ha, this can't be right. How can this thing be collected from the scrap collection? He laughed awkwardly a few times, clearly not believing it. Seeing him like this, Li Ming lustfully said, it's true. This bronze mirror belongs to one of old Zhao's clients. It was collected by spending $11 on collecting scrap. My God. Lu Quan stood up in a mischievous manner and exploded. He grabbed what little hair he had left and growled incredulously. Collected for scrap? Spent $11? Are you kidding me? How is this possible? This copper mirror is a Tang Dynasty Sea Beast Great Mirror. Is the most collected copper mirror in the Tang Dynasty, and there is a wind bird pattern in the outer area of the back of the copper mirror. The source of this copper mirror is either the female family of the imperial palace or the minister's daughter. Such a mirror, do you know how much it's worth? According to the previous size and dimensions, this one copper mirror at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. You tell me that it is spent $11 to collect scrap to collect? Lu Quan was so excited that he kept pacing back and forth. Who could believe that a mirror of hundreds of thousands of dollars was received for $12? Anyway, he absolutely did not believe it. Li Ming understood Lu Quan's explanation very well, and he also found it unbelievable. As for Zhao Jianba, he had long been numb. Instead, he poked Li Ming, urging him to ask about the exact price of the bronze mirror. Li Ming quickly returned to his senses and directly asked, no teasing, since this copper mirror is genuine, then with your experience, what is the market valuation of this copper mirror? This will have to wait until I check the information to see the auction and acquisition prices in recent years. Lu Quan gave an and started rummaging through the information. He was busy for a long time with this pass, so long that his little girlfriend couldn't wait any longer. Her slender arm rested on his shoulder and said charmingly, Brother Lu, how much longer do you need to check? Stop it, I'm doing business. Lu Quan waved his hand, not even caring about his little girlfriend, and was fully focused on finding the information. 10 minutes later, Luquan came back with good information. Copper mirror diameter 15 centimeters below the Tang Dynasty Sea Beast Grape Mirror is about 11 to 15 million or so. Your face Sea Beast Grape Mirror visual in 17 centimeters or so, generally on the diameter of 15 centimeters. The price is doubled to rise. The copper mirror is the bigger the more money. And you have this mirror above the carved phoenix. The phoenix alone is worth 5 million. Said this, he suddenly scared twice. Regretted, unfortunately, you have a few gaps on the edge of the mirror, destroying the character. The price will also go down a few tens of thousands or so. A comprehensive view of the value of this mirror is estimated at about 280,000. 280,000. When Zhao Jianba and Li Ming heard this price, even though they were mentally prepared, they were still envious. 11 pieces turned into 280,000. This profit was simply frightening. At this time, Luquan's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. He rubbed his hands together and said, "Boss Li, I quite like this bronze mirror. Why don't you offer this bronze mirror to me? I do not charge appraisal fees. 260,000 to receive you this mirror. How? You're a collector of ancient and modern coins, and you're not interested in bronzes, so why don't you give it to me? And don't bother to find someone to collect it. What do you think?" Li Ming and Zhao Jianba's brows wrinkled slightly. The price Luquan gave was too low. It is reasonable to say that we are all peers. The antique trade door clear. Bronze is not a niche collection. Audience crowd, such as Luquan said it is sold to 280,000. In fact, certainly more than, at least can be sold to 285,000. Encounter really like, even sold to 290,000 are possible, but he is only willing to pay 260,000. This is to want to make 2 or 3 million. Too ruthless. Li Ming looked at Suan, who directly shook his head at him. "Boss Li, what's your bank card number? I will immediately transfer this 260,000 to you. This bronze mirror will be placed at your place first. I will come over to get it later." The smile on Luquan's face was much more genuine, as he wrapped his arms around his little girlfriend who was snake-like wrapped around him, a pair of hands flicking back and forth on the towering peaks. Li Ming apologized. "Sorry Alu boss, this customer does not want to come out. The appraisal fee I sent directly to your prestige. This time the trouble you. Free time to contact again Chapter 21. What? When your friend commits a heavenly crime? Suan didn't mind letting his friend follow and have a mouthful of soup when he ate meat, but it does not mean that he can accept the idea of drinking soup. Friends hid his meat. The system valuation 280,000. Luquan open mouth is 260,000 to collect. Pressure price pressure too hard. Eat too ugly. This kind of pure businessman, Suan can not like up, also not willing to intersect with it. Compared to this, or Zhao Jianba such, know the measure. Take into account the feelings of friends of the businessman, more in line with his appetite. This is also he does not mind the trouble, has been looking for Zhao Jianba's reason. It's all about making money. If he had a choice, he would definitely prefer to let Zhao Jianba, who he felt comfortable with, make money rather than Luquan. Hearing Li Ming about to hang up the phone, the stupid Luquan was taken aback. The hand that was roaming restlessly on his little girlfriend's body was instantly drawn back, and he looked at the cell phone camera with a sunken face. "Boss Li, what do you mean by this?" Li Ming said indifferently. "This is the meaning of the customer. He does not intend to come out with this bronze mirror. You're lying to the devil. Why are you looking for an appraisal if you are not going to offer the bronze mirror? It's okay for you to lie to other people with this. You lie to me?" Luquan snorted, obviously not believing it. "Where is the seller? I'll talk to him. I'm not giving this price low, and I'm paying money immediately, and exempt from the appraisal fee, so he's taking advantage of all the math. There's no reason for him not to sell it to me." Li Ming looked at Suan, who shook his head, indicating that there was no need for conversation. "I'm sorry, Boss Lu. The seller indeed does not have the will to offer the bronze mirror to you, and the buyer and seller are free to do so. Just because he looks for you to appraise it does not mean that he must sell it to you. There are more people in this business looking for us to appraise it. Does everyone sell it to us? This reason does not make sense. As for the appraisal fee, immediately transfer you. Well, do not bother you. You continue to busy. See you later." Li Ming said that he was about to hang up the phone. Lu comprehensive color changes non-stop, and finally said in a low voice, "Don't be like this. We are all friends. You let the seller open a price. I really want to buy. We are all peers. Head down, head up, and this copper mirror. Selling to others is not as good as selling to me. Like this, I'll offer 265,000. You see this price okay? Friend? Friends looking for you to see things you still charge 1,000 appraisal fee? Friends sell things, you still to death to pressure the price? What? You think your friend is breaking the law? I'm sorry, I have to respect the seller's wishes. I'll transfer the appraisal fee to you, and I'll contact you again when I have time." Li Ming face apologized and moved quickly to hang up the video. Suan returned the appraisal fee to Li Ming. He had actually thought of selling this bronze mirror to Lu Quan at first, because he was afraid of trouble, and if Lu Quan had appraised the authenticity and value of the bronze mirror and was interested in acquiring it, if the price was right, it wouldn't matter if he sold it to him. However, Lu Quan had pressed the price too hard. This is purely take him as a fat sheep slaughter. He is not really a fat sheep, naturally impossible to let him slaughter. It's too good, brother Su. This is the way to go. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't insult the word friend. Who looks for a friend to see a thing and still charge money? I've seen this kind of person a lot. Typical double standard dog. Talk about business when talking about feelings. Talk about feelings when talking about business. Good things are all taken up by him. Ha ha ha. Did you see his face when he was hung up at the end? It's so ugly. He deserved it. He was only willing to give $260,000 for a $280,000 appraisal. He was so hard on the price. Now he can't even earn a penny, right? After hanging up the phone, Lu Quan made a few more calls, which were directly disconnected by Li Ming. Zhao Jianbo looked at the bronze mirror, then looked at Suan, smiled and said, Boss Su, that guy Lu Quan is indeed a headache, but this bronze mirror is still good. You want to acquire this bronze mirror? Don't you sell porcelain and paintings? Ha ha, I'll do whatever I can to make money. Bronze is not a niche. People who love to collect bronzes are also quite a lot, although my customer base is mainly calligraphy, painting and porcelain, but there are also some hobbies that are more extensive, and collect bronzes by the way of the players. Zhao Jianba had an expression that this was not even a matter. He had a wide range of contacts, and bronzes were not a niche collection, so it was still easy to sell them. Fine, I just need cash money. Suan was a little surprised. He hated trouble, even if the system had the function to search for potential customers, but being able to sell it to Zhao Jianbo was the best, and it also saved him from making another trip. Zhao Jianbo's heart was happy, and he hurriedly said, this bronze mirror Lu Quan previously offered 260,000, and later increased to 265,000. I'll offer 270,000. What do you think of this price? Deal. Suan didn't hesitate and said crisply. He liked dealing with people like Zhao Jianbo. The bidding was painful and there was no excessive pressure. The best model for a business was that everyone made a profit, and Zhao Jianbo clearly understood this, and Suan felt much more comfortable with him. Zhao Jianbo was relieved. He was really afraid that Suan would be annoyed by Lu Quan and not sell the bronze mirror in a fit of anger. Lu Quan character is bad, but the eyesight is good. He said he can sell 280,000. Surely at least 280,000. To the high may reach 290,000. This business is done. He earns a minimum of $10,000. If you are lucky enough to meet a generous buyer, earning 20,000 won't be difficult. Transfer the money. Receive the money. All in one go. Suan instantly received a bank text message of $270,000 from the bank on his cell phone. The water friends in the live broadcast room also saw it. Still Boss Zhao atmosphere. Opening is 270,000. Enough than before that pussy high 10,000. 270,000. I can't even earn 270,000 in 5 years. But Brother Su earned 270,000 in one morning. Is the anchor really a junk collector? I suspect he's a professional collector. An 11-piece bronze mirror sold for $270,000. My body is a bit uncomfortable. I'll go down first. Ha ha, thanks to Boss Su for taking care of business. My treat for lunch today. Zhao Jianba put the bronze mirror away and then opened his mouth to treat himself. As promised, I'll treat you at noon today. You save this for next time. Li Ming patted his shoulder and joked. Alright, I'll treat you next time. Zhao Jianba didn't argue. He closed the store and headed to the pre-booked restaurant with Suan and a few others. Since the restaurant was not far away, Suan refused to take their car and still pedaled his tricycle for the simple reason that he couldn't miss any business. At the entrance of the hotel, Zhao Jianba and Li Ming went in early to let the waiter serve the food. Suan parked the tricycle under the restaurant and walked inside. The cashier lady at the door saw the big words collect scrap and said joyfully, "You've come at the right time. Our hotel has some materials and bottles left over from the renovation. Come and collect them." Suan waved his hand. "Wait, I still have some things to do. I will come down to collect them later." Saying that, he quickly walked up the stairs. Seeing Suan go straight to the upstairs box, the cashier lady froze and could only say, "Alright then, remember to come down to collect after you're busy." "Good," Suan perfunctorily said, found the door of 888's box, knocked on the door and walked in. The meal was a happy one for the guests and hosts. The relationship between the three of them had gotten a lot closer, and Zhao Jianba and Li Ming's address to Suan had changed from Boss Su to Suan. After the meal was full, Li Ming went to settle the bill. Zhao Jianba and Suan came to the first floor lobby. As soon as the cashier lady saw Suan coming down, she excitedly rushed over and said, "Ha, where did you go before? I searched for you for half a day and couldn't find you. If it wasn't for the fact that your car was still outside, I would have thought you had left. Let's go. The warehouse is full of renovation materials and scraps waiting for you to collect them." Chapter 22 Contemporary Landscape Painting 8, Songwonji. The manager, who was attentively and respectfully sending Li Ming away, saw that the front desk cashier actually stopped in front of the guest and told the guest to collect the scraps. His face instantly boarded up. "Xiao Li, what's wrong with you? How can you let the guest go to collect scraps? Guests come here to eat. You let guests to collect waste. Help you clean up the warehouse? Do you still want to work or not?" After saying that, he hurriedly bowed to Suan and apologized. "Guest, I'm really sorry. The front desk cashier just came not long ago. I don't know what to do, and I offended you. I'm here to sincerely apologize to you. Please don't mind." Although he didn't recognize Suan, the other party had followed Boss Xiao and Boss Li. These two bosses were the big patrons of the restaurant. Not only did they often come here to eat on weekdays, they also often introduced people. And the people who came here all had a certain status and position. The manager didn't dare to offend them. Seeing the manager bowing and apologizing at Suan, the cashier lady was confused. How did things turn out like this? Fortunately, Suan didn't take it to heart at all. Smilingly said, "It's fine. I was originally in the scrap business, and now that I'm having business delivered to my doorstep over a meal, I can't even be too happy about it. Boss Xiao, Boss Li, you don't have to wait for me. I'll stay and collect all the scrap here." Li Ming and Zhao Jianba were originally a bit unhappy with the front desk cashier's words, but the male manager's extremely quick reaction and sincere attitude stopped them from getting angry. Most importantly, Suan himself didn't care. There was even less need for them to make things difficult for the manager and the cashier lady at the front desk. But thinking that after all, they were the ones who brought the people to eat, and now leaving the other party here after eating was really not polite. They said, "There is usually not much business in the afternoon. Old Li and I have nothing to do when we go back. It just so happens that we are all here. And by the way, we will help you to collect it together, so that you can also be a little easier." Hearing this, Suan did not push back. "Then I'll trouble the two bosses." After all, the scene of watching two bosses of not so low value helping themselves to collect scraps was still quite interesting to think about. The front desk cashier lady was scared before, and when she led the way, she couldn't wait to shrink herself into a ball so that everyone couldn't see her. The male manager was afraid that the lady cashier would annoy the customers, so he instructed the waiter to follow along and help through the slightly dim corridor, then saw a utility room. The hotel was undergoing renovation some time ago, and in the utility room, in addition to paper shells and plastic bottles, there are some renovation garbage, as well as some old ornaments from the previous hotel. The cashier lady pushed the door of the utility room open. "The renovation materials and all of the hotel's waste products are here. You look at the cleanup." After saying this, she nervously looked at the male manager. Seeing the other party waving his hand, as if relieved, she quickly left. Suan stood at the door of the utility room. Her line of sight fell on the scraps piled inside. Items: a pile of wooden boards left over from the renovation. Details: wooden boards cut from a large tree and made through a painting process. Value: $45. Items: neatly yards of waste paper. Details: paper made from recycled wood pulp tissue paper. Value: $32. Items: a pile of scrap iron. Details: modern iron products. Value: $21. Items: a pile of beer bottles and glass bottles. Details: modern glassware. Value: $16. Sundry room piled up in addition to the decoration waste is some paper shell wine bottles and some beverage bottles, randomly placed in a pile, looking very messy. Zhao Jianba looked at this scene and couldn't help but stagger. "This is too messy. Looking at it makes me tired." Having said that, he was not slow in his movements, and went straight to work. Seeing this, Li Ming also started to organize his hands. The male manager had an extremely high eyesight and had already jumped ahead and started to help. The four of them were organizing together. 10 or so minutes later, the waste products in the utility room were basically all organized and cleaned up, and the next thing to do was just to cross the scales and count the accounts. Suan opened his mouth and said, "I'll go get the scales, and by the way, let the cashier lady come over to count the accounts together." Returning to the tricycle in front of the restaurant, Suan took the scales and was just about to call up the cashier lady at the front desk. Just heard her on the phone. "What? You can't come today? Then why didn't you guys say so earlier? This thing covers a large area, placed in the hotel for a few days, said to come today to take. You now temporarily break the contract. Hello, hang up, too angry. This is going to be scolded by the manager again." The cashier lady's sister, as if she lost her mother, as if all of a sudden was drained of essence. "We've packed everything, just waiting for you to go over and weigh in." Suan saw her hang up the phone before speaking. As soon as the cashier lady saw him, her eyes turned and instantly lit up, and she busily asked, "Do you accept screens?" "Screen?" Suan was a little confused. "That's right, our hotel has 6 screens. The sides are made of solid wood. The style looks good and the quality is also good. It's just that it doesn't match the decoration before it's ready to be eliminated. You're going to collect scrap anyway. Why don't you collect the 6 screens together as well?" Suan opened his mouth to refuse. His tricycle is not big. Loading those scraps is almost enough. And then loading the screen will be a bit of a struggle. He didn't want to stand up and pedal. "Look at it. These 6 screens can look good. You can sell it for a lot of money in the second-hand market. It's worth a lot more than scrap." The cashier lady machine is not afraid of Suan, pulling him in the direction of the utility room. Crossing the utility room, in front of the end of the channel, saw the 6 screens stacked on the ground. The moment he saw the 6 screens, information appeared before his eyes. Items, 6 landscape screens. Details, a frame made of logs for the painting and carving and polishing process, within which hangs a 4-season landscape screen by Song Wenji, one of the 8 contemporary landscape painters, as well as 2 landscape screens by the contemporary painter Tangshen. Value, 1.54 million. Suan's heartbeat missed a beat. 1.54 million. Suan's heart beat faster and couldn't help but approach the 6 landscape screens. The 6 landscape screens were casually placed at the end of the passageway, layered and pressed together. Suan raised his hand, taking away the top few landscape screens. "Lay them on the ground." The 6 landscape screens were placed flat on the ground, spreading a long strip. The good thing is that these 6 landscape screens are all wrapped with transparent glass above the paintings. Even if they are stacked and pressed together, the paintings inside will not be damaged in the slightest. Suan's line of sight passed through the transparent glass and landed in the landscape painting outside the glass. Peach trees, mountain streams, waterfalls, trees, houses. At a glance, the picture was full of life. The contents of 4 of the paintings were harmonious, as if they were one, and should be a whole. The other 2 paintings were also landscapes, but the content was too different, focusing more on describing the valley hillside, clouds and mist, cold and pale, and those 4 stances were completely different. But, these 6 paintings, look at the painting technique is painted by the same person. Chapter 23, how can a leak be so easy to pick up? 6 paintings by the same person? But the details on the system clearly show 2 painters. How about it? These 6 landscape screens are not bad, right? The paintings are exquisite, and the material used for the border of the paintings is also very textured. There are open work carvings. These 6 screens you take back to resell the second-hand market is definitely not a loss. The cashier lady came over and said with a smile. At this time, a few footsteps sounded in the distance, and Zhao Jiabua and Li Ming as well as the male manager walked over. "What's this about? Didn't they say weighing?" Zhao Jianba asked. Hearing the sound, Suan's eyes retracted from the 6 screens, got up and said, "She said she wanted to sell me these 6 screens together. Let me collect them all. I came over to take a look. If the style is okay and the price is right, then I'm ready to collect them all together. These are not big enough for the car to fit anyway." "Scrapyard still collect 6 screens?" Suan seriously said. "Collect, but can only give the scrap price, so I am ready to pull to the second-hand market to sell." Zhao Jianba was even more skeptical. After several transactions, he was clear that Suan was not only venomous in his eyesight, but also a master who was afraid of trouble. This kind of him will, in order to earn a little more money, specialize in low-priced acquisition of screens to the second-hand market to sell? To know, he had just earned $270,000. With skepticism in his heart, Zhao Jianba surveyed the 6 screens. "This is Song Wenji's landscape 4 screens? The imitation is too fake. It doesn't match the real one at all. These 2 feng shui screens are even worse. The composition and painting skills are not up to par. Not as good as the 4 screens that are copied." Zhao Jianba looked at a glance at the fake 4 screens, frowned and shook his head. "Could it be that I guessed wrong? Suan is really planning to buy it at a low price and pull it to the second-hand market to sell it and earn some difference in price?" Male manager line of sight in Suan and 6 screens on a circle, suddenly opened his mouth. "This 6 screens is the hotel's previous self-decoration. We took over. Feel and decorating concept does not fit. It was withdrawn. Ready to sell to the second-hand market. Since Mr. Su intends to buy, that will be presented to you, but also be considered as the previous cashier to your disrespect. Compensation for a little bit of small intentions. Also I hope you will accept it." Although Suan acted like he was a scrap collector, but being able to make 2 antique bosses who were worth a lot of money help collect scrap, that showed that Suan's identity was definitely not as simple as it appeared to be. The male manager spared no effort to curry favor with Suan. Suan shook his head and said seriously, "No need. These 6 feng shui screens should be as much as they are worth. Doing business is doing business. How can I take advantage of you?" The male manager said attentively, "Really no need. These 6 screens are not worth a few dollars. All as a gift. Don't. To do business, Money should be calculated. How much is how much? This is not a small amount, but more than $1 million. Don't look at the manager being so attentive right now. If he really knew that this was worth more than $1 million, he definitely wouldn't let it go, and would involve a lot of trouble at that time. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, these 6 screens Suan must pay. Suan turned his head to look at the cashier lady and asked, "How much is the price of the 6 screens you sold to the second-hand trading market before?" The cashier lady's body trembled and looked at the male manager with a pleading face. Soon, she received the signal conveyed by the manager and said, 200. The price I previously negotiated with the second-hand trading market was 200. 200? Suan looked surprised and quickly guessed that this should be the other party deliberately lowering the price. "Well, it's 200, the cashier lady said stiffly. Once she raised her head, she received the manager's approving gaze, and the big stone hanging in her heart finally fell down. This 6 screens of course more than 200, she negotiated a good price as more than 400, but in the face of the manager's eyes, she directly cut off more than half. "Okay, then this 200 is first put on the account, later and those scraps will be weighed together, and finally settle the bill together." Suan didn't argue. After negotiating the price, he was in a good mood, bending down to pick up the 6 feng shui screens on the ground, and carried them together to the door of the utility room and set them up. Afterward, Suan began to count the scraps, 114 yuan for the scraps, and 200 yuan for the 6 feng shui screens. The total is 314. "How do I pay?" The cashier lady operated the machine at the front desk for a few seconds and said, "Just put the QR code on it," skillfully tapping the payment QR code. Ding! Turn out 314. Turn off the cell phone. The payment is successful. Welcome to come back next time. The cashier lady revealed a sweet smile. "No problem," Suan answered. Then put the organized scraps on the tricycle. Those 6 landscape screens were placed by him in the innermost part of the tricycle, where a separate empty space was left so that the 6 screens would not be crushed. Riding on the tricycle, Suan rode towards the direction of Jubilee. Zhao Jianba in the driver's seat had just started the car, only to realize that Suan was heading in the same direction as him. Rolling down the window, Zhao Jianba curiously asked, "Suan, are you going to the scrapyard?" Suan shook his head and smiled. "No, I'm going to Jubilee." "Wow, go to the Poly Treasure Jai? What are you going to the Jubiozai for?" Zhao Jianba slammed on the brakes, and the entire car lurched forward. The passenger Li Ming was not paying attention, and his head hit the glass heavily. "Holy, old Zhao, can you drive?" "I'll drive if you can't," Li Ming complained. "Quiet." Zhao Jianba's head poked all the way out, not caring that he was now on the road, and eagerly asked, "Suan, you left something behind in the Jubilee?" There was another thought in his mind that he didn't dare to think about, and that was that Suan had picked up another leak. Of course, he felt it was impossible, because he and Li Ming were both watching from the side. The hotel was nothing but scrap or scrap. "You'll know when we arrive." Suan smiled. The car was too heavy. He stood up and pedaled the tricycle. More than $1 million. He felt full of strength. At this time, Zhao Jianba was a bit distracted, hating to step on the gas to the end. Li Ming rolled his eyes. "This is the center of the city. Driving so fast, want to pay the ticket?" I always feel like Suan picked up the slack again. After holding back for a few seconds, Zhao Jianba couldn't help but say, Li Ming unimpressed ground, "How can it be? Just now the scraps are we helped collect. The most likely is that a few landscape screen, but you're not looking at it? A look is a copy. I guess Suan should have something left in the Jubilee, so it will go back. You do not think too much. Leak which is so good to pick up." Also, a few minutes later, the two arrived at the Jubilee Jia. Suan parked the tricycle at the door and rushed Zhao Jianba and Li Ming at the door. "Two bosses, give me a hand. This 6-bar screen is a bit heavy." Zhao Jianba and Li Ming were unsure. "What are you doing with the 6 screens? Isn't this thing going to be sold in the second-hand trading market?" Two people honestly went up to help. The 6 screens into the Jubaozhai. Chapter 24. Suan looked away. The 6 landscape screens were neatly placed on the table. Zhao Jianba also sensed the flavor. "Suan, I've looked at these 6 landscape screens before. 4 of them are Songwenji's, but they are copying works. The other 2, not to mention, don't have the slightest appreciation value. Who knows?" Suan asked back. "Boss Zhao, is there a screwdriver in the store?" "Yes, I'll get it for you." Zhao Jianba was uncertain, but his movements were not slow, and he quickly handed Suan a cross screwdriver. Receiving the screwdriver, Suan began to disassemble the 6-bar screen. Very quickly, for landscape Chinese paintings were presented in front of the 3 people. Suan casually picked up one of the scrolls and looked at it, rubbing his fingertips on the paintings. A smile appeared on his face. He placed the 4 scrolls of paintings on the tabletop and unfolded them one by one. "Aren't those 2 paintings going to be dismantled?" Zhao Jianba had a head full of questions. Li Ming was equally dumbfounded. Originally he was preparing to come back and drive. But now, his curiosity was aroused and he had no desire to leave. No need. Those 2 paintings are useless even if they are dismantled, Suan said carelessly. The curiosity in Zhao Jianbao's heart grew heavier and heavier, and his entire body came to the edge of the table, looking up and down, back and forth at the 4 scrolls of paintings on the table. Not right, not right. He shook his head as he looked. It's too fake. It's not even close to the real thing. It's not even a high imitation. The more he looked, the more he felt that these scrolls of paintings were too fake to be fake. Suan was not annoyed. Grinning, Boss Zhao, why don't you take a closer look? Zhao Jianbao waved his hand. No need to look. I have been studying calligraphy and painting for 20 to 30 years, dealing with calligraphy and painting every day. I won't be wrong. These scrolls of paintings can't even reach the level of high imitation, belonging to the lowest end imitation. Until this moment, he was finally certain in his mind that Suan was looking away. If it was another item, he would not be so sure. But painting and calligraphy appraisal was his strong point, and this point would never be wrong. It seemed that Suan should not be familiar with contemporary painters, which was why he made such a low-level mistake. Seeing that Suan didn't say anything, Zhao Jianba comforted. Actually, it's normal to pick up leaks and look away, especially in the calligraphy and painting market, where there are many fakes. It's easiest to pay your tuition fees, but you don't need to be sad. These scrolls of paintings are still good to sell to ordinary people who don't know about art as a decorative item. Even if resold to the second-hand market, you won't lose money. Hearing this, the water friends in the live broadcast room were stunned. Su looked away? My hair? Brother Su would look away? How is this possible? Anyone can lose their eyes, but Brother Su certainly won't. Why not? The antique business is full of people who are blind. Even the experts are blind. And Mr. Zhao is the owner of the antique store, or an expert in the field of calligraphy and painting. His gold content is much higher than the Anchor's fastest Waterloo in history. I believe Brother Su. He looks very confident. It's not like he's looking away. Seeing that Zhao Jianba still didn't see it, Suan had to open his mouth. Please bother Boss Zhao to prepare a spray bottle for me with some water in it. Zhao Jianba shook his head and went to find a spray bottle. Li Ming on the side couldn't help but ask, Suan, do you think these 4 scrolls of paintings are real? Suan seriously said, of course, these 4 paintings are the works of contemporary painter Mr. Song Wenji. This 4 seasons landscape painting was gifted by Mr. Song Wenji to the famous collector Mr. Qi Cheng of Nanjing. At the very beginning Mr. Song Wenji only painted 2 paintings. One is Taihu Lake, Peach Blossom, the second is Mount Luan Waterfalls. There was a year gap between the 2 paintings. While Mr. Qi Cheng had 2 paintings, he wanted 4 paintings, so he will their own collection of grey pots to Mr. Song Wenji. Got the 3rd painting. This 3rd painting is the Jialing River. The painting is mainly maple leaves and peach blossoms and has the difference. Its color is more solid. And the 4th painting is painted in the Huangshan snow scene cold tones. This 4 screen is composed of 4 seasons, a total of 6 years of time. Hearing Suan talk eloquently, Li Ming, who originally favored Zhao Jianba, was a bit uncertain, and Zhao Jianba, who came over with a spray can, was directly dumbfounded. He thought that Suan didn't understand Song Wenji, who knew that the other party not only understood, but even knew the origin of these 4 screens very well. This made him fall into a tangle again. Luckily, Suan saw him and took the spray can and smiled. Boss Zhao, trouble, no trouble. Zhao Jianba's eyes were complicated, and his firm heart began to waver. Suan didn't know what he was thinking as he held the spray and aimed it at the corner of the scroll. Barely, the painting paper was stained with a large chunk of watercolor. Zhao Jianba and Li Ming looked at each other, not knowing what Suan was up to, until Suan lifted a corner. Zhao Jianba's pupils shrunk violently. A double-layer painting. He rushed to the table at the fastest speed in his life. A pair of small eyes propped open their thick eyelids to the limit, staring dead on at Suan's hand. With Suan's palm movements, the tiny one corner grew bigger and bigger, until finally, a piece of drawing paper was completely uncovered. This is. Zhao Jianba stared dead on at the painting hidden behind the drawing paper, too excited to speak. Suan spoke for him. This is the painting of Mr. Song Wenji. Zhao Jianba was breathing heavily. He fumbled to find a magnifying glass, and his whole body was almost lying on top of the drawing paper. Under the magnifying glass, all traces were nowhere to be seen. This is real. Ha 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 ha. After Zhao Jianba's shock, he was extremely excited. Compared to his madness and excitement, Suan on the side was very calm, as if everything was expected. He moved methodically and uncovered the remaining 3 paintings, because there was a layer of film sandwiched between the 2 paintings, protecting the real paintings firmly. Even if they were uncovered by Suan, the real paintings inside did not suffer the slightest damage. Li Ming also came over at some point and looked at the 4 real paintings with a shocked face. Even though he didn't know much about calligraphy and painting, he could tell at a glance that these 4 genuine paintings were completely incomparable to the forgeries covering them. No wonder Zhao Jianbo could tell at a glance that those 4 sides were fakes. He looked at Suan. His eyes were thick with shock. This eyesight was simply too poisonous. Surprisingly, he could tell the real painting hidden behind the fake one. Suan, your eyesight is too poisonous. These 4 paintings are all real paintings, and they just happen to make up the 4 Seasons landscape painting. This is a complete set of real paintings. Zhao Jianbo examined the several paintings once, and his agitated expression calmed down a little. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at Suan. At the same time, his heart began to play a game. He had originally specialized in calligraphy, painting and porcelain, and now that he had come across Mr. Song Wenji's 4 Seasons landscape screen, it would be a lie to say that his heart wasn't moved. It could be said that this was simply his heart's desire. Therefore, he thought for a second, directly asked, Suan, we have traded so many times, also counted as a friend. Your landscape screen I really like. How much do you want to offer? If the price is right, I'll take it immediately. Chapter 25. This must be the script. Suan threw the question back. Boss Zhao is an expert in the field of calligraphy and painting. It's unusual for many people to seek you out for calligraphy and painting appraisal. You definitely know more than me in this regard, so this price is definitely more appropriate for you to estimate. That's fine. I'll go check the information and look at Mr. Song Wenji's calligraphy and painting transaction records in recent years, and then come back to estimate the price. Zhao Jianbo also calmed down at this time. He had just been excited for a moment before letting Suan estimate the price, but after all, it was his area of expertise, and this valuation was more appropriate for him to do on his own. Valuation is a technical job. Estimate low hurt feelings, estimate high own loss. Zhao Jianbo's mind turned over, took the cell phone to the backyard resting place of the Jubilee, began to call the experts in the same field. After calling and then began to inquire about the auction transaction information. Inside the store, Li Ming made himself a cup of tea and asked with a smile, Suan, since you can tell the real paintings hidden under the fake paintings, and you can also tell the origin of the paintings, then tell me, how much can these 4 paintings be sold for? Suan poured himself a cup as well and said indifferently, $1.5 million upwards. The words just fell. Zhao Jianbo then rushed in and said with a smile, Suan, I want to offer $1,520,000 to receive this 4 Seasons landscape screen of yours. Mr. Song Wenji's landscape paintings in recent years. One of them is around 200,000, but this 4 screen is a whole. The price is only higher. I still have his transaction records here in recent years. You can take a look. After looking at it, if you don't think the price is suitable, we can still talk again. Suan waved his hand and said carelessly, there is nothing to see. I believe you. Just $1,520,000. You stay. Hearing the words, Li Ming's entire body was confused. It's really $1.5 million upwards. The way he looked at Suan was suddenly different, shocked with some awe. This was called professionalism. Okay, still the original card, huh? I have a card limit of 1 million. I'll use 2 cards to transfer it to you, and save myself the trouble of going to the bank quite a bit. Zhao Jianbo's heart was excited, opened the cell phone bank and started transferring money. The water friends in the live room completely boiled. Rating less? You said to seize less. Asterisk. 200 bought 6-sided screen. You turn around and sell $1,052,000? Asterisk. $1,520,000? I wouldn't dare to dream of that kind of money. I knew Brother Su wouldn't miss it. You're the one who's going to get me. You're my god forever. Is the anchor really a junk collector? Water friends envy and jealousy. I received the money. The 2 bosses chat slowly. I'm leaving first. See you later. Suan picked up the 2 unopened landscape screens on the ground, threw the things casually in the carriage. He rode on the tricycle, driving in the direction of the second-hand trading market. Only when Suan's back completely disappeared did Zhao Jianbo and Li Ming withdraw their sight. The 2 men looked at each other in silence for a long time. Old Zhao, how do you think Suan saw through the glass that the real painting was hidden under the fake one? The more Li Ming thought about it, the more he felt that it was wrong. If it was just a compartmentalized layer, it wasn't strange that he could touch it with his hands, but with the glass, how did he see it? Moreover, both of them were there at that time, but they didn't see any problem at all. He is even. But Zhao Jianbo is an expert in the field of calligraphy and painting appraisal. Even he didn't see anything wrong. Moreover, it wouldn't make sense to say it was luck. After all, Suan was so sure that it was the real painting. Zhao Jianbo blessed his heart. You mean, the script? This must be a script arranged by the program team. The 2 looked at each other and spoke at the same time. It was more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Suan arrived at the nearest second-hand trading market. There were a lot of things placed in the market: clothes, shoes, toys. Suan turned around and came directly to a second-hand furniture storefront. There wasn't much business at this point in time. There weren't many people, and the owner was sitting on a computer chair in front of the store, leisurely brushing a certain sound. "Boss, I have 2 landscape screens here. Do you accept them?" Seeing Suan unloading the 2 screens from the carriage, he brought them to the boss. The netizens in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. *******. Brother Su is really ruthless. Emil earned more than $1.5 million, but as a result, for the 2 feng shui screens also specifically ran to the second-hand market to sell. TSK. Brother Su is really the first person to be thrifty. The thinking of the rich is really different. If I have more than 1 million, not to mention the feng shui screen specifically to the second-hand trading market to sell, I was a flying kick, directly to the tricycle kicked flying, but also to collect hammers scrap. Early enjoyment to go. The live broadcast water friends discuss heatedly. Suan, on the other hand, took the 2 feng shui screens to the boss who brushed the short video. The boss fondly saved a screenshot of the black silk young lady's long legs, and then looked at Suan. "How come there are only 2? He frowned and asked somewhat strangely. Feng shui screens usually had 4, 6, 8, 10 strips, with the minimum being 4. Suan smiled and showed 2 feng shui screens. Introduced. "Hey, these 2 feng shui screens are what I received in a restaurant, although there are only 2. But look at this landscape painting. The painting is still very good. The quality of the border is also very good, not inferior. Holding also has a sense of heaviness, and the 2 can just be hanged in the small study. That the sense of atmosphere is not up at once." The boss carefully measured the 2 feng shui screens in Suan's hand, and reached out to knock on the border. After a long time, he nodded his head in satisfaction. "Not bad. The wood texture is good. The landscape painting on this looks quite meaningful. Selling to those little girls is still possible. How much are you going to sell these 2 landscape screens for?" Suan laughed. "I bought it for 200. You give me 240. I'll just earn some freight." "Okay, the price is quite suitable." The boss didn't bargain and directly transferred the money to Suan. Receiving the money, Suan once again drove away and headed to the scrap station. His carriage was full of scrap. He had to take it and sell it as soon as possible. According to the navigation tips, Suan finally arrived at a relatively large scrap station after half an hour. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Suan's mouth was dry as he chatted with his water friends in the live broadcast room. "Brothers, I'm now at this larger scrap buying station. The small buying station I went to before would mess with the scales. This buying station is quite big. I hope I won't get ghost scales. Alas, you say I collect waste in the summer, earn a little hard money easy? Hard work for half a day. Do not know how much this car can be sold. Alas, now the money is really more and more difficult to earn." The water friends in the live broadcast room fell silent. The words were said. Dare I say that the $1,052,000 that was sold before was really not money? Chapter 26. What breed of junk are these 2? The scrapyard was huge. Unlike the small buying station where the waste was piled up in a messy manner, this buying station had built a colorful steel shed, also divided into plastic area, metal area, waste paper area, in order to manage. Entering the door is the plastic area. The owner is a middle-aged couple. At this time they are standing in the plastic area to count the waste products. Hearing the commotion, they turned their heads and noticed Suan. Seeing that the tricycle he was riding was filled with scraps, the owner immediately warmly went forward to greet him. "Little brother, here to sell scrap? You've come to the right place. My prices here are the fairest, and I never play with the scales. Let me see what kind of scrap you have in this car. Are some waste paper and wine bottles. You drive over there. There are all piles of waste paper and bottles." He pointed to the area where the waste paper was piled up and turned his head to greet his daughter-in-law again. "Go, pour a glass of water for little brother. He must be thirsty after running all the way over here." The boss's wife gave the boss a blank look, her mouth on her dark, large pancake face almost skimming the sky. "The weather isn't hot. What's the point of having a mouth? The scraps haven't even been weighed yet. Weigh the stuff first. Really stingy. Even the mouth cannot give. This is also a large scrapyard." Making up his mind to never come here next time, Suan parked the tricycle in the waste paper area. He got off and opened the carriage. Seeing the boss 2 couples hand in their pockets looking at themselves, there is no willingness to give a hand. He skillfully moved things off the car and put them on the scale on the ground. Crossing the scale, "Calculate the price." The boss took the calculator and pressed it with a snap. After pressing, he handed the calculator to Suan's eyes. "Look, the total is $189.30. Suan remembers the weight, quickly calculates it in his mind. Frowning, this price is not right. According to the weight and the current market price, the price of this pile of scrap should be $197.30. You're missing $8. the boss said perfunctorily. Where is it wrong? The weight and price on the scale you yourself have seen are real. I didn't mess up the price. This scale is how much the price is how much the price is. If you don't believe me, then take the stuff and sell it somewhere else. It's funny, I'm such a big junkyard. Would I count your $8? It's true. All buying stations are the same. If a small buying station is to engage in weighing, this big buying station will also engage in weighing. However, the attitude of the small buying station was much better. Unlike this large buying station, which had a condescending attitude when it came to weighing, Su Xian is not happy, but he does not intend to go to another waste collection station. First, he originally did not rely on the scrap to sell money. Secondly, this scrapyard is very remote. He rode over here is already very tired, really not willing to carry a car full of scrap pedal to find a new scrapyard. Anyway, it was only a loss of $8. Not much. The big deal is not to come here in the future. Suan no longer said more. Check out. Hearing this, the boss immediately resumed his smile. No problem. I'll transfer your prestige. Receiving the money, Suan then began to put different scrap cages into different areas. He first yards the collected waste paper shells to the stacked paper shells area. During the time he was stacking the waste paper, another person came to the waste station. The visitor was an old man in his 80s or 90s. He was on crutches, walking almost with his feet scraping the ground. The old man was full of gray hair, dirty cheeks, covered with wrinkles and grooves. Obviously it was the beginning of summer weather, but he wore several pieces of tattered and dirty clothes. His body shivered uncontrollably, and in those pale hands he carried a large snakeskin bag filled with plastic bottles. I sell bottles. Way. The old man trembled. His hands carrying the bag kept shaking, and the plastic bottles inside made a clattering and whistling sound. The boss walked over and impatiently said, such a few bottles, what else to weigh? To weigh. The old man's hearing was good. Stuttering, what's there to weigh? How much is this little bottle worth? I'm still too lazy to move the scale. The boss's wife on the side rolled her eyes and snatched the plastic bag. There was a clattering sound. The bottles inside were all poured onto the pile of plastic bottles. Bottles. The old man was on the verge of crying out in his anxiety, reaching out to try to stop it. But his movements were too slow, reaching out only to get the snakeskin bag the boss's wife flung at him. Take it. You can't even sell these bottles for a price. And it's because I have a good heart. Otherwise I wouldn't accept this from you. The boss felt in his pocket and fished out a crumpled $1 bill. Throwing it to the old man with a look of charity, the dollar fell lightly to the ground. The old man was anxious and trembled as he tried to grab it. He hadn't eaten for 2 days. This dollar could be enough for him to buy a steamed bun to eat, but he was so old that he needed crutches to walk, and bending down was too difficult for him. The water friends in the live room saw this scene and directly exploded. Messing with the scale even if, but also bullying the old man. These two mouths are simply not human. What a dump. What kind of trash are these two couples? Suan saw this scene and frowned. Raising his feet, he walked over. He walked very fast. Suddenly, his toes ached, as if he had hit something hard. Looking down, he looked. He only saw a dark stone block that he kicked to the side. Suan withdrew his sight and was about to continue walking forward. Suddenly, a string of numbers floated across his eyes. 59 million. His legs instantly froze. Blinking, Suan once again looked at the blackened stone block lying on the ground a step away. Item, golden seal. Details, during the Western Han Dynasty, a gold seal created by a goldsmith in the palace for Lu Li, a member of the Western Han royal family, to be used in dealing with affairs. Value, 59 million. This gold seal body is not big, black, covered with dirt and slag. The eye is an ordinary stone. Pressure will not know that this is a gold seal. As for this Lu Li, Suan has never heard of. Also do not know what it is in the Western Han Dynasty, but not important. Royal family members, the head is big enough. I didn't expect that this scrapyard actually had such a good thing. Suan was excited in his heart, but his face did not move. He lifted his feet to leave, not looking at the black and invisible golden seal on the ground one more time. Quickly stepping in front of the old man, Suan picked up the piece of money, handing it over to the old man. Thanks. The old man thanked one after another, and as he spoke, he revealed his dental bed with only a few teeth left, making it even more heartbreaking. Nosy, the boss's wife grunted. With that time, why don't you go and put all the scraps you brought in first? Don't pile them together. We have a specially divided area here, different from those small buying stations. Suan fist hardened, thinking about the gold seal. He endured. Got it. I'll put the plastic bottles over right away. As he spoke, he stacked the plastic bottles in a pile and walked towards the scrap iron area next to him. Surveying the scrap iron, Suan casually asked, Boss lady, I'm planning to weld an iron frame on my tricycle. I need some scrap iron. How do you sell the scrap iron here? Chapter 27, Poor is the only one who is good to the world, and the one who is good to the world. The boss's wife looked at the piles of scrap iron, coldly laughed. We are here to sell scrap iron from a minimum of 100 pounds. Your 3 melons and 2 jujubes we can't sell. Even the scale can't afford to play. Laughing, Suan casually picked up a few small pieces of scrap iron and said, It's okay, I have a scale in my car, and my scale is very accurate. 1 or 2 can be counted clearly. Never underweight, just enough to weigh scrap iron. The boss's wife is not stupid. Naturally can hear that he has something in his words. Furious, she crossed her arms and wanted to scold the woman. Fortunately, her behavior was quickly stopped by the boss. The boss pulled her to the side and smiled towards Suan. Little brother, it's not that we are not willing to sell you scrap iron. It's just that these dozens of pounds, it's really too little. And look, the scrap iron I have piled up here are very large pieces, and there's no cutter, so it's really not possible to sell you. It's okay, I don't want much. I still have a lot of scrap iron where I live. Just a few more will be able to weld the iron frame to fix the edge of the tricycle. After all, I still have a lot of scrap collected there. I originally planned to pull all the scrap over to sell it together after the car is welded. Since you guys don't want to do so, forget about it. I think I'd better find a scrapyard nearby to sell it. Suan showed disappointment on his face, and planned to leave. Hearing this, the boss's attitude instantly came to a 180-degree change. Don't we have quite a few small pieces of scrap iron here. These scrap iron pieces are small, good for melting, especially suitable for welding iron frames. As he spoke, he picked up a few small pieces of scrap iron and hurriedly handed them to Suan. This was a long-lasting customer that must be maintained. Suan pretended to think for a few seconds before saying, Alright, I don't want much anyway, but this bit on your hand is a bit too little. I'll pick some more. Okay, you take your time to choose, just put it on the scale later. This time, he didn't mention that he couldn't afford the scale. The boss's wife kicked him unhappily and complained. Why did you sell it to him when you can't make any money by buying such a small amount of scrap iron? What do you know? Didn't you hear him say he still has scrap? If he sells the scrap to us later, we'll make money, right? And he seems to be a frequent collector of scrap. Now let him. In the future he sends us scrap every day. Each pit point, accumulated is not a large sum of money? You are also right. Melon, such a simple thing can't even think of. Really pig brain. The two couples were whispering over here. Suan, on the other hand, picked out small pieces of scrap iron and came to the side of the small stone block he kicked away earlier, picked it up, and picked out some small iron blocks along the way. These iron pieces were all about the same size and color. The black and gold seal was hidden inside. Not the slightest difference could be seen. That's it. Weigh it. Suan held the iron blocks and came to the side of the scale. The scale used was still that of the boss's two couples. The scale that previously said that it couldn't afford to fight with fewer pounds showed the weight when the iron block was put on it. 20 pounds. Just give me 16. The boss smiled and said, Isn't scrap iron 50 cents a pound? When did the price go up? Suan casually asked. This scrap is one price a day, not set in stone. Before it was 50 cents. Today it's 80 cents. Maybe in a few days it'll be 50 cents again. Who can say this clearly? The boss snorted. Suan was not stupid. Of course he knew that this boss had deliberately raised the price, charging an extra 30 cents a caddy, but he was also too lazy to break it down. 30 cents a caddy, 20 caddies would be $6 at most. Compared to that gold seal worth millions, there was not the slightest comparison. Okay, I'll transfer your prestige. Suan scanned the QR code and sharply transferred $16 into it. Well, weld the iron frame. Remember to pull the scrap to us to sell. We have everything. The price is guaranteed not to let you suffer. The boss enthusiastically said. No problem. Suan replied with a smile, holding the iron block and loading it into the three-wheeled carriage. As for the golden seal, it was pinched in his dead hand. Mounting the tricycle, Suan left the scrapyard. He just rode to the door. He saw the old man trembling on his crutches, his whole body shivering uncontrollably, the soles of his feet rubbing against the ground to move forward, moving very slowly, and until now has not yet come out of the door of the scrapyard. This couple is really unconscionable. Suan sighed, stopped the tricycle, and said to the old man, Grandpa, you come up, I'll give you a ride. Thanks. The old man grinned with a mouth that didn't have a few teeth left and thanked him. With Suan's help, he sat in the back of the tricycle. After asking the old man the address where he lived, Suan was ready to send him home. 30 minutes later, Suan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the hillside, a dilapidated tiled house. Helping the old man into the house, he drove away without a word. The water friends in the live broadcast room sent pop-ups. Good poor old man. Anchor don't go I'm willing to subsidize him a few hundred. Anchor is also too stingy. Earns so much money, even 100 are not willing to give the old man. Alas, Didn't Sue make $1 million today? Not to say much. Give a couple hundred and nothing. Refuse moral abduction. You cannot see can give, but do not kidnap Sue brother. The water friends were arguing in the live broadcast, but Suan didn't know. He pedaled his tricycle and went straight to the nearest big supermarket. As soon as he entered the supermarket, he started to make a crazy big purchase. Rice, flour, grain and oil, some convenience foods, and some essential household items. The tricycle was soon filled up. Afterwards, he went to the bank and took out a stack of cash from the self-service ATM. After all, if it wasn't for that old man, he wouldn't have been able to discover that gold seal. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Suan rode his tricycle and came to the old man's broken tiled house. The old man leaned on the stone in front of the tiled house, very pale and desolate. Seeing Suan, his cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. "Grandpa, sit still. I'll bring the things in first." Mentioning as much as he could from the tricycle into the brick house, Suan took out another few $1,000s in cash that he had taken out earlier. "Grandpa, this amount of money you take, go buy whatever you want. Give to me." The Moncler outlet store froze and looked at the pile of cash, not daring to take it. "For you, take it." Suan stuffed the money into his hand. The old man's eyes instantly reddened and cloudy tears flowed out. He raised his pale hand and wiped his eyes, saying, "Thank you, you're such a good person. No one has ever been this good to me." Suan was not good at comforting people and did not know what to say. He helped the old man, besides feeling pity for the other party. A big reason was because of that golden seal. He patted the old man on the shoulder, told him to take care of his health, and left. Seeing this scene, the water friends in the live streaming room clamored, "Yo yo yo, who said Sue was stingy before? Come out and take a look. What kind of stingy person would give something in money to a stranger? Good job, Anchor, you're so caring, you're so helpful. If you're poor, you're good to yourself, but if you're rich, you're good to the world." Brother Sue has perfectly interpreted this line. Chapter 28, Formal? Formal, I'm not going. Suan was ready to call Zhao Jianba, but on second thought, Zhao Jianba had already spent more than $1,800,000 with him during the day, and didn't necessarily still have the spare capacity to purchase this gold seal of more than $4 million. Moreover, the scope of his appraisal was not in the field of seals. Thinking about this, Suan opened the system's search function to see if there were any potential buyers. Name, Shi Jun. Identity, Jiafu Shi Auction House Collection Appraiser. Distance, 10.2 kilometers. Namely Changhao. Identity, Ancient and Modern Foreign Seal Collector. Distance 324 km. Name, Yo Yuan. Identity, Owner of Guardian Auction House. Distance 1899 km. Suan looked at it. The back was basically the auction house owner, and they were all very far away. He directly searched online for Shi Jun's information and address. Unfortunately, after searching for half a day, he only found the location of Jiafuji Auction House, and Shi Jun's information could not be searched at all. The distance is just 10 kilometers, which means that it lives in the city center. Why don't we go and ask Boss Zhao? The city is just so big. The antique circle is just those people. Maybe he knows each other. Thinking like this, Suan found Zhao Jianba's phone. Dialed. "Ha, why are you suddenly calling Boss Zhao?" Brother Su has always had nothing to do. Surely he wouldn't call Boss Zhao for no reason. He must have picked up another leak. What did I miss? I haven't seen Brother Su picking up anything from the beginning to the end. He sells junk and buys things for old people. Where did he pick up the money? Look, what's in Su's hand? Isn't it just a blackened stone? A few seconds later, the phone was connected. "Hey, Suan, did you receive good stuff again?" "Ha ha, it's still Boss Zhao who understands me. I did receive a good thing, but it's not from your domain. You're definitely not interested, so I won't bother you. I want to ask you if you know Shi Jun from Jiafuji Auction House?" "Shi Jun? Jiafuji Auction House's collection appraiser? That's him. Great. So do you have his phone number? I want to contact him." "Okay, you wait." Hanging up the phone, Zhao Jianba stroked his chin and rummaged for Shi Jun's phone number. Shi Jun specializes in appraising seals, engraving characters and such. Could it be that Suan received something good about seals this time? No wonder Suan said, "I'm not interested. This seal and my collection of antiques 8 rods to one side." Muttering, he quickly flipped out Shi Jun's number and sent it to Suan. Suan immediately dialed the phone and called Shi Jun. It took 2 calls before the phone got through. "Hello, may I ask who is this?" "My name is Suan. You are Jiafuji's collection appraiser Shi Jun, right? I'm looking for you to appraise an item. How did you get my number?" "I'm Zhao Jianba's client, and he told me your number." "Zhao Jianba? It's him. Okay, what do you want to find me to appraise?" "This can't be said in a moment. You give me an address. I'll come to you, and you'll see for yourself in person. My side is not very convenient. This way, since you and Zhao Jianba know each other, then you bring the things directly to the Jubilee. I'll go over right away. About 30 minutes or so too. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Suan put away the fist-sized seal and rode the tricycle towards the Poly Treasure Jia. Unexpectedly, after going around in circles, he still came to the Jubilee Jia. It didn't take long for Suan to arrive at the place, parking the tricycle at the entrance of the Poly Treasure Lounge. Suan took the seal and walked in. You arrived so soon? Come on in. Have a seat. Have a seat. Zhao Jianba greeted warmly and made Suan a cup of tea on the way. Sure, Jun called me back earlier, saying that he would arrive in half an hour. Suan responded, indicating that he knew, and then picked up the cup of tea and filled it with a large mouthful. It was early summer and pedaling outside. It was easy to feel dry mouth. Suan, the 4 feng shui screens I received from you at noon have already found a buyer. The other party has already paid a deposit and said they will come tomorrow to pick up the goods and pay the final payment. Zhao Jianba said prettily, in a very good mood. Then congratulations, Boss Zhao. Suan put down his teacup and said seriously. Zhao Jianba laughed brightly. Ha ha, this business can be completely rely on Suan you. If not for you, I'm going to miss out on the 4 landscape screens. Suan smiled. Mutual fulfillment. If you and Mr. Li had not invited me to dinner, I would not have met these 4 landscape screens. These words made Zhao Jianba's heart very comfortable. To say that he is not jealous of Suan, that is a lie. This pick up the luck. Put aside who all red envy, but as Suan eat meat he drink soup, he is still very satisfied. These 4 screens he sold $30,000. Now, his mind was focused on getting closer to Suan, making the relationship harder so that he could also have more soup. Suan, now it's 5 in the afternoon. It's not too early. Let's have a dinner together later. After eating, I'll take you to a massage to relax and unwind. The girls in that place are all very decent. Guarantee you'll like it. Zhao Jianba squeezed his eyebrows and said. Suan also smiled. Formal? Formal I don't go. This conversation instantly attracted the LSBs in the live broadcast room. Brother Su is right. Who's going to formal? How meaningless. It's true that all men are the same. Otherwise, there are 2 more dangling. Dage, I suspect you're driving. And I have proof. Zhao Jianba was so happy, he couldn't wait to burst into tears. What does it mean to be like-minded? This is called like-mindedness. The 2 of them simultaneously revealed unspoken smiles. Suan placed the black and gold seal on the table. Zhao Jianbo looked at it for a couple of moments and couldn't see anything, so he shook his head disinterestedly and talked with Suan. 10 or so minutes or so, only heard a sharp break from outside, followed by a business casual dress, with black-rimmed glasses. The age of about 40 to 50 or so lean man walked in. Zhao Jianba busily got up to welcome him. Teacher Sure is here. Please sit down. Teacher Sure, allow me to introduce you first. This young man is the client who is looking for your appraisal. Also my friend, Suan. Suan, this is Mr. Sure Jun. Mr. Sure's university studies is the Department of History, and then has been engaged in the archaeology industry. Has been more than 20 years now. It's treasure identification ability, in the industry for all to see. This time you look for him to appraise. It is considered to be the right person. Suan hurriedly got up, went forward a few steps and stretched out his hand. Hello Mr. Sure, call me Xiao Su on the line. This appraisal will trouble you. Sure Jun's face was resolute. He did not smile and said, hello little Su. Let's not talk about polite words. Let's get straight to the point. Where is the thing you want me to appraise? This is it. Suan pointed at the blackened, fist-sized stone on the tabletop and said. The line of sight fell on the blackened, fist-sized stone. Sure Jun frowned slightly and took it in his hands, his eyes carefully sizing up the blackened stone. Chapter 29, Snake Button Golden Seal. As soon as the block of blackened stone entered his hand, Sure Jun felt that the weight was a little off. He raised his hand and weighed it again, rubbing his fingertips back and forth over the surface of the stone block. With one force, the black mud on the stone was rubbed off a bit and stained on his fingers. At the same time, Sure Jun also felt that the stone in his hand was not as hard as a real stone, but instead was a bit soft. In his heart, he looked at Suan and asked, little friend Su, where did you get this thing? Collected from collecting scrap, at the same price as scrap iron. Suan directly said, collected from scrap, at the same price as scrap iron? Sparing Sure Jun, who was used to seeing great storms and waves, and whose color remained unchanged even before the collapse of Tarzan. When he heard these words, he was also a bit tense. Little friend Su, do you know what this blackened stone you received at a scrap iron price is? He was a little agitated, and his slack-jawed face became vivid. Of course Suan knew, but he chose to shake his head in order to match Sure Jun. Sure Jun raised his voice all of a sudden. What the true face of this thing is, you'll never guess. It will definitely exceed your imagination. Zhao Jianba on the side couldn't help himself and said anxiously, Teacher Sure, don't sell us short. This isn't an auction house. Tell us quickly, What exactly is this thing that's the same as the blackened stone? Ha ha, sorry, I'm used to it in the auction house, and I unknowingly brought it out on weekdays. Sure Jun, who was on the rise, scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard this. He straightened his complexion and held up the blackened stone, and said with some envy in his tone, "Little friend Sue's luck is really quite good. This thing looks just like a sludge-stained stone, but in fact, its surface is just wrapped in gray soil silt, forming a protective layer, and inside it, it's gold." Hearing this, the water friends in the live broadcast room were shocked. Asterisk. This stone is gold inside? This year the price of gold skyrocketed. The bank gold bullion have risen to 566 a gram. This small piece to be all gold, at least 200 grams. The minimum can be sold to 11 million to go. Asterisk. A dozen pieces of scrap iron, 11 million to sell. This ing is too profitable. Upstairs rigorous point. According to the price of scrap iron, a caddy 50 cents. And this small piece of estimated even the most 2 or 3 cents. And Sue, with 30 cents, received 110,000 gold. Asterisk. Sue is awesome. By scrap iron can receive gold. Zhao Jianbo was also a little surprised. He thought that the blackened stone was just a stone engraved seal, which knew that the inside of the stone was actually gold. Teacher sure. Are you sure that what's wrapped under this dirt and dust is gold? Of course. Stone and gold have different densities and different weights. If you don't believe me, you'll know when I clean up its shell. Said. Sure Jun let Zhao Jianbo go and get alcohol, cotton cloth and other cleaning things, and also let him prepare a basin of water. When the tools were in front of him, Sure Jun started to clean the gold seal. He first put the gold seal in the basin filled with clear water and cleaned it with force. Soon, the water in the basin became turbid, while the golden seal revealed a touch of gold color. Under the strong light of the lamp, this touch of gold color shone brightly, just like the afternoon sun dazzling attention. You see, this color is gold. This piece of gold is not big, but the weight is still very sufficient. I estimated that in addition to the outside of this layer of silt dirt, the weight of this piece of gold can reach 250-60 grams or so. With the current price of gold, sell at 11 or 20,000 is no problem at all. That's why I say that little friend Sue's luck is really quite good. A few cents of scrap iron price, earned 11 or 20,000. This luck, with winning the lottery has a match. Sure Jun sighed in exclamation, although he also met in the auction house to take the family heirlooms to identify the treasure. But compared to Suan, this only cost a few cents of scrap iron price to collect the gold. More shocking to him, Zhao Jianbo said meaningfully, Suan relies on more than just luck. There is also eyesight. Sure Jun smiled at his words and didn't think much of it. What kind of eyesight could a young man in his early 20s have? Mostly, they relied on luck. He picked up the golden seal, close to be rubbed out of the gold, carefully observed, and then took out alcohol and cotton. In the gold area near the back and forth wipe. As the area of gold color expanded, the full picture of the golden seal also appeared in front of the eyes of several people. It was a snake button gold seal. On the square seal, an imposing tiger head was carved. This is the golden seal? Zhao Jianbo sized up the gold that was revealed in its entirety and said in astonishment. Sure Jun was also a bit surprised. He had thought that this stone only had a piece of gold, but he hadn't expected that the gold was actually a snake button gold seal. His expression became serious. His eyes narrowed slightly, surveying the seal's snake knob, and said, "This is a snake knob seal, and in ancient times, the knob style was the most central element in the composition of the official seal form. In history, especially belonging to the Western Han official seal, the seal button city has an extremely strict system. In the Western Han official seal, the main button city is turtle button and nose button, 2 categories. In addition, there are dragon button, fish button, chi dragon button, snake button and other styles of animal button. So this one snake button seal is most likely a gold seal from the Western Han dynasty." Zhao Jianbo opened his mouth wide and asked incredulously, "This is a gold seal from the Western Han dynasty?" Sure Jun slightly suppressed the excitement in his heart and shook his head. "Not sure. There is a big possibility. The official seals of the Western Han dynasty mainly rely on the shape, texture and button style that constitute the seal text and the seal carving art style and other aspects to judge. I need to measure the shape first. Do you have a measuring instrument here?" Yes, I'll get it for you right away." Zhao Jianbo hurriedly got up and rummaged around for the usual instruments for measuring antiques. Soon, he handed over the measuring instrument to Sure Jun. Sure Jun began to carefully measure the size of the gold seal. The seal surface is square, 2-3 centimeters, and the seal platform is 0.9 centimeters thick. Putting away the measuring instrument, Sure Jun became even more excited. The surface of the seal is square and can only be used when the official's salary reaches more than 200 stones. This is also known as the Tongguan seal. And in the early Western Han dynasty, which was influenced by the Qin dynasty. The seal platform was usually thin and flat, with a thickness of around 0.4 centimeters, and it wasn't until after the Wenjing period that the seal platform reached a thickness of around 0.5 centimeters, and it was not until the late Western Han dynasty that the seal's body went from being thin and light to becoming thick, and the platform began to increase in thickness, reaching a thickness of 0.8 centimeters or more, and the thickness of this seal platform is at 0.9 centimeters, indicating that it is an official seal in the late Western Han dynasty, where the official's salary reached more than 200 stones. The owner of this official seal is still a famous official? It's not small. Zhao Jianbo looked at Suan with envy and jealousy in his heart. This antique thing, although it also depends on the dynasty, but during the same dynasty period, it is often the items of famous people that are more valuable and sell at a higher price. The higher the official rank of the owner of this gold seal, the higher the price of this gold seal would be. Chapter 31, 11,000 explosive changes to 4,600,000. Zhao Jianbo busily asked, Mr. Sure, can you tell which great official in the middle of the Western Han dynasty was the owner of this golden seal? Shi Jun shook his head. There are only 3 characters on the seal. I don't know who Lu Li is, but the style of the seal is the small seal system of the Western Han dynasty, or more accurately, it's a unique typeface developed from the small seal system, and it's known as mimic seal in the industry. This seal carving font is in line with the Western Han dynasty, and this character "een," with its drooping final stroke, is typical of Western Han official seals. He flipped the snake button seal back and forth, and the more he looked at it, the tighter his frown became. This look aside, Zhao Jianbo heart tightened, afraid that the gold seal is only imitation. To know if this is the ancient official seal, the price at least 2 million, not the district of more than 100,000 yuan. He looked at Suan, saw the other side of a confident expression. The heart does not understand. Zhao Jianbo asked, Suan, do you think this gold seal is a real official seal from the Western Han dynasty or an imitation seal? Suan's vision was poisonous, and the other party had never looked away during their several transactions. Moreover, this golden seal was brought by him, so maybe he knew the origin of this golden seal. Shi Jun, who was scrutinizing the golden seal, couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Zhao Jianbo asking Suan. What could Suan know at this age? He might not still be able to tell if this official seal is real or fake. How could this be possible? Suan did not know what was on Shi Jun's mind. Seeing Zhao Jianbo asking himself, he pondered. During the Western Han dynasty, there were a total of 4 Han seal textures, namely jade seal, gold seal, silver seal, and copper seal. Each texture of seal represents a different status. Jade seals were generally white jade, called as seals, and were used by the emperor as well as his descendants, while gold seals were second only to the imperial and queen's jade seals, and were used by princes and nobles, dukes, generals, and other important ministers of the imperial court, such as the upper ministers. This means that the owner of this golden seal is second only to the emperor and empress in status, and is either an important minister in the court or a superior minister. But if you look closely at the seal text, the seal engraving on it is Lu Li, which means that the owner of the seal is surnamed Lu, and Lu is an imperial surname, and combined with this golden seal, it is enough to show that the owner of this golden seal is a member of the imperial family. Upon hearing this, Shi Jun raised his head and looked at Suan a few more times with some surprise. Little friend Su knows quite a lot. Surprisingly, he also knows the 4 types of Han seals from the Western Han dynasty, and also knows that the golden seal belonged to the use of important ministers. General people simply do not understand these. Could it be that little friend Su is also studying archaeology? Suan shook his head. I am studying media. Studying media? I didn't expect that a student of media would also know the history of seals during the Western Han dynasty. Nowadays students know more and more. Since you are interested in the history of the Western Han dynasty, do you have any idea of switching to archaeology? Antique seals are still very popular in the market, and I just happen to be missing an assistant as well. Shi Jun sighed and suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhao Jianbo hurriedly interrupted. Hey, Mr. Sure, Suan has a main job, or an anchor. The main thing is still to talk about this gold seal first. This seal is really the Western Han dynasty? If Suan doesn't collect scrap anymore, then he can't even have a mouthful of soup. Wow, what kind of work? Shi Jun didn't rush to answer, instead asking. Zhao Jianbo said as a matter of course, collecting scrap. Didn't he say before that this gold seal is what he collected from collecting scrap? Is it? Although Shi Jun knew that this golden seal was collected by Suan collecting scrap iron, he only thought that he was taking the time to take the unwanted scrap to sell, and by the way, he was collecting something he needed, but he didn't realize that he was really collecting scrap. Silent for a few seconds, he met Zhao Jianbo's expectant gaze and nodded. This serpentine seal, no matter from the texture, seal engraving, the seal text and so on several aspects, is indeed the Western Han Dynasty gold seal, and the owner of the gold seal, as Su said, should be the royal family members at that time. Zhao Jianba sucked in a breath of cool air. This gold seal is really the seal of the royal family members of the Western Han Dynasty? Then how much could this seal fetch if auctioned? Shi Jun pondered. According to the previous years of the Western Han Dynasty gold seal auction price estimates, the value of this gold seal, probably in the 4,600,000 or so. Of course, this is only an estimate of the price. If it is on the Christie's auction house, faced with a number of bidders, more than this price, 5 million is possible. But the auction house will also take commission, tax deduction, so that calculated, in fact, to the seller's hands, is also almost in 4 million. Hands, is also almost in 467 or so floating. The gap will not be too big. This gold seal is worth $4,600,000? Zhao Jianba unconsciously raised his voice and said incredulously. He thought that this gold seal from the Western Han Dynasty was worth about $1 million at most. As a result, Shi Jun's opening was around $4,560,000. Of course, for this price, Suan appeared calm, because this Shi Jun estimated price and the system estimated price is almost the same. He has long guessed, naturally not surprised at all. However, the water friends in the live broadcast room are not clear. One by one were shocked by this price. I did not hear it wrong, right? So a not palm-sized gold seal worth 4,600,000? ********. I think 1,100,000 is already very exaggerated. But now you tell me, this gold seal is worth more than 4 million? This gold seal is so small. Why can it be sold for more than $4 million? This you do not understand. This is the Western Han Dynasty gold seal, or the royal family members use. Collection value of historical value are very high. Sell more than 4 million is also very normal. It's not unusual to sell it for more than $4 million. If the couple at the scrapyard knew, they'd probably vomit blood. Su, this come too hard. Originally thought that noon more than 1 million is the peak. Whoever thought that this more than 4 million is the finale? Zhao Jianba surveyed the golden seal, his mind calculating how much to pay to receive it. This gold seal in his field range can be said to be 100,000 miles, but cannot afford it high price. If this is operated well, it may earn quite a lot of money, much more than pouring those small things. But before that, he had to get through to Shi Jun first. Zhao Jianba pulled him aside and asked in a low voice, Mr. Sure, do you have any thoughts on this gold seal? Shi Jun understood. No, you also know, seal engraving appraisal is only a part of my dabbling. Relatively speaking, I prefer to appraise calligraphy, but also prefer to collect calligraphy. This seal I collect will only get to the auction house auction, but rather troublesome. It is better for you to collect it. He in Zhao Jianba is not the same, and does not rely on the sale of antiques to make money. His name has a specialized appraisal of seals, lettering and calligraphy of the company. His expert name is able to attract a lot of people to find him to help appraisal. A charge is not old. There is no need to mix with the auction. The process is troublesome. Formalities are also more. And there is that time might as well be appraised more than a few times to come quickly. Chapter 31, A Chance Encounter with Class Flower and Department Flower. Tian. Thanks. Let's have dinner together later in the evening, and I'll treat you to a foot massage on the way. Zhao Jianba brotherly patted Shi Jun's shoulder, turned around and couldn't wait to get in front of Suan. Suan, how much are you going to pay for this gold seal? Zhao Jianba rubbed his hands together and asked tentatively. What, boss Zhao, you want to collect? Suan looked a little surprised. Zhao Jianba harumphed. Good things, everyone wants to collect. I'm no exception. Suan frowned. Boss Zhao, we have traded with each other so many times. You also know that I have always wanted cash money, but you only collected 4 feng shui screens at noon. Are you able to turn your funds around? Zhao Jianba waved his hand and said unconcernedly. Hey, you don't have to worry about that. I still have spare funds in my other 2 stores. I'll just extract funds directly from them. Suan, wanna be rich? Seeing that Zhao Jianba can pay cash money, Suan didn't ink, and said painfully, since you want to collect it, boss Zhao, it's a 1-bite price, 4,600,000 you take it. I'll only take these, no matter if you auction this seal off or trade it privately. It's up to you to earn more or less. How about it? Deal. Just $4,600,000. Zhao Jianba said without hesitation. He had long ago calculated in his mind. According to what Shi Jun said, if this seal was auctioned, it was possible to break 5 million, and he also knew a lot of people in the auction house. If he took it to auction, excluding the commission and taxes, earning 100,000 or so was not a problem. Suan laughed. Boss Zhao is refreshing. I like doing business with someone as quick as you. If I receive something good again, I'll still look for you. The deal was struck. This snake-shaped gold seal then stayed in the Jubilee. Zhao Jianba made 2 phone calls, and soon, Suwon's bank card arrived at $4,600,000. Suwon, the money was received, right? After all, it was a large sum of money. Zhao Jianba asked uneasily. Received. It's good that you received it. It's not too early now. It's just time for dinner. Let's go. You send me the name of the store on the line. I write over. Okay. A few people walked out of the store together. Suwon opened his cell phone and searched for the name of the store according to the place Zhao Jianba said, and then walked towards his tricycle. Seeing Suwon really get on a tricycle that collects scrap, pedaling with skillful movements, Jun only felt that it was too out of character. He had just earned more than $4 million, and then turned around and rode a tricycle? This sense of contrast is also too big. So he's really a scrap collector. Right. You said before that he's still an anchor? What does he mainly broadcast live? Collecting scrap? Jun thought of something and turned his head to ask Zhao Jianba. Zhao Jianba nodded. He seems to have participated in a live challenge program. The live content is collecting scrap. I have his live room. Do you want to take a look? Forget it. What's there to see in collecting scrap? It's not interesting. Jun shook his head and directly refused. Zhao Jianba snickered in his heart and didn't explain. He believed that with Suwon's speed of picking up this leakage, Jun would one day see Suwon's live room. Subsequently, the two got into the same car and drove towards the location of the upscale restaurant. After arriving at the restaurant, Zhao Jianba booked the box and sent the name of the box to Suwon. Teacher Sure and I have already arrived. We'll wait for you while ordering food. Not long after, Suwon also arrived on his tricycle. The three of them had a meal and drank a little wine. The relationship got a lot closer again. After eating, Zhao Jianba pulled Suwon and Jun towards Golden Foot Road. The massage girls here have the best figure and technique, so you'll love it. Zhao Jianba squeezed his eyes, showing a look of Suwon turned his neck and said, that's the best. I've been running around collecting scrap for the past few days. My whole body's muscles are tired and sore. I just happened to go inside to massage and relax my muscles. Wait, I'll make a call first. Jun didn't rush in, but backed up a few steps and came to a relatively quiet place to dial the phone. Old Zhao, come over here for a moment. I can't deliver alone when my wife hits the video later. Zhao Jianba shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, see, this is wifey. Alas, Suwon, you go in first, we'll come in later. Okay, Suwon answered and walked into the Golden Footpath door. The Golden Footpath hall was extremely large, decorated with gold and blue splendor. Suwon just went in, and a reception manager walked over with a smile on his face. Hello sir, may I ask how many? 3. May I ask if you have a reservation in advance? Suwon shook his head. No. Then please come this way. There is a list of technicians in our store over here. You can choose your favorite technician for the massage. The reception manager always had a smile on her face and led Suwon to the front desk. Seeing the scene of the front desk through the lens, for a moment, the netizens in the live broadcast room exploded. Ha, the live dancing young lady at the front desk looks so familiar. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that wouldn't be Sweetie, would it? No wonder I felt familiar as soon as I saw the decoration. I'm sure it is. I'm always in Sweetie's live room, and she's live at this store. Goo. It's really Miss Sweet's live broadcast place, but it's a pity that Miss Sweet is just a live streamer, not a technician, or else Brother Sue would have to let Miss Sweet have a massage. Brother Sue, quickly point the camera at Miss Sweet. I want to see the beautiful young lady. +1. I also want to see the beautiful young lady. There were more pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Suwon quickly swept a glance. Miss Sweet? No wonder this group of people were so excited. So it was because they saw pretty Miss. But seeing that the netizens were so strongly demanding to see Miss Sister, of course Suwon had to fulfill it. He quickly walked to the front desk, and the camera focused on little Sweetie who was dancing live on the front desk. Suwon's footsteps lurched. This person looked a bit familiar. Isn't this the class flower and department flower Tian Tian? At this time, Tian Tian picked up her cup to drink water, and when she looked up, she saw Suwon. Suwon, what are you doing here? Tian Tian looked surprised. Suwon calmly said, what else can I do? Coming here is definitely a massage. Puff dash. Tian Tian snorted out a laugh. Just you? You're a scrap collector. You have the money to come for a massage? Do you know that the lowest massage here is over 400? With the little money you have from collecting scraps, can you get 400? Tian Tian had a mocking face. She was Chen Shuyu's girlfriend, and because of Chen Shuyu's relationship, it caused her to look at Suwon unfavorably. Of course, this is only one of the points. More because, on weekdays in the class, she relies on her superior looks, letting all the male students hold her up to satisfy her vanity. Just Suwon, an orphan, a poor man, never ignores her, and let him help a small favor is not willing, which makes her, who has always been held up, to be very unhappy. Tian Tian covered her nose and waved her hand with a disgusted face. What a stench. A stinky garbage smell. Garbage should stay where garbage should stay. This place is not for garbage like you. Hurry up and get out. Don't stink up the air in the store. Chapter 32, coming in vertically and going out horizontally. Tian. Watch your words. How can you speak to customers like that? The reception manager's face changed as she sternly scolded. Tian said with an aggrieved face. Sister Zhang, I'm doing this for the good of our store. Our store's main focus is high-end services. The service targets are all bosses and successful people. If the customers know that they are enjoying the same services as a scrap collector, and even using the same room, it will surely tarnish our store's reputation. Moreover, this guy is an orphan, with no money and no power. He relies on collecting scrap to make money. Do you think he has the ability to consume our services here? I think he mostly wants to enjoy a free massage, and won't check out at all. Have you forgotten? Didn't something like this happen in our store before? Hearing this, the reception manager's face shifted as he looked at Suan with a suspicious expression. Was this guy really a scrap collector? It didn't look like it. Sir, may I ask where you are now in your senior position? Sister Zhang thought about it and decided that it would be better to test the waters first. If he was really a scrap collector, he definitely didn't have much money in his pocket, and would probably come into whore for nothing. This kind of person should definitely be eliminated. Suan admitted with a big smile. Self-employment. Collecting scrap. See, I told you he was a scrap collector. Tian said with a smug look on her face. The expression on the reception manager's face changed immediately. I'll go. He's really a scrap collector. It seems like he really wants to whore himself out. The reception manager rolled his eyes and said with a look of contempt, collecting junk and coming to massage? You don't have the money to pretend to be a big spender. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay our business. Tian looked like a villainous expression and said loudly, that's right. Hurry up and get out. If you don't go, we'll call the security guards. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all confused. Asterisk, said Brother Su pretending to be a big spender. There is no mistake. Brother Su is really big money. Asterisk. Originally how like little sweet. Think she skin white beautiful big long legs. The result is actually this kind of person. Vomit. Licking dogs all come to see. This is the goddess in your heart. Suan ignored the two people. He pulled out his cell phone and quickly tapped it. When the reception manager wanted to call security to rush people out, Suan flashed the balance in his cell phone directly to her. Open your eyes and take a good look. Is this money? The reception manager froze and counted. Individual. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. There is actually a balance of more than 6 million here. More than 6 million. Is it so profitable to collect scrap these days? Scrap collectors all have millions of balances. Reacting to this, the reception manager's throat involuntarily swallowed and said with a fawning face, Guest, I'm really sorry. It was me who was rude just now. In order to express my apologies, please allow me to perform the massage service for you. The reception manager continuously bent over and bowed to apologize. Her two arms intentionally or unintentionally squeezed towards the middle, revealing her proud career line, while one by one, she moved towards Suan's side. Putting away his cell phone, Suan hurriedly moved to the side. He didn't like old women. No need. I want her to serve me. Suan pointed at Tian who was confused at the reception desk. Tian didn't understand how the reception manager's attitude towards Suan changed 180 degrees after looking at the cell phone. But when she saw Suan pointing out her service, she immediately screamed, You're dreaming. Who do you think you are? You still want me to serve you? Sir, Tian is only responsible for live broadcasting, and is not a technician. Not responsible for massage, otherwise it is better for me to. Suan sneered. Give me the most expensive 8888 service. Must let her do it. I won't consume if I change. The reception manager's eyes instantly lit up. She immediately rushed Tian. The guest is God. The guest has a need now. We must fulfill it. Tian, go clean up. Change into your uniform and perform the service for this honorable guest. I'm not going to give him a massage. Tian, this is the store's request. You must carry it out. Tian blared indignantly at Suan, picked up her cell phone and dialed. You're not qualified to order me. I'm going to call the store manager and kick this obnoxious guy out. After saying that, she said a few words towards the other side of the phone, then hung up the phone in triumph. I've already called the store manager. He'll be here soon. The reception manager frowned. It's just serving the guests. There's no need for you to call the store manager over as well. Of course I have to call it over, or else I'll let the two of you jointly bully me. Sister Zhang, I usually give in to you because you're the reception manager, but you actually made me serve this guy. This is just too much. I must tell the store manager about your behavior. And you, Suan, you're a scrap collector and you still want to book the 8888 Supreme Wellness Package. It's really laughable. I can serve that package, but it's made for rich people, not poor people like you. You can't afford to pick up rags for the rest of your life. Tian said condescendingly. Her words infuriated the reception manager to the point that she almost had a heart attack. Suan's expression remained unchanged, not putting Tian's words in his eyes at all. Still pretending? When the store manager comes later, I'll see how you can still pretend. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit and in his 40s hurried over. Store manager, Sister Zhang insisted that I give this guy a massage. Didn't we agree before that I would only do live broadcasts, not massages? When Tian saw the man, she immediately rushed up and pouted as she hugged the other's arm. The middle-aged man felt the softness coming from his arm, and his mind was instantly crooked, starting to fantasize about anachronistic images. This, finally begged for her head. She must be taken down tonight. Don't be afraid, little sweetie, I'll do it for you. The man soothed Tian and didn't forget to touch the other party on her waist. After mooching, he then looked at the reception manager and Suan. What's going on? The reception manager said. Store manager, this gentleman wanted to make a reservation for the 8888 Supreme Ancient Method Wellness Package, but designated Tian as the technician, and as a result, Tian was unwilling to. Speaking of this, her tone was a bit complaining. Bitch, what's the point of pretending to be noble? 8888 package? The shopkeeper was a bit surprised, not expecting Suan to actually choose the most expensive massage package in the store. This means that the other party is definitely not short of money. In an instant, the store manager is a little shaken. He doesn't want to offend a rich man for a woman and damage the store's reputation. As a footbath store manager, he only had to think about it, and there were more than enough technicians for him to choose from. Store manager, this guy is my classmate, just a scrap collector. How could he spend more than 8,000 to buy the most expensive massage package? He's just deliberately pretending to be a big spender, trying to take advantage of me. Tian sensed his faltering and immediately shook his arm and said. The shopkeeper unexpectedly said, a scrap collector? Yes, he's a scrap collector. The shopkeeper couldn't help but believe a few points when he saw how sure she was, and he turned his head to look Suan up and down. Those who were so young and were willing to spend so much money on a massage were usually rich second generation, but Suan was covered from head to toe in ground floor goods, without a single piece of name brand goods. The real rich second generation were all very ostentatious and would never wear ground floor goods. Chapter 33, he's a rag collector who earns more than $6 million a day by picking up leaks? He instantly revealed a look of understanding. The reception manager just wanted to explain, but he raised his hand to stop him. Stop it, Sister Zhang. I made you the reception manager so that you can better serve the customers, not so that you can serve some guys pretending to be big spenders who want to come and whore around for nothing. Store manager Shut up, wrong is wrong, don't argue. The store manager glared at her, turned his head to look at Suan in a bad mood. Threatened, young man, while I can still talk to you in a good voice, literate to me numbly roll, or wait for me to call the security guards. That's vertically in and horizontally out. Asterisk. A foot bath store manager is so arrogant? You think you're shooting a gangster? Vertical in and horizontal out? I'll call the police. Brother Sue, don't be so vain. If he dares to make a move, I'll call the police for you. Manager who are you trying to get in and out? Zhao Jianba angrily walked in. He had just cooperated with Shi Jun to deal with her wife's inspection, and as soon as he entered, he heard Shi Jun threatening Suan. Could he tolerate it? Boss Zhao? When did you come here? Didn't even inform me. Store manager Yu's eyes lit up and he immediately greeted him with a smile. Zhao Jianba was the store's supreme VIP customer and had to be served well. Stop, I'm not here to catch up with you. Zhao Jianba coldly slapped away Yu store manager's handshake. Boss Zhao, what do you mean by this? Store manager Yu was unsure and cautiously tried. What do I mean? I was going to ask you what do you mean? Zhao Jianba pointed at Boss Yu's nose and cursed. I brought my guest here to spend money with you, and you even threatened my guest, and said that you'd let him enter vertically and leave horizontally. Do you know how to do business or not? If you don't know how to do business, close down before it's too late. He was so furious that his usual composure disappeared, bursting into foul language one after another. Originally intended to draw closer to Suan, but ended up meeting such a person. This is your guest? Your store manager has never seen Zhao Jianba get so angry, some at a loss for words. Nonsense, long eyes will not see it. Zhao Jianba's tone was impulsive. You store manager but did not dare to complain, at least made it to the store manager. Seen a lot of wind and waves. After determining that Suan is Zhao Jianba's guest, and the relationship with Zhao Jianba is quite good, he immediately bent 90 degrees and sincerely said, Guest, I am really sorry. Just now it is me who did not investigate clearly. Misunderstood you. I am really sorry. In order to express my apology, tonight your consumption are discounted by 80%. The guest your massage service will also be served by Tian throughout. What do you guys think? Store manager. I'm not going. Didn't you promise me? Tian was confused by this whole thing, and hurriedly pouted. She is still live. Netizens do not matter. But if other students and her boyfriend saw, she will not be able to raise her head in the future. But halfway through her words, she stopped under the store manager's oozing gaze. You have to go even if you don't go. This is the trouble you caused. If you don't go, it will be considered as your automatic termination of the contract, and you will pay a huge amount of liquidated damages. Store manager, you coldly said. At the mention of the huge liquidated damages, Tian's pretty face turned pale. Even if she was no longer willing, she could only agree. Zhao Jianba swept his eyes back and forth over Tian and the store manager, and finally looked at Suan. What do you think? Leave or stay here? Of course he didn't care about the 20% discount. He just heard the clues from the store manager's words, which is why he asked Suan. Suan laughed. What's the point of leaving? Of course I want to stay here. I've ordered the 8888 Supreme service. I need to enjoy it before I can do so. Subsequently, several people came to the private room. Tian changed her uniform and reluctantly came to the private room. When she saw the private room, the water friends in her live broadcast room exploded. Little sweetie has finally fallen. Asterisk. I really envy the guy who can be massaged by Tian. I also want to be massaged by the pair of delicate jade hands. Think about it, all excited. Upstairs, as long as you can pay 8,888, you can get a massage from Brittany too. This guy is not relying on the help of the big brothers around him, or else he's a junk collector. Can he afford the 8,888 package? He can't even get that much money even if he sells it. Ha. I'm really laughing. What's wrong with collecting junk? My brother Sue's worth scares you to death. If you take a look at my brother Sue's studio, you'll see that this $8,000 is nothing to him. $8,000 is nothing. My brother Sue earns more than $6 million a day. What's $8,000 worth? Sweetie's loyal fans who relied on her appearance and figure were arguing with Suan's friends in the live streaming room. The pop-up screen was frantically refreshed. But at this time, Tian did not know that she was soaking Suan's feet with a stern face. The water is too hot. The temperature is clearly just right. Are you deliberately picking a fight? I'm a guest and you're a guest. Call your store manager over. I'm sorry, I'll retune it. A series of tossing and turning for a long time before Suan finally nodded and said it was suitable. When it was the turn of the massage, due to Tian's pressure to massage, this gave Suan a not so good experience. The strength is too light. Did you not eat? Too heavy. Are you trying to press me to death? Tian held back and held back. Couldn't hold back anymore. Suan, don't go too far. Suan faintly said. I'm excessive? Where did I go overboard? As a guest, I brought up what you did wrong. Where did I go too far? You're clearly deliberately picking a fight. Tian gnashed her teeth. Is that so? Then call your store manager over. I'm sorry, it's my technique that's not up to par. I'll pay attention. More than an hour of massage. The more Tian pressed, the more anger in her heart grew. And in the end, it was completely by thinking about the commission after this order was completed that she pressed hard. She hated Suan, but not the money. So, after Suan and others checked out and left, she came to the front desk at the first time, wanting to see her single commission. For the 8888 package, her commission could reach about 1,500. She couldn't earn more than 1,000 a night doing live broadcasts in a footbath store. What? No commission? Why? Tian said incredulously. The reception manager coldly said, you bumped into a valued customer and almost caused the store to lose a supreme VIP customer. The store discounted 20% in order to get back the customer. Of course you are responsible for this extra money. And you still want commission. Not looking for you to get into trouble even if it's good. After working hard for an hour, she ended up being whored out for nothing. Tian was furious and pulled out her cell phone to call Chen Shuyu. She just opened her cell phone and glanced at the live broadcast in passing. She saw the water friends in the screen. Small sweet. The guest you massaged is also an anchor. He relies on picking up leaks, earning more than 6 million a day. I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person. He earns more than $6 million a day? How is that possible? Isn't he a rag collector? Tian felt that the water friends in the live broadcast room were crazy, but seeing more and more similar pop-ups, she couldn't help but feel a little skeptical in her heart. Chapter 35, an electric tricycle worth over $1 million. Tian Desert entered Suan's live broadcast and watched the replay. 10 minutes later, she exited the live broadcast room with a bewildered look on her face, her entire being suffering a huge shock. It's true. He really has $6 million. Tian froze for a few seconds before quickly running towards the door. Unfortunately, Suan and Zhao Jianba Jun had long since left. 6 million, that's $6 million. I really deserve to die. Tian regretted. Had she known that Suwon had $6 million, she would not have gone against Suwon even if she was beaten to death. No, I have to find a way to save my image in Suwon's mind. He can make $6 million a day. He might be able to make even more in the future. And with his current traffic, he will definitely become more and more hot in the future. If I can be with him, I will have tons of traffic and money. The calculations in her mind snapped. Since she drank some wine last night, Suwon didn't go back to school and stayed at a nearby hotel for the night. At 8 in the morning, Suwon woke up. After simply washing up, Suwon ate his own breakfast at the hotel and then found his tricycle. He was just about to go live, but as soon as he opened his cell phone, he saw several QQ messages. Suwon, I didn't mean to target you. It's Chin Shuyu who keeps saying bad things about you in my ears. I was also tricked by him to target you. Don't worry, I've broken up with him now. I apologize for targeting you. I hope you can forgive me. In order to show my apology, I would like to invite you for a meal. Suwon frowned at the message sent by Tian, raised his hand and deleted his friend. He didn't feel much for Tian. The other party deliberately targeted him last night, and he retaliated back later. Other than that, he didn't want to have too many interactions. Riding on the tricycle, Suwon once again opened the live broadcast. Hello brothers, another meta day. After the usual greeting, Suwon mounted the tricycle. Just that, as soon as he rode on, he realized that something was wrong. The car seat kept sinking down. He looked down. All 3 tires were flat. Even if 1 tire is flat, but 3? Suwon intuited that something was wrong. He hurriedly got off the car and checked the tires. Without looking, he was shocked. All 3 tires had a few cracks in them. Surveying those cracks, Suwon's brows frowned. This doesn't look like a hole pierced by a stone. It looks like someone took a knife and pierced it. Holy, it's early in the morning. The cracks on these tires look like they've been cut with a knife. Has Su messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with? What do you mean? Who shouldn't be messed with? I think it's someone's cheap hand that scratched them for fun. You've made so much money. It's not worth it to ride this tricycle. Get a better car. It's more convenient to drive. Suwon was worried, and when he saw this pop up, he immediately stood up. That's right, this car is indeed not good to ride. When it's heavily loaded you have to stand up and pedal every time. It's time to change the car. Suwon stroked his chin and thought. The friends in the live broadcast room were filled with anticipation, wanting to see what car Suwon was going to change. Until they saw Suwon take a taxi to a store that specialized in selling used electric tricycles. Used electric tricycles? Worthy of being Brother Su. The hanging heart finally died. Suwon walked into the store. The parking lot in front of the entrance was full of second-hand electric cars. Not only tricycles, but also many electric cars. Although the water in the second-hand tricycle market is not as high as second-hand cars, there are still a lot of accidental cars with electric tricycles. So if you are not careful, you will step on a big pit. Suwon looked over one by one, and all the details of the information surfaced. Items Guowei electric 3-wheel trucks. Details with the function of pulling and carrying goods. Can be used as a courier car as well as agricultural vehicles. Has been soaked underwater for 5 hours. The motor is greatly subject to wear and tear. Value 1,000. Items Jinpeng Jinba electric tricycle 1.8 m. Details, carriage length of 180 m. Is a general-purpose agricultural and cargo hybrid models. The car has experienced a crash slope. The motor has been replaced. Value 1,500. Items Oak electric 3-wheeled cargo van. Details, household electric cargo tricycle. Suitable for mountainous roads. The car production so far but 3 years. The number of use is very small. Value 1.2 million. Suwon blinked and looked at the dark blue electric cargo tricycle in front of him a bit blankly. He was really a bit confused. Other used electric tricycles were priced at either 1,000 or 15,000, or at most 2 or 3,000, but as a result, this one electric tricycle was actually worth 1.2 million. Electric tricycles don't have the slightest room for appreciation, so this 1.2 million must not have much to do with the car. Could it be, this tricycle hides $1,200,000 worth of good things? This possibility is also not very likely. The car dealer will inspect and clean the car when he receives the car. If there is really something valuable, it would have been taken away in the first place. Suwon's thoughts turned in his mind. A pair of eyes looked at the electric tricycle with dead eyes. In addition to seeing a little traces of use, nothing else could be seen. The car dealer noticed Suwon's gaze, gauging that the chances of the deal being successful were not small, and immediately came over to introduce himself. Brother, good eye. This car production is only 3 years. The number of times of use is not more than 10 times. With the new no difference, Suwon pretended to survey the electric tricycle, patted the body and casually asked, what does the owner of this tricycle do? Why is the number of uses so low? The car dealer shook his head and said, I'm not sure about this. That brother is gloomy and doesn't like to talk, but I guess it should be a job transporting raw meat or seafood and fish. When I was checking it before, I smelled a faint fishy odor. Usually only cars transporting raw meat and seafood will have a fishy odor. Fishy odor? The car dealer nodded. Well, the smell is quite faint, but we often deal with cars and are sensitive to the smells on them. This electric tricycle is really good. There is not much difference with the new one, but the price is less than half of the new one. If you like it, 3,500 to take it away. How about it? Suan had intended to buy it and study it to see what this tricycle was like and why it was worth more than $1 million. But the car was to be bought. The price was also to be cut. Suan directly said, 3,500 is a bit expensive. 3,000. The car dealer's face twitched and said, 3,000 is too little. Let's do it this way. I'll lower it a little. How about 3,004? 3,000. 3,003? 3,000. 3,002? 3,000. Okay, 3,000 is 3,000. Let's go. Let's go in and do the formalities. Seeing Suan biting the price and not letting go, the car dealer helplessly said. Subsequently, the two went into the store to sign the contract and pay the money. After paying the money, Suan didn't rush to leave, but once again came to the side of the electric tricycle. Now the car is his. He can carefully check. The car that extra million in the end is what? Chapter 35. Is this something you can watch for free? Suan opened the car door and began to scrutinize it. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. Suan checked it carefully from inside to outside, and even let the car dealer take the front cover off the car. Dude, there's really no problem with this car, the car dealer said helplessly. He still had a sentence left unsaid. That is, you have paid your money. Even if you check out the problem now, you can't get a refund. The doubt in Suan's heart grew thicker and thicker. Where exactly was the point that this car was worth more than $1 million? The front cover of the car can be opened. He opened. Even the motor have taken a flashlight carefully illuminated. Everything is very normal. Is an ordinary tricycle construction. He was a little tired and sat down on the driver's seat, his eyes looking at the driver's desk, frowning in contemplation. The tricycle is so big, the rear compartment is even more visible. Can hide things? Have looked at the place? Found nothing. Could it be that the tricycle had to be completely dismantled to find out? Dang. Due to thinking too intently, his cell phone rolled down from his pocket to the edge of the cushion. Suan reached out to pick it up, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He put the phone aside and carefully surveyed the edge of the cushion. There was a small, not too obvious bump. The tricycle cushions were all leather with sponge, and the hole was relatively flat. Therefore, the bump on the edge of the cushion became conspicuous. Running a finger over the top of the bump, one could feel that it was a hard little piece under the sea. Got a pocket knife? He probed and asked the car dealer next to him. There is, but what do you need a pocket knife for? The car dealer was unsure. Suan didn't say so explicitly, but said, you'll know later. The car dealer helplessly shrugged his shoulders and returned to the store, and in a short while, he took out a small knife. Then, he saw a scene that made him incomprehensible, only to see. Suan inserted the knife into the cushion and directly cut through that area on the edge of the cushion. Asterisk. Dude, are you crazy? This cushion is still brand new. His voice came to an abrupt end. He saw Suan pull out a flash drive from the sponge. Holy, this is a flash drive? A flash drive hidden in a sponge cushion? This doesn't look right. Brother Su quickly study it to see what's on the flash drive. Su quickly find a computer to look at it. There must be something in it. Suan grinned. Found it. Do you have a computer here? I want to see what's inside this flash drive. His thoughts were similar to the netizens. With a systematic valuation, he suspected that the $1 million+ was in this USB flash drive. The car dealer opened his mouth wide and froze. There is, but you can only use desktop. I'm afraid that the USB disk has a virus. Okay, Suan didn't mind, as long as he could look at what was on the flash drive. He walked down the tricycle, and then, suddenly remembering something, he held a knife and cut open the entire cushion, until he saw that it was all yellow sponge and nothing else, which stopped the action. Suan sat in front of an old desktop computer of some age and inserted the USB flash drive into the port. Great masterpiece. This was the name of the USB flash drive. Suan frowned with a sense of uneasiness. Clicking on the USB flash drive, there were a total of 5 videos inside. The names of the 5 videos were: the first painting, the second painting, the third painting, the fourth painting, the fifth painting. Looking at the name, the owner of this flash drive is a painter, or an artist. The car dealer came over to the computer screen and guessed. There were usually not many customers in the morning, and he was bored with idleness, so he simply came to see what was on this USB flash drive as well. Suan didn't answer and casually clicked on the first video. The screen was first pitch black, followed by a light pink dressed up teenage girl's bedroom showing up. A beautiful young girl was lying on a pink princess bed. It looked like she was sleeping very well. Suddenly, the camera shook. The camera then seemed to be fixed in one place as a man walked towards the young girl. With his back to the camera, he couldn't see his face, and he just sat directly on the head of the young girl's bed. Immediately after that, he reached out his hand towards the teenage girl. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is what you can watch for free? Brother Sue, speed up. I want to see the exciting part. This is the action movie I've been looking for. Brother Sue was really a big old man in clear soup, but in order for the live broadcasting room not to be blocked, I suggest that Brother Sue send it privately. Private send, private send. Sue licked his lips, somewhat speechless in anticipation. Bedroom, lonely man and woman. The next scene with toes know what will happen. But, just this thing is worth over $1 million? Could it be that this man is a rich and powerful big boss? Is the system asking me to use this video to blackmail the man? Even the price is set at $1,200,000. Is this certainty that this money is within the male boss's reach? Sue inwardly spat madly and raised his hand to close the video. Then, he saw a scene that sent chills down his spine. An extremely sharp art knife suddenly appeared in the man's hand. He gently stroked the young girl's face, and then, without mercy, he aimed the tip of the knife at the young girl's cheek. The man's arm blocked the young girl's face. The camera could only capture the bright red blood slowly flowing out between the man's hands. It gradually stained the pink sheets. He was cutting the young girl's face. Suan's eyelids twitched and her heartbeat climbed rapidly out of fear. The live broadcast room also became extremely quiet. Not a single pop-up screen. Seeing that the entire sheet was drenched in blood, Suan immediately turned off the video and retreated. He calmed down for a few seconds and suddenly felt that something wasn't right. That young girl's face was cut by the knife and bled so much, yet she didn't react from beginning to end. Completely unlike a living person. Thinking of this, he clicked on another video. This time the scene was in the basement. The young girl turned into a 28 or 99 woman, but the content was the same. Bright red blood stained the pitch black ground. It was another inhumane abuse. Seeing the same scene, Suan's entire body went numb. He directly unplugged the USB flash drive. The picture on the screen instantly disappeared. At this moment, the netizens in the live broadcast room finally came back to their senses from the shock and frantically brushed pop-ups in the live broadcast room. I'll be damned. This is abusive killing. Damn. Too horrible. That person actually cut people's faces. Definitely a perverted murderer. Did you notice that the victim's face didn't react at all? I doubt the victim is dead. Murdering and torturing corpses. The most perverted of all perverts. We must call the police immediately. Yes, we must call the police. Suan quickly calmed down after a short period of shock. The person in this video is obviously a pervert murderer. This matter must be reported to the police immediately. Secondly, this USB flash drive was found in the cushion of the electric tricycle. Maybe the murderer is the owner of the electric tricycle. Although I don't know why he hid the USB flash drive inside the cushion. But this USB flash drive contains the evidence of his murder. He may still come over to look for this USB flash drive. For his own safety, Suan hid the USB flash drive in his pocket and asked the scared car dealer to hide the electric tricycle in the passage behind the alley, covering it with a plastic sheet to avoid being discovered. He then called the police, ready to hand over the flash drive to the police when they arrived. What are you looking at? Chapter 36, Serial Murder. Someone was standing behind him. A coolness rose behind his back. Suan moved stiffly and turned his neck to see the person standing behind him. It was a man whose entire body was wrapped in black. Obviously it was summer, but he was wearing black long sleeves, wearing a black hat and mask. The whole person penetrated a gloomy. Suan's line of sight moved down and landed on the back of the man's hand. There was a deep knife scar. It was exactly the same as the knife scar on the video man's hand. Why don't you answer me? What are you looking at? The man asked grimly, his eyes locked on the computer screen. Suan curbed the fear at the bottom of her heart, calmly moved the mouse, opened the browser and said, nothing to do, watch some videos to pass the time. Are you here to buy a car? Between the movements, a childish website popped up. Looking at the video that should be mosaicked, the man in black was silent for a few seconds. His body obviously relaxed a bit. I want to buy back the electric tricycle that was sold before. After saying that, he asked as if casually, I didn't see you last time I was here. Are you an employee of this store? I'm new here. I just started working today. Where is your car? Suan got up and went to the camera outside the store. The parking lot was filled with vehicles, and it would take a little time to find the tricycle inside. The man in black frowned. I didn't see my electric tricycle outside. Are all the cars you collect here? Nice guy. This was already looking around outside. Luckily, he had let the car dealer hide the electric tricycle before. It's all here. Is your electric tricycle a very new blue oak electric tricycle with the license plate number XXXX? Yes, that's the electric tricycle. Where is it? Suan had already made up a reason. That car was sold half an hour ago. It's my first day at work, so I remember it quite well. Sold where? The man's mood suddenly became agitated and cranky. I'm sorry, we can't expose our customers' information. The man suddenly pulled out a small knife and pressed it against Suan's abdomen. Tell me where the person who sold the car went. Suan was startled and said with a horrified face. I said, don't be impulsive. He went ahead to Changhua district. He's only gone for a short while. If you drive over there now, you'll definitely be able to catch up with him. Upon hearing this, the man loosened his grip on the knife. No calling the police. Do you hear me? He warned and sped away on the motorcycle at the door. Suan wrote down the license plate number of the motorcycle before he raised his hand and wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. The quiet water friends in the live broadcast room once again brushed up their pop-up screens. Asterisk. Too scary. That man is definitely the murderer. Brother Su is awesome. He actually snubbed the murderer. My god. The moment the knife appeared, my heart clenched. How did Su know that the murderer was coming back and asked the car dealer to hide the tricycle? It must have been a script. Script? My ass. The knife's on my neck. If you have the guts, you can make a script like this. Look, the police car is here. Brother So is safe. A few minutes later, 4 or 5 police cars stopped in front of the store. A police officer in a police uniform quickly got out of the car, looked at Suan, and inquired, Are you Mr. Jiang, the person who called the police? Suan nodded his head and reported the man's arrival just now, the threat to him, and his license plate number to the police. After hearing this, the police instantly tensed up. A middle-aged policeman quickly arranged. The suspect is only one person, riding on a black motorcycle. The license plate number is XXXX. You guys get in the car. The suspect shouldn't have gone far. You guys go over there now. You will definitely be able to catch up. Make sure to apprehend him. 3 police cars went out at the same time, leaving 2 police cars. The remaining police officer thanked. Thanks for the clues. Now that we have determined that the suspect is riding a motorcycle, as well as the license plate number, we will apprehend him faster. Now please take us to see the motorized tricycle that hid the flash drive. There are likely to be traces of the crime on it. No problem. Follow me. Suan led the way in front. Along the way, he led the police to the back alley where the electric tricycle was hidden. The car dealer was also there. He was hiding and ready to go out, but as a result, he just stepped out of the alley and saw the man, and was scared into hiding. Now see, the police officers arrived. Excited eyes full of tears. Police uncle, you finally came. The police officers pacified him a few words, and then a few police officers began to check the electric tricycle. The trace inspection police put on white gloves, took out the instrument and began to check the back bucket of the tricycle. A few moments later, the trace inspection policeman appraised. There are a large number of washed blood traces in the back seat of the car. It should have been loaded with corpses before. Other than that, all the traces were cleared. The murderer is very meticulous. These words came out. The faces of the police officers present became even more serious. The middle-aged officer in the lead said to Suan, Young comrade, you reported earlier that you also found a USB flash drive? Where is the USB flash drive? Here. Suan took out the USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to the police officer. Receiving the USB flash drive, the middle-aged officer reminded, Thanks for your cooperation, but this USB flash drive and this electric tricycle both belong to the evidence. We must bring them back to the station. Suan didn't care and said, No problem. As long as we can catch the murderer and bring him to justice, a tricycle and the flash drive are nothing. This thought and this awareness satisfied the middle-aged officer. He patted Suan's shoulder and laughed. Little comrade's awareness is very high, but it involves a murder case. We still need to trouble you to go to the police station to make a statement. Okay. Suan and the car dealer came to the police station, after making a statement just ready to leave. At this time, the middle-aged police officer from before came over and said, Little comrade, please come with me to a place. The victim's family wants to see you. See me? See me for what? Suan followed behind the middle-aged policeman with a confused face. The middle-aged policeman could see his confusion and explained as he walked. We checked the video in the flash drive and determined that this is an extremely bad serial murder and body-splitting case. These 5 victims disappeared 2 months ago at the earliest, and a week ago at the latest. After they disappeared, the police quickly launched personnel to visit and investigate, and 2 bodies were found one after the other. But there was a delay in finding the murderer and the remaining 3 corpses, and the case came to a standstill. In order to catch the murderer at the earliest possible time, the police offered a reward of 200,000, and as long as they provide evidence or information about the murderer, they will receive 100,000. In addition, the families of these 5 victims also offered a reward of 1 million. The USB flash drive you provided. If the body can really be found, then you will get a reward of 2 million. Sure enough, Suan when he guessed that this was a serial murder. He guessed that the families of the victims must have put up a bounty, because the police reward, at most 100,000 to 200,000, never more than $1 million. Facts prove that he guessed right. Chapter 37 Birdshot. *******. Did I hear right? A reward of 1.2 million? Oh, why didn't I meet this good thing? That's 1.2 million. Come on. Just sue. This calm and collected is not ordinary people can have. That's a serial killer. If you met him, just holding a knife against you, you'd probably piss your pants and hand over the evidence on your knees. Police station lobby. Suan met the families of the 5 victims. The family members were all dressed well, but their mental state was poor. When the group saw Suan, they gathered around to thank Suan. After thanking them, they swarmed around the police and inquired about the case. The families who didn't find the bodies inquired about the bodies, and those who did, inquired about the murderer. Looking at their sad and excited faces, Suan's heart was not too good. He did not look any further, but came to the car dealer's store. Out so soon? The car dealer saw Suan and was surprised. Suan, I'm not a criminal. Just make a statement. The car dealer scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha ha, I didn't see you when I came out, and thought you were going to stay for a while longer. Suan was even more speechless. The police station was not a hotel. The car dealer also realized that his words were wrong and snorted. Did you come back because you left something behind? No, that electric tricycle was completely unusable as evidence. Plus it had transported corpses before, so I wanted to buy a new one. That's too bad, the car dealer advised. It's not like the one loaded with corpses can't be used. Cleaned and cleaned are all the same. You'll just think of it as loading pigs, cows, and sheep of the same kind. After all, that motorized 3-wheeler can be worth $3,000. Not using it just because of loaded corpses, that's too much of a pity. Suan said, it's not a pity. After all, the USB flash drive is worth millions. The car dealer was confused, incredulously saying, what did you say? That broken USB flash drive is worth millions? Well, it's a serial murder case with a bad plot. The Public Security Bureau has a reward of $100,000. Holy, after the car dealer was shocked, he added, no that should only be worth $100,000. Where is the million? Although this 100,000 is also a lot, is it? He had a tearless expression on his face. Suan nodded. You're right, it's true that it's not worth $1 million, but the families of the 5 victims put up a bounty of $1 million, so it adds up to $2 million. What is this, not $1 million? *******. Dude, stop talking. I'm going to have a heart attack if you keep talking. The car dealer hurriedly reached out to stop Suan from talking. A face twisted beyond recognition. His heart aching so much he couldn't breathe. This more than $1 million almost became his. It turned out to be picked up just like that. His mental shadow area reached the highest in his life. Suan shrugged his shoulders and turned around to reselect an electric tricycle. How much is this one? I'll buy it. The car dealer barely opened one eye and said breathlessly, 3,500. Refused to bargain. Suan touched his chin and said, okay, send it to the police. The tricycle you accept? The car dealer slightly came to a little spirit. You want to give it to me? Without $1 million, $3,000 would be good. Suan shook his head. Why would I give it to you? I mean, I want to use that car against 2,800. You're too stingy. It's only $200 less. That cushion was damaged by you. At least it should be $500. The car dealer was dissatisfied. Suan did not have the slightest hesitation and said, okay, then 2,005. I'll give you another 1,000. The car dealer was in a dilemma for a while, and only sighed after a long time. Forget it, the packaging can still be sold. The cushions won't cost much anyway. Sign the contract and transfer the money. Suan drove the electric tricycle to the side of the original old tricycle. He dumped everything inside the old tricycle into the new one, and then put it into the back bucket again, ready to take it and sell it as scrap. Brothers, I've got a new one here. Let's go have a good meal to celebrate. Suan was in a good mood as he chatted with the netizens in the live stream. The electric tricycle was just fast. 10 minutes later, Suan arrived at a small restaurant. After frying a meat and vegetarian dish, Suan ate. It was the mealtime. There were quite a lot of people in the small restaurant. They were brushing their cell phones, and the outgoing sound was particularly loud. This morning, with the help of enthusiastic citizens, the Xinjiang City Public Security Bureau arrested a serial murderer. The middle-aged man watched the latest video sent out by Xinjiang City's official news while eating his meal instead. Luckily, the police uncle caught this serial murderer. I heard that he has already killed 5 people in a row, and if he hadn't been caught, I don't know how many more he would have killed. This damn murderer has finally fallen into the net. I know the husband of one of the victims. Since his wife disappeared, he has been living all day long in a state of despair. not to mention how disheveled he looks. The key is that they also have a daughter who is less than a year old. And the original happy family has been destroyed just like that. Who says it's not? Murderers deserve the death penalty. Behind the 5 victims are 5 murdered families. The men eating at the next table heard their discussion and joined in. Several people talked about murderers while muffling their drinks. Since the middle-aged man's cell phone was playing out loud, the rest of the diner heard it as well. A few young men heard the reward amount and said with an envious face, "Holy, this murderer's reward amount is actually as high as $100,000. $100,000. You can buy a car. How come this kind of good deed of bravery can't fall on our heads? I don't want 100, 000, 50, 000 will do." The boss came up with the dishes, smilingly said, "This is not a good thing. Serial killers are a group of cold-blooded maniacs. It would be unlucky to really meet them. I do admire that person who helped the police. If I met him, I definitely want to treat him to a meal. There should be more people like this in our society, so that our society will be better and better." The people who were playing with their cell phones stopped their movements and were discussing the news of the serial killer's arrest, their tone full of pleasure. After all, no one wanted the city they lived in to harbor a murderous demon. At this time, Suan's cell phone however rang. After taking a look, it wasn't a harassing number or a scam number. Only then did he press answer. "Little comrade, I have good news for you." A middle-aged policeman's joyful voice came from the other end of the phone. "At 11 o'clock in the morning, we successfully apprehended the murderer. And according to the information in the video, we also managed to find 3 other corpses that were destroyed. The physical evidence is complete. We immediately sent the murderer to the public prosecutor's trial. And the upper face of this serial murder case that has caused a bad impact is very important. And we believe that it is thanks to the flash drive provided by you that we can solve the case so quickly and let the murderer fall into the net. Bureau before the reward of $100,000 also approved, together with the victim's guy reward, a total of $1,200,000. This money will be unified in your bank card. Chapter 38 Knowledge is priceless. Only 1,000. Coming out from the restaurant, Suan drove the electric tricycle with only one broken tricycle in it and rushed to the nearest scrap buying station, selling the broken tricycle to the buying station for 50. Suan drove the empty car through the streets and alleys. The electric tricycle is just easy to drive, much more comfortable than the pedal ones. Driving the car, Suan was in a good mood and chatted with the water friends in the live broadcasting room. Chatting and chatting, Suan found himself in the second-hand trading market. This market he had been here before. There was everything second-hand inside, only what you can't think of, nothing they can't sell. But compared to a certain fish, the second-hand market here is still relatively normal. Article, Imitation Chanel Handbag. Details, by Putin Thai Side Leather Factory Imitation Chanel Style PU Leather Products. Value, 123 yuan. Items, Hutien Jade Bracelet made of waste jade material from Hutien. Details, produced from a pile of stones in Xinjiang. The bracelet made from waste jade scraps with some processing. Value, 56 yuan. Item, Tablet PC. Details, Tablet PC launched by Apple in 2013. Value, 400 yuan. Item Solid wood closet. Details, wardrobe made of solid wood cut and processed. Value, $256. Most of the clothes and bags in the second-hand trading market are sold fake under the slogan of real goods. Of course, the largest number of things here were all kinds of furniture and home appliances and other household items. Suan drove his electric tricycle through the crowd, his ears full of bargaining sounds. Looking at the sellers and buyers who were arguing with each other, Suan found it quite interesting. With so many second-hand things, I don't know if I can pick up some good stuff. With this thought in mind, Suan intently surveyed the stalls. Suddenly, a crowded stall in front of him attracted his attention. They were packed with stalls, and there were still people constantly squeezing towards them. Obviously there were things inside that were very appealing to them. Could it be a quarrel? The spirit of gossip burned in Suan. Parking his electric tricycle in the open space, Suan took a few steps and squeezed into the crowd, and at a glance, he saw the man in his 30s in front of the stall. He was wearing a sun hat and short sleeves, and 20 or so sealed cardboard boxes of the same size were placed in front of him. At this moment he was introducing the contents of these cardboard boxes to the crowd. These cartons are loaded with Ming and Qing dynasties of ancient books. There are handwritten books and all kinds of miscellaneous travelogues. These are old things. As the saying goes, books are the ladder of progress of mankind. These old books are even more remarkable. Maybe it is still the books left by the former scholar officials. This kind of ancient books. Randomly a book is a few thousand. Even if you don't sell them out, stay at home and set them up can inspire the children. The so-called bookish world. Even if you don't sell them, leaving them at home can inspire your children. The so-called bookish family. Books are the key. Suan's line of sight fell on the neatly arranged paper boxes, which were sealed tightly with tape, making it impossible to see the books inside. However, it was difficult to defeat Suan. Item, books. Details, newly published ancient books from Xiaofeng Literature Publishing House, containing 10 books, including The West Wing, The Peach Blossom Fan, and The Classic of Mountains and Seas. Value, 196 yuan. Nice guy. All newly published books. Suan smiled. The onlookers in front of the stall whispered, curious about the cardboard box of ancient books. A woman who was looking forward to her son came forward and asked, "Boss, how do you sell the ancient books in this paper box?" The man laughed. $1,000 a box. So expensive? The woman instantly frowned. Too expensive. The man smiled and said, "I can have 10 ancient books in this box, spread out over each book. It's only $100. What can $100 do now? And if you're lucky, you can make a few thousand by opening an ancient book. It's a sure thing." Hearing this, many people were moved. A skinny middle-aged man stood out and said, "Boss, give me a box." "Alright Lou, 1,000 a box. Take your pick." The middle-aged man swept Wilson, and then carefully measured the boxes one by one. The cardboard boxes were all sealed, and he couldn't see the books inside, so much so that it took a certain amount of time. Soon, he selected a cardboard box. The boss opened his mouth and inquired, "Is it open?" "Open," the man exclaimed, and then took the knife handed over by the boss, and with a gentle scratch, the plastic tape was cut open, revealing the books inside with yellowed skins. The book paper was yellowish in color. The paper was soft, and the edges of the paper were secured with stitches of the same color. He opened the book, and inside was the correct handwritten script. Among the crowd of onlookers, someone suddenly shouted, "Hey this first book is a hand-copied book. Look at this font. This is a typical lowercase the most commonly used font in the Qing dynasty. And look at the content. It should be a hand-copied medical book of the Qing dynasty." Now the hand-copied book of the Qing dynasty. It is not a problem to sell more than 1,000. This brother's luck is also too good. This first book on the capital earned back. The back of the book are pure income. It's worth spending $1,000. The skinny man held up the book in his hand, unfolded it, and excitedly asked the people around him, "Is this book really a handwritten copy of the Qing dynasty? Don't lie to me." Before the man surely said, "Really, the Qing dynasty used to write in lowercase, and this font is a handwritten font. Now the machine cannot print out this book. According to the value of the collection of ancient books, you can sell for at least 1,000. And good luck to sell 1,500 is not a problem. 1,000 to buy, 15 to sell. You also earn 500, not including the remaining 9 books. You're earning over so valuable? My luck is too good today," the skinny man prettily said, very happy. While he was happy, the stall owner next to him stared at him with a grimace, looking remorseful. Seeing the stall owner like this, the crowd of onlookers became even more foolish. Seeing this, the stall owner added another fire and said, "Buying a book is not like buying something else. Even if it doesn't make money, buying it back to look at it to increase your knowledge is not a loss. Knowledge is priceless." Hearing this, the people who were originally itching to do so completely handed over their money and chose their goods. They squatted in front of the stall. Their eyes hated to be like X-rays, able to see the books inside through the boxes, allowing them to find the most valuable ancient books at once. Some people were excited, but more old farts stood on the sidelines and didn't squeak, just waiting for a good show. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also watching with a surge of excitement. An ancient book from the Qing dynasty? A handwritten book from the Qing dynasty can be sold for 15,000? Brother Su, didn't you just get a reward of $1.2 million from the police department? Buy a box with $1,000 and let the brothers get a better understanding. If we find valuable books, we'll make a fortune. Ancient books are actually bound with needles and threads. It's really not the same as modern times, and the paper looks so old. It's very dated at first glance. Seeing that the water friends in the live broadcast room were more excited than one another, Suan held his forehead. "This is all an old trick. You guys also believe it?" Chapter 39. Just because you've gotten wet yourself, you're going to tear up other people's umbrellas too. The same old story? Just now that uncle did not open a Qing dynasty hand-copied medical book, can sell for 15,000 it. There are so many people standing in front of the stall. If it's really a fake book, can anyone see it? I think the chances of picking up a fake book are still very high. The more these old things are, the more valuable they are. Suan shook his head and aimed the camera at the skinny man's cardboard box, saying, "You guys take a closer look. What's the difference between this box and the other boxes? What difference can there be? Don't these boxes all look the same?" Brother Su, make yourself clear. I really can't see any difference. Seeing that the netizens couldn't tell, Suan had to point out the difference. The color and size of this box and those boxes are indeed similar, but if you look carefully, you can see that the plastic tape used for sealing on this box is slightly different from the tape on other boxes. The color of the tape on this box has a faint red color, like it has been stained with red beforehand. although the color is very light and hard to see when you look closely. But if you compare these boxes together, you can see it at a glance. After listening to Suan's analysis, the water friends then realized, asterisk 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 and marking on the tape? It's been a long time. Sue's eyes are too sharp. Even the color of the tape can tell the difference. This observation is really strong. No wonder Brother Sue can pick up the leak. This I see how many people can have? At this time, the person who opened the box made a fuss. No, this is sold everywhere. 20 or 30 a book can also be considered ancient books? What kind of books are these? They're all common books, selling for $200 to $300 at most. Boss, the books opened out are not right. The books in here are books that are often found in bookstores. They can be sold for 30 or 40 at the most. And you're saying this is an ancient book? Someone looked at the common modern books in the box and couldn't hang on to the expression on his face. The boss pointed to the books in the box and said one by one, where are these not called ancient books? Dream of the Red Chamber is not ancient? Journey to the West is also ancient. Look at your box. Which one is not an ancient book? This word came out. It made the people who wanted to find fault instantly mute. The Dream of the Red Chamber and Journey to the West were indeed ancient books, yes, but it was not the same as the ancient books they had imagined. However, these books again did match the ancient books in the boss's words. They were just modern printings. There wasn't the slightest bit of collector's value. The people who had suffered a loss couldn't find a reason to be angry if they wanted to, so they could only blame themselves for being stupid. Didn't see that the boss was playing word games with them. The scene fell into a very awkward situation. Have been hiding in the side of the old oily people. Look at these people fooled but cannot find a reason to attack the appearance. One and all in the heart to sneer. Had ha. You've suffered a loss. How could there be a good thing in the sky like falling pies? If there really was, the first one would have smashed people to death. As the old greaseballs who had been pitted before, they couldn't mention how happy they were in their hearts at this time, precisely because they had gotten wet. They also had to tear apart other people's umbrellas. Suan shook his head, took one last sweep of the remaining cartons, and prepared to leave. At this time, a string of numbers suddenly floated by. His pupils shrunk slightly, Suan's rotating body stopped, and he immediately turned back to his body, a pair of eyes seriously surveying the cardboard boxes placed on the stall. Little brother, the books here can be some common modern books. You might as well go to a bookstore to buy this. It's not cost effective. Seeing Suan's young face, the person who had suffered a loss before couldn't help but say. The moment these words came out, the boss immediately glared at that person, saying that his book wasn't worth buying at his stall. What was the difference between telling a guest in a restaurant that the chef's fried food was unpalatable? Both are blocking people's way of wealth. People die for money, birds die for food, and blocking people's way is like killing their parents. The man who spoke sensed his gaze and responded with his neck straining. He happened to have no place to take his anger after suffering a loss. Little brother, I don't lie to you. You see the books I opened out are common books in the bookstore, 20 or 30 a book. 10 books is only 200 or 300. This box is sold for 1,000. Too much of a loss. The boss was so angry that he gritted his teeth and reached out to drive away. Go, 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 don't bother my business if you don't buy. Your own bad luck. You can't open good things, but also blame me for not having good things on this stall. Before the first to open the Qing dynasty manuscripts, why don't you say? The words fell. He also rushed at Suan. Don't listen to him. He is a bad luck ghost, so he treats everyone as a bad luck ghost. There was someone who opened a book worth 1,500 a book here before. Suan responded perfunctorily, his line of sight sweeping through all the cartons one by one. Item, books. Details, ancient books newly published by Xiaofeng Literature Publishing House, containing 10 books, including Romance of the Three Kingdoms, General History of the Qing Dynasty, and The Theory of Heavenly Evolution. Value, 49 million. Finally found it. This is the box. Su Xin was excited in his heart. Without showing any expression on his face, he asked, 1,000 right? The boss smiled and nodded. That's right, 1,000 a box. Okay, I'll take this box. After saying that, Suan carried the box to himself, then swept a glance at the remaining boxes, wanting to see if there were any more valuable books. Seeing this, the man from before couldn't help but say, Little brother, I've said that this man is a liar. Why are you still buying? The opened books were all laid out in front of him. Was this little brother blind? I just like to buy blind boxes, full of the sense of the unknown. Suan smiled. Afterward, he swept around and saw that there were no more valuable ones, so he paid. Seeing him make the payment, the old oil men around him put on a mesmerizing smile. Another fool had fallen for it. Boss, pass me the pocket knife. Suan rushed the boss. Okay, 1,000 arrived. The boss was in a good mood. He really hoped that there would be more young people like this on the stall. It was too good to cheat. Suan took the knife, in the surrounding people's mocking gaze, inserted the knife into the middle of the tape, With a slight force, the tape broke into two halves. Opened the box. Suan pulled out a book at the top. Mountain and Sea Scripture? It's not worth much. This book is worth more than $20 at most. Young people are just stubborn. They said it's fake and still insisted on buying it. This time they've suffered a loss. Some people were sorry, but most of them were in a state of watching the show. Suan placed it on the ground and pulled out another book. Romance of the Three Kingdoms? This book is still good to look at. Although it's not worth much, the story is not bad. This book is available everywhere. If you want to see it, you might as well go to the library and see it for free. Alas, there's no need to look. They're all modern books. The onlookers shook their heads and lost interest. Suan ignored them and took out all the books, until the last book was taken out. A sharp-eyed person saw this book and excitedly said, "The color of this book is old. The paper is completely different from modern paper. At a glance the age isn't short. Maybe it's really an ancient book." Chapter 40, It's impossible for me to be wrong. The moment these words came out, the surrounding people who were ready to leave immediately surged back. They surrounded Suan in the center. Stretching their necks, they observed the material of the book's cover paper. After the crowd identified it, they soon said, "This is a book of heavenly evolution. It's sold in bookstores for 30-something. This book should be more than 30 if you look at the paper is very old. Should be decades ago. According to the old book prices, should be able to sell to 300 or 400. After all, this book is foreign, not the domestic four masterpieces. Like to collect this kind of want to sell out as soon as possible, up to 200. Anyway, this book is still more valuable than other books, at least a little blood. No, how do I feel that this book is not like the books published in recent decades? It feels like it's going to be longer? I also feel that. You guys look at the edge of that paper. It's badly torn." The stall owner's heart rejoiced and struck while the iron was hot. "I told you that little brother's luck wouldn't be bad. Look, the value of this book can be worth a few books. You're so lucky. Do you want to buy another chest to open for fun? Maybe you can even open a few thousand ancient books." After saying that, he also said to the people watching, "Look, I still have something good in this box." This little brother opened it. "If you are lucky, you can come and buy one to open it." He felt that Suan was really a lucky star. The price of opening this book is not too high. He as the boss will not lose money, and can also stimulate the crowd's desire to buy. "No boss, I just have an eye for this box." Suan surveyed the book in his hand and the detailed information revealed itself. Item, The Theory of Heavenly Evolution. Details, published in April 1898. Translated by Yen Fu. The book mainly promotes the idea of natural selection and survival of the fittest, combining Darwin's theory of evolution of organisms as well as Western philosophical thoughts. Value, 6.49 million. The cover of this book only had 3 big words on the theory of heavenly evolution, and the paper was dark yellow and torn. Through the system, Suan learned that this book was Evolution and Ethics by Thomas Henry Huxley, a famous British naturalist, translated by Mr. Yen Fu. Its content was adapted by Yen Fu to be more in line with the understanding of the Chinese people, and the name became The Theory of Heavenly Evolution. And this book, too, was the first edition of the book published in April 1898 after Yen Fu's translation, more than 100 years ago. Suan flipped through a few pages. The printing fonts inside were thick and black in color, and the fonts were also larger than modern printing fonts. The more Suan looked at it, the tighter his brows wrinkled. Even if it was an ancient book that was more than 100 years old, this value couldn't be worth 6.49 million. Those that could reach this price were usually manuscripts and first drafts, such as Dream of the Red Chamber and Journey to the West, whose original hand-copied manuscripts could reach tens of millions. But after all, the heavenly evolution theory is only a publication of printed books. Even after more than 100 years of separation, at most, it can only reach a few thousand tens of thousands of prices. It is impossible to reach more than 6 million. Suan was astonished, and just as he was flipping through it, he heard an extremely familiar voice. "Suan, what a coincidence. You're here to buy a book?" Suan turned his head and found Zhao Jianbo squeezing in. "Did you buy all these books?" he asked as he looked at the books by Suan's feet. Suan closed the heavenly evolution theory and smiled. "Well, I was passing by here and saw the owner selling ancient books in a whole box, so I bought them to take a look out of curiosity. And these books are all from this box." Hearing this, Zhao Jianbo picked up the books next to the empty cardboard box. Zhao Jianbo frowned. "Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Isn't this the most common masterpiece in the bookstores outside? Is this an ancient book? There's also this Qing Dynasty General History. These are all modern printed books. They are all modern books. They are not related to the ancient books at all. By the way, how much money did you spend on these books?" 1,000. Suan said. "Holy, how much?" Zhao Jianbo's face changed. 1,000. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 1,000? These few modern printed books are worth 1,000? It's obviously a ripoff. Who is the stall owner? I'll talk to him. Zhao Jianba pinched the books and said emotionally. The boss saw the situation. Hurriedly said, Brother, you first listen to me. I cannot pit people. I sell these are books of the real price of the ancient books. You see, this Qing Dynasty general history is the Qing Dynasty compilation of the book, which is the ancient books, right? Three kingdoms romance of these not to mention. Is the end of the Yuan and the early Ming Dynasty to write? This cannot be called as ancient books? A few words down, said Zhao Jianba is speechless. He mixed in the antique circle for so many years, is also a veteran. Immediately understood that the other party is playing word games. This kind of the most troublesome. After all, these are also ancient books, only is not the ancient people wrote. This time Suan can only admit it. He has been smooth for so long, probably a little drifted, did not notice the other party's word traps, and as a result, he planted his head. Zhao Jianba sighed and comforted. People have lost their feet, horses have lost their hooves. It is a person who has looked away, but it is good that it only cost 1,000. The loss is not big. Suan smiled. I think this 1,000 spent is quite worth it. By the way, Boss Zhao, you came just in time. I would like to ask you to take a look at this book. He held up the heavenly evolution theory that was closed in his hand. The words came out. The eyes of the crowd of onlookers immediately looked over. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also confused at this time. What's so good about this Thai book? Isn't it just a book on heavenly evolution? It's sold online. You can buy it for $30 or $40. It's not right. This book looks very old. Certainly more than 30 or 40. Before someone said it, this book can be sold up to 300 or 400 it. 300 to 400 is also a loss. This box sells for 1,000. And it may not even sell for 300 to 400. Brother Su was too smooth before. This time I guess he drifted. Although the money is not much, but he was still pitched. Not necessarily, I believe Brother Su. Let's see what Boss Zhao says first. The onlookers at the scene discussed in whispers. Although this book looks old, but the old book is not worth money at most a few hundred marvelous. This young man is probably undying and doesn't want to admit that he lost money. This is not necessarily. In case this book is a very old ancient book, or the first edition, maybe it can still be worth a couple thousand. That's why he's letting people look at it. It is impossible for me to look away. That is printed books, not worth a few dollars, at best sell 200 or 300. The more the boss thought about it, the more he felt that he hadn't misread it, and he was confident in himself. The uneasiness and apprehension in his heart was swept away. Chapter 41, Letter Paper in a Book. Suan looked confident and handed the book in his hand to Zhao Jianba. The paper of the book was yellowed and the cover had multiple signs of damage. Zhao Jianba was surprised. You think this book is an ancient book? But it looks like it was printed by a publisher. Suan didn't mind and smiled. Boss Zhao, you are an expert in calligraphy and painting. You should know that the value of some printed versions of books is not low, so please take a closer look. Seeing that Suan insisted on letting himself look, Zhao Jianba's expression also became serious. After these few dealings, he still trusted Suan's vision. Perhaps, this book was really worth a lot. Zhao Jianba received the books with a serious expression and ran his palm over the books to determine the texture of the paper. The cover of the book was a slightly thicker sheet of yellow paper with a dark color. On top of it were the three big words Heaven's Evolution Theory in bold black letters. But the edges of the book were damaged and stained in multiple places. The stains were deep, and it was obvious at a glance that they were not short-lived. The book paper was also particularly soft and thin, not like the paper material of recent decades. Zhao Jian turned over and over to check the books, looking at the front and back very carefully, and also turned over a few pages to check. See Zhao Jianba so professional and rigorous. The boss selling the books couldn't sit still. He couldn't help but come over and wanted to see what the book was from and how much it could be worth. The crowd of onlookers did the same. They were all ordinary people, not specializing in identifying books, and not interested in the origin of books, but they were interested in how much the books could be worth. Just like watching a treasure appreciation program. Things don't matter. How much they are worth is important. A few minutes later, Zhao Jianba closed the first few pages that he turned over. A smile appeared on his face as he lamented. Suan, your eyesight is really poisonous. This book is an ancient book, or it was published and printed in the Qing Dynasty. Qing Dynasty books have the legacy of the Ming Dynasty. The characters are rectangular, horizontally thin and vertically thick. The printing font in this meets this characteristic, and this paper is different from modern paper. This is Kaiwa paper, dark yellow in color, soft and durable, not easy to damage. Although with the passage of time, this paper began to acidify, the ink on it began to decompose, and a lot of handwriting became fuzzy. However, this is also a point that can't be avoided in ancient books, although it will reduce the price of some, but not too much, and this book of heavenly evolution should be the first version published in 1898. According to the market price, at least 5,000. Qing Dynasty book? The first edition? Price 5,000. These three key pieces of information drilled into people's ears. For a moment, the onlookers and the people in the live broadcast room were restless, discussing loudly. This little brother is really lucky. 1,000 bought a box that's worth 5,000. Instead of losing money, he even made 4,000 backwards. Before the people who suffered losses and were fooled envy at the same time, feel that they also out of a bad breath. Some also came together in front of the seller, pretending to be a face of pity. Boss, you're right. You really do have an ancient book in here, worth 5,000. Ha ha ha, how do you say that you just sell this book? Isn't it better to keep it for sale by yourself? Now it's good to be picked up by the little brother. Ha ha ha. The mouth said pity, but the tone was filled with thick ridicule and gloating. Who would have thought? There were really valuable ancient books in this box. Ancient books that experts had determined to be worth 5,000, were consequently sold by the man at a price of 1,000 for a box, and the key was that the 9 books inside the box could also be sold for around 200. With a rough calculation, the boss had lost at least 4,002 in this wave. This could be worth a month's salary for an ordinary person. Listening to the mocking words of the crowd, the boss had an expression on his face that was worse than crying, and although his heart was dripping blood, his mouth took the opportunity to pontificate. What does this mean? It means that there really are ancient books inside my paper box. You also see, just little brother, that book is worth 5,000. I only sell a box of 1,000. He bought not only did not lose, but also earned 4,000. This is a surefire deal. If you are as lucky as the little brother, a month's salary will be in hand. Hearing this, the onlookers were silent. It should be said that this guy is really a business material. If other people knew that they had lost $4,200, they would have already jumped on their feet. Instead, he only thought about publicizing himself. Forget it, after opening so many before, this is the only one that's worth anything. Quite a few people had a good look at it and knew that there was nothing good in it. The boss hurriedly defended. Hey, words can't be said like this. Before also opened a Qing Dynasty handwritten booklet. One after another opened 2 ancient books. This shows that I have real goods in this box. You guys didn't open it. You can only say that you're not lucky. Can't say that I didn't sell real goods because you're not lucky. Right. There are interested. Can take advantage of the experts next to now. Buy to open to let the expert appraisal. If the luck is good, open a few $1,000s of ancient books. That will earn a lot. There were still a dozen boxes left on the stall. Although he lost more than $4,000, but these boxes to be sold, he lost money can earn back, but also can earn a lot more. As for why he didn't open the boxes himself and find ancient books to sell, that's because these books, he knows, can be sold for a price in addition to the beginning of the handwritten book, and Suan's book. The other are some modern books, not worth money at all. The surrounding people heard these words from the boss. Many people's hearts were dumbfounded, especially those who had bought at a loss before, and wanted a hand to turn the tide against the wind. Right, there are experts here. If we really open the ancient books, we can still let the experts appraise them. Mother asterisk 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 her, I lost 1,000 before. If I open a good book, this time I'll get my money back, and I can also make money backwards. Why don't we try it? What if it opens something good? This boss really has a way with words, making me want to go and buy it. Not to mention, my hands are itching to buy a box if I wasn't there. Many people's gambler's mentality was aroused, and they surrounded the stall. They picked at the cartons on the stall. Seeing this scene, the boss smiled from ear to ear and greeted. Choose whatever you want. It's still the same price as before. 1,000 a carton. People's desire to shop was even stronger than before, and the noisy atmosphere immediately attracted many people. Soon, there were more and more people surrounding the stall, but there were a lot of people watching, and those who bought were still in the minority. More people, after word of mouth, looked in unison at the book that Suan had opened, wanting to see what a book worth $5,000 looked like. Result, they then saw that Suan was frantically flipping through the book. This strange scene made them uncertain. Zhao Jianbao was also confused, not understanding what Suan was frantically flipping through the book for. He was just about to ask when he saw Suan take out a thin piece of letter paper from the books and looked at him with some excitement in his expression. Boss Zhao, this book is indeed very good and its content is very profound. However, what I want you to see is this letter paper. Chapter 42 Lu Sun's letter to Tao Kangda. Suan carefully unfolded the letter paper, his movements gentle to the extreme. From the moment Zhao Jianbao valued the book at only 5,000, he knew that the 6 million or so worth was not this book. Finally, after he carefully went through the entire book, found this letterhead. It was the first time Zhao Jianbao had seen Suan treating something so carefully, which made him follow suit and inexplicably nervous. Picking it up as if it was the finest porcelain, the letter paper was folded in half, with a deep crease in the center. Zhao Jianbao gently pinched the ends of the letter paper and his eyes fell on it. At the beginning was the title of Mr. Kangda. He didn't think much about it and continued to read down, realizing that it was a letter about learning Japanese, and through the content he could tell that the owner of the letter was a famous writer, until he saw the end. Soon paused his head. Soon, hypered, Lu Soon, Tao Kongda. These two names immediately popped up in Zhao Jianbao's mind, and his hand holding the paper trembled uncontrollably from excessive shock. The next second, he felt that his hand was too strong and hastily relaxed for fear of damaging the paper. He looked deeply at Suan. His expression was extremely complicated, took a deep breath and said, I know very little about literary writers, and I'm not good at handwriting appraisal. I don't dare to trust this letter, but I can ask Mr. Shi Jun, who likes words and likes to study them, and they also have a specialized handwriting appraiser in the auction house, so he can definitely appraise the authenticity of this letter. Let Zhao Jianba appraisal of calligraphy and painting a class, he can still do, but celebrity handwriting appraisal, he is completely unable. Seeing Suan agree, Zhao Jianba hurriedly called Shi Jun. Mr. Shi, it's me, Zhao Jianba. I drank so much last night, how do you feel today? No problem? That's good. I'd like to ask you for a favor. You still remember Suan, right? He received a letter, suspected to be a Lu Sun letter. I'd like to ask you to help identify it. Better bring another handwriting appraiser. Do you think it's okay? No rush, no rush. I'll send you the address. Take your time. No rush. Be safe. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Jianba's overly shocked mood also calmed down, exhaled a breath and said, Mr. Shi's family lives nearby. He will come over right away. He will also bring a handwriting appraiser. Let's just wait for him here. After saying that, he was busy returning the letter paper to Suan. His tone was complicated. This is still put in your place. It's best to clip it in the book. Don't break it. Good. Suan calmly took the letter paper and clipped it into the book. He was calm, but the people around him were not. Lu Sun was a name that no one didn't know. They discussed it excitedly. Lu Sun? Is it the Lu Sun I know? It must be. Didn't you hear that expert call for a handwriting appraiser? Usually only the handwriting of celebrities is authenticated. Is there any other famous person in history with the same name as Lu Sun? Lu Sun is so famous. His real handwriting has long been collected. Most of the ones on the market are imitations of imitations. They can't be real. That's right. So far, there are only a few manuscripts of Lu Sun's notes. Most of them are imitations. This letter is mostly a forgery. A curious person ran to ask the boss. Boss, just now that little brother seems to have found a piece of letter paper in the book, saying it's Lu Sun's real handwriting. Letter paper? Letter paper in a book? The boss was dumbfounded. He just opened the first page, casually glanced at the book and stuffed the book into the paper box, did not look closely at it at all, and did not know that there was a letter paper inside. After reacting, he waved his hand and said with certainty, Lu Sun's authentic handwriting? That's impossible. It's most likely an imitation. How could there be Lu Sun's authentic handwriting in a country book? The live broadcast room was also lively, but it was a different kind of picture. What do you guys say? Is that letterhead an authentic handwriting of Lu Sun? If someone else took it out, I can guarantee that it's 100% fake, but if it's Brother Su who took it out, then I can only say that there's a high chance of it being authentic. I believe in Brother Su. He's the god of ancient Greece. Hearing the boss's words, the crowd of onlookers were even more biased towards that letterhead being fake. They made this matter a topic of conversation. There were also people running around telling each other, so much so that Shi Jun and the handwriting appraiser hadn't even arrived yet. The area around the booth was jammed with onlookers, and the crowd was 4 or 5 times larger than before. At a glance, there were men and women, young and old. 10 minutes later, an Audi S6 parked in the open space outside the crowd. A casually dressed Shi Jun got out of the car, and next to him was a man around 50 years old who was also wearing glasses and had black hair mixed with white hair. And as soon as the two of them got out of the car, they saw the crowd of people. Shi Jun locked the car and moved his body, then squeezed toward the inside, saying as he did so, "Make way, please make way." The person he brought along was following behind him, squeezing into the crowd immediately after he squeezed out of his position. By the time they squeezed into the center of the crowd, the clothes on both of them had become wrinkled. Seeing the two, Zhao Jianba was busy welcoming them. Teacher Shi, Teacher Gu, you're here. Teacher Gu, let me introduce you. This young man is my friend, called Suan. Suan, this is the handwriting appraiser I told you about. Mr. Gu Bin. Mr. Gu is a graduate of a prestigious school, engaged in handwriting appraisal has been 30 years, but also Mr. Shi's colleague at Christie's, mainly responsible for handwriting appraisal. Handwriting appraisal ability first class. Hearing Gu Bin's identity, the surrounding crowd of onlookers let out a coaxing sound. Graduated from a prestigious school, engaged in handwriting appraisal for 30 years. This is a real expert. The strength is absolutely outstanding. An expert's colleague, without a doubt, was also an expert. Although Zhao Jianbo didn't introduce Shi Jun, but people knew that Shi Jun was also an expert after a little association. Two experts. The appearance of Gu Bin and Shi Jun made everyone even more curious about the authenticity of Lu Sun's letter paper. Suan took out the letter paper and handed it over to the two men. Mr. Sure, Mr. Gu, please, Shi Jun responded with a smile, and Gu Bin smiled amiably. No trouble, I'm also curious about whether this Lu Sun letter, which is sandwiched in the book, is real or fake. He took the unfolded letter paper, and Shi Jun, head to head, carefully surveyed it. The address, the content, the handwriting, the inscription. This handwriting, it's most likely Lu Sun's handwriting. Shi Jun quickly came to his own conclusion. Gu Bin nodded with a somewhat agitated expression. The content of this letter is plain and pragmatic, straight to the point, the language is fluent, and the vernacular style is obvious. This is Lu Sun's consistent style of wording, and from a professional point of view, after Lu Sun went through the changes of the Jin and Tang lowercase and the Jigu seal scripts in the early years, the characteristics of his writing had already been established and stabilized by 1931, and his stroke habits seldom changed in this letter. Every word matches the characteristics of Lu Sun's own handwriting, unless it is completely copied and pasted. It is impossible to be exactly the same. It may look exactly the same at first glance, but if one compares it in detail, one can separate out the dissimilarities of the imitations that do not resemble each other. And the handwriting in this letter, there is no alien. Chapter 43, he'll never make $6 million in his life. It's authentic. Lu Sun's handwriting. Zhao Jianbo was shocked and at the same time felt that it was too unreal. He asked uncertainly, Mr. Gu, Mr. Sure, are you sure that this letter is really Lu Sun's handwritten letter? Gu Bin glanced at him and nodded his head affirmatively. This letter is a letter written by Lu Sun to his editor Tao Gouda. The content is mainly to give Mr. Tao Gouda's opinions and views on learning Japanese. In Lu Sun's opinion, Japanese is enough as long as you can read essays. If you want to learn to be able to read novels and still in depth, it is not necessary, and it would be better to learn the European script because there are great works of art in Europe, great creations. The content of these words is plain and simple. It is Mr. Lu Sun's usual style of wording, and the inscription is also attached to his habits. And the handwriting from my professional point of view, it is even more impeccable. From a variety of perspectives, this letter is Lu Sun's own letter undoubtedly. Shi Jun also said, although I am not a specialized handwriting appraiser, but the engraving and handwriting writing have the same thing, so in my opinion, this letter is absolutely true. Both experts were sure that the letter was Lu Sun's own handwriting, especially Gu Bin. As the handwriting appraiser of the auction house, his reputation in the industry, if he said it was real, then it couldn't be fake. Zhao Jianbo get a positive answer, even if the heart is prepared. Still very shocked, frozen in place for a long time back to God. Suan, on the other hand, was very calm, as if he had expected it, and said, then, two teachers, please give this letter a valuation. Gu Bin and Shi Jun glanced at each other. On the way here, they went through the information of Lu Sun's handwritten notes and roughly understood the price. So after determining that it was this letter that was authentic, Shi Jun said, according to Lu Sun's manuscripts in previous years and the auction price of the letter to estimate the value of this letter, probably in the 6,400,000 or so fluctuating, but this is the price of the private transaction. If the auction house, in the multiple bidding, the price will rise a lot more. The highest estimate can be up to reach 6,780,000 or so. Gu Bin added, auction top day 6,800,000, but after the draw and tax, the seller to hand at most 6,500,000. The gap at most a few tens of thousands, will not be too much. A private transaction is 6.25 million? Zhao Jianbo was hit over the head with this figure when he came back to his senses. Although he had guessed that if this Lu Sun letter was autographed, the price could reach around $1 million. As a result, Gu Bin directly priced it at around 6.4 million. To know, the handwriting on this letter was only about 200 words, equivalent to 30,000 for one word. This is truly a word of gold. Hearing this valuation, Suan was calm. He had already known the price of the letter paper from the system and was not surprised at all. However, the surrounding crowd was shocked and confused. One by one, their scalps were numb. Staring at the badly creased letter paper, their eyes were on the verge of sprouting green light. My goodness, mother ****. I thought that book was impressive at 5,000, but it turns out that letter paper inside is over 6 million. This little brother is really lucky. It's faster than winning the lottery. Do you guys remember? He only spent 1,000 on the carton. He made over $4,000 on that book alone, which is equivalent to $6 million, and he's purely whoring for nothing. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that letter was really Lu Sun's handwriting. Lu Sun is only a writer, not a calligrapher. Why would he sell that letter for over $6 million? You don't understand. Celebrity's handwriting is worth a lot of money, and although Lu Sun is not a calligrapher, his position in the history of literature is unshakable, and as a piece of his handwritten letter, it's not an exaggeration to sell this letter for more than $6 million. I feel like the owner of the cardboard box seller wants to die. I knew it. Brother Su is the ancient Greek god in charge of picking up leaks. Look at the boss's face. I feel like he's about to break. The netizens in the live broadcast room looked in unison at the boss on the pony. At that moment, he had also heard the estimate given by Jun and Gu Bin. After hearing that string of astronomical figures, he first suspected that he had misheard, and hurriedly went forward to beg and ask, "Two expert teachers, how much did you just say that piece of letter paper cost?" Gu Bin glanced at him, his eyes filled with sympathy. 6,400,000. Going up. Ha, you said it again. I didn't hear you? The boss's brain went down for a second, dumbfounded. Minimum 6,400,000. Seeing him like this, Gu Bin didn't get angry and raised his hand to gesture the number. Wow, it's really 6,400,000. Ah, ha ha, it's really 6,400,000. I thought my ears were out of order. So it's really 6,400,000. The boss's voice was getting smaller and smaller, but a smile appeared on his face. Only, that smile, how to look at it is sad to the extreme, crying and laughing. 6,400,000. That was $6,400,000. That was a $6,400,000. He sold these cardboard boxes, and even with the coaxing, he only made 20 to 30,000 at most. But this one piece of letter is worth over $6 million. In his entire life, he wouldn't be able to make more than $6 million. Think about it. The boss completely collapsed. He looked at the letter paper in Suan's hands woodenly. A strong unwillingness surged in his heart. If he had been more careful, the 6 million was his. No, the 6 million should have been his. As if he was possessed, he took a few steps and rushed forward, and excitedly said, "Little brother, why don't I return that 1,000 to you, and you return this letter paper to me, which was originally mine, and I can also compensate you, give you all the money I earned today, as long as you return the letter paper." What, boss, you want to renege on the debt? Suan smiled on his face. His hands moved extremely fast, inserting the letter paper into the book and holding the book firmly in his arms. So many people are here. I have paid. The whole carton is my stuff, including the letter paper in this book. The deal is struck. The money and goods are clear. The surrounding people watching the scene are not suspicious of the situation, nodding their heads and interjecting. But can't be like this, boss. People have paid. You say you want to go back? That's right. The money is given. This thing is the young man's. How can you ask for it back? Dude, stabilize your mind. You can't cheat. Buy and leave. Things are sold. How much it is worth has little to do with you. Don't you think so? Alas, I also understand you. Brother, to be honest, if I encountered this, I would have broken down. This is more than 6 million. Can be in the main city of the first ring to buy 2 sets of houses. This can only be blamed on your own eyesight. Treasure in front of you do not know. You do not have this eyesight. This money can only be given to the eyesight of the people to earn. Sweeping a circle of murmuring onlookers. The boss also knows that he is not in charge. The moment he collects the money, that book along with all the things inside are Suan's. Even if he goes to rob and make a scene, all to no avail. The police will not be on his side when they come. This more than $6 million. There is no destiny with him. It can only be Suan's. Think of this. Boss hate to give the previous self 2 slaps. If before a little more careful, this 6 million is his. Chapter 44, the sense of contrast pulls straight through. Gu Bin ignored the disoriented boss, but looked at Jun. Jun shook his head. He loves calligraphy. Lu Sun is a famous literary scholar, but the calligraphy attainments are not as good as those of the calligraphy masters. His handwriting is naturally not in his collection. Gu Bin sighed in relief. With less individuals competing, he had a greater chance of taking it. Little friend Su, do you intend to keep this genuine Lu Sun handwriting for yourself or offer it for sale? Gu Bin smiled and took the initiative to speak. Suan said, "Offer, does Mr. Gu have the will to purchase? If Mr. Gu is interested in acquiring, then I will not say those false. You are the friend of Mr. Zhao and Mr. Sure, also my friend. One price, 6,450,000 you take. As for your own collection, or private trading or auction, it has nothing to do with me. What do you think?" This letter appraisal was thanks to Gu Bin. His 30 years of appraisal expert's name stamped the authenticity of this letter. Suan didn't mind letting the other party earn some. After all, if he ate the meat himself, he had to give others some soup too, right? Gubin waited in his mind for a few seconds. This letter he was prepared to take to the auction house to auction and earn the difference in price. According to the previously estimated price, this letter could probably be sold at the auction house for about $6,700,000 to $800,000. Excluding the commission and tax payment, it would arrive at about $6,500,000. But that was the general seller. He was a staff member of the auction house. Relying on the status of the employee and relationship, he could get about $6,600,000 in hand. Making $150,000 was no problem. After weighing the pros and cons, Gubin nodded. Okay, deal. It's $6.25 million. Ha ha, Mr. Gu is also a fastidious person. In the future, if I come across any more celebrity handwriting, I will definitely give you priority in contacting you. Suan smiled, shaking hands with Gubin. The deal was reached. Gubin's face also revealed a smile and said, $6,400,000 is not a small amount. My bank card transfer limit is not enough. But also trouble Su little friend and I go to the bank. I will go to the counter to transfer you. Don't worry, I'm a bank VIP customer. No need to queue. At most a few minutes delay. No problem. Suan was not in a hurry. He took out the Lu Sun letter and looked at the book of Heavenly Evolution in his hand. The remaining 9 books he could find a bookstore and sell them as a package. But this book the bookstore definitely wouldn't take it. As for Zhao Jianba, he would definitely not be able to look at this book of a few thousand. He turned his head to look at the crowd of onlookers, and seeing that they were enjoying themselves, looking like they couldn't get enough of it, he opened his mouth and said, Everyone, this book of Heavenly Evolution in my hand, you should have heard it before. This is an ancient book of the Qing dynasty, or the first edition. Whether it is the collection value or the literary value is not low. If you have a favorite collection of ancient books can be bought back to collect, I'll sell it to you cheaply, and I'm too lazy to look for a buyer. It's too much of a hassle. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at each other and exchanged words. I'll buy it. At this time, a grandpa with glasses and quite a learned temperament squeezed in, took a few steps forward, looked at the Heavenly Evolution theory in Suan's hand, and said excitedly, I just like collecting ancient books, and this book has also been sandwiched between Lu Sun's letters. Maybe it was once even flipped through by a celebrity. I'm not going to sell it. I just want to take it back to my collection. Young man, how much are you going to sell this book for? Suan held in his hand the theory of Heavenly Evolution, smiled. This book was published in 1898, is the first edition of the book. At that time, that special era, its theory of natural selection caused a violent vibration of the ideological community. Not only Lu Sun loved this book, at that time with the literary fame of the world of Tongji Jinshi Wu Ruluan Old Mr. This book is also full of praise. Excited, but also copy the translation of the first edition of the manuscript, not to mention the Liang Kai Chiu Kang Yue and so on. This first version is likely to fall on their hands, and there is also Mr. Lu Sun's letter paper in it, indicating that the previous owner of this book is likely to be a literary hero as well, whether out of literary value or celebrity incidental value. This book is very collectible, and I don't ask for much. 4,005 you take it. I can assure you, you will never lose. Hearing the price of 4,005, Moncler outlet store felt a little bit expensive. On the side of the shirt, Jun and Gubin looked at Suan with some surprise. They were really surprised that Suan looked young, but so knowledgeable. Not only did he know the origin of the books, but he also knew the impact that the books had on the dynasty at that time, which only someone who was well versed in history could do. Gubin was in a good mood because he had taken the letter, so he took the initiative to help Suan and spoke. Little friend Su is right. When the first version of this heavenly evolutionary theory was published, it was fought over by all the major literary figures to buy it. So it is really possible that this book of yours is one that a certain literary figure has read. Moncler Outlet Online. Moncler Outlet Store originally. He was still hesitating. When he heard this, he instantly stopped hesitating. He gratefully said, Thank you, Mr. Gu. The expert's words can be much more useful than Suan's words, equivalent to a certificate. The grandfather immediately took out his cell phone and looked at Suan and said, Young man, I'll sweep you. Okay. Suan opened the QR code. Seeing this scene, the people who had some hesitation and did not act before immediately revealed a look of remorse. What Suan said, they simply did not take it seriously. But as soon as Gubin, who held the name of an expert of the auction house, opened his mouth, they were convinced. The expert's words, in their eyes, is equivalent to the identification certificate, but it's useless to regret. The one that has value is that one. Suan collected the money, gave the book to the grandpa, and then put the rest of the books into the box. 2 teachers, Boss Xiao, I'm done. You guys go to the bank first. I'll drive over. Suan greeted, holding the paper box. He was going to drive his electric tricycle. Seeing Suan get into the electric tricycle and familiarly close the door, this scene made Gubin laugh. 1 second he had made over $6 million. The next second he was driving an electric tricycle. This sense of contrast was straight up full awe. Yo, changed your car? This car looks good. At least it doesn't need to pedal. Zhao Jianbo sized up the car and joked. Sure, Jun recalled Suan's previous pedal tricycle in his mind, and also laughed. This car is indeed good. Before that car to collect scrap is too tiring, but also rely on manpower to drive. Gu Bin's eyes turned back and forth between the two men and said with a confused face, what do you mean? This car is still new? Then what was the previous car? And, little friend Su is a scrap collector? Zhao Jianbo explained. That's right, Suan is a scrap collector. Before it was a pedal three-wheeler. Compared to that, this electric three-wheeler is definitely much more convenient and can collect more scrap. After saying that, he looked at the time, then said, Mr. Gu, I won't go to the bank. I still have things to do. I'll go to the store first. Next time we'll have dinner together. Ah, okay, I'll ask you out then. Sure. Jun waved his hand and said goodbye to Zhao Jianbo. Afterward, he walked towards the Audi A6. Gu Bin quickly followed up, shaking his head. His heart cannot help but sigh. Really did not expect. Su Xiaoyu actually is a collector of scrap. Before I saw him on that book of the theory of heavenly evolution eloquently, I thought he studied history. Did not think that it is a collector of scrap. Nowadays the young people know really much. Chapter 46. Young people, just good face. Coming out of the bank, Suan looked at the newly arrived $6,450,000 on his bank card. Couldn't help but sigh. There are so many rich people. $6,450,000. Tonight there is material for dreaming. A letter paper earned more than $6 million. Can buy a small villa in a second-tier city? Too envious. Is Brother Su taking someone to shoot a video? I'm a woman. Female is great. Why would Brother Su help you? Because I'm a flirt. Send me a picture so we can see what I'm talking about. Brother Su, be confident. You're worth tens of millions of dollars. You're a rich man. Looking at the pop-up screen that was madly swiping the screen, Suan smiled. It's still far from those big brothers. In order to become rich as soon as possible, I'm going to continue to work and collect scrap. Starting the car, the familiar sound of the scrap collection horn sounded. Collecting scrap. Recycle all kinds of scrap. Collect paper. Collect copper. Collect scrap iron. Collect them all. Turned around. Suan did not receive any scrap, but turned himself hungry. Looked at the time. It just happened to be the noon meal point. Brothers, earned a little money in the morning. Later go eat something good. The body is the capital of the revolution. Eat well to have the strength to move scrap. After pulling a few words with the water friends in the live broadcast, he drove to the entrance of a restaurant with ancient decoration, parking the car at the entrance. Suan walked in. It was the lunch rush. There were a lot of people dining. Suan sat down in the window seat, ordered a large table of favorite dishes, waiting for the gap in the serving of food. He played the game. At this time, restaurant front desk, a young man wearing a shopkeeper's overalls, is chatting with the water friends in the cell phone. Next to the beautiful-looking cashier, little sister saw the situation, twisted the water snake waist and came over. Pampered. Brother Yang, what's so great about live pop-ups? You are the store manager of our restaurant. Don't even bother with them. With your monthly salary, you can definitely take first place. The little cashier girl was wearing a uniform, with a convex front and curvy back. Her looks were sweet and cute, and her speech was also petite. Hey that's not the way to put it. The netizens in the live broadcast room are all talented and speak well. It's fun to brag and chat with them. The young man looked up and responded. His name was Yang Ting, and he was also a media graduate who participated in graduation challenge. However, his family has a small asset. In order to help him live broadcast to win the championship, his father gave him the store manager of this restaurant. Of course, only in name. The real officer is still the original store manager, just nominally transferred to a manager, but the salary and treatment is the same, and his identity of this store manager is nothing more than a name to receive money. With a basic salary of 10,000, plus dividends, he starts at a minimum of 100,000 a month. This was the benefit of having a rich old man. Thinking about this, Yang Ting couldn't help but be smug. Hey, there is nothing wrong with your words. Thanks to me having a rich old man, although the basic salary of a month is not high, but the dividends are quite a lot. A month's salary plus commission, at least 100,000. For 3 months at least 300,000. How many of these salaries can compare to mine? I'm sure I'll win. To know my classmates. Basically I'll go out to find a few thousand jobs. Internship status cannot earn money, but that's nothing. I have another weird classmate who actually collects junk. It's ing, tsk, 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 tsk. The cashier girl's slender fingers lightly covered her cherry mouth. and she exclaimed softly, "Collecting scrap? What kind of money can you make? Even if you work from morning till night, a few $1,000s a month at most. I really don't know why that student of yours would do this. Tired and not profitable, and collecting waste is so dirty. I don't know how he can do it. Yeah, that's why I say he's the odd man out." Zhang Ting shrugged his shoulders with an expression that I don't understand either. The two chatted. The little cashier girl took the opportunity to close the distance between herself and Zhang Ting, her entire body almost glued to the other. Poof. The waiter who greeted the customers came over and interrupted the two people's idle chat with a cold snort. The waitresses here, each of them had outstanding looks and figures, and their uniforms were also very tight, with black silk plus small heels, forming a unique and beautiful scenery. Store manager, came a big customer, a new face. A person ordered a table of dishes. The price is as high as 3,000. This kind of customers are quality customers. If served well, in the future will definitely become a regular customer, but also can bring a lot of customers. You want to go to send a bottle of wine? Said to take a look? In fact, it is to let the store manager to go to make a photo. This will make the other party feel that they are valued, so that the good feeling of this store plummeted. This habit was carried over from the owners starting from nothing. Usually if he met a big customer, he would personally go over there and personally entertain them in the name of delivering wine, so that the customer would feel the warmth of the service, and thus think of this restaurant in the first place when they got together for a dinner and invited guests. Zhang Ting of course knew this, and his strange point was, are you sure he ordered 3,000 dishes alone? Their restaurant was Chinese food, and 3,000 servings was quite a lot. It was basically used for treats, and there was basically no such thing as one person ordering 3,000. That's right, the menus are all here. The waiter took the opportunity to come over to Zhang Ting's side. Rich young tycoons with money were the most preferred choice for them to choose a target. That's true. How old is he? Not too old. About the same as you. 22-3. Got it. Order the kitchen to cook the food better. By the way, bring me a bottle of red wine. Managing a restaurant Zhang Ting wouldn't be able to, but making guests feel at home, he could still do it. It was just right to show a wave to the netizens in the live broadcast room. Okay, I'm on my way. The waiter twisted his small waist and walked towards the back kitchen. The little cashier girl couldn't help but sigh. $3,000 worth of food for one person. This is really extravagant. Really? Is this the world of the rich? She couldn't help but glance at Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting nodded with a serious face. Yes, being rich is good. I've always been glad that I'm a rich man. Soon, Zhang Ting took the red wine from the waiter and walked towards the position by the window. As he got closer and closer, the camera captured the side face of the person by the window. In an instant, the live broadcast room exploded. Asterisk. I've met a familiar face. Who is this? This is Suan Ah. I didn't expect to actually see him here. This world is too small. Suan? I remember he seems to be collecting scrap. Why would he appear in this kind of upscale restaurant? Zhang Ting surfaced a sincere smile on his face. Carrying the red wine, he was ready to greet. Hello sir. Just as the words left his mouth, he choked. Suan, aren't you collecting scrap? How come you're here? Zhang Ting looked at Suan with a shocked face. Zhang Ting? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here, but your words are a bit strange. It's mealtime now. This is a restaurant. Naturally I'm here to eat. Suan was also a bit surprised. Eat? Zhang Ting looked Suan up and down and muttered in his heart. He was the big customer who ordered 3,000 dishes? Collecting scrap was so profitable? No, if it was really lucrative, why was he still wearing those whitewashed ground floor goods that he always wore in school? He had a flash of light in his head. Ah, I got it. He came to collect scrap. It is estimated that he saw me a long time ago, embarrassed, only to pretend to come to dinner. As for that big customer, must be to go to the bathroom. Alas, young people, is good face. Will red wine casually rest on the table? Zhang Ting pulled open the chair to face Sue and sat down. Sighed, alas, we are old classmates. What is your situation? I still do not know. In front of classmates still pretend. This is unnecessary. Chapter 46. You're asking someone who earns over $6 million a day to be a waiter who earns $6,000 a month? Pretend? When did I pretend? Suan was dumbfounded. Yang Ting is still chattering. We are a few years of classmates. For the sake of friendship. According to reason, my store's waste is certainly to leave you. But our store's waste garbage is never early in the morning to be pulled out to deal with. As early as I knew that you will come to collect, I will definitely give you to keep. By the way, do you make money collecting scrap here? Suan nodded. Not bad, is it? Yang Ting had a disbelieving face, but he didn't say it outright for fear of hurting Suan's face. He got up from his chair, patted Suan's shoulder, and said seriously, collecting scrap is not a thing after all. How much money can those scrap trash be worth? You might as well come to my store as a waiter. You are still quite handsome. In line with the store's aesthetic, our waiter's salary is 6,000, including food and accommodation, which is much more promising than your waste collection. If I remember correctly, you should still be living in the school dormitory now, right? Hearing this, Suwon remembered that he hadn't returned to the dormitory for a few days. He had stayed at the hotel for the past few days for various reasons. Suwon nodded. There's nothing wrong with the dormitory. Yang Ting revealed an expression of I understand everything. You don't need to say more and said, think about it, 6,000 salary is quite a lot, and the work content is not tiring. If you think about it, just come directly to the store and look for me. The words left. Yang Ting turned his head towards the direction of the bathroom, saw that the doorway was slow to move, and couldn't help but mutter, so long yet to come out, must be constipated. He didn't want to wait any longer, so he greeted Suwon. I'll go over first, feel free to order whatever you want to eat, we're all classmates, just report my name directly, it's my treat. He didn't worry about Suwon ordering randomly, although he didn't have much contact with Suwon, but the other party had worked hard for several years to do part-time jobs to support themselves, and he still understood the character of not taking advantage of a small advantage, or else he wouldn't have let the other party come to work as a waiter. Back to the front desk, Yang Ting looked around the restaurant, and found that he did not need to do it himself at all, and prettily found a seat, took out his cell phone, and prepared to continue to brag and chat with the audience of the live broadcast to pass the time, because he opened the store manager position. The starting point is very high, so his live room audience is a lot. The number of people online is basically 2 or 3,000. Chatting with a lot of people was energizing, and this was also the reason why Yang Ting liked to chat with them. But today, the pop-ups weren't right. The pop-ups were sent too fast, one after the other. They flashed by in a flash, just like a flash. Yang Ting squinted his eyes and said excitedly, hey, are all the water users so active today? Could it be that they saw the scene of my friendly classmates and are praising me for posting such fast pop-ups? Hey, it can't be helped. Who called me a rich and good person nah? Beautifully flipping through the comments, ready to accept the water friend's compliments in a big way. Young Zhang, that young man by the window is your classmate? Brother Zhang, did you just want your classmate to be a waiter in your store? Yeah, college classmate. Yang Ting smiled and responded. He also participated in the graduation live broadcast challenge, but I don't know which one of his tendons has been jerked. He chose to collect scrap. You said that in the past it was possible to make some money collecting scrap, but now the pressure of competition is so great that it's not profitable at all. It's dirty, tiring, and unprofitable, so he might as well be a waiter in my store. 6,000 a month and food and accommodation are also included. It's easy and not tiring. Live challenge him is hopeless, but a good job, at least easier Brother Zhang, you're stereotyping. Who says collecting scrap isn't lucrative? He just ordered 3,000 dishes. If it wasn't profitable, would he have ordered 3,000 dishes? I'm embarrassed for Mr. Zhang. Seeing these pop-ups, Yang Ting was completely dumbfounded. No, are you guys saying that Suwon really ordered that table just now? How is this possible? His chosen profession is collecting scrap. How much money can he make by collecting scrap? It's not that I'm looking down on people. How can a waste collector order a table of 3,000 dishes? And it's for one person. I wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. Mr. Zhang, Su's waste collection is different from your understanding of waste collection. He bought a box of books today and made over $6 million. Yes, he bought a car yesterday and helped the police catch a serial killer with a reward of over $1 million. Today, he made more than $6 million. If you don't believe me, you can go to Suwon's live broadcasting room to take a look. Brother Zhang, I'm embarrassed for you. I just went to check it out. What they said is true. That guy called Swan just made over $6 million this morning, and you're letting someone who earns over $6 million a day to work as a waiter who earns 6,000 a month? Seeing all the pop-ups from his water friends saying this, Yang Ting's brain buzzed. He had just said to Suwon's face that the scraps he collected were trash and worthless, but it turned out that he was earning more than $6 million a day by collecting scraps? Is this reasonable? It was at this time. He saw the waiter carrying the dishes towards the window, hastily standing up. He stretched his neck to look. He saw the waiter placing the dishes on the table with a warm and welcoming face. Obviously, Suwon was the big customer who had ordered a table for one person. Store manager, didn't you say you went to deliver the red wine? Why didn't you go? When the waiter returned from delivering the food, he saw Yang Ting frozen in place and couldn't help but remind him. Yang Ting froze and turned his head, pointing his finger stiffly in Suwan's direction. The big customer you said, is he? The waiter made a flowery cupped face and said, yes. He's not only rich but also very polite and handsome, and he was just asking about you, as if he knows you. Do you two know each other? If you know each other, do you have his contact information? I was going to ask myself, but I think it's better for a girl to be reserved. If you have it, can you give it to me? If you don't have it, can you please ask for me? Although the store manager was good, there was a lot of competitive pressure. Most of all, Suan was much more handsome than the store manager. Store manager, what's wrong with you? Why don't you say anything? The waiter couldn't help but inquire when he saw that he had said a whole bunch of things, and as a result, the shopkeeper was dumbfounded, as if he was stupid. I'm fine, go help in the back kitchen first. Yang Ting waved his hand breathlessly. Then the contact information? It's working hours now. The waiter returned to the back kitchen with an unhappy face. Yang Ting was silent for a while, then quickly covered his reddened face with both hands, itching to find a crack in the ground. Earning more than $6 million a day, his family's 3 restaurants, combined, didn't even make more than $6 million in pure profit in half a year. He also unselfconsciously wanted the other party to be a waiter with a monthly salary of $6,000. Really too embarrassing. And a sure win hammer, unless he sold the store. But if he dared to do that, his dad would have to chew him raw and eat him. Embarrassing. So embarrassing. Chapter 47, 2 bean batches who want to pick up the pieces. After checking out, Suan thought to say hello and then go. The results of a circle. Did not see Yang Ting. He does not know. Yang Ting at this time embarrassed and remorseful hate to drill into the ground. Do not dare to see him. Has been hiding in the back kitchen. I didn't see anyone. Suan had to leave first. Eat enough strength to work. He drove an electric tricycle, and the sound of the car's horn filled the entire street. Just after turning into a street, he was stopped by someone. Little brother, you're a scrap collector, aren't you? The one who stopped him was an older woman in her 40s, wearing a sun hat and waving vigorously. Seeing the business on the doorstep, Suan stepped on the brakes, and once the car came to a stop, his head poked out and asked, "Yes, boss, do you want to sell scrap?" "Sell, but the scrap is not here. You give me a ride. I have a store in front of the second-hand furniture trading market, which has a lot of scrap." As she said this, the older woman reached out and opened the car door, and sat on her but on the seat next to her. This 1-2 action confused Suan. Drive. What are you waiting for? This ghost weather. When I came out before it was quite cool, but as soon as the sun came out, it was as hot as in a steamer. Big Mom took off her hat and fanned herself vigorously, complaining non-stop. Suan sighed and said, I don't know the address. Please boss, show me the way. Okay, it's right in front. Big Mom returned, following the route provided by Big Mom. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the used furniture trading market. Big Mom directed Suan all the way to drive the car to the entrance of her store. Parking the electric tricycle, Suan also got out of the car. Boss, where are the scraps? I can help organize and weigh it together. The Big Mom changed her face as soon as she got out of the car, impatiently waving her hand and saying, Don't need your help, just wait. Helpless, Suan had to wait at the door. While waiting, he found that the store not far in front was surrounded by people. This big summer, it was still possible for people to squeeze hard into it, indicating that there was either something good inside, or there was big gossip. People loved to get together, and so did Suan. He just wanted to go over to take a look, and the Big Mom who entered the store came out. In her hand was a waste cardboard box. Just this one cardboard box. You weigh it, you can't mess with the scale. The Big Mom was afraid that she would lose out and said with a wary face. Suan was speechless, spat out, You don't even have a caddy in this carton. You can't even weigh it. How can you mess with the scale? What do you mean? You want it for nothing? The young man is so young. Why do you think of good things net? Big Mom vigilantly hid the paper box behind her, afraid that Suan would ask her for the box. Suan was not stupid, and instantly understood. This Big Mom did not have any scrap. She just wanted to rub the car. After all, 10 minutes away. Taxi also need $10 or so, and on the pretext of selling scrap, by the way to ride his car, do not want a penny. Now that's a real white whoring monster. Come on, count me out. Shaking his head, Suan got into the car, unwilling to pay any more attention to the stingy and calculating aunt, and drove towards the lively crowd. Parking the car at the side of the alleyway, Suan squeezed into the crowd. Through the gap, he saw the people surrounded by a second-hand furniture store. At this time there are 2 men inside, an old man in his 50s, the 3 are discussing, and next to them, there is a half a meter or so of a simple wooden box. The wooden box is purple-red in color. In the sunlight, through the jade-like warm texture, the old man asked with a face of surprise, 2 bosses, what you say is true. This wooden box is really Hainan Wan Wali do, especially valuable? The other 2 men, one fat and one thin. The thin man was in his 20s, named Deng Fei, and the fat man was in his 30s or so, named Jiang Kai. The 2 men heard, glared at each other, blame each other a moment on the head, said the real value, stirred up this business. Deng Fei heart is not happy, face but a smile, affirmative nod, is true. My family is also open second-hand furniture store. I have a special understanding of furniture wood. This wooden box is some years of Hainan Wanwali at first glance, he said, patted the wooden box. Science and technology, Hainan Wanwali produced in Hainan province, is one of the 4 precious wood, high-density wood. Wood stability, in the wind and sun, its will not deformation, cracking, bending, there is a certain degree of toughness. Wanwali wood color golden yellow, and your wooden box is reddish brown, belonging to the heart of the material color is darker. You look at the top of the grain is very clear, a closer look, as if ghost face. This is also a major feature of Hainan Wanwali, and there is another point, that is Wanwali there is a faint descending sandalwood flavor, so it is also known as descending sandalwood. This flavor refreshing, fresh and soft. Hepatitis has a certain medicinal effect. The old man sniffed excitedly said, you are right, this box close to smell does have a smell very comfortable fragrance. I have always thought before is to brush paint inside added spices. The original is the fragrance of the wood itself. Deng Fei nodded and then said, this Hainan Wanwali in the Ming dynasty and the Qing dynasty, but the officials of the royal family's favorite timber, often used to do jewelry boxes and furniture. Because of this, resulting in excessive logging, in the middle of the Qing dynasty is almost on the verge of extinction. The back of the use of mahogany. Because of this, Hainan Wanwali on the market in scarce quantities, basically all the old timber in the past, and this wooden box, should be also be left before. My family opened the furniture store is in front. Why don't you bring this box to my store? We can discuss the price. Jiang Kai couldn't help but stand out and said loudly, the guest came to me first. It's not good for you to rob the business halfway. How is it bad? The thing is not sold to you. The two quarreled. Suan saw the two arguing and casually asked the big mom next to him, Big mom, what's going on? They're fighting over this box? Auntie Face enviously said, yes, this grandfather took the wooden box to this store to sell. Said the family to buy new furniture this box cannot be used. Ready to sell $100. The results of this Jiang boss just ready to collect. This dang boy will come together. Must be $500 to buy. The two people scramble to scramble. The price is higher and higher. Are not willing to let go. And the results have just said that this box is made of Hainan pear wood. And now scramble again. Now fight again. After listening to the process, Suan is understood. Combined with this Jiang boss ready to pick up the leakage, the results of this surnamed Deng saw, the heart is not happy. They want to buy at a high price. The two estimated friendship is not good. Who are not willing to let a step to the back. The surnamed Deng boy in a fit of pique, directly shaking out the real value of this wooden box. No wonder just come in. Feel the gunpowder flavor between the two is very thick. Now the two are fighting more powerful. Both want to take the box. Who also refuse to give in. Hainan Wanwali? This is one of the four famous wood top wood. Yes, I heard that the Ming dynasty's royal family like to use Hainan pear carved furniture seats, and even the dragon chair are Hainan Wanwali carving. If you ask me, these two are also naive. Isn't it good to discuss the price privately? 1/2. Spend a few $100s can buy down. Now well, the real value of the shakeout. The price must have risen. Want to pick up the leaks cannot be picked up. People are selfish and want to monopolize. If you were in that situation, you probably wouldn't have been willing to give in. It's a pity. If Brother Su came earlier, with Brother Su's eyesight, we'll be able to pick up this leak. Chapter 48. He guessed right. Suan saw that the two were on the verge of getting into a fight. He couldn't help but check the information on the wooden box, wanting to see just how valuable this wooden chest was. Item, wooden box. Details, early years of the Qing dynasty, made of Hainan Wanwali simple wooden box. Value, 32 million. Crazy, right? A wooden box. Sell 32 million? Although Suan before picking up dozens of millions of leaks, the morning also just picked up leaks of more than 6 million letter paper. Should be more calm is right, but fears to see 30 million leaks. He was still shocked. For a while Suan did not know how to cry or laugh. Laughing is that this wooden box is particularly valuable. Crying is that this wooden box has been seen. This wooden box is worth more than $30 million. Even if he wanted to fight, he could not. He only totaled more than $10 million. Simply cannot afford to buy. Now can only look at this wooden box by others to buy away. Yes, it's such a pity. It would have been better if Su had come here earlier. Alas, fate is a tease. I can only say that Brother Su was one step unlucky, and this wooden box passed him by. They've been fighting for so long. Why don't they say the price? Who knows? But it looks like it should be worth a lot of money. Brother Su, you have good eyesight. Look at how much this wooden box is worth. Suan laughed bitterly. Do you really want me to say? You guys don't have a heart attack, do you? I'm afraid you can't handle it if I say it. I have a good heart. I can withstand it very well. Brother Su, you boldly say it. After watching you pick up so many times, my heart is like steel. Indestructible. How much is it worth? With such a big box, it's estimated to be $1 million or so at most. I can't say. I'll send a direct message. You guys can see for yourselves. Suan quickly typed a line, a small goal, short of 3 million by 1/3. What day? 1/3 of 100 million is more than 33 million, minus another 3 million. Isn't that 30 million? How is that possible? This is just a broken wooden box. The carving is not exquisite. Ordinary can't be in the ordinary. What makes this wood to buy such a high price? What's wrong with it? Brother Sue, don't look at it wrong. This box is not worth so much money. The water friends in the live broadcast room are all stupid. The price is $30 million. This is a huge leak. Suan ignored the water friends and looked at the two people who were arguing. At this moment, the 50-something-year-old man opened his mouth. The two bosses, you don't quarrel. You say this box is Hainan Wanwali. Then how much is this box worth? The surrounding onlookers have perked up their ears. John Material preemptively opened his mouth. Hainan Wanwali on the market is almost nothing. This box should be old things. Is the ancestor on down? The old man scratched his head and laughed. I don't know. This box is very early before. I don't know when. Just has been put aside in the house, not how to use. This is not my son thinking of changing the batch of furniture. So just want to sell this wooden box. I really don't know this wooden box is actually worth so much money. John Material followed, is a good thing. The age is also long enough. Just the collection value is not high. Collection not only look at the wood, but also look at the process. Your box is too rough. The price of this box will be greatly discounted. So, I can only give you 100,000? It's actually so expensive. The old man was surprised. The surrounding crowd who were listening with their ears open were also shocked. However, Suan's live broadcast room was deathly silent. After a long time, the pop-up screen appeared. Brother Sue, didn't you say that this wooden box is worth more than $30 million? How come this boss is only offering $100,000? Needless to say, this boss is definitely cheating. This guy is trying to pick up the slack. Buy low and sell high. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you pick this up, you'll make a lot of money. Brother Sue, don't just stand there. Quickly go up and grab it. It's a big leak. Seeing the pop-up screen, Suan smiled and didn't say anything. This wooden box was discovered by Deng Fei and Zhang Kai. Suan would not go up and grab it with them unless he didn't want to die. It was more than $30 million. And before this huge benefit, it was common to kill people. People die for money. Birds die for food. This ancient saying has a lesson in blood and tears. He didn't want to lose his life over this. Suan wasn't going to open his mouth, but he felt something was wrong at the same time. A wooden box worth 30-20. Zhang Kai was only willing to offer 100,000. Not even a fraction. It was obvious that he was trying to pick up the pieces, but it didn't make sense. They had already blown the value of the wooden box out of the water, and he wasn't the only one to buy it. Deng Fei was also going to buy it. Judging from how the two were going toe-to-toe, it was absolutely impossible for them to agree on an amount. So, this was the pricing that Zhang Kai himself had set. But this pricing was very unfavorable to him. If Deng Fei offered an extra 100,000 or even 200,000, it would definitely affect the old man's opinion of Zhang Kai, and would be very unfavorable for him to buy. This was a completely very contradictory approach. Two competitors bidding to get that item will only shout higher, not lower, unless an idea popped up in Suan's mind. He thought of a possibility. Take another look and see how much Deng Fei bids. Thought surged in Suan's mind. If his guess was true, then he would have to compete for this bookshelf. I bid 150,000. At this time, Deng Fei opened the bidding. Zhang Kai glared at him. 110,000. Deng Fei ignored it and followed up with 115,000. Zhang Kai frowned and spoke again. 120,000. The two men's shouts rose and fell, and the store became an auction house. The surrounding crowd watched their 5,000 rise. The more they watched, the more energized they became, wishing they had a sign in their hands, shouting twice to get over it. At this time, the price shouted to 150,000. Zhang Kai looked angrily, scolded, this is obviously my store guests. You have to stick your foot in the door. Is this how you do business? Then is it possible for me to rob your family's business in the future? Deng Fei smiled playfully and said, of course you can. If you want to rob it, I don't care. It depends on who has the ability, and I'm not really robbing. We are bidding against each other. Whoever sells higher, who gets it? How can we make money if we don't rob? Zhang Kai was so angry by his words that he almost lost his breath. He no longer paid attention to Deng Fei, but looked at the old man. Grandpa, you are also a regular customer here. You know me well. I'm offering $160,000. That's the highest price. You just sell it to me. A hint of hesitation flashed across the Moncler outlet store face. A bit torn, but he quickly looked at Deng Fei. Even the best relationship on weekdays is a nodding acquaintance. Only the money is real and falls in the bag. The onlookers at the scene also looked at Deng Fei. Deng Fei stroked his chin and thought for a long time before he spoke. 165,000. Add 5,000 more. The old man was ecstatic. A hint of hesitation flashed on Jiang Kai's face, hesitating for a long time or not shouting the price. He coldly grunted. This box is roughly made. 170,000 at the top, and it's not necessarily sold. I'd like to see how you can sell this box. Deng Fei grunted. How to sell is my business. How I want to sell, how to sell. This box is mine now. You can't care. He said that he was going to take the box. Suddenly, a voice interjected. $170,000. The old man looked up sharply, his face ecstatic. Everyone's eyes looked at the person who spoke, and were surprised to see that it was a young man. Suan frankly accepted the gawking eyes of the crowd and came to the side of the wooden box. Deng Fei wrinkled his eyebrows and said with an ugly face, "Dude, you're not mistaken, right? We've all discussed this, and you're sticking your nose in here?" Suan calmly said, "As long as there is no transfer of money before, everyone has the right to bid on this crate." Seeing Deng Fei's ugly face, he hesitated to raise the price. Suan knew. He guessed right. Chapter 49. You're playing with my mind here? Since none of you have discovered the true value of the wooden box, then don't blame me for stopping you. The crowd of onlookers murmured, curiously sizing up Suan who was bidding. This little brother looks young, but his bidding is quite bold. Is he a rich second generation? Bull ***** rich second generation. It's just a scrap collector. His electric tricycle is still parked over there. I also saw his motorized tricycle parked outside. A scrap collector, where can he get $170,000? Presumably to find trouble. Jiang Kai, on the other hand, had a gloating look on his face. He was happy to see Deng Fei suffer. Deng Fei frowned tightly. His face was so gloomy that it could drip water. I'm not afraid to offend people for this wooden box. I see that I can get my hands on it. And your kid suddenly jumped out to bid? The old man's heart was agitated. He looked at Deng Fei, although he knew it was a bit not so good, but he was a handful of years old. No one would say anything about him, and there was no need for him to be upset with the money. So he looked at Suan. Young man, are you serious? Really willing to pay $170,000? Suan solemnly nodded. Well, a solid $170,000. Sniffing, Deng Fei gritted his teeth. In that case, then I will also offer $170,000. Same price. He had previously pointed out the true value of the chest, helped the old man, and participated in the bidding from the start. The old man would definitely sell it to him. Sure enough, the old man was ready to politely refuse Suan when he heard this. As a result, Suan directly blocked his words and calmly said, then I'll offer $175,000. Deng Fei Bungbu lived. You are playing with my mindset here? I also offer $175,000. Deng Fei, forced to hold back his anger, gritted his teeth and said, busy half a day, but also offended Jiang Kai, so for others to do the graft, he cannot bear that bad breath. Suan didn't hesitate and opened his mouth. I'll offer $180,000. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people took their cell phones to film the two. Originally thought that $165,000 was the final price, but the result was that it was only a few minutes ago, and then it was raised by $15,000. This price increase speed is simply outrageous. Suan raised another $5,000. Deng Fei, completely tense, angrily said, buddy, do you understand the first come This thing is my first C. You put this horizontal insertion. You want to pick a fight? Suan had not yet spoken. Jiang Kai disliked in a conspiratorial manner. Yo. Also first come first served. Before and I robbed. Why not say first come first served? And I rob, you said, each according to their own ability. And this little brother rob, you said first come first served. You really know how to say. So the benefits are letting you take up the chant. Finished, he looked toward Suan, smilingly said, buddy, ignore him. You are fair competition. Who bid high things is whose. He couldn't grab it. Deng Fei also don't want to get it easily. Those who come out to mix it up always have to pay it back. When Deng Fei heard this, his face turned green and white, extraordinarily ugly. He ignored Jiang Kai and instead looked at Suan, reminding him, buddy, I'll tell you the truth. This wooden box of wood is Hainan Wanwali, but this box is rough, almost no carving, craft value is not. This box top day 190,000. You out of 180,000. Simply cannot be sold, can only be used by yourself. I look at you as if you are collecting scrap. Collecting scrap money is not good to earn it. You still think about it. Don't do things that make you regret. Suan Xin was amused. What he was looking at was not this wooden box at all. But the other things in this wooden box, thousands of gold can't buy your heart. This box can only be mine. Hearing this, the corners of Tang Fei's mouth twitched. He could kind of see it. This dude was just hot-headed. If he liked one thing, he had to get it. He didn't even consider whether it was worth it or not. Seeing that his words couldn't make the other party change his mind, Deng Fei didn't bother with more words and looked at the old man. Master, I'll offer up to $190,000. This is the limit of the box. Just sell it to me. I'll transfer the money immediately. The old man didn't say anything. He turned his head to look at Suan. People were all greedy. If Suan could offer more money, he would definitely sell it to him without hesitation. The onlookers, including the netizens in Suan's livestream, were also looking at Suan, wanting to see what he would do. Suan didn't answer immediately, but instead stroked his chin and contemplated for a few seconds before he spoke. 195,000. A few short words, but it made the old man excited. Deng Fei didn't expect Suan to really dare to follow the price. His anger went straight to the sky, sneering, "Buddy, you're quite arrogant. I'm kindly advising you that you won't listen. In that case, I won't follow it. I tell you the truth. I am Hainan Wangwali senior appraiser. This wooden box is not worth 195,000. And, with the current market conditions, this box 170,000 are not necessarily out of the box." This word out. The people present watching were in an uproar and shook their heads. Deng Fei, if ordinary boss say this, they will not believe. But the other party is Hainan Wangwali senior appraiser. For the market situation as well as the real price of Hainan Wangwali certainly door clear. He said so. The wooden box is really not worth so much money. Jiangyan 100% by loss. But live netizens do not feel so. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. Brother Su has succeeded. Brother Su said that this wooden box is worth about $30 million, and now he spent $195,000 to buy it. This is simply a great deal of money. I believe in Brother Su, but I don't think it's worth $30 million. I can't tell either, but I trust Brother Su. Just keep looking and you'll see. At this time, Deng Fei saw Suan didn't have the slightest reaction to his words, felt a punch in the cotton. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Pretended to remind, Moncler, but don't forget to collect the money. If someone to their own collection of waste products do not have so much money, propose to installment or tomorrow to give, you can never believe. Now too many crooks. Moncler Outlet Online immediately raised vigilance. At the same time some regret in the bottom of his heart, just blinded by the money. Now think about it. Suan is a scrap collector, can take out 195,000? Little. He just wanted to open his mouth to backtrack. Suan then opened his mouth and interrupted her, saying, "Grandpa, what's your card number? I'll transfer 195,000 to you." "Ha, wow, my card number is." The old man was first stunned, and then quickly said his card number. After saying that, he was still a bit skeptical. Did Suan really have 190,000? Until the SMS beep sounded. The old man opened the message and realized that there was really an extra 195,000 in his bank card. "Grandpa, I transferred it. Did you get it?" Suan asked. Received. The old man now felt like it was still a dream. He looked at it several times, counted the numbers several times, and after making sure it was 195,000, the smile on his face grew bigger and bigger, and he was so happy. "The money is given. This wooden box is mine," Suan said. "Yours and yours, you take it." The old man got the money, didn't even look at the wooden box, and left beautifully. Chapter 50. The hidden compartment in the wooden box. Suan squatted in front of the wooden box and looked at it carefully. Wooden box body is reddish brown. Wood in the sunlight flooded with warm light. The construction of the wooden box is very simple. Is a square box. There is no carving on it. It looks like the most ordinary bookcase. Wood touches jade like warm, close to the faint sandalwood flavor. Very good smell. Suan opened the wooden box, only to see that it is empty, not even a hair. He did not die. Followed by the box will be turned over. Carefully check the box interior. Unfortunately, in addition to the Wangwali itself ghost face pattern, there is no other trace. Turning the wooden box upside down, Suan also failed to find where the 30 million points worth was. "Dude, what are you looking for?" Jiang Kai came over with a curious face. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Suan glanced at him and suddenly asked, "You should be familiar with furniture styles, right?" Jiang Kai held his head high and said conceitedly, "Of course, our family's ancestors have been carpenters for 3 generations. We can make all the furniture styles on the market." Suan busily said, "Well then, please take a closer look at this wooden box and see what's the difference between this box and an ordinary box." Jiang Kai was puzzled. Difference? What difference can there be? It's just that its material is Hainan Wanwali, which is more expensive. Muttering on the mouth, Jiang Kai hand movement but not stop, carefully measuring knocking box. Knock knock, a slightly hollow sound rang out. This is? Jiang Kai's knocking action gave a start, squinted his eyes and came closer to the box, scrutinizing it carefully. A touch of surprise appeared on his face. This wooden box actually has a secret compartment. I didn't really see it. Hearing this, Suan Xian was overjoyed. His face didn't move, and he deliberately asked back, a secret compartment? This box can be seen inside at a glance. Where is there any secret compartment? This you don't know, right? This secret compartment is on the front. You wait, I'll go to the store to get something. Saying that, Jiang Kai turned around and went into the store. At this time, the people surrounding the store saw that the bustle was over and just wanted to leave. As a result, they heard the secret compartment. They immediately came into the spirit and resurrounded, wanting to see what was in the secret compartment of this wooden box. Soon, Jiang Kai walked out with a long nail. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he inserted the nail inside the front of the wooden crate and aligned it with the tiny holes inside. A twist, a turn. The topmost piece of wood loosened and reached out, pulling it upwards to the bottom along with the piece of wood. Afterward, he again aimed the long nail at the very bottom of the front, where there was an extremely tiny hole. It was inserted and twisted. A small drawer was pulled out. Suan held his breath and looked towards the drawer for the first time, only to see that inside was yellow silk cloth, like it was wrapped around something, rolled out a long yellow tube-like thing. Swan took it out. The thing was very light, and through the silk cloth, it could be seen that it was something like a cylinder, and felt similar to a scroll. There is something in the yellow cloth. I also saw it, rolled up like this and wrapped in silk cloth. It should be something like a valuable scroll. From my experience, what's wrapped in this yellow cloth is the key. Nonsense. It's hidden in a secret compartment and wrapped in yellow cloth. We all know it must be very important. Do you think this yellow cloth will be the most valuable thing? Once Su got the box, he went through it, and now he's staring at the yellow cloth, even when the wooden box fell on the ground. So there's no need to guess. What's wrapped in the yellow cloth must be very special. So curious. Brother Su quickly unwrapped the yellow cloth and take a look. Let's see what's wrapped inside. The crowd of onlookers were also very curious and stretched their necks, wanting to see what was wrapped in the yellow cloth. Suan weighed what was wrapped in the yellow cloth. More than $30 million worth. Suan put his cell phone in his pocket and lifted the yellow silk cloth layer by layer. And soon, the dark yellow hand scroll was revealed inside. He did not open in a hurry, but to Zhao Jianba and Shijun called. One is a painting and calligraphy expert. One is an appraiser. This scroll to let them come to the eyes is the most appropriate. See Suan call to let people come to appraisal. The crowd of onlookers even more reluctant to leave. They surrounded the store and wanted to see what the hand scroll was. Deng Fei and Jiang Kai did the same. The two of them stared at the hand scroll in Suan's hand, hesitant to leave. It didn't take long. An Audi S6 appeared in the second-hand furniture trading market. When Deng Fei saw the person coming down from that car, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly greeted him. Teacher Sure, do you still remember me? My name is Deng Fei. I'm Lu Jingqing's disciple. Last time at the auction house, we had a few chats. Shijun looked up and sized up Deng Fei, feeling a bit familiar, and hearing the name of an acquaintance. He then reluctantly said with patience, I have something on my mind right now. I don't have time to catch up. Let's talk about it later if there's anything. Deng Fei was not discouraged, but instead said attentively, is there anything I can do to help? I live here and am very familiar with this place. Whether it's looking for someone or asking for directions, I know it all. No need. The person I'm looking for is right here. Shijun held the glasses on the bridge of his nose and crossed over Deng Fei to look at Suan behind him. Little friend Su, been waiting long, haven't you? When he received Suan's call, Shijun was confused. It had only been a few hours. Suan had actually received another good item. This picking up speed was too frightening. Teacher Sure, I'm troubling you to make a special trip. Suan busily went forward to greet Shijun. Humility with respect. After all, a character of Shijun's level, who had helped him several times for free, and this time he specifically ran over with a single phone call. He naturally had to lower his stance and show respect. Shijun smiled and waved his hand. Words are too strong. We are all friends. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? Moreover, I am also very curious. What kind of goodies did you receive this time? Deng Fei looked at the two with a shocked face and said incredulously, Teacher Sure, you guys know each other? Shijun hummed. Yes, this time I was also entrusted by little friend Su to help him appraise an item. Deng Fei had already been stunned into speechlessness. He couldn't figure out how Suan, a scrap collector, could know such a big shot like Shijun. After a brief chat, Shijun joked, Little friend Su, in the morning, You just picked up a letter from Lu Sun. Gubin collected it and didn't even have time to send it to the auction house. And it's only been a few hours? You just picked up another good thing. No wonder before Boss Zhao said you have a sharp eye. If you ask me, you have an eye for this. Not many in the circle can match it. Suan humbly said. Mr. Sure is too kind. It was just a fluke. Deng Fei on the side was dumbfounded. Lu Sun's letter? Auction house? So this kid is not a junk collector. He is a professional picker? Chapter 51. This is a big gamble. Right, little friend Su. Where is the thing you want me to see this time? After exchanging pleasantries, Shi Jun went straight to the point. Suan just wanted to open his mouth. Deng Fei on the side grabbed the performance. Sure teacher. I've seen. This is a Qing dynasty bookcase. The wood is Hainan Wangwali. Because I'm a senior appraiser of Hainan Wangwali. Hainan Wangwali is very familiar with the Hainan Wangwali. A glance at the material can be seen. Moved out of the identity of the appraiser. The purpose is to let Shi Jun high opinion of their own. But Shi Jun simply ignored him and looked at Suan. Little friend Su. You called me here. You shouldn't just let me look at a Hainan Wangwali wooden box, right? Suan laughed and handed over the hand scroll. Ha ha, of course not. The wooden box is not important. What is important is this hand scroll. Shi Jun received the hand scroll. The surface of the hand scroll was dark yellow, permeated with a sense of ancient age. Once unfolded, on the wrinkled and moldy paper, there was a row of calligraphic lines. This calligraphy is strong and robust, with the momentum of the galloping, free and unrestrained structure. Can be seen in this post on the master of the calligraphy is not subject to the constraints of predecessors. The expression of the nature of the sky, 5-colored water, floating Kunlun, pool on the top, out of the black clouds, hanging dragons and monsters, scintillating electric traces. There are 39 characters in total. This is Mi Fu's inscription on the research mountain? Shi Jun's eyes lit up, and he looked a little excited. Hearing this, the crowd of onlookers froze slightly. Mi Fu? The crowd of onlookers were all ordinary people who generally had little interest in poetry, calligraphy and painting, and the ones they could remember were familiar, poets like Li Baidu Fu or famous painters, and most of them had no impression of the calligrapher, so they were all a little confused when they heard Mi Fu's name. So, when they heard the name Mi Fu, they were a bit confused. And what did he write about? Deng Fei, who was at the side, also came over at this time and said curiously, who is Mi Fu? Did he write this research mountain inscription? Shi Jun glanced at him. Mi Fu is a Song dynasty calligrapher, painter, painting and calligraphy theorist, also known as the Fire Zhang descendants. Research mountain inscription is his calligraphy. He also founded the Rice Point landscape, a completely abandoned since Jinghao has gradually matured since the hook. Chap technique of the point of view method, is a very famous calligrapher. Of course, these only interested in calligraphy only know. You do not know is normal. And this piece of running script in my hand. A rough look, very consistent with the calligraphic characteristics of Mi Fu. I suspect that this is likely to be the real handwriting of Mi Fu. In a flash, the live broadcast went crazy. Holy, based on Su's careful attitude towards the scroll, I think the running script on it is likely to really be Mi Fu's authentic handwriting. Although I don't know who Mi Fu is, I believe brother Su. And with Mr. Sure saying this, I'm certain that this scroll of running script was written by Mi Fu. No wonder Mr. Su valued this wooden box at over $30 million. It's the calligraphy that's worth it. Mr. Sure is really knowledgeable. I haven't even heard of Mi Fu. I know some poets and painters, but I don't know anything about calligraphers, and I haven't even heard of this research. Shi Jun is a student of history. Celebrities' works are at his fingertips. Suan relied on the system to know the information of this scroll, but Shi Jun knew the information of the work after just a few glances. This is the expert's cultural heritage. This is also why most of the people who collect and sell antiques are studying history, or else they have a deep understanding of the history of the past and present. Only then can they combine history to distinguish and identify collectibles. However, the long history is thousands of years long. Basically no one can understand all of it, which gives rise to experts who specialize in a certain era or a few eras. And Shi Jun, presumably, is very knowledgeable about calligraphy, so he can see it at a glance. If it were Zhao Jianba, he would never have seen it at a glance, although he is also an expert in calligraphy and painting, but he is more of a businessman. The study of calligraphy and painting is not thorough, and most of the same play antiques. He only knows some skin, to prevent themselves from encountering imitation fake goods just. Deng Fei heard Shi Jun's words, his brain was hot, immediately opened his mouth to deny, this is impossible. This wooden box is an old object from the Qing dynasty. This Mi Fu was a calligrapher from the Song dynasty. How can a wooden box from the Qing dynasty have calligraphy works from the Song dynasty? As soon as he finished his words, he regretted it. He was too eager and was in a hurry to busy himself with denials. Sure enough, Shi Jun sniffed in amusement. How is it impossible? Isn't it normal for the Qing dynasty to have works from the Song dynasty? You're going to say that it's only abnormal for the Song dynasty to have works from the Qing dynasty. There's a problem with the logic of your words. Lu Jingcheng is at least from the history department. Is this how he taught you? Finished. He pointed to the unfolding of the book post said, I usually love to collect calligraphy works. On all kinds of calligraphy know a little bit, and the calligraphy of Mifu. I once also contacted. The style of these words and handwriting in Mifu highly similar. Of course, I'm not saying that this scroll is 100% Mifu's handwriting. After all, I'm not a professional calligraphy handwriting appraisal division, which requires professional people to identify. And a piece of work, at least one of the works of the Qing dynasty, is not normal. Identification. And a piece of work, at least need more than 3 people at the same time to identify as true. Shi Jun said not too sure, but the demeanor, obviously there is a certain degree of certainty, even if Deng Fei's heart is not willing to believe 100 times, but also have to believe. Who is Shi Jun? A history graduate from a famous school, practicing archaeology for more than 20 years. Weekday's favorite collection of calligraphy. Said the calligraphy is only a little knowledge, but with the toes want to know that this is modest words, and he also identified seal engraving. The handwriting is very understanding. He said this hand scroll is likely to be true. Its possibility is definitely more than 80%. There was basically no suspense in this. Thinking about this, Deng Fei only felt that a gold mountain belonging to him was dug out in front of him. He glared at Suan, unable to hide the jealousy in his eyes. You knew that there was a book plate in here? That's why you were willing to spend $195,000 on it? No wonder he thought so. The main thing was, this wooden box was not worth that much money at all. Suan of course will not admit. This book post is hidden in the wooden box in the dark compartment. He said he can see through the dark compartment inside. This is not bull ********. Of course, even if he said it, no one would believe it. Moreover, he said it does not matter. The deal has been reached. This box is his. Even if Deng Fei again I read, this box also has nothing to do with him. Suan laughed. I don't have perspective eyes. How would I know that there is a book post inside? I just think that this box is different from ordinary boxes. It may be a hidden compartment box that has been brushed in the video, and this wooden box is an old object, in case there is something good hidden inside. Then decided to gamble. Anyway, losing is only a loss of a few tens of thousands. Shi Jun laughed. Little friend Su, this is a big bet. If this line of calligraphy is really Nifu's authentic handwriting, this hand scroll is worth at least $26 million. Chapter 52, the young man has hit the jackpot. $26 million. The onlookers gasped. This young man has struck lucky. If the old man knew, he would probably go straight to heaven. Suan was calm and unperturbed. Deng Fei and Jiang Kai couldn't sit still and said anxiously, Mr. Sure, are you serious? This line calligraphy post is really worth $26 million? If it's determined to be Nifu's authentic handwriting, then it's worth this price, Shi Jun said. Deng Fei was anxious and said, then Mr. Sure, do you know any experts who can identify calligraphy? You quickly invite over to take a look. Shi Jun ignored him and looked at Suan. Suan nodded. Please invite a few experts to appraise the authenticity of this post. Okay, I'll make the call. Shi Jun sniffed, took out his cell phone, and dialed 3 calls in a row. Hanging up the phone, he said to Suan, I've invited 3 relevant experts. They're in this neighborhood. They'll be here in about half an hour. After saying that, he swept a glance at the crowd of onlookers and whispered, there are many people. Let's find another quiet place to wait. Teacher sure, go wait inside my store. My store is just a dozen meters in front. It's a big place and guaranteed to be absolutely quiet and won't be disturbed. Deng Fei hurriedly said, his tone very excited. Without knowing, he thought that the book post was his. Okay, it just so happens that one of the 3 experts is your master, Lu Jingcheng. It's also appropriate to go to your house. Shi Jun didn't think much about it and directly said. After saying that, he felt that he was too arbitrary. Something was wrong, and looked at Suan. What do you think, little friend Su? Okay, I also called Boss Xiao. He should be arriving soon. Just wait over here. Suan didn't care. The item was his. It was the same wherever. Subsequently, Shi Jun took the traveling post, while Suan held the box, and came to his own store as Deng Fei said. Looking at the familiar signboard in front of him, Suan froze for a few seconds. This place, wasn't it the store of the big mom who had pitted him before? This was really a damn coincidence. The 3 entered the courtyard and waited for the others to arrive. During the period, the attitude of the ant has undergone a 180-degree change. Hospitality, not the slightest bit of meanness before, especially for Shi Jun. That is extremely pleasing. Suan Xian laughed coldly in his heart, and did not pay attention to the other party. Not long after, Zhao Jianba arrived. After him, 3 experts arrived one after another. The first to arrive was Deng Fei's master Lu Jingcheng, around 60 years old, from the history department, studying Song and Ming history. The second came called Song Zicheng, more than 40 years old, specializing in the study of Song dynasty calligraphers, especially Love Mi Fu, about Mi Fu's life, relationships, calligraphy and painting works, will study, hate to take a magnifying glass will be Mi Fu's entire life are enlarged to study carefully and thoroughly. This is the type of person who studies Mi Fu's life with a magnifying glass, generally from the works to the love of the whole person, to Mi Fu as an idol, belong to the very fanatical fans. The last one is a familiar face, Gu Bin, who helped Suan identify Lu Sun's letterhead only in the morning. As a handwriting identification expert, he not only identifies the handwriting of contemporary literati, but also identifies the handwriting of various types of calligraphy and painting works. This kind of work is very popular. As long as it involves the comparison of handwriting, judging 2 or more handwritings are not from the same person's hand, all need to be such a professional talent. These 3 people, including all aspects, can be identified from 3 aspects of running script post. One of the 3 is indispensable. As long as these 3 people at the same time to give this row of posters is the authenticity of Mi Fu, on behalf of the absolute authenticity of the posters, cannot be doubted. More than any certificate of authenticity is useful. The first to arrive was Zhao Jianba. When he knew it was Mi Fu, the whole person froze, shook his head after a long time, said he could not identify. Lu Jingcheng, who arrived later, looked carefully and seriously for a long time, and quickly came to the conclusion, this handwriting, most likely from the hand of Mi Fu. Born in Xiangyang, Hubei province, Mi Fu was a calligrapher, painter, and theorist of calligraphy and painting, of which he was famous for his calligraphy, with the greatest achievement in running script, but also good at seal script, official script, regular script, and cursive script, etc. Because of his long time copying the calligraphy of the ancients, he could reach the degree of faking the real. Together with Su Shi, Kai Xiang and Huang Tingjin, he was known as the 4 Song masters. In his early years, he was once appointed by Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty as a doctor of calligraphy and painting. However, he was not only a painter and calligrapher, but also a connoisseur and collector. But he was also regarded as too crazy by the world because of his bizarre behavior and his solitude in the world, and he was called Mizizi. For example, the background of the creation of this research mountain inscription. In fact, the later years of Mi Fu got the Lingbai stone, due to the shape of the stone is mountain-shaped, can be used to do ink pool research ink. He loved it. For 3 nights in a row, have to hold this Lingbai stone to sleep. Even so, he still feel enough, and for which he wrote the research mountain inscription of this piece of calligraphy post. It can be seen that the behavior of it's quite grotesque. Lu Jingcheng said a series of breath. Feeling a bit thirsty, he tilted his neck and drank a mouthful of tea, then said, whether from the content, or from the stylistic features, this calligraphy post looks like Mi Fu's real handwriting. Hearing this, Teng Fei immediately asked excitedly, Master, according to what you mean, this running script post is Mi Fu's authentic work? Lu Jingcheng nodded. I observe that the handwriting and the style of the running script are the same as Mi Fu, so I think there is a great possibility that it is an authentic handwriting of Mi Fu. However, whether it is an authentic handwriting or a high-quality imitation, this will also have to depend on Song Zicheng's and Gu Bin's analyses. After all, the aspect I focus on is historiography, and not calligraphy appraisal. Deng Fei immediately looked toward Song Zicheng and Gu Bin. Song Zicheng a face are almost pasted on the line post. He held the bridge of the nose on the thick glasses, solemnly nodded, is Mi Fu's words. I will not be wrong. Mi Fu until the late 50s or so, to determine their own style of calligraphy, and this piece of research mountain inscriptions is his late works. The word dots and drawings such as the knife and axe, the momentum of a rainbow, the thicker the big strokes such as the rafters, a few sentences block, very rigid, rushing, sedentary male blocks, galloping, sedate and majestic block, is a mature work, is a fine piece of calligraphy in Mi Fu. I also think this is Mi Fu authentic. As a handwriting appraisal expert, Gu Bin opened his mouth next. He looked a bit excited and said, from a professional point of view, Mi Fu's calligraphy often has sideways tilting body posture, wanting to be left first, wanting to be right first, wanting to be raised first. All of these add to the tumbling and jumping style, and this post also has these stylistic features, and even the details are exactly the same. The modern society, except for the photocopying machine, no one else can do the same as someone else's handwriting, exactly the same as someone else's handwriting. In order to show that he was right, Gu Bin also named some of Mi Fu's writing habits, as well as the characteristics of the font, comparing it to the words on the running script post, indicating that he definitely didn't see anything wrong. 3 experts. The three experts unanimously recognized that the writing post was genuine. This running script post is indeed written by Nifu himself. Jun leisurely opened his mouth. It seems that my eyesight still hasn't regressed. The first time I saw this line of calligraphy post, I felt that it was most likely Nifu's words, but after all, I'm not a calligraphy handwriting appraisal professional. I didn't dare to be arbitrary, so I looked for you guys, and the facts proved that my guess was correct. He was, after all, a calligraphy collector and held all types of calligraphy in the highest esteem. Therefore, he had paid attention to calligraphy for many years and had seen many excellent calligraphy works, which was why he felt at a glance that there was a high possibility that this calligraphy was authentic. Tang Fei's entire body was dumbfounded. Even if he wanted to say that a few people were faking, he couldn't because one of them was still his master. What's more, these four people were famous experts in the circle, very much in love with their feathers, and it was simply impossible for them to be faking. So, this line of calligraphy post is really Nifu's authentic handwriting. Chapter 53 Errors and omissions of more than $20 million. Did not fight for his life has been good. Deng Fei quickly broken. More than $20 million of leakage, just in front of their eyes were picked up. This is worse than killing him. He wanted to go crazy, wanted to curse, and wanted to snatch it back, but he only thought about it. After all, this wooden box was bought by Suan, and the traveling post is also Suan's, and he has nothing to do with him at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really, it's true. Anchor, you are the son of luck, right? TM by a few 100,000 of the book box. Can open the $10 million worth of rows of calligraphy post? You, this luck is simply invincible. You let us this kind of non-celebrities how to live. Please share some of the luck to me. I'm willing to only live in the villa and sleep with beautiful women from now on. Yuck. What a good idea upstairs. Sleep with your pillow higher at night. Worry. $30 million. That's $30 million. That's $30 million. I picked up a luxury villa. Brother Sue, please, don't collect it. I'll turn into a rabbit if you do. What happened to collecting junk? Is this how you collect junk? With four experts in the field, it's safe to say that this post is the authentic work of Nifu. Suan looked at Jun and spoke. Mr. Sure, this piece of calligraphy is too valuable. I would like to give this treasure to you for auction. The three experts were all invited by Jun. Plus, Jun had done several favors for free before, so this time, Suan was prepared to let the other party earn more or less. There was a back and forth, and that was the basis for maintaining a relationship. Jun didn't agree, but looked at the three experts. Don't bother with that. The four of us will bid together, and the highest bidder will get it, which will also avoid a trip to trouble, and also save unnecessary expenses. He knew these three friends of his quite well, and would definitely go for this calligraphy post. As expected, the moment these words came out, the other three nodded their heads in agreement. When Suan saw that they looked excited, rubbing their fists and looking impatient, he said, no problem. It's an honor for me to have a few of you like this line of calligraphy post. In this way, it can also give the four experts a good impression. After all, these four experts were all excellent in their respective fields. There was no harm in having a good relationship with them, and most importantly, sending it to an auction house would not only take a lot of time, but would also take a commission, and the buyer would be out even more. And in addition to having the authority to appraise it, it would not be at all comparable to a private transaction. But these four people are extremely professional. They represent the appraisal authority. For them, private transactions are much more convenient than going to the auction house. Seeing Suan agree, Jun also gave the previous appraisal price. Nifu was a famous calligrapher of the Song dynasty, and Su Shi Huang Tingjian a few people. The collection value and historical value of his calligraphy is extremely high, and this research mountain inscription and his later mature works belongs to the fine works. Ornamental collection value is even higher, so I give the appraisal price is 26 million. The words just fell. As a lover of Song dynasty calligraphers, Song Zicheng, who especially loved Nifu, grabbed the first to speak. 26. 1 million. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingcheng grabbed and shouted, 26. 4 million. Even Gu Bin, who had just bought Lu Sun's letter paper, intervened. 26. 5 million. The four had expert names on them, and in addition to appraising for people, most of them had their own industries. To them, $30 million. The effort is still able to get on, and then again, there are still a lot of collectibles and antiques at home that can be realized. 26. 6 million. Everyone don't grab it. You all know that my favorite calligrapher is Nifu. I still have many fellow artists around me. I can take it and study it with them. Maybe I can unlock more history about Nifu. It's very important for our country is history and culture. Song Zicheng directly brought up the history of the country, attempting to overwhelm a few people with the righteousness of the country. Seeing this, Lu Jingcheng followed and used moral righteousness to oppress. 26. $7 million. This line of posters should be sold to me. I studied history. If this is brought to the school, it will help in the study of the history of the Song dynasty. Seeing the four of them going back and forth, unwilling to show weakness in their bidding, Deng Fei's entire body was numb, especially when he heard 27 million. He completely couldn't tense up and his mind collapsed. What day? $28 million. Ah, with this amount of money, I'll be able to eat and drink for the rest of my life. As a result, only one step short, so hard to be picked up. This horse is also too solid. He was completely unable to sit still. That shouted price is like a sharp blade into him. Inserted his whole body, only cold sweat. He can no longer maintain the expression on his face. Staggered away. Even the usual sell good to please the camouflage cannot be installed. However, the few people who were bidding didn't notice him either. Miserable. Too miserable. Look at Deng Fei's expression. It feels like the whole person is going to shatter. I'd be shattered if I lost over $20 million. I'd want to die. If I were him, I'd want to kill myself on the spot. Among the four, Song Zicheng was the first to withdraw from the auction. There was nothing he could do about it. He didn't have a big enough wallet. The selling price had already reached $28.5 million. No matter how much he gritted his teeth, it would be hard for him to come up with that much money. The second person to withdraw was Lu Jingsheng. He has a pretty good family background and a small company, but close to 30 million is not a small amount. Once out, the whole company operation may be affected, although very reluctant, but no way. The conditions do not allow but the same auction house Shijun and Gubin is different. Both love to collect, and borrowed the name of the auction house. They also privately took a lot of appraisal business. A trip down is at least a few thousand, complex is tens of thousands, plus they are in the auction house, but also can pour themselves into the sale. The use of their position, a trip down a minimum of more than 100,000, so the two talents can stick to the end. Shijun cleared his throat, opened his face, brought up the morning, old goo. In the morning I just let you letter paper. This time the line post. If you still want to monopolize, that is not too greedy. Gubin froze for a second when he heard this. Dare to wait for me here. He had the heart to say a few words, but he didn't know what to say. The loosened letter paper was indeed what Shijun had let him have. In that case, he also owed the other party a favor. He gritted his teeth and wanted to argue again. Seeing this, Shijun immediately aggravated his bargaining chip. After I buy it, I can first lend it to you for 2 days to observe and appreciate. What do you think? Now the price has talked about 29.3 million, only 700,000 short of 30 million. To further increase, he cannot afford it. Hearing this, Gubin finally loosened up and said, 2 days is too short, at least 1 week, otherwise I'll have to follow the price. 1 week, just 1 week, don't you dare call for more. Shijun wiped the sweat on his forehead. This bid shouting was really tiring, physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, the result was successful. Chapter 54 One Night Explosion. Song Zicheng and Lu Jingsheng glanced at each other and said with anticipation, Old sure we've all been friends for many years. Look at this line of calligraphy post, can you? One of the two men was a student of history and the other was a fan of Mifu's calligraphy. They both attach great importance to this line of calligraphy post, even if you can't buy it, but borrow it to take it back to study and research is also okay. Once owned is also owned. Seeing the two expectant little eyes, Shijun sighed, at most a week. More than not. Old friends, not borrow too unkind, but if you borrow it for a long time, then if you want it back, it will take several times longer. Antique circle are like this. Said borrow a few days, I'll let him back. Said he has not studied thoroughly. In short, pull out a whole lot of reasons. Dragged on for several months to give. The point is, this kind of dog friend is not a lot. These three are all bad. As for himself, also did this kind of thing. Okay, a week is fine. It's better than nothing. Song Zicheng and Lu Jingsheng reluctantly agreed. The two couldn't wait to borrow for a few months or a year or two, but it was clear that it was impossible. A week was short, but it was not bad. The dust settled. Shijun's face was extraordinarily bright at the thought of adding a master calligraphy post to his collection. I'm happy today. Let's have a meal together later. My treat. Afterwards, he said to Suan, little friend Su, the total is 29.3 million. It's not a small amount. You'll go with me to the bank to transfer the money later. After transferring the account, we'll have a drink together. No problem. Please trouble Mr. Sure. Suan agreed with a smile. 32 million. This price could definitely be realized at the auction house, but that would take a long time and be troublesome. Suan didn't like the trouble and wasn't willing to wait. For him, it was most convenient to trade privately like this, using 195,000 and making 29.3 million. This profit was already amazing enough. Xiao Jiang, let's add a Wi-Fi. I was too excited in the morning. I forgot to add your WeChat. Now it's just right. If you still come across anything good in the future about handwriting, can't get it right, despite coming to me. Gubin smiled and took out his cell phone to add Suan's contact information. Picking up leaks once was nothing. It could be said to be a stroke of luck, but within a day, picking up leaks twice in a row, that's not just luck. There is also eye power. Old Gu, you guys met in the morning? Song Zicheng asked curiously. Well, in the morning, Xiao Su picked up the leakage of Lu Sun's letter paper. Gu Bin briefly recounted the events of the morning. Instantly, Song Zicheng and Lu Jingsheng looked at Suan differently. Their thoughts were the same as Gu Bin's. Once was luck, twice was definitely eye candy. Little Su, let's add a contact as well. If you need an appraisal, just look for me and I'll help you appraise it for free. Me too. The two were in a hurry to add Suan's prestige. After adding it, a few people agreed on a place to eat. The three Gu Bin and Zhao Jianba went over first, while Suan went to the bank with Shijun to transfer the money. 29. 3 million arrived. Seeing Shijun transferring the money with alacrity and without a hint of hesitation, Suan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the rich. Big brother is a big brother." Close to 30 million plus transfers without blinking an eye. Envious. So much money. I can't earn it even if I work for a lifetime. Does brother Su have a girlfriend? Sister just 18 this year. Good at dancing. Body delicate and soft, easy to push down. Congratulations brother Su. Now you've crossed the line of rich people too. After transferring the account, Suan and Shijun went to the dinner place for a drink. Tong Fei, as Lu Jingqing's disciple, hated to compete to be the brightest star, but did not follow them this time. In fact, when they left the store, they didn't see him and didn't know where he went. But a few people also do not care. Should eat and drink. Wine is a cup after a cup. Soon a few people drink on the head. The drunken Suan did not know. He was popular overnight. The previous tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, or even millions were nothing. But this time, picking up close to $30 million at a time. This gimmick was too fierce. The videos about his various pickups were all edited by the marketing number, with exaggerated titles, and the edited videos were all put on the major short video platforms. The flow of these videos was extremely high, but in just a few hours, one video after another was played by 10,000 likes, which made many marketing numbers feel that they had found the traffic code, and they had edited Suan's videos to upload them. And they also specifically bought a lot of people to promote the videos. Just like this, Suan's popularity rapidly increased at a terrifying speed. Hashtag a common stone on the side of the road is even more expensive than gold. Hashtag quickly see if there's such a sky-high copper mirror in your house. Hashtag the most handsome scrap collector in history received a letter from Lu Sun worth more than $6 million. Hashtag scrap collector made $30 million. What kind of son of luck is this? Hashtag the strongest waste collector in the world. In just a few days, he's picked up over $40 million. Is this really not a script? Hashtag, no matter what you are, no matter what you do, men and women, young and old, as long as they have a cell phone and can access the internet, they can all brush up on these marketing numbers and see the various videos they've edited. Basically, the majority of people who watched Suan's pickup video thought it must be a script. There must be a team behind Suan, and these were all scripts for the team to make Suan an internet star. Of course, the graduation challenge program was also an overnight sensation. Originally they were a live challenge for all the media graduating students in the country, and although its content was varied, it was always just vegetarians, so the maximum number of online viewers before was only about 800,000. But with Suan's explosion, their online viewer count directly exceeded 1 million, and also rose all the way up to 1.2 million. This nearly half the rate of increase naturally caught the attention of the program team as well as the higher-ups, especially the teachers and leaders of many media colleges and universities. After all, it was about the final destination of the students after graduation, and also about the school's reputation. So every day, there would be teachers who would go through the live broadcast records of their own school students, and the total number of online viewers of the Longhua Media University represented by Suan had risen directly from 100,000 to 500,000, a full fourfold increase. This quickly alarmed the teachers and leaders of Longhua University. The principal even sent a message to all the teachers overnight, asking them to find out the reason for the rise in the number of viewers. No matter if they were asleep or not, they were all called up to find out. Soon, they found the source of the violent rise in data. Suan's scrap live streaming room. Everyone was here to see him. As Professor Wang, who was in charge of Suan's class, he couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air when he saw that huge number of people. This influence, it was simply terrifying. But after he realized why Suan had attracted such a large amount of foot traffic, his entire being was dumbfounded. It wasn't until he received a call from the principal that he came back to his senses. Suan is an excellent student. This time attracting so much traffic. Just can take the opportunity to publicize our school. This matter will be handed over to you. Remember, must be pleasant and talk in a consultative tone. Chapter 55. It's not good to be a famous person. 9 o'clock in the morning. Suwon covered his head and climbed up from the bed. The hangover was really not a good feeling. After simply washing up and clearing his mind, he touched his cell phone, ready to check the time. Just as soon as he unlocked it, he saw 24 missed calls on his cell phone. 14 of the calls were from Professor Wang. The other 10 were unfamiliar numbers. Professor Wang called me so many times. Did something happen? Suwon was startled, thinking of a previous classmate who was lifted to the office and criticized for half an hour because he didn't receive Professor Wang's call in time. He hurriedly raised his hand and was ready to call back. Ding! The cell phone suddenly rang. Professor Wang called, hurriedly pressing the connect button. Suwon? Professor, it's me. Are you alright? I called you a dozen times last night and you didn't answer. I thought something had happened to you. Professor Wang's worried voice came through. Suwon was dumbfounded. Such a kind voice. Was it really the Professor Wang he remembered? Shouldn't he have taken the wrong medication, right? Nothing's wrong. Just got drunk last night. Right, Professor. What are you looking for me for? Drunk? You still need to pay more attention to your body on weekdays. I don't have much to do. It's mainly because your performance on the graduation livestream challenge was so excellent that it's now exploding on the internet. I'm deeply gratified as your teacher. Now the school will soon be facing enrollment. So the school side wants you to go back to the school today and broadcast live in the school to promote the school more and raise its popularity. Although Longhua Media University was a key university, its popularity was completely inferior to Tsinghua University. This time, the principal gave him a death order, wanting Suwon to publicize the school more in the live broadcast to increase the popularity and raise the enrollment rate. After all, it's his alma mater. Suwon didn't even think twice before agreeing. Okay, this is what I should do. After all, it's my alma mater. I'll definitely try my best to publicize it. I'll pack up and go to the school later. Okay. I know you are a good kid who knows how to be grateful. I will wait for you in the school. Publicizing the school this matter. Suwon is not averse to it. After all, it's his own alma mater. When he was living in dire straits before, the annual school aid also helped him survive for a long period of time. So this publicity, Suwon won't refuse. Simply pack some. Suwon drove an electric tricycle to the school. Before he could drive in, he was stopped by the security guard at the entrance. What for? Social vehicles are not allowed to enter. The security guard waved his hand and let Suwon leave. Suwon opened the car window and probed just as he was about to reply, when he saw Professor Wang waiting on the side. Professor Wang? Suwon, you're finally here. This is the electric tricycle you drove to collect scrap during your live broadcast, right? Professor Wang, who had been waiting at the gate since hanging up the phone, first froze and asked after taking a few glances around. Suwon laughed. Well, this is the one. This is the guy I eat with. He, then quickly come in. I'll take you to the parking area. Prof. Wang smiled. I remember the parking area is a bit far. Professor, you come up. I'll give you a ride. Okay. Professor Wang very naturally got on the electric tricycle. The security guard on the side saw this scene, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Nima, now all the big shots love to drive electric tricycles? In the past, didn't they all drive Mercedes-Benz Audi? Thinking about his behavior just now, he almost broke out in a cold sweat. It seems that in the future, when you see an electric tricycle, you can't just stop it. Who knows if there is a big shot sitting inside? On the other side, Suwon drove Prof. Wang, parked the tricycle, and started live broadcasting. Just online, the live room flooded with a large number of viewers. In just 2 minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 20,000 people. Obviously, the marketing number rubbing the flow of promotional videos worked, greatly increasing Suwon's network heat. Here 20,000 viewers, at least 12,003 are watching the marketing number to come in. This is the strongest pickup king? That's him, Brother Su who collects junk. Yesterday, he picked up Nifu's Research Mountain inscription and sold it for $29.3 million. Who's the old man next to him? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were like a brush screen rapidly sliding down. In addition to the national language, there were also a few sentences in English, Korean and so on. So many people, and other national languages. It seems like Suwon you've caught fire abroad. Professor Wang was surprised in his heart. He didn't expect Suwon to be so hot, but at the same time, he was glad that he was lucky to have called Suwon to the school today. Taking advantage of this wave of traffic, he could definitely greatly enhance the school's popularity. Brothers, good morning this is Prof. Wang, also my classroom teacher. This morning I will not collect scraps for the time being, to introduce you to my school, Longhua Media University. The next time, Suwon introduced the school, and Professor Wang was beside him from time to popularize the school, say good words for the school, or answer the netizens' questions. A morning time. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room reached 250,000 people. 50,000 of them were people from other countries. The pop-ups they sent were unintelligible to many water users. At the same time, Suan also actively cooperated with Professor Wang, praising the Dragon Country Media University. The popularity of Longhua Media University rose rapidly. However, the burst of popularity, it also brought Suan considerable trouble, especially in the university. There were many people watching the live broadcast, and although Suan's camera couldn't see his face, it could see Professor Wang. As a well-known professor in the school, Professor Wang was known to many students. So many students quickly recognized Suan based on Professor Wang as a reference, and then they would come over to greet him, begging for pictures and autographs and such. This moment, Suan finally felt the inconvenience of famous people traveling. He would be recognized everywhere he went and would easily be surrounded by people. Moreover, there would be many people following him. It seriously disturbed his movements, and it was no wonder that so many celebrity figures wrapped themselves tightly when they went out. Brother Su, your luck is also too good. Can you shake my hand? I've had such bad luck lately. Brother Su, you're my idol. I especially like you. Can you take a picture with me? If I post it online, there will definitely be a lot of attention. Little brother, I especially like watching you live. Please give me an autograph. Just sign my shoulder strap. These students surrounded Suan in a brainwave, even if Professor Wan was frantically blocking them from the side. There were even girls who directly stuffed phone numbers into Suan's hands, and their tone was very revealing. To be honest, Suan and Prof. Wang's introduction to the school was severely hindered. In the end, it was only after Prof. Wang dialed the security number that the crowded crowd was barely contained. But, in this way, behind Suan and Prof. Wang, there were also a few accompanying security guards. Chapter 56, you can do whatever you want. The crowd of onlookers was too large, even causing chaos. There was no way around it. The two had to stop introducing the school. Suan politely declined Professor Wan's lunch invitation and prepared to make a trip back to his dormitory to pack up his things. Since the students who followed were cleared away by the security guards and Prof. Wang, there was basically no one following Suan when he returned to the dormitory. He simply packed up the essentials and was ready to leave. Not long after he walked out of the male dormitory, someone called out to him, Suan. Suan turned his head to look. A beautiful figure came from the distance. As the figure approached, a hint of surprise appeared on Suan's face. Wasn't this department flower Tian Tian? Suan, why didn't you reply to the message I sent you earlier? Tian Tian was wearing a small halter super short pants. A pair of snow-white long legs were exposed, and paired with her outstanding appearance, it was quite attractive. No time. Suan turned around and wanted to leave. Don't go You introduced the school with the professor all morning this morning. You must be thirsty, right? I'll treat you to milk tea. Tian Tian took a few steps to Suan's side and directly reached out to hold Suan's arm. Feeling the warm and soft touch coming from his arm, Suan's old face blushed, and before he could react, he was pulled towards the milk tea store by Tian Tian. This store's milk tea can be delicious. After drinking milk tea later, let's go watch a movie. I know a private movie theater. The environment is quiet. It's very suitable for two people to go watch. Tian Tian deliberately rubbed her softness against Suan's arm, and said with deep meaning. Suan's entire being was confused. Tian Tian was trying to date him? This couldn't be done. Suan frowned. He could remember that Tian Tian had a boyfriend. Thinking of this, Suan intended to refuse. Just at this moment, a silhouette blocked in front of them. What are you doing? Speak of the devil. Chen Shuyu had a dark face and glared angrily at the two. What do you care what we are doing? Chen Shuyu, we've already broken up. It's none of your business what I want to do. Tian Tian tightly held onto Suan, half of her body leaning on Suan. This scene, watching Chen Shuyu was on fire, only feeling green on his head. You follow whoever has money. Chen Shuyu cursed out loud. Suan, don't be too complacent. She is only hitching a ride on you because she sees that you are rich now. When you don't have any money, you will be kicked out by her, just like me. Hearing this, Tian panicked, hurriedly defended. Suan, don't listen to his nonsense. I truly like you. Speaking later, she blushed. The young girl's sense of shyness was so strong that she attracted the gazes of many boys. Looking at Suan with envy and jealousy, Suan did not have any joy in his heart when he was confessed by the department flower. It only felt troublesome. He didn't have any feelings for Tian Tian, and he wasn't willing to get involved between her and Chen Shuyu. Sorry, I don't like you. Please let go. Suan vigorously drew his arm back. Oh, Suan, don't trust Chen Shuyu. I really want to be with you. Tian clung to Suan's arm with a deadly grip, like a dog's skin plaster, unable to shake it off. Nonsense. The young handsome man worth $40 million. She would only let go of her hand if she was brain dead. Let go. Suan's forehead corners were bruised. This Tian, looking so skinny, she's quite strong. He couldn't break his arm free with all his strength. I won't let go. Suan, I really like you. As long as you are willing to be with me, I will follow you in everything. Whatever you want to do is fine. Tian said with a small red face. What to do? What can I do? The corner of Suan's mouth twitched, wanting to pull his hand out even more. At this time, a beautiful tall figure appeared in front of him. Fair skin, like an elf with exquisite features, instantly compared Tian, attracting everyone's attention to her. Wasn't this the school beauty, Li Zi? Senior, didn't you say you'd eat with me at noon? Ri Zi stretched out her slender white 5 fingers, and with a gentle yet forceful movement, pulled Tian's hand away from holding Suan's. Yes? Suan was a bit confused. He did know Ri Chi. After all, she was the school's flower girl, the dream girl of all the boys, but they hadn't crossed paths at all, hadn't even spoken a word. Yeah, have you forgotten? People have been waiting for you for a long time, and I didn't expect you to be here, with this ordinary-looking girl. Ri Chi pouted and said rather angrily. She was too pretty, and being angry made people feel very eye-pleasing. For example, Chen Shuyu, who was originally a cold-eyed spectator, immediately came up. Classmate Li Zi, it doesn't matter if he forgot. I'll treat you to dinner. You can eat whatever you want. Chen Shuyu, why are you acting like a licking dog? And you, open your eyes and take a good look. Where do I look ordinary? Tian was furious, pointing at Ri Chi's nose and cursing. Not ordinary? Li Zi twisted her head and asked Chen Shuyu. Ordinary. Compared to you, she does look ordinary. This statement Chen Shuyu wasn't just to curry favor with Ri Zi. Rather, when compared to Ri Zi, Tian's radiance was instantly suppressed, and she did look somewhat ordinary. Chen Shuyu, you're looking for a fight. Say another sentence if you have the ability. Tian was furious. No girl could accept someone saying she looked ordinary, especially Tian who was used to being held up by the opposite sex. The two quarreled in the street, and in the end, they even started a fight. Ri Chi took the opportunity to grab Suan's hand and pull him towards the outside of the school. Senior, I helped you. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? She winked at Suan with a hint of mischief. This scene thrilled the water friends in the live broadcast room. It's so beautiful. This is simply a beauty killer. Brother Su's peach blossom luck is too good too. I'm sore, beautiful and youthful. It's a killer. Brother Su, grab the chance. Go for it. Not only was the live broadcast room in an uproar, but people passing by in the school were also whispering. As the schoolgirl of the Longhua Media University, Li Zi was the dream girl in the hearts of all the boys. The school beauty who had never had a date suddenly held a man, which made many boys' back teeth clench. Who's this guy? He's a little handsome, but he's not good enough for my family's goddess Li. That's right. What right does he have to hold my family goddess's hand? Look carefully. It's Li Zi holding Suan's hand. And how can Suan not be worthy of Ri Zi? He is worth $40 million by picking up leaks. I don't think Ri Zi is worthy of Suan, a girl said unconvincingly. That's right. Brother Su is handsome and rich. Simply the perfect match. If I could be with Brother Su, I would be willing to let me die. The two gangs quarreled. Suan, on the other hand, was brought to a small restaurant by Ri Chi. The flavor of this restaurant is very good. You can try it. Oops, I forgot. You're older than me by 1 year. You definitely know if this place is good or not than me. Ri Chi playfully spat out her tongue. Embarrassed. The flavor here is okay. Suan hadn't been in contact with Ri Zi and said stiffly, thank you for helping me out just now. This meal is my treat. Definitely your treat. But I won't let you treat me for nothing. After dinner, I'll treat you to a movie. There's a new movie that came out recently. I heard it's very good. Li Zi looked at Suan with autumn water in her eyes, which were full of anticipation. The school flower's invitation to watch a movie. This was the dream of all the boys in Longhua Media University, but not including Suan. He still had to livestream the scrap collection in the afternoon. Chapter 57. Have seen money robbers, have not seen trash robbers. Suan directly refused. No, I still have to livestream the scrap collection in the afternoon. Hearing this, Ri Chi was silent for a few seconds. This was the first time a boy had rejected her offer, and the reason was still collecting junk. Adjusting her mindset, she once again pouted. Senior, then can you take me when you collect scrap? I haven't collected scrap yet. She was so understanding. She didn't believe Suan would still refuse. No, unbeknownst to her, Suan very decisively refused. Ri Chi was silent once again. Having been killed twice in a row, she was beginning to doubt her own charm. Then senior, let's add a Wi-Fi. When are you free? We'll make a date to watch a movie together. Li Zi compromised. She pouted and opened the QR code of her wizards. Fearing that Suan would refuse again, she busily said, "You can't refuse me again. I also want Feisty, and I also helped you get rid of that couple's entanglement before." Seeing this, Suan had to take out his cell phone and scan the QR code, adding the prestige. Li Zi finally revealed a smile. Subsequently, Suan finished his meal at an extremely fast speed. "It's getting late. I'm going to continue collecting scraps. Bye." After saying that, Suan stood up in a flash and walked briskly towards the outside, not giving Richie a chance to react at all. "Senior, wait, eat so fast. Is collecting scraps that important?" Rizi stared blankly at Suan's back disappearing, her entire being confused. She was at least the school flower, and was usually courted by the opposite sex. As a result, in Suan's case, she was not even comparable to a scrap. Suan came out of the small restaurant and went straight to the electric tricycle parked in the school. The morning was already wasted, and in the afternoon it was even more important to double her efforts to collect scraps. Just walking to the parking area, due to his hasty steps, he accidentally kicked a can flying. Looking at the can that flew a few steps away, Suan couldn't help but shake his head. Alas, people nowadays, really unqualified. The trash can is right next to them, and they are still littering. Suan walked a few steps quickly and bent down to pick up the can. Whoosh! A silhouette quickly scurried past Suan and snatched the can he took away from his hand. "Suan, ha ha ha, I snatched it. I knew it. There's definitely an advantage to hiding here and keeping watch. This can is definitely a leak." The bamboo pole-like boy held the can and cheered excitedly. "Give it to me. It's mine. I saw it too. Give it to me. Whoever saw it, this can has my share too." The boys were not yet happy for 2 seconds. 4 or 5 more boys sprang out from the side, pounced on the bamboo pole man, and grabbed the cans in his hands one after another. Several people fight hard to separate. Hands and feet are used. This scene, directly hard to control the live broadcast for a few seconds. "Nema, a broken canister jar is also leakage? Ha ha ha, these students are completely bewitched. Honestly, if it were me, I'd be like this too. I'm also afraid of Sue picking up the leaks in front of me. I'm afraid I'd be afraid of Sue picking up the slack in front of me too. This is troublesome. Sue will probably find it even harder to pick up the slack in the future. It's not good to be too famous." Parking area. Suan's face is dark. "I am civilized and picking up garbage is also a leak in your eyes? Dude, don't fight. It's just a ING can. What's it worth? If you get hurt, it's not enough for you to buy a band-aid," Suan said helplessly. "No, I don't believe it. There must be something in here." The bamboo stick man shouted undauntedly, holding the can in his arms as if it was a treasure. This action, in turn, attracted several other boys to grab it. "What a bunch of crazy people." Suan held his forehead and spat, pulling out his cell phone to call Professor Wang, asking the other party to call security to come and stop them. If they didn't stop it, they were going to see blood on their heads. After the security arrived, Suan then rode his electric tricycle away, riding all the way out of the school for a good distance. Suan then stopped in front of a kiosk, buying a bottle of water. He just took 2 sips. "Dude, are you a scrap collector?" An electric car stopped in front of Suan, and 2 men in their 30s with thieving eyes inquired. Capping the water bottle, Suan looked at the 2 men and responded, "Yes, do you have scrap to sell?" The man driving the car immediately nodded his head, pointing to the alleyway in the distance and said, "Our things are piled up in the alleyway there. There are quite a lot of scrap there. You come with us to collect it." Suan looked back. There were quite a few paper shells piled up at the mouth of the alley, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll drive the car over." Following behind the 2 men, Suan drove the tricycle and rushed to the far side, outside the entrance of the alley. Parking the car on the side of the road, he followed the 2 men inside to collect scrap. Inside the alley was a hutong, which was lined with low-rise flat building houses. The doorways of the houses were filled with steel wires or ropes, on which were hung all kinds of intimate apparel. As soon as Suan walked in, he saw a large red pantsuit. Under the breeze, it swayed and was particularly flirty. "That's mine, big right?" The man driving the car touched out a cigarette in his mouth, and handed one to Suan, rather proudly. "Thanks, I don't smoke." Suan waved his hand and politely refused. "Pants are big. It doesn't mean that there is also big. Big brother, there's a hole in the back of your pants." The pants man's companion suddenly called out, "No way, it's too big." The pants man looked proud, "But the broken one is in the back." "Shut up, go inside and carry out the junk. Use it all to sell." The pants man slapped the man on the head and roared. The man held his head and reluctantly entered the bungalow where the red pants were drying, and soon dragged out quite a lot of scrap, most of which was steel scrap iron. Suan was organizing the waste paper at the entrance of the alley. Looking at the steel bars that were dragged out, his brows frowned slightly. So many steel bars, where did you collect them from? Hey, this brother has his own doorway, you just collect it. The pants man was holding a cigarette and said in an old-fashioned manner. Suan frowned even more tightly. He was going to not collect the steel, but then he heard the man who entered the house before push out a freezer cabinet from inside. Big brother, this cabinet we steal. Not. We bought also have a few days. Too much space. The house cannot put it. Today by the way together to sell it. Suan heard the voice, looked up and saw the white frozen freezer that the man launched. Items, iceberg snow freezer commercial home horizontal freezer. Details, iceberg snow appliances produces commercial freezers. Price, $7 million. $7 million for a freezer? Suan was moved in his heart. He could not help but measure the freezer for a few eyes, but a little far away. Can only see the white appearance? Outside on the stained a lot of stains. Cannot see what is inside. Can only smell a faint fishy odor. Sell. You only know to sell, but also to see if people accept. He collect scrap. How will collect electrical appliances? You pig brain also do not think. I accept. Suan interrupted the pants man's chatter. Chapter 58, the $7 million freezer. What? The pants man said halfway, choked between his throat, froze and turned his head to look at Suan. It just so happens that my home also lacks a freezer. I'll take this cabinet if it's cheap, Suan directly said. A freezer worth $7 million. Of course he wouldn't miss it. Hey, that dares to be good. Brother, it's best if you can take it. We also save ourselves from having to find a buyer again. But this tricycle of yours, can it fit so many things? Pantsman cigarette also not smoking. Cigarette poked out on the ground. Smoothly take back the cigarette case. Smilingly asked. Suan shook his head and said smoothly, no, as you can see, the back of my bucket is too small. I can't fit the steel bars after installing the freezer. So I can't collect the steel bars after collecting the freezer. The pantsman sniffed and a torn look appeared on his face. He wanted to sell both the rebar and the freezer. His companion came over, pulled him to the side, and quietly said, big brother, sell this freezer first. We've been stealing it back for 2 days now. If we don't sell it, it will be troublesome if it's found. The rebar we just stole last night. The owner of the lost must not be so quick to find us. And that freezer still costs electricity to keep. The price of electricity now isn't low. Let's sell the freezer first, and then go sell the rebar. We'll sell the freezer first, and then we'll sell the rebar. The pantsman looked at his little brother with surprise, patted him on the shoulder and appreciated. Yeah, your kid's brain is still fast. Okay, then sell the freezer first, just that the price has to be negotiated. Finished speaking, the pantsman looked at Suan. Buddy, you want to collect can also, but this price cannot be low. Don't look at this freezer outside a little dirty, but this is a brand goods, freezing effect quite good, especially suitable for frozen ice cream. That flavor, don't mention the Doba fit. Suan didn't say anything, but came to the side of the freezer to study carefully. At a glance, he saw some ice cream placed in the freezer. This is your ice cream? Suan asked, pointing at the ice cream in the freezer. Yeah, look how hard this ice cream is frozen. Smashing rocks will work. Now you see how good this freezer freezing quality is. The pants man nodded, and while saying that, he took out a few ice creams inside and handed one to Suan. Suan shook his head and refused. The pants man turned his hand to his little brother, and the two of them manhandled one and ate it with a giggle. Seeing Suan vigorously surveying the freezer, the pants man took a bite of the ice cream. The quality of this freezer is nothing to speak of. If you really like it, these frozen fish inside are also packed for you. Suan glanced at the frozen fish wrapped in plastic wrap and placed in the freezer. The fishy odor that he smelled before was emitted by these frozen fish. Suan asked, okay, it looks like the freezing effect is not bad, but, is the source of your freezer regular? The pants man and the little brother looked at each other, nodded in unison. Formal, of course formal. This is our second-hand furniture and electrical appliances market in exchange for a good thing. When we bought it, we spent $1,000. This freezer looks like it has been used for 2 or 3 years. Is it worth $1,000? Suan face of disbelief. Seeing his look, pantsman busy ice cream swallowed, casually threw the popsicle to the ground, laughed. Brand goods is expensive, although the old point, but the effect is still very good, better than some of the new. Of course, this we used, certainly cannot be sold for $1,000. Buddy, if you really want, I 800 to sell to you. The price of this you packet. 800? A little high. Suan feigned hesitation. Freezer is good, but too expensive. I a waste collector. Spend 800 to buy a freezer is too extravagant. I see I still go to the second-hand furniture market to see forget. Don't. The price is negotiable. This freezer is so big. You can't meet such a big brand goods in the furniture market. Pantsman hurriedly pulled back to turn to go. Suan gritted his teeth and said, look brother, you are not easy. I do not say more. 700. This is the lowest price. This freezer is so big. You can install a lot of things, and inside is also attached to the frozen fish. These frozen fish is also worth a little bit of money. Thinking about this, the pants man was a bit grumpy. He and his little brother didn't like to eat fish. This freezer from stealing to now, they just put a few ice cream into it. These fish didn't even touch it. Alright, 700 then. Suan saw the good thing and agreed decisively. Ha ha, buddy is quick enough. We'll help you put the freezer on the car here. The pants man laughed and carried the freezer to the car with his little brother. After putting it away, Suan took out his cell phone, swept the pants man's collection code, and with a ding, 700 was transferred. Looking at the WeChat balance of the newly arrived $700, the pants man's face was about to smile. The money is in the account. You don't accept the rebar. So do you still accept these scraps? Suan swept a glance at the position in the car and nodded. Collect. Weighing and counting. Suan piled the waste paper shells in the car. There are too many paper shells. Most of them covered the freezer, blocking the freezer. From a distance it looks like the car is carrying a pile of waste paper shells. Greeting the pants man and the two men, Suan drove away. Seeing the electric tricycle leave, the pants man smiled and said, "Ha, this time you can earn a lot. Earn $700 for nothing. Go, put everything into the house. Let's go down to the restaurant to rub a meal. Have a good meal. Big brother, let's buy you a pair of pants first. Your pants are rotten. Looking for a fight? Right. The two will be all the rebar moved into the bungalow, and we'll lock the house. Do all this." The time passed half an hour. Carrying a huge sum of $700, the two just walked out not far. A car window pasted with a thick anti-peep film gray van stopped in front of them. The door quickly opened. Inside stretched out a few hands. A hand grabbed the two men's collars, grabbed it into the car. There was a thud. The van door was heavily closed. Big brother, we are just passing through. We two body are not good. Often stay up late to smoke. My kidneys are not good. The lungs because of long-term smoking are black. His kidneys are also bad. Often urinate, frequently urinate. 3 seconds are not insisted on. You cut our organs to sell, also sell the price. Pants Mana was caught into the car. Saw a few bald pugilists sitting in the car. Scared him to hold his head and roared loudly. Big brother, you talk nonsense? My previous girlfriend said I can last a minute. The little brother heard this and defended unhappily. Shut up. A bald man wearing short sleeves with a tiger tattoo on his arm shouted angrily, shining a loud slap left and right, one on each side, at the two men's faces. The pants man and the little brother who covered their cheeks only felt their heads buzzing, completely shutting up. Damn, annoying the hell out of people. This is finally clean. The bald man spat. Cut the crap. Quickly ask where the stuff is. The middle-aged man in the front seat said impatiently. He had a long scar on his face. Although his body shape was not as tough as a few big men, the ferocity in his body was not at all small. The fierce light that flashed in his eyes from time to time was even more palpable. I know, boss. I'll ask. The bald head curtly said, turning his head and rushing at the two pants men with a ferocious face. Did you two steal a freezer in Lianhua shopping center? Where is that freezer now? Chapter 59. I'm a preemie. I'm not resistant. A freezer? This is the owner coming to trouble them. The pants man shivered. Sold. Sold. Sold? The bald tattooed man's face changed. His voice raised 8 degrees at once. The pants man and the little brother were scared by the voice and shivered. And their legs went soft. Grass mud horse. Who the hell let you sell? The bald tattooed man was furious and raised his hand to give the pants man a slap. Don't hit, don't hit. What we stole must be sold. How can we keep it? I only sold 700. I can return all the money to you. Please don't hit me. Really want to hit you, hit him. He resists hitting. The pants man covered his rapidly swelling cheeks and wailed, pointing at his little brother. Big brother, I'm not resistant to beating. I'm a premature baby. My body is very weak. Little brother scared face is white. That bald tattoo man hand with bushel like, a slap down he is going to see 2 milk. Damn. Give me shut up. Who told you to speak? The bald tattooed man got upset looking at his sniveling face and slapped him again. Get to the point. Ask him where the stuff is. The scarred man in the front row spoke impatiently. The bald tattooed man got the order and grabbed the pants man's hair, forcing him to raise his head, forcing him to ask, you sold the cooler. Where's the frozen fish in that cooler? Did you open it and look at it? The pants man shook his head frantically and whimpered. No, we don't like fish. The frozen fish was directly packed and sold with the freezer. He now also realized that something was wrong. These few big men were not ordinary people at a glance, like gangsters. Moreover, they were obviously more concerned about the frozen fish inside than the freezer. There must be something wrong with that frozen fish. Sold to whom? The scarred man in the front seat suddenly opened his mouth, his tone ferocious. The pants man was scared of being beaten. As soon as he saw the bald tattooed man raise his hand, his fiery cheeks started to hurt, and he hurriedly confessed to Suan, who had just left, most of half an hour ago. I think, there was a young man who collects scrap and bought it away. The frozen fish and the freezer are all at his place, so you guys go look for him. Hearing this, the bald tattooed man's movement of raising his hand stopped. Where did he go? What kind of car is it? In order to save his life, the pants man described Suan's car in detail. It went right ahead, driving an electric tricycle. In addition to the freezer, there are a lot of waste paper shells in the car. The freezer is covered by the waste paper shells. It looks like a pile of paper shells mountain. Young man, driving an electric tricycle. The car is also piled up with waste paper shells. This guy before we passed by when not met. I didn't expect the freezer to be under the paper shells. The bald tattooed man remembered something and cursed. Quickly drive. Go to Baoshan Road. The scarred man also remembered, and immediately ordered the big man who was driving. The van immediately started and drove towards Baoshan Road where Suan had passed by. On the other side, Jiang'an arrived at a place where several large trash cans were placed. The weather was too hot and the freezer was not plugged in, so he was afraid that the frozen fish would smell great if it went bad, so he planned to take out all the frozen fish and throw them away. Remove the paper shell. Suan opened the freezer. Throw the fish at the same time. He also wanted to find this freezer worth 7 million. Where the point? Thinking like this, Suan rummaged through the freezer. Frozen fish, or frozen fish. Besides the frozen fish, there were some ice cubes that were about to turn into water. Only frozen fish in the freezer? Suan frowned slightly and grabbed a frozen fish to study it. The ice was already melting. The hard frozen fish became soft, and through the wrapped plastic wrap, one could feel the slippery touch. A trace of disgust flashed across Suan's face. When he got closer, the fishy odor became even more pronounced. He unwrapped the cling film, and the wet and slippery touch came from his palm, so he almost didn't throw the frozen fish out. Ha! Suddenly, Suan let out a cry of surprise. Looking carefully at the frozen fish in his hand, he found that there was a not shallow cut in the place of the fish belly. Regular shape. Not too big, not too small, only a small mouth, but very deep. Is this a processed frozen fish? Where is it processed? The fish scales haven't even been scraped. Something doesn't feel right. These frozen fish are definitely not ordinary frozen fish. Otherwise Sue would never have observed them so carefully. Is there something in the fish's belly? It's not white powder, is it? I've watched TV dramas before, and there were drug dealers who escaped searches by hiding drugs in fish bellies when going through customs. But that was all a TV show. There shouldn't be any drug dealers doing that in reality, right? Suan didn't look at his cell phone. His whole mind was on the frozen fish in his hand. These were the only frozen fish in the freezer. $7 million worth. It must be these frozen fish. What's in their stomachs? Suan stretched out his fingers and carefully put his hand into the small opening cut in the belly of the fish, and tentatively tore it outwards. And soon, the small opening became larger, revealing the sachet package inside, as well as the white powder inside that looked like flour. Squeezing the sachet package in his hand. Item, zombie powder. Details, the main ingredient is cathinone, which is a new type of drug with cathinone substance as the main ingredient. Value, $200,000. Drugs? Suan was dumbfounded. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Inside the frozen fish belly, the tightly packed white powder looked like some kind of contraband at a glance. The pop-up screen was frantically refreshed. The water friends were extraordinarily emotional. Suan, after a short period of dumbfoundedness, quickly opened another frozen fish. After determining that it was the same zombie powder inside, he put the thing away, and at the first time, he took out his cell phone and searched for the address of the nearest public security bureau. When encountering drugs, the first thing to do is to call the police and hand it over to the police uncle. This is engraved in the bones of every dragon nation. The cell phone quickly searched for the nearest public security bureau, 3 kilometers away. Without saying a word, Suan casually piled the paper shells on top of it, immediately got into the car and drove towards the route on the navigation. On the way to the public security bureau, he didn't forget to call the number left for him by the middle-aged police officer, Officer Tang, earlier to explain the situation. Because Suan had previously helped solve the serial murder case, Officer Tang took it very seriously after receiving his call, and knowing that there was a large amount of drugs. In order to avoid any accidents, he sent out the police force at the first time and drove in the direction that he had rushed from. 10 or so minutes later, Suan found a gray laminated van following him, and then quickly drove alongside him. The window of the van opened, and the nosy pants man poked his head out, waving at him in a deadly manner. Handsome guy, stop the car quickly. I have something to find you. Suan's eyes lingered on the pants man's face for a few seconds and landed on the several big men behind him. Bald, tattooed, pugilistic men. Quickly analyzing the other party's men, he calmly turned his head. His face was expressionless, but his right foot pressed the gas pedal to death. The normally traveling car quickly rushed forward, directly over the red light. This sudden move made the people in the van freeze for a second. Quickly chase. The scarred man reacted extremely quickly. His eyes sank as he commanded. Chapter 60, New Plan Drug Zombie Powder. Stop in front of him. With the order of the scarred man, the van drifted. The body directly stopped in front of the electric tricycle a few meters away. Suwon, who was violently stepping on the gas pedal's heart jumped. If he didn't stop, he was going to crash. He quickly slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The brakes hit the bottom, and the tires made a piercing friction sound on the ground. Before the car stopped, the van door was violently pulled open, and several burly men rushed out from inside. The first to come down was the scarred man. You've seen things. The first thing the scarred man said to Suwon was not a question, but an affirmation. Suwon's lips pursed, dead against the car door. Facing these few big men who looked like they were mixed black, he pinched a cold sweat in his heart. Where's the stuff? The scarred man didn't need his answer. He asked again, raising his foot at the same time as he asked and kicking hard on the electric tricycle, directly denting the door. At the back of the carriage, seeing a few bald big men pinching their machetes towards the car door, Suwon immediately said. At the same time, his hand flew in the car to dial Officer Tang's phone. On the other side, on the street not far from Suwon, Officer Tang was rushing towards Suwon's direction with the police. He was keeping an eye on Suwon's phone at all times, and when he saw Suwon's phone call, he tapped to connect at the first time. But before he could connect, the call was hung up. With years of experience, he immediately understood that something had happened to Suwon. He just wanted to inquire, when the subordinate beside him who had been watching Suwon's live broadcast exclaimed, Team Tang, Suwon is surrounded by drug dealers. Where is the location? Officer Tang's heart jumped and hurriedly inquired. Let's see. There's an obvious building in the live broadcast. It's the Jinjiang Hotel. I remember that Jinjiang Hotel is on Manhwa Street in front of it. I see. Keep watching the live broadcast. Team Tang picked up his pager and said to the vehicle behind him, the drug dealers are on Manhwa Street. You guys take the other road and try to outflank them from the rear, so the drug dealers won't be able to fly. The right foot pushed hard, and the gas pedal was pressed directly to the bottom. The police car rushed out directly like an arrow off the string, causing many drivers around to speculate. The young policeman, on the other hand, saw the ferocious look of the leading drug dealer, Scar, through the cell phone's live broadcast. Count on you to know what's good for you. Scar snorted coldly and personally jumped into the car, kicking open the discarded paper shell, revealing the covered freezer inside. Sure enough, it's here. He pulled open the lid and grabbed out a frozen fish, skillfully touching the mouth and pulling out a small plastic bag from inside. Seeing the white powder inside, he opened it and sniffed it, put it in his mouth and tasted it. A smile immediately appeared on his face. The stuff is still there. Tai Ho, Daho, you two move everything into the car. Xiao Chuan, you two go and arrest the driver. He looked at our stuff. He can't stay. Take them away together. The scarred man commanded methodically. Immediately, the four brawny men began to move. Seeing that the machete was about to cut on the car door, Suwon's heart lifted. The hearts of the water friends in the live streaming room were also raised. Holy, these drug dealers look like gangsters. Brother Su will be alright? These big men are not to be messed with. They are all fat and strong, with machetes in their hands. If they are cut, they will die. These drug dealers are a bunch of desperate gamblers. Brother So is in danger. Why aren't the police here yet? If they don't come, So will be taken away by the drug dealers. Don't worry, we're on our way. We'll be there in a minute. The Xinjiang Public Security Bureau sent out a pop-up screen. Just as the pop-up was sent out, an alarm sounded in the streets. Ooh la oh la. Several police cars drove towards Suwon's direction. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The cops are coming. Forget about the driver. Move the stuff. The scarred man's face changed drastically, greeting the other two to help together. Dozens of frozen fish. Say no more. Say no less. Plus at that time, in order not to be noticed, the cut was small, and the frozen fish itself was slippery. It was not good at all to take. Only got half of it. A few police cars forced to the front. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Go! The scarred man was the first to jump into the car, and several big men followed, twisting the key. A roar. The car just started the gas pedal to the bottom. It was too late to breathe a sigh of relief. Two police cars appeared in the line of sight ahead, directly blocking the front road. Grass is horse. How come there are cops in front too? The scarred man spat. A fist smashed on the center console. The calmness and composure on his face disappeared at this moment. This road was a one-way street. The front and back were blocked by police cars. The left and right sides were stores. There was no escape. Boss, it must have been that driver who called the police. I'm going to grab him as a hostage now. The bald tattooed man in the back row cursed. The scarred man also guessed it. He just wanted to go and intercept Suwon's electric tricycle. A turn of the head. Just saw. The electric three-wheeler was hiding behind the police car. Damn. It moved really fast. People in the car listen. You are surrounded. Stop resisting immediately. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. A group of policemen rushed out from the police car, guns in their hands, aiming at the van. A dozen police officers, each with a gun. The several people of the scarred man were no match at all. Soon, several people were captured alive. The nose and face of the pants man for the first time felt that the police were so kind. A hold on the police who rescued him cried, "Loved ones, I can finally wait for you guys." Next to the little brother, lips mumbling, "Want to speak and dare not," successfully captured the drug dealer and rescued the hostage. A heart hanging in the air. Officer Tang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He came to Suan's side and inquired with concern, "Suan, are you not hurt?" Suan shook his head. "It's fine." Although he was startled, he was not injured. "That's good. Thanks to you this time. If not for you calling the police, we wouldn't have caught the drug dealers so quickly. You're really a good citizen of Xinjiang City," Officer Tang exclaimed. "This is what I should do. Fighting drugs. Everyone has a responsibility," Suan said indifferently. Seeing that he was so aware, Officer Tang was pleased. Immediately after, his men touched out several bags of zombie powder from the drug dealer's body, and also took out a few limp dead fish from the van, and brought them to Officer Tang's face. Team Tang, all of these things were recovered from the drug dealer and the van. Officer Tang beckoned, and the narcotics expert leaned over. Removing the powder from the sealed bag, he carefully sniffed and observed it. After a few minutes, the narcotics expert said seriously, "This is zombie powder, a new type of drug with cathinone as the main ingredient." The moment these words came out, the faces of the police officers present became extremely ugly. Officer Tang's face was heavy. "Is this all there is?" Suan sniffed and pointed to the freezer cabinet in the tricycle's compartment. They were in too much of a hurry to finish taking it before, and there's still some in the frozen fish belly in the freezer cabinet. Hearing this, Officer Tang immediately arranged for someone to go to the freezer cabinet and take out the remaining frozen fish. Chapter 61. The minimum bonus is $100,000. Happy again, brother? Collect all the drugs from the freezer into a pile, roughly estimated to be a few kilograms. Weekday seizures of drugs at most dozens of grams and hundreds of grams. The several kilograms of drugs is the largest drug case in Xinjiang City in the past 2 years. Officer Tang looked grave. "Suan, thanks to you this time, we were able to seize so many drugs, but the amount of drugs is too large and the amount of money involved is huge. So we need to trouble you to go to the police station to make a statement. Is it convenient for you?" A statement was a must, especially when a large amount of drugs were involved. But for Suan, who had given the police department 2 great merits, Officer Tang's tone was very polite. Suan was indifferent to making a statement. Instead, he pointed at the freezer and said, "It's no problem to make a statement. Just, do you want to take away this freezer that has contained drugs?" Officer Tang shook his head. "That's not necessary. It's just that these frozen fish can't be wanted. They need to be destroyed." Suan sighed in relief. "That's good. This freezer I bought into 700 it. If you didn't make any money, you can't lose money either." Hearing this, Officer Tang laughed. "Ha, don't worry, won't let you lose money. This time you made a great achievement. Not only did you successfully seize the drugs, but also assisted the police in catching the gang of drug dealers. According to the regulations, the above will surely give out bonuses." Suan instantly came to the spirit. "How much is the bonus?" Officer Tang pondered for a few seconds. "This depends on the regulations above. I'm not sure about the specific amount, but anyway, the minimum won't be more than 100,000 yuan. After all, it was a few kilograms of drugs, and a few drug dealers were caught, which was equivalent to destroying a small criminal gang. The bonus naturally could not be less. However, you must pay attention to safety when you go out during this period of time. Now we are not sure if the drug dealers still have any accomplices, but you don't have to worry too much. We will protect your safety, and we will also try our best to force out the drug dealers' accomplices, and eliminate them all." Officer Tang was aware that Suan was on the air, so he specifically instructed. "I understand." Suan nodded seriously, but wasn't really too worried in his heart. He had a lot of viewers in his live broadcast, and his popularity was also high. If the drug dealers really wanted to make a move on him, they would definitely be discovered, which was tantamount to throwing themselves into the net, and the general drug dealers would not be willing to take this risk. Nyowu. The prize money is at least $100,000. Happy again, brother? The police uncle is right. Brother Su must pay attention to safety. Don't be targeted by drug gangs. It's really the strongest pickup king. Collect a second-hand freezer can receive drugs. I'm convinced. The police station. Suan turned off the live broadcast before going in, cooperated with Officer Tang to make a statement, and then prepared to leave. Before leaving, he saw the pants man and the little brother. The two also just finished the statement, saw him and smiled and greeted. Brother, thanks to you, Now we're also eating the preparation meal. The pantsman shook Suwon's hand one by one. His face was almost smiling. Your head is not injured, right? Suwon looked at him with skeptical eyes, suspecting that he had been beaten silly by the drug dealer. Nothing, I'm fine. I've heard from my seniors before. Everyone in prison is talented, speak and listen well, and also manage to eat and live much more comfortable than we do thieves. Pantsman experienced the drug dealer kidnapping and rescued by the police. Is completely figured out. Dry thief is too dangerous. Often cannot steal. Might as well go to prison. At least tube food, tube housing. Not waiting for him to be happy for 2 seconds. The policewoman who finished the statement came out. Heard this. Explained. You don't have to go to jail. The amount of money involved is not high. And it's still stolen from a drug dealer, disguised as assisting the police to solve the case. So you can leave now. What? The pantsman was shocked. He still wanted to ask something, but the policewoman had already left at a fast pace. However, he quickly came back to his senses and sighed. It seems that the package can't be counted on, so I must find a new job to do. Saying that, he looked at Suwon. Buddy, collect scrap to make money? Not bad. If you want to collect it, do you want a freezer? Suwon asked. The pantsman excitedly said, is 500 for sale? Not for sale. Collecting scrap goods seedling Open mouth cut 300. Saying goodbye to the two, Suwon went out of the police station. At this time is already evening. Suwon looked at the time, ready to sell the freezer in the car. This thing takes up too much space, causing him to be unable to collect scrap. Used electrical appliances and furniture market. Suwon found a store that specialized in selling refrigerator freezers. The owner was a middle-aged couple. At this moment, the owner was lashing out at the owner's wife. I've told the customer that the freezer was also reserved for the customer before, and they've all bought frozen goods and are waiting for me to send the freezer over. But as a result, you're now telling me that you've sold the freezer? How do you want me to explain to the customers? The boss's wife was flustered and aggrieved. You didn't tell me before that the freezer was ordered by the customer. If you had said it before, how could I have sold it? And now you're blaming me. I didn't tell you? I obviously told you several times. I really don't remember. Why don't you take another freezer over? Aren't there several more in the store? The boss held his forehead, pointing at the freezers in the store. People are opening stores. They want commercial freezers. These are household freezers. How do you let him use them? You really? Ugh. Seeing that the two people are arguing more and more fierce, Suwon parked the car and immediately interrupted the two people casting spells. Boss's wife, I have a commercial freezer here. Do you want it? The boss's wife, who was about to return the favor, heard this and froze for a few seconds as she was instantly interrupted from her brewing quarrel. The boss, on the contrary, reacted extremely quickly, rushing to Suwon's front in a flash, asking sharply, you want to sell a freezer? Suwon nodded his head, pointing to the freezer on the back carriage of the tricycle. This is the freezer I just received. This is a branded product. The freezing effect is especially good. It is the best to use for freezing frozen goods and ice cream. You can take a look. If you think it's good, I'll sell it to you. The boss looked at the freezer on the wagon, and immediately said, okay, I'll go get the plug board. First see how about energizing. The boss's wife also stopped arguing and came over to help. The two carried the freezer from the car to the store, while plugging the freezer into the electricity, while holding a flashlight to carefully illuminate the inside and outside of the freezer. Boss eyes light, excitedly said, good. Cold air is very sufficient. Is indeed brand goods. It just has a fishy odor. Was it a frozen fish before? Suwon nodded without blinking. Well, the previous customer was doing frozen goods. The boss nodded. Such a big freezer is indeed suitable for frozen goods. Brother, how much are you going to sell this freezer? Suwon smiled. 1,000. The boss frowned and looked at the boss's wife. The boss's wife winked at him and gestured a number on her hand. 1,000 is too expensive. This cooler, although it is brand goods, but after all, it is old, and it is also so big a fishy odor. 800. Sell or not? Suwon is very dry. Sell. See him so dry. The boss's wife some regret to open the price is high. Always feel at a loss. Chapter 62 Kongshi Years of Imitation Schwanda Potting Stove. Asterisk. Brother Su is really different. Never forgetting the beginning. The freezer sells for 800, and earns 100 upside down, and the police's minimum 100. 000 bonus. Brother Su, you're so awesome. A mosquito is still meat. Brother So has perfectly implemented this idea. Brother Su, I'm really not jealous of you getting rich, just by the fact that you earned 100,000 bonus and remembered to sell the freezer. It's not something an ordinary person can do. The discussion in the live broadcast room was non-stop. Suwon, on the other hand, tapped the QR code and let the boss's wife scan the code to transfer money. 800 arrived. Brother slowly go Next time there is a second-hand freezer despite sending it to us. The price is guaranteed to be fair, the boss said enthusiastically on the side. Okay, I'll send it over next time I have goods. Suan put away his cell phone and drove out of the market. The sky was completely dark. Looking at the time, 7:30. 40 minutes past 7. Inside a rice noodle store, putting down the empty rice noodle bowl, Suan raised his head. The line of sight fell on the bustling street across the street. A street of antique night market. Bright lights, people coming in and out. Even in the store, Suan could hear the haggling sounds coming from the opposite street. Minimum 3,000. Is 300 for sale? Listening to these shouts, Suan was tickled. There was basically no one selling scrap at night, so he planned to go to the night market to see if he could come across something good. Suan drew out 2 pieces of paper and wiped his mouth, took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code on the wall next to him and shouted to the boss. Boss, check out ah. Wilson arrived at $13. The boss, who was busy in the kitchen, heard the sound and probed to look, and enthusiastically said, received, handsome, delicious, next time come again ha. Considering that the street of antiques is too narrow, Suan did not drive the electric tricycle, but walked into the night market. At a glance, both sides of the road were stallholders selling antiques. The street could not see the end. These stallholders and unusual night market snack stalls are different. Most of the antique sellers are on the ground to spread a piece of rags, on top of which are placed some antiques. The stallholder is sitting next to the guests, soliciting business. Now the time is close to 8 o'clock. It is the time when people finish eating dinner to kill time. There are a lot of people coming in and out of the street, although it's not crowded, but it's not far from it. Suan walked to the nearest stall and casually picked up a porcelain plate and looked at it. Item, porcelain plate. Details, Aoli Porcelain Factory just produced last month porcelain plate. Value, $5. Too fake. Suan put it down and prepared to leave. Young man, don't be in a hurry to leave ah. Take a look at it more. It's all old stuff in here. The stall owner saw Suan was about to leave and hurriedly retained. Suan swept a glance at the stall. It was full of porcelain plates with a minimum of a few dollars and a maximum of 20 to 30. Shaking his head, most of these stalls were fakes, and there were almost no real goods. Just as Suan was planning to leave, not far away, there was suddenly a cacophony of noise. Looking up, a few meters away in front of the stall, surrounded by many people, blocking the road, Suan instantly became interested and walked towards that side. Just as he got closer, he heard the sound of talking inside. Ooh, Master Chin has been looking at it for half a day. Is this thing real or not? Hush, don't make noise. Antiques, this thing a little inattention will hit the eye. Of course, we must look carefully to distinguish. Give a little more time. Master Chin can certainly see. This street is a little famous. Pick up the leakage, people. I do think this bowl is real. Look at the texture, is not a fake. Through the conversation, Suan realized what was going on. At this time is in front of the stall, hand holding a bowl, repeatedly watching the man in his 30s. Is a professional picker, and in this street is also famous. He was surrounded by people, talking about the mantle. Is Master Chin buying it? I'm going to buy it if you don't. When Master Chin heard this, he wasn't in a hurry. He touched the outer body of the bowl. It was smooth to the touch, and with a decision in his mind, he looked at the stall owner and said, is it for sale at 20,000? The stall owner was watching the beautiful young lady live, raised his hand and brushed a sports car. The cell phone soon came out of the beautiful young lady anchor's clip sound. Thank you for the Military Brothers sports car. Love you yo. He heard the voice without lifting his head and said, 100,000. No bargaining. Master Chin frowned slightly, looked at the mantle, felt the touch of his palm, gritted his teeth and said, 30,000. No more. The stall owner finally raised his head from the phone, glanced at Master Chin, shook his head. This furnace is imitation Xuanda mantle furnace. The Ming Dynasty old things. The character of the hand, feel no comment. 30,000 cannot be sold. Master Chin weighed the bowl, struggling. 30,000 really do not sell? Not for sale. Words. Master Chin, reluctant to put the bowl on the base, said, something is old, but the price is too high. Hearing this, the people around him who were originally eager to buy were silent. Master Chin is very famous for picking up leaks in this area. He felt that it is not worth something certainly cannot buy. Old things, these words, a few thousand can still spell a hand, but 100,000 is not a small amount. Not many people present dare to blindly spell. Suan raised his hand to pick up the bowl on the base, just into the hand, felt the heavy solid feeling. The shell is very warm, as if touching the baby's skin. This thing is not general, day-to-day contact antiques. Suan, even without the help of the system, can see that this bowl is a good thing. But specifically, what is a good thing? Or to look at the system. Item, imitation of Xuanda's mantle stove. Details, early Kangxi literati privately cast imitation Xuanda's mantle furnace. Value, 4 million. Just this one mantle? No, Just this one stove that is the same as the mantle commonly used by monks? Worth 4 million? Really is a curio cannot look like an ordinary monk bowl. Su Xian was excited in his heart, but on his face, he did not move and asked, "Boss, how much is this incense burner?" The stall owner impatiently said, "A price of 100,000. Suan, can't it be cheaper?" The stall owner grumpy, "Can't. This is an old thing from the Ming dynasty. 100,000 is still cheap. You want to buy it, buy it, don't buy it and leave. Tired of it, one by one. Only ask the price but not buy. Net delay me to watch the live broadcast." Suan asked, "Can't it be less?" "Can't be less. I say brother, if you don't buy it, put it down. If it falls down later, you have to compensate for the original price." The stall owner took a look at Suan's young age, and at a glance, he didn't have any money, and impatiently reminded him. Suan hugged the stove and didn't let go. "No intention to put it down. Who says I won't buy it? This furnace, I'll take it." "What?" The stall owner froze for a few seconds, looked up and carefully surveyed Suan, skimmed his lips and said, "Brother, it's not that I'm looking down on you. I have $100,000 for this furnace. Do you have $100,000? The water friends in the live broadcast room exploded. "What the hell? How dare you question my brother Su's ability to pay money? What's $100,000? It's not enough for a fraction of brother Su's balance. I'm so happy, actually asking brother Su if he has $100,000. Come on, brother Su is worth tens of millions of dollars." You're all focusing on the boss's words, but only I'm focusing on the fact that brother Su is going to pick up the slack again. Chapter 63. This is 100,000, not $10. Suan took out his cell phone and tapped it, directly lighting up the balance. Although it flashed, the boss stall owner still saw a large string of numbers. A 10, 100 million, 100,000, at least a million or more. The stall owner's expression changed at once, enthusiastically began to pack the incense burner, smiled and greeted, "Oops, little brother's eyes are really good. This is a good thing. Buy it back to the absolute package to earn. I still have a lot of antiques here. Are good things. You see if there is a favorite." Despite the pick, it's not easy to come to a rich young man. Do not make hard grip or sorry for that string of numbers. Suan shook his head. "I only want the incense burner. Where is the QR code?" Boss from the curio crevice rummage out the two-dimensional code. A smile handed over. This. Please scan. Really no longer take a close look at it. These curiosities are also very good. Suan didn't talk nonsense. Directly scan the code to transfer money. The speed of the speed, so that the sight of Master Chin and onlookers did not react. It was only when they heard the sound of Wilson arriving at $100,000 that a group of people came back to their senses and shook their heads. "No, little brother, didn't you just see Master Chin say that? He can't even get it right, and you're still buying it? $100,000 is not a small amount. Little brother, you have paid not a low tuition fee this time. The thing is old, but it's not worth $100,000 anyhow." Master Chin was also confused. "This is 100,000, not $10. You're paying too damn fast." Letting the people around him talk, Suan put away his cell phone and held the incense burner in his arms. Having bought something, he was ready to leave. At this time, Master Chin suddenly said, "Little brother, you bought this incense burner at a loss. Although this thing is old, it is not from the Ming dynasty." Suan smiled. "I know." This time it was Master Chin's turn to be surprised. He sized Suan up. "You know, then you still buy it?" Suan glanced at him and said lightly, "Ming dynasty is not necessarily worth money. Qing dynasty is not necessarily worthless. Dynasty is not that important. What is important is the value attached to it. It's a connoisseur. Could this incense burner really be something good?" Master Chin's heart moved. An idea popped up. He smiled. "Little brother, do you want to find someone to appraise this incense burner?" Suan nodded. "Yes." Chin Master immediately recommended, "I know a specialized identification of imitation Xuana furnace experts. His store is not far away, named Wanxiang Pavilion. I have a good relationship with him. Recommended that you go. The identification fee as long as a friendly price on it. Of course, he is not a kind heart attack, but want to see this incense burner. In the end is not a good thing. Look away certainly sad, but if it is true, but also can take the opportunity to long eyes, broaden the horizons of the convenience of the next time, better pick up the leakage." Wanxiang Pavilion? Suan frowned slightly. He hadn't heard of this store. "Yes, Wanxiang Pavilion." Master Chin continued. "Wanxiang Pavilion is a more famous antique store in the neighborhood. The appraisal ability is guaranteed, and he has a very good understanding of bronze antiques. Play very well. If you go, we can go now. It's not closing time yet. He's definitely in the store." Suan didn't agree immediately. Just in case, he searched using the system search for potential customers function. Ranked number 1 was the Wanxiang Pavilion. Suan smiled and nodded. "Okay, then I'll trouble you to lead the way. No trouble. I'm also curious about the value of this incense burner. Master Qin smiled. The Wansheng Pavilion was just one street behind the antique night market. Many of the antiques that had been purchased at the night market for a large sum of money would be taken to the Wansheng Pavilion for appraisal on the way. Inside the store, Dong Rui surveyed the dark brown wooden box and laughed. The yellow cowslip wooden box, with a little bit of remodeling, can be specially used to store valuable books and ancient paintings. Lao Jiao Ah, your customer base is getting wider and wider. Before I saw you selling gold seals in the group. Now even the Wang Wali's wooden box is getting here. The main thing is that recently made a friend. Is a master of picking up leaks? Vision is very poisonous. Before the gold seal is also picking up leaks. Someday there is time to introduce you to know recognize. Zhao Jianba picked up the tea and took a sip. Before he finished his words, he heard footsteps coming from outside the door. He looked up and was slightly stunned. How did these two get together? Boss Xiao, you're here too? It's quite a coincidence. Master Qin smiled and greeted him, then looked at Dong Rui and said, Boss Dong, I've brought you a customer. This little brother just bought an imitation Xuanda-style incense burner and would like to ask you to appraise it. Suan nodded at Zhao Jianba and inclined his head towards Dong Rui and smiled. Boss Dong, I'd like to thank you for taking a look. Dong Rui's eyes wandered back and forth between Qin Long and Suan, quickly realizing that the young man in front of him was estimated to have picked up an old item, and that it should make even Qin Long unable to fathom its authenticity. He came to be interested and waved his hand with a smile. No need to be polite. Where is the thing? Let me take a look. Here. Suan took out the imitation Xuanda mantle stove that he had been holding in his hand and placed it on the table. Dong Rui immediately came over, and Zhao Jianba also walked over, curiously sizing it up. This incense burner removes the base. It is a mantle. Put it on and it becomes a furnace. It's a bit interesting. Where did you receive this from? Qin Long snatched, just in the antique night market that received. The stall owner said it is the Ming dynasty, but I do not look like. Zhao Jianba didn't say anything, but looked at Suan. What dynasty do you think it's from? Suan didn't even think about it and said, it should be from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. Qin Long frowned slightly, looking unimpressed. During the Kangxi period? Impossible. It seems that this young man doesn't understand either. Dong Rui is weighing the texture of the incense burner, found that it is very compressed. Satisfied in his heart, just flipped to see the inscription. He heard Suan's words, looked surprised. I did not think that the little brother is still a connoisseur. Actually can see that this is the Kangxi period. Qin Long did not expect to hit the face so fast, busy asking, Dong boss, this incense burner is really the Kangxi years? I do not look like Dong Rui glanced at him, explained, you see the bowl of the foot trimming process, and the Kangxi years of porcelain foot trimming process is exactly the same, and this bowl furnace in addition to the base, in fact, is the bowl of the monk's bowl? The bowl is a bowl, so along the porcelain foot trimming process, just belonged to the copper, mixed with various types of precious metals, essentially the same as the porcelain has a different flavor. Qin Long was completely dumbfounded, looking at Suan with disbelief. What this young man said was true. Could he be able to tell if this incense burner was real or fake? No, it's impossible. He's too young. Moreover, there were imitation Xuanda stoves from the Ming dynasty. The possibility of the real thing was very small. Qin Long panicked a batch in his heart, urging, Boss Dong, take a quick look. Is this incense burner the real thing or not? Dong Rui carefully check up, carefully look all over. This look passed for 10 or so minutes, and the more he looked, the more serious his face became. In contrast, Qin Long was getting more and more agitated as he waited, constantly pacing back and forth in the room, until Dong Rui put something down. He asked excitedly, how is it? Is this Xuanda furnace real or fake? It's real. Chapter 65 Out of the temple and into the study. It was true. Qin Long was struck by lightning and his entire body was dumbfounded. Undeterred, he pursued, Boss Dong, are you sure this incense burner is real? Do you want to find someone to appraise it again? After all, since the Ming dynasty, because the Xuanda stove was loved by the emperors, there have been a large number of imitations appearing, and when it developed into the Qing dynasty, there were even more imitations. Dong Rui's face sank, part some displeasure. I identified so many years of bronze. Is it true or false? I will not be able to distinguish. This Xianda furnace is the Kangxi years. What words? This is questioning my professional ability? Qin Long quickly reacted. His own words just owed it. Apologized. Boss Dong, I'm not questioning your ability. Just saying this. A bitter smile appeared on his face. It's just that this incense burner, I had wanted to take it down before, but the stall owner bit down on 100,000 and didn't lower the price. I couldn't decide, but I didn't expect to miss it. Hearing this, Dong Rui then realized, no wonder Qin Long, who had always been a good man, would be so out of sorts. It dares to say that he had been picked up. He consoled, don't get excited. This is normal. Which leak picker hasn't been picked up by others? You are still too young. In the future, more than a few times to be picked up on the thought of open. Qin Long, not comforted at all. And, what do you mean by being picked up a few more times? This time alone he had angina. A few more times and he'd report directly to Hades. Dong Rui turned his head to look at Suan and said, Xuanda furnace is the Ming dynasty Xuanda years created burning incense of the furnace. Because loved by the emperor. Ancestor worship Buddha. Burning incense need to use Xuanda furnace. So once became a powerful ministers of the rich and powerful businessmen sought after things, but because the construction of Xuanda furnace is very troublesome, need to consume a large amount of brass, and Xuanda furnace need to be refining 12 times, each time will be refining a number of impurities, a caddy of brass to the end, only a caddy of brass to the end of the day, but not a caddy of brass to the end of the day, a caddy of brass to the end of only 4 too, and still small too, ancient times is 12 too, equivalent to only a quarter. Which is equivalent to 125 grams now, and also to add gold and silver, the cost is very high, so from the Ming dynasty, there are a lot of poor quality imitations, to the Qing dynasty imitations have been widespread, but imitations cannot be compared with the real thing. Little brother, you're really good luck. The average person to spend 100,000 to buy Xuanda furnace, 99% are imitations. This luck, Dong Rui are red, immediately after. He stroked the incense burner shell said, look at this incense burner shape, this should be used by the ancients to worship Buddha. Suan, however, shook his head, Boss Dong, take a closer look. Dong Rui looked at him, there is no need to look. This is the mantle commonly used in Buddhist temples, it must have been used only for worshipping Buddha. Zhao Jianba, however, held a different opinion, take a closer look. Suan won't talk nonsense, this is definitely not used to worship Buddha. Dong Rui looked at Zhao Jianba with a confused expression, pointing at himself. You mean I'm talking nonsense? Old Zhao, are you still not clear about my professional abilities? Could it be that you think this little brother is more professional than me? What made him dumbfounded was that Zhao Jianba actually nodded his head seriously. I believe in Suan's ability, but it's not that I don't believe in you either. But there are times when people look away. The way this was said, Suan wouldn't look away? As if he knew what was on his mind. Zhao Jianba seriously said, of course. Suan is different. His eyesight is extremely venomous. He definitely won't look away. Dong Rui was completely speechless, but then realized that something was wrong. He looked at the two and said in surprise, you guys know each other? Zhao Jianba laughed, old acquaintances. Suan is the one I told you before. Often pick up the leeks sold to my friend. He picks up the leeks did not once look at the eyes. Sold to you in the wooden box that Mifu's research mountain inscription hand scroll as he pick up leeks. Hearing this, Dong Rui and Qin Long were both startled. Qin Long looked extremely complicated, but his heart was relieved. It turned out to be the big man who picked up the leeks. Close to 30 million yuan of research mountain inscription can pick up the leeks. This Xian de furnace was picked up by the other party. It is not strange. This can be more convincing to him than just relying on the luck of amateurs picking up leeks. Dong Rui was surprised. I really didn't expect that Mr. Su is actually so young. Gold seals, celebrity handwriting, wood, calligraphy and painting, including this Xian de furnace. These antique knowledge, the immediate Suan actually mastered all, and mastered is not just fur, in his age, actually have such profound knowledge of antiques, this powerful are a bit horrible. Dong Rui humbly asked, Suan, what do you think this incense burner is used for? Suan replied, study incense. Study room incense? Dong Rui looked contemplative and asked after him, based on what judgment? Suan picked up the bowl, turned it over, revealing the bottom of the inscription. The incense burner is modeled after the Xuanda years of the early Ming dynasty, so the back of the incense burner, 9 out of 10 burners, the bottom of the inscription are all falling on the Ming Xuanda Nianji, while this one's inscription is Meiju Mountain Room. This is because in the late Ming dynasty, early Qing dynasty, incense burner out of the temple, into the study. Xuanda stove has become a good study. The literati love to have Xuanda stove in the study. At that time also circulated the red sleeve incense this beautiful words. So this imitation Xuanda stove incense burner is a literati private cast incense burner. After hearing this, Dong Rui already believed Suan's claim that this incense burner was a study item. He was only concerned about checking whether this incense burner is authentic or not before, only observing the shell and color and material, and took it for granted that it is a Buddhist supply, but ignored the history of the early Qing dynasty, when Xuanda furnace came into the study from the temple, causing the literati to tout it, and this Meiju Shanfeng, at first glance, is engraved by the literati, and it is only they who love to engage in this set of things. Careful, antique knowledge is extremely knowledgeable, and even the historical development of the direction are very clear. No wonder every time you can pick up the leakage success. This is the real leakage big brother ah. Dong Rui sighs with emotion. Suan, you do have a keen eye. No wonder old Zhao said you won't look away. Chinan was now completely relieved. Losing in the hands of such a big brother. Say it out. No shame. Suan humbly said. Just a little knowledge. Seeing him being so modest, Dong Rui felt even more favorable towards him. Although Qin Long was relieved, he was still curious about the price of this incense burner. So he asked, Boss Dong, how much would this incense burner probably be worth on the market? This was the time that every picker was most looking forward to. Dong Rui shook his head and said, this I cannot estimate. Xuanda furnace auction records are very few. As far as I know, not more than 1 or 2. So I must go to check the information to see the past auction prices. As for the specific price, I have to go to ask friends in this area to be able to do. After saying that, he picked up his cell phone to rummage through the information, while calling a few of his friends in the industry. C cannot count on him. Zhao Jianba directly asked Suan, you think this incense burner market price is how much? Suan pondered slightly. Around $4 million. 4 million? Suan, are you sure? Qin Long was skeptical. He believed that Suan was a big shot in terms of picking up leaks, but the valuation still needed a professional. This incense burner had no decoration and was not complicated. How could he see it was not worth $4 million? Chapter 65, Regret? I don't have those 2 words in my dictionary. The words just fell. Dong Rui walked in, looked a little excited. I just asked. 2 years ago the spring auction there is a gold-plated paved head of the Xuanda furnace auction price is 3.02 million. This collection than that piece is even bigger. The quality is also better. So the estimated price of about 4 million. 4 million? When Qin Long heard the offer, his whole body was dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. It's really 4 million. There's no deviation at all. At the same time, he looked at Suan with even more admiration, with some awe. Even if his eyes were poisonous, the valuation was also so accurate. This horse is too omnipotent. No wonder Boss Zhao asked him to estimate the price. Thinking of this, Qin Long couldn't help but look at Zhao Jianba, and seeing the other party's expression of anticipation, his heart was even more emotional. Suan, this collectible, do you intend to keep it for yourself, or sell it? If you intend to sell it, I'll take it if the price is right, and save yourself the trouble. Dong Rui suddenly opened his mouth to inquire, with some anticipation on his face. Xuanda stove in the antique circle belongs to a very popular antiques. Its production complex, expensive materials, so that the real thing is difficult to find. Is there a good quality of the real thing? Dong Rui naturally not willing to let go. Suan glanced at him and said, Boss Dong and Boss Zhao are friends. That's also my friend. Since we are friends, then we don't organize those false heads. A price of 3.95 million. If you can accept it, then feel free to take it. Hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed across Dong Rui's face. Businessmen seek profit. According to his previous idea, 4 million things, at least to pressure the price to 3,800,000 or so. 3.95 million was really a bit beyond his expected price. He pondered for half a second, weighing the tone. Suan, I'm not going to lie to you. This incense burner, if it is on the auction house, it is certainly a price that can be sold for more than $4 million. 3.95 million also belongs to the price of a very conscientious, but I'm using it for my private collection. The private collection and the auction price is not the same price. My expected price is 3.9 million. If you can accept it, I will immediately make the payment. What do you think? After all, Suan is a senior connoisseur. 3.8 million to deceive half knowledge of the ordinary people is okay. If you give Suan this price, then this business will be yellow. Zhao Jianba joked, Lao Dong, you really intend to take this incense burner as a private collection? This several $1 million incense burner, used to light incense, don't you think it's too extravagant? Dong Rui waved his hand and said, this you don't understand. Red sleeves and incense night reading, study room with this, that the rhyme of the family of books immediately came up. How stylish. If writing calligraphy on the incense, there is a kind of in the ancients and the feeling of the space. Saying this, his eyes showed a color of yearning. Suan saw him like this, and also saw that he really liked this incense burner. 50,000 was not too much for him today, and Dong Rui had a saying that was right. The auction price and the collection price were not the same. If he took it to auction, naturally he can get more. But trouble. Dong Rui can give cash money, convenient, but also can make more friends. The antique circle is so big. More friends, more road. A good friend can be worth much more than $50,000. Therefore, Suan did not haggle, but nodded and said, I can see that Boss Dong genuinely likes this incense burner, and we are all friends, so it's 3.9 million. You take it. Ha ha, no wonder old Zhao has been praising you in front of me. Really fast enough. We are friends in the future. If there is a need to appraise a type of bronze, despite coming to me, I do not charge appraisal fees. Dong Rui laughed, cannot help but pat Suan's shoulder. The more you look at Suan, that is the more satisfied. The vision of the venomous and quick. Would like to have a daughter, so that you can be introduced to Suan. A trace of surprise flashed across Qinlong's face. He and Dong Rui know a few years. Weekdays to bring antiques to appraisal. Dong Rui never said not to charge appraisal fees, and then how to charge a hard fee. Sure enough, people are different. Dong Rui did not notice the Qinlong color. He was in a hurry to take out his cell phone. To Suan transfer. What day? 100,000 into 3. 9 million? Heartbroken Master Qin for a second. I knew Su wouldn't fight unprepared. Sure enough, I picked up another big leak. I'm new here. Is this incense burner really worth $9 million? And it's too easy to pick up. It feels like a script. Antiques are like this. There are many that are worth a lot of money. As for whether it's a script or not, you'll know if you look down. I've watched it all the way from the beginning, and it's definitely not a script. If Brother Su's pickup is a script, it's not real. Soon, $3,900,000 was transferred to Suan's account in batches. On the other side, a rubbing female anchor's live room suddenly flooded with a large number of netizens. The 1,000 online viewers rubbed up to 2,000 or 3,000. The female anchor covered her mouth in excitement, thinking she was going to be on fire. Welcome to the new brothers who have come in. In order to show their welcome, the anchor intends to give everyone a little bit of welfare. After she finished standing up, she wanted to do a rubbing dance. What welfare? Brother doesn't like to see that. Can the owner of the antique night market see that? I'm on my way to your stall. Don't ever close it. I'm on my way there too. Don't ever close your stall. A long string of shouts quickly caught the attention of the anchor, as well as the stall owner who was watching the live broadcast. The anchor woman's black question mark face, looking for an antique stall owner in her live room? And there is no mistake. The stall owner was also dumbfounded, but business came to his door, so he naturally wouldn't reject it, and immediately sent out a pop-up indicating that he was still there. A few minutes later, a group of people rushed in from the night market. As soon as they came in, they went straight to his stall, not even looking at the other stalls. Did old Zhang put some kind of mesmerizing drug in this stall? Why do so many customers go to his stall to buy? The next stall owner was envious. Hey, where is the ecstasy? Look at this live broadcast. These people are following that young man over. Didn't that young man spend $100,000 on an incense burner at old Zhang's stall before? Oh, I remember. That young man's brain is not very good. Master Qin cannot get things. He also spent $100,000 to buy. Really people stupid money, but I also want to be such a person's stupid money customers. Hey, people are not stupid. He is a big man to pick up the leakage. That Schwanda furnace is worth millions. What? $1 million? The stall owner next door was dumbfounded, and after the dumbfoundedness, he was envious and red-eyed, and then he wanted to stab old Zhang, who was grinning from ear to ear. Old Zhang, do you know why these customers came? It's because a young man spent $100,000 to buy an incense burner from you earlier, and I heard it's worth millions. These people came here because they watched his live broadcast. Do you regret it? The corners of old Zhang's mouth twitched, and because he didn't want people to look at him as a joke, he pretended to be spontaneous and said, regret? I don't have these two words in my dictionary. Besides, antiques line is so. Be picked up leakage is a common thing. I do not have that eyesight. Cannot eat the bowl of rice picked up leakage, so there is nothing to regret. At least it was sold for $100,000. Not a loss. Plus because of selling the real thing, attracted so many customers, slightly increase the price, also can recover a little loss. Chapter 66, Begging should be begging. The imagined remorse was not seen, and the next stall owner was a little disappointed. The other stall owners were a bit surprised. It's hard to see. Old Zhang's mindset is quite good. If they encountered this, they probably wouldn't be able to get over it for days. At this time, a customer who was picking and choosing heard the stall owner's conversation inside. The boss's mentality is really good. If I encountered this, I definitely would not have such a good mentality. Hard in 3. 9 million passed by, and woke up in the middle of the night have to give themselves 2 slaps. His voice was not small. Everyone could hear him. The few stall owners who were talking in whispers froze. Old Zhang, the stall owner, was even petrified in places. He shivered and said, rating the young? Did you just say seize the lesser? The customer casually said, 9 million. That incense burner sold for $9 million. What? 9 million? Old Zhang raised his hand to cover his chest as his entire heart throbbed with pain. 9 million. With this amount of money, he wouldn't have to just listen to the anchor shouting Brother June in his cell phone, but would be able to listen to it from his bed. As a result, it just passed by. Old Zhang, the stall owner, was so regretful that his intestines turned green. $3,900,000? 100,000 incense burner actually sold to more than 3 million. Directly increased the price of 39 times. That young man's luck is too good. The pedestrians passing by heard this astonishing figure and were also stunned speechless. The next second, everyone surged towards old Zhang's stall. Even the other stall owners came over. Boss, I want this. Old Zhang, we are all peers. I'll buy this plate for cheaper. Dong Rui, who had received his heart's desire, insisted on inviting a few people to sing. Suan couldn't argue and could only agree. But because the tricycle was parked in front of the rice noodle store, so he wrote down the KTV address and walked through the street of the antique night market, ready to drive the electric tricycle. Just as he walked into the street, he realized that the street was even more lively than before when he left. Especially the stall he picked up earlier was packed with people inside and out. There's nothing good on that stall. How come there are so many people? Su Xian felt strange in his heart and couldn't help but come over. Just as he got closer, he heard people talking. I heard that the young man who bought the incense burner is a professional leek picker. Not only did he pick up the incense burner on this stall, but he also picked up Mifu's new book post in the second-hand furniture market before. And I heard that it was sold for almost $30 million. $30 million? I can't earn so much in my life. Who says not? These 2 days there are a lot of people to go to the second-hand furniture market, specializing in buying some boxes to open, just to see if there are good things inside. This is too crazy. I still think that this kind of antique stalls pick up more chances of leakage. The chances of unpacking something in the box is too small. Yeah, everyone is thinking like you, so the two of us can't even squeeze in. The two stall owners who had set up the stall sighed with sighs of regret that they had just not squeezed in the first place. Now they couldn't even buy it if they wanted to. Suan was a bit speechless. Public figures really were not good. Before, when he wasn't on fire, not many people paid attention to him when he was picking up leeks. Now that he was on fire, the place where he picked up the leeks had also become a carting place for many people. This reminded him of the scene where he was robbed for picking up can bottles at school. He quickly lowered his head, not wanting to be recognized, and then he couldn't even walk if he wanted to, all the way to the entrance of the night market at a quick pace. Suan glanced back. There were only more and more at the stall before. Shaking his head, he got on the electric tricycle and drove towards the KTV's address to meet up with Dong Rui's people, the people of the program team of Dragon Vision Media, who were responsible for the media students' graduation live challenge. We're gathering for a meeting. It's been a day and Suan hasn't called back yet? He hasn't returned the messages sent to him on the platform either? What the hell is he doing? Has he put our program team in his eyes? The director angrily slapped the file in his hand, which was full of contracts sent to him by merchants. The program staff didn't even dare to breathe, but in their hearts, they were secretly spitting. Isn't it normal not to put them in their eyes? People have tens of millions of dollars, not us. You still expect people to come up to you. Don't be funny. You are begging for endorsement, not others begging for your endorsement. Director, Suan may be too busy. Didn't see the phone and message. Why don't we try to contact again? A staff member stepped forward and said, what's there to be busy about? Just getting famous and starting to pose. The director had an irritated look on his face. Then not call him? The staff member asked cautiously. The director's eyes glared and roared. Who said not to call? How can I earn advertisement fees if I don't call? Now immediately contact him for me right away. No one is allowed to leave work if they can't contact him. The staff was scolded and could only nod curtly, quickly dialing Suan's phone. The first one didn't pick up. The second one still didn't pick up. He said live before that he was going to sing. The KTV is very noisy. He should not have heard the sound. Call a few more times. The staff wiped the cold sweat on his head, muttered in a low voice, and continued to dial through, until the fifth call finally got through. Hello? Suan's slightly tipsy voice came through. Hello, Mr. Su, we are the program team of the Graduation Live Broadcast Challenge. Your previous performance was too excellent. Many netizens like you very much. Due to your popularity is too high, there are many advertisers who came to us for cooperation, hoping that your next live broadcast will endorse their products. The advertiser's contract has already been sent to us. We will arrange for our staff to bring the samples to you in the morning. Hopefully you can publicize the product more. Suan's face turned red and his consciousness was starting to blur. In his mind, he only heard that he was asked to endorse the product, and without thinking, he said with a big tongue, I'm a scrap collector, not a bringer. You've got the wrong person. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hey, Mr. Su. The staff didn't expect Suan to hang up the phone so quickly. The whole person was a bit confused. The key was that Suan had already closed the live broadcast, and they couldn't deduce his current situation. Director, Suan seems to be drunk. The staff turned on the speakerphone, and the director naturally heard it. a face as colorful as a large dive at. I'll call him, the director said and dialed Suwon's phone. So many merchants. Endorsement fees must not be missed. Very quickly, the director dialed the phone. Are you guys annoyed? I've said I'm not a seller. Suwon's drunken words came through the phone with anger, followed by a mumble. The phone hung up. The director was angry and furious. He glared at his subordinates who were stifling their laughter and grunted. Suwon is drunk. His brain is probably not sober. As soon as he's on the air tomorrow, call him, until you get through. And remember, the attitude has to be good. You must get him to agree to endorse the product. The employees nodded their heads and said they knew. This is the right thing to do. Begging should have the attitude of begging. Chapter 67, Cherish Life, Stay Away from Gambling and Drugs. 8 o'clock in the morning. Suwon, who had quite the hangover experience, climbed up from the hotel bed, simply took a shower, washed up, and dabbled in the hotel's breakfast, then opened the live broadcast. Just after opening the broadcast, the number of people in the live broadcast room dawdled. In just a few minutes, it reached about 50,000 people, and it was still climbing upwards. Ding! The message's beep sounded. Su Xian's heart moved. The movement of starting the car stopped, and opened the cell phone message. Your bank account received a transfer of 200,000 yuan. Following this message at the same time was Officer Tan's message. Xiao Jiang, the bonus has been sent to your bank account. Remember to take a look. This time the drugs were seized thanks to your help. If you encounter trouble in the future, just look for me. Suwon returned a word of thanks and exited Wilson. Good morning brothers. The 200,000 bonus rewarded by the police before has arrived. Faster than I thought. Greeting the water friends in the live broadcast room. Suwon twisted the electric car key. Open broadcast storm. I Nima. Su woke up with $200,000 in the account. I woke up with a series of unpaid bills. Playing workers' broken defense starts in the morning. Suwon saw the pop-up screen and just wanted to say something. The phone came to call. It was from the staff that had been squatting behind the platform. Hello Mr. Su, we are the staff of the platform. We are sorry for calling you last night and disturbing you. We are sorry. We are calling you this time. We hope that you can endorse the products provided by the advertisers, and advertise the products more in the next live broadcast. We have already drawn up the specific contract. May I ask where is your current address? So that we can send our staff to your door and hand you the contract along with the product. Endorsing a product? There should be quite a bit of commission then. Suwon pondered for 2 seconds and spoke. Endorsing the product is fine, but on the condition that it doesn't delay me from collecting scraps, and I don't accept products that require long explanations. No problem. We will select the right product for you according to your requirements. The contract and merchandise we will arrange for you to have the staff deliver them according to your time. After hanging up the phone, Suwon sent the name of his usual hotel to the program team. When sending the address, he suddenly felt that it was not a good idea to keep living in a hotel, and he didn't want to go back to the school dormitory, so maybe it was time to buy a house. As for the endorsement of the product, Suwon is indifferent. His live broadcast was not relying on the audience to watch and reward to make money. Relying on our picking up. The audience will not like the ads, and thus withdraw from the live room. He does not care. Anyway, he is not relying on the audience to make money. Compared to the endorsement fee is still visible and touchable. Putting away his cell phone, Suwon pressed the horn in the car. Collect scrap. Recycle all kinds of scrap. Collect paper. Collect copper. Collect scrap iron. Collect them all. Driving the electric three-wheeler, Suwon was heading south this time, completely different from his previous route. Unconsciously, he drove to the side of Qingjiang's largest hospital. This place was swarming with people. There were small restaurants and fruit vendors everywhere, as well as some medical instruments and household items. The narrow streets were packed with people. Patients in hospital gowns could be seen everywhere eating breakfast accompanied by their families and sitting in wheelchairs to breathe fresh air. Suwon rode an electric tricycle and drove very hard along the way, having to stop from time to time to yield to pedestrians, until the boss's wife of a small supermarket called out to him. Young man, are you a scrap collector? I have scrap here. Come and collect it. Coming, Suwon answered, turned the car around and parked it next to the mini-mart, following the boss's wife into the inside of the supermarket. I have quite a few incoming boxes here. Piled up in the store are almost unable to fit. It's not a good look to put them up. You've come at the right time. Help me dispose of all these boxes. Suwon looked around. This was a small supermarket. Not only was there all kinds of food inside, there were also many daily necessities. It really answered the saying, the sparrow is small, but all the organs are complete. Following the boss lady to the innermost corner of the supermarket, the boss's wife said, these paper shells are all for sale. You can take them all. Good. Suwon answered and his sight fell on the paper shells on the ground. It was basically all paper shells. Although there were a lot of them, It wasn't troublesome to organize them. It wouldn't take long. Sister Zhang, busy? An ingratiating male voice sounded behind her. A trace of dislike flashed across the boss's face as she turned her head and greeted. Xiao Fu ah, what are you up to again? The words sounded like concern, but the tone was very impatient. Xiao Fu was a 34 or 35-year-old man with a dry and thin body. His eyes were red and bloodshot. A sickly look, like he would collapse at any time. Xiao Pai curtly revealed a smile, rubbed his palms vigorously and said, Sister Zhang, recently the bookstore's business is not very good. It has not been able to earn money, and my father's pension has been spent by me, and now I can't even afford to eat. Do you think that you can lend me some first? As soon as my dad's pension arrives next month, I'll pay you back immediately. The boss's wife's face looked even more disgusted, and skimmed her lips. Immediately return it to me? You still owe me $3,000, and you haven't even paid me back yet, the man assured. Next time together. The boss's wife didn't believe it at all. She rolled her eyes and said, Xiao Fu, I've heard this from you no less than 5 times. My ears are calloused. Said. She sighed, I don't expect you to pay back the money, but I still have to remind you on the face of your father's many years as a neighbor. You are a 30-something person, but still obsessed with online gambling. Bookstore is not properly operated. And wait for your father's pension to come in every month, and then you take it to gamble, and gamble for your wife to fall apart. And you have to gamble after you have sold your house to pay off your bills. Your father is 70 to 80 years old, because he has to pay off your gambling debts. He is now forced to live in a shabby little house. Don't you feel ashamed? When Xiao Fu heard this, his face didn't look too good. Sister Zhang, why are you talking about my family's affairs? If you want to borrow it, then borrow it. If not, forget it. I'll go find someone else to borrow it. The boss's wife said, do you think I want to talk about it? It's not because of your father's face, and you've borrowed from everyone you know on the street. Do you think anyone else will lend to you? You've gambled so much money. Why don't you understand that online gambling is a bottomless pit? Who said that? I'm just unlucky. I'm sure I can flip this one. Forget it if you don't borrow. When I win big, don't expect me to pay you back. Xiao Fu was furious and turned around to leave. Suddenly, he noticed Suan, who was organizing the used paper shells in the corner. After sizing up Suan for a couple of moments, Xiao Pao's eyes rolled and he rushed at Suan and said, Scrap collector? It just so happens that I still have a lot of cardboard boxes in my bookstore. My bookstore is right next to it. You'll come over and collect them together later. After saying that, he didn't even greet and left directly. Chapter 68. Young people, take a few decades off the beaten path. Ah, what a sin, giving birth to such a son. The boss's wife shook her head with a helpless face. Then she turned her head to Suan and said, there are also quite a few waste cardboard boxes in his bookstore, which were previously used to contain books. Young man, you can go over and take a look after you collect them. Good. Suan nodded indifferently. Although that man was scum, Scrap was not. He bundled the organized paper shells and carried them outside. There were quite a few paper shells in the small supermarket, neatly bundled in several large bundles. Weighing and counting, Suan scanned the QR code, paid the money, and then greeted the boss's wife, and then carried all the bundled paper shells to the wagon. Just after putting the bundled paper shells away, Suan walked into Xiao Fu's bookstore. The bookstore was very narrow, probably only 20 to 30 square meters in size, and the shelves were filled with all kinds of books. Most of them were teaching materials, textbooks and the like, as well as some novels, comic books and so on. Go. How many times have I said, I can't read books here? If it's all you guys sitting around reading books for nothing, what money am I going to make? Just as he walked in, he heard Xiao Fu was driving away the customers. Several teenagers were reading books and were forcefully blown out by him. After the teenagers left, he also spat on the ground. No money to see what books. Dozens of dollars a book cannot afford to buy. A group of poor people. The bookstore business was ruined by them. What's the point of just reading and not buying? While saying that, Xiao Fu's hands will be on the ground of the small plastic bench all collected, heavy together stacked in the innermost corner, with posters to cover up. This group of boys' eyes are really sharp. Stools hidden in this can be found. Damn. If not cannot afford to give up these stools, I have long thrown away. As he kept cursing on his mouth, Suan's line of sight also fell on the pile of books that the teenager had read earlier. Item, how to make a rich woman fall in love with you. Details, super complete love skills that will make a rich woman fall in love with you. Value, $30. Suan was silent for 2 seconds. Young people, fewer decades to take a detour. Ah. Item, middle school textbook full solution. Details covering the entire curriculum of secondary school culture teaching, rich in content and sufficient questions. Value, 23 yuan. Suan roughly scanned a few eyes, and also saw a comic book with a somewhat revealing cover. At a glance, it was the kind of book that LSPs like to read. Just then, Xiao Pai noticed him and pointed to the corner and said in a bad mood, The scraps are all in there. Go organize them yourself. Do you want me to help you organize them? That's not necessary. Suan opened his mouth and raised his feet to walk towards the paper shells piled up in the corner. Since the aisle was too narrow, as soon as he turned around, he bumped off a pile of comic books. TSK, so annoying, it's so hard to organize, it's messed up by you. This floor is so dirty. The books are dirty but they can't be sold. Those books that are dirty by you, you have to buy them or don't want to leave. Xiao Fu heard the movement, looked up and his eyes lit up, immediately said, this is called tidying up? Now there's even this whole buying and selling by force thing? Suan glanced at the messy piles of comic books. A big reason why he touched them off was because they were randomly piled up, plus the aisle was narrow. Seeing this scene, the water friends in the live broadcast room were furious. What the hell is this called organizing? A pig's nest is neater than this. I've never heard of a book falling on the ground and getting dirty and then asking the customer to buy it. I'm not a damn thing. I'm still trying to sell it. Brother Sue, this asshole is a real piece of. He's a gambler, and he's so rude. Why are you still taking his junk? I'd have knocked him out with one punch. You have to pay for hitting someone. Brother Sue, you want to hurt Sue? This boss is as thin as a matchstick. Sickly, the wind will blow down. Sue a punch down. This guy is estimated to lie in the hospital for half a month. The morning money will have to be lost in the account. His father is pathetic, giving birth to such an unfilial son. If his father had been so cruel as to not give him his pension, he wouldn't have been so angry. He deserved it. There was a lot of talk in the live broadcast room. Suan squatted down and picked up all the books on the ground. The books were scattered everywhere. Suan picked them up one by one and put them away. Suddenly, a yellowed comic book appeared in front of Suan's eyes. Item, Shrimp Ball Biography, Landscape Everlasting Comic Book Manuscript. Details, published in 1984. The book tells the story of 16-year-old Shrimp Ball, who lived at the bottom of Shangzan society in the 1940s. Value, $39 million. $39 million? Suan froze, incredulously surveying the worn comic book in his hand. Although the comic book was a bit yellow and old, the cover was quite artistic in painting, and the word mountain was the word for rolling hills. Through the system's detailed explanation, Suan knew that the author of this named comic book is a very famous landscape master, Mr. Guan Shangyue, and the content of the comic book is written about the poor child's shrimp ball for the compulsion of life, in the environment and the bad people's temptation. Did the thief, the horse boy, the back also became the oppression of the poor people of the crocodile's helpers, but later faced with the cruel reality, he gradually sobered up, recognized the true nature of the crocodile's gangsters, and finally joined the guerrilla army. Finally, he joined the guerrillas. This is a small man in the society crawling around by the society wrapped up in the forward, found the real meaning of life. From the wandering teenager became a hero's deeds, but also reflects the society at that time. The reason why this book is so expensive, in addition to the fact that it was the original manuscript and the fame of the author of the painting, the bigger reason was because it was a microcosm of an era, recording the life of the people at the bottom of that era. Suan couldn't help but flip open the cover. Inside were simple black and white painted figures, and some dialogue. The historical flavor came out. Suan briefly flipped through a few pages. The comic characters were all very simple, but the drawings were of some of the lowest class people, and the landscape paintings in them could also show the author's painting skills. What kind of comic is this? It's the first time I've seen such an old comic. I don't know. I've never seen it. I can't figure out why a bookstore would stock such an old comic. Does anyone read this? There was a lot of chatter among the water users in the live broadcast room. Obviously, no one recognized this highly valuable art comic. In the eyes of the water friends, this comic book was just a very old comic book. Of course, without the system, Suan wouldn't have noticed this comic book manuscript at all. Didn't I tell you to organize it? You still look at it? Xiao Fu walked over with an unhappy face. He had come to check if Suan had carefully and meticulously stacked the books, and by the way, he took the opportunity to ask the other party to buy a few books so that he could get his blood back. Suan put the comic books down as if nothing had happened, and yards them on the books next to him. Seeing this, Xiao Fu was unhappy again. He snatched the book with one hand and flipped through a few pages with rude movements. When Suan on the side saw this scene, the corner of his eye twitched, a little heartbroken. On his face he still pretended as if nothing had happened. Why is the cover so dirty? Did you just dirty it? I said, these books can't be sold if they're dirty. You have to buy it today. Chapter 69, Meet a Connoisseur? TSK. Just what Suan wanted. Suan feigned impatience and said, okay, I'll buy it. How much is this book? 25. Xiao Fu's eyes lit up and answered extremely quickly. Then his eyes rolled, and from the neatly stacked books, he took out several comics, and looked for bones in the egg and said, these covers are also torn, and the edges of the pages are all dirty. You must also buy them all. These add up to a total of $400. Suan frowned and said unhappily, "Boss, you're going a bit too far. These 5 books are even if those comic books have not even had their plastic covers removed. They're clean. Why should I pay for them? If you knocked it down, you have to pay for it." Probably see Suan before promise too fast. Xiaofu think he is good bully. Hands crossed, rather imposing said, "Whoever likes to compensate, I'm not compensating anyway." Suan threw the comic book to the side and got up to leave. "I won't accept these paper shells of yours. You find another person to collect them yourself. But with this bookstore of yours, if you slightly touch down a book and have to compensate for it, I guess no one would be willing to come and collect it." The moment these words came out, Xiaofu's face did not look too good, because Suan was right. The neighborhood scrap collectors were not willing to collect from his store. He himself was also lazy, not willing to take things to the waste recycling station, so that the bookstore did not enter new books for so long, and his store was still piled with so many paper shells, all left over from before. Seeing that Suan was about to leave, Xiaofu wanted to forcefully stop him in his mind, but at a glance, his matchstick-thin arms and legs were no match for Suan, who was well-built and a head taller than him. He had no choice but to give in. "Wait, you can't leave. You have to buy those books before. Those books were dirted by you falling down on the ground. If you don't buy them, I'll call the police." Hearing these words, Suan's figure lurched and looked at the small payment boss. Little pay boss's body shivered at his look, afraid that Suan would give himself a punch. "How much are those 5 comic books?" Suan asked. 115 yuan. Little pay boss chose the fearful answer out of the fearful and the answer. Suan, scared, took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code on the wall, paid, and checked out. "Turn it over. The book is mine." Suan took 2 steps backwards, holding the slightly stained books in his arms, which included that Shan Shui Everlasting. In fact, 400 was not worth mentioning compared to the value of Landscape Everlasting, but if one were to shell out 400 so easily, it would only cause the boss to become suspicious and aggravated. After all, people are good at being bullied, horses are good at being ridden, and the 5 books he took were indeed stained on the ground. By buying these books, he would only make the boss feel that he was indeed paying for the mistake, showing his stance while not causing greater suspicion by only buying 1 book. With these 5 books, Suan headed out of the store. The small payment boss looked up from his prestige balance and said sharply, "Where are you going? The store doesn't accept paper shells?" "Not receiving." Suan coldly dropped a sentence, returned to the car, and drove away. Just as he drove out of the alleyway, he saw a few children with shaved heads and wearing hospital gowns, standing and playing in front of the restaurant. The children were pale and weak, kneeling on the ground and playing with plastic toys. Seeing them in this state, Suan was a little heartbroken, so he parked the car at the entrance and waved at a few children. "These 4 comic books are for you. Take them and read them." Looking at the bare little heads, Suan sighed helplessly. The several children received the comic books, their large eyes filled with light, thankfully saying, "Thank you, big brother." After saying this, several little heads came together and couldn't wait to flip through the comic book they got. There was a little fat man who looked like their leader. He ordered, "1 book per person. You can switch with each other when you're done." "Xiao Chang, I'm done with this P. I'm going to switch with you for Lao Fu Zi." "Ah, but I don't like to read P's. I want to switch with Sweet." Sweetie said nicely, "That's okay, you can just swap the P's with me." Seeing them allocate how to read, Suan smiled and once again got on the electric tricycle. The water friends in the live broadcast room quickly discovered the blind spot. "Isn't there 5 books? How come only 4 books were given? What kind of words are these? Can't Su keep the other book for himself? My intuition tells me that it's definitely not that simple. Brother Su, tell me straight, is that comic book a leak?" Suan swept a glance at the pop-ups and just happened to see this one, losing a smile in his heart. These water friends really understood him. Glancing at the time, it was more than 12 o'clock. There wasn't much to eat near the hospital. Suan drove all the way for 10 minutes and walked into a hometown food restaurant, ordered a few fried dishes, and in the gap between waiting for the dishes, he took out the shrimp ball pass, a comic book worth more than $30 million. Before taking the shot, he had to take a good look at where the $30 million was worth. The yellowed pages were turned over, the paper was intact, the painting was clean, and the character painting was simple and not too vivid. "Brother Su, this is reading a comic book? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't expect Brother Su to like this type of comic book. I can't even look at black and white except for colorful comics, let alone this kind of villainous book. It's not that simple." Su is a person who doesn't see the rabbit. How could he suddenly fall in love with reading comic books? And this comic book looks a bit like a manuscript, not like a published book. This can't be the manuscript of some big artist, right? Turned dozens of pages in a row. The content of the book was pretty much the same as what the system had introduced. The front was depicting the story of the underlying character, Shrimp Ball. He wasn't too good at appreciating paintings. But the underclass life in this comic strip was depicted brutally, as if the author had experienced these lives. However, just this is worth more than $30 million? Sure enough, artistic value is immeasurable. Suan shook his head, not understanding but respecting. He was just about to close the comic strip. In the live broadcast room, someone suddenly rewarded. Tomorrow, rewarded 1 rocket. Message, Boss Sue. I quite like this comic strip. How much can I offer? ****** rocket. I've been watching Sue for so long. It's the first time I've seen someone send a rocket. Strange. I just went to check this comic strip. Online more than $10 can buy a book. It is necessary to buy Sue hand? I think Sue's hands are all leakage. Before in the school, there are still people robbing the can Sue picked up. The idea of rich people is really different. $1,000 for a rocket can buy dozens of books. Suan saw this and raised his eyebrows. This is to meet a connoisseur? It seems that there are not only bad things about being famous, there are also good things about being famous. If this person really wanted to acquire it, it would also save them the trouble. With more than 30 million serials, Boss Zhao definitely couldn't gnaw on this piece of hardcore. As for Sure Jun and the others, they were only interested in calligraphy and definitely not interested in this. Chapter 70, this comic book is worth $10 million? Are you sure? Suan stroked his chin and asked, you want to buy this comic book? Tomorrow? Well, I really like this comic book. Suan asked, then how much are you offering? Tomorrow, $100,000. Oh, Suan's eyebrows raised higher and shook his head. 100,000 is too little. Tomorrow, how much are you willing to pay out? Boss Sue? Suan smiled. 10 million. Tomorrow. He didn't continue to reply, and Suan didn't care. $10 million was just a test. He wanted to make sure that the netizen nicknamed Tomorrow, in the end, did not understand the value of this comic book. Understand in order to continue to talk down. Otherwise it is just a waste of words. From the other party's reply, it can be seen that should not be to understand. Suan also no longer bother. $**$10 million. No, Sue, I trust you, but this comic book is worth $10 million? Are you sure? Tomorrow, private chat. Seeing this pop up, the water friends were completely unable to sit still. Worry, this crap comic is really worth $10 million. Nima, what is the origin of this comic? It's actually worth so much money. The water friends were talking a lot, and many of them urged Suan, wanting to know why this comic book was worth so much money. Suan laughed. You guys will know later, whether this comic book is worth money or not. It still needs to be handed over to the experts for identification. After saying that, he tapped on the private message. He found the message sent by Tomorrow. Tomorrow, Boss Sue. That comic book interests me, but the specific value needs to be priced after I appraise it. You pick a quiet place. I'll bring a few friends over to appraise it. Suan, okay. Then Jubilee, I will arrive in half an hour. Tomorrow, okay. After negotiating, the dishes that Suan ordered also came up. After quickly eating the fried dishes, Suan rushed towards the Jubilee. On the other side, Tomorrow, looking at the message sent by Suan, looked a little excited. He is a person who loves to collect books, comics, and some old newspapers, so at a glance, he could tell that the comic strip in Suan's live broadcast was mastered one Shan Yu's shrimp ball passing landscape long distance. He didn't expect that a live broadcast that he was just idly watching would actually allow him to meet something good. At the same time, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Suan seemed to really understand the value of that comic book. If it was really the original hand-copied manuscript, it would be worth at least tens of millions of dollars. Originally, he thought that the other party did not understand, thinking of picking up a leak. Now it seems that it cannot. Worthy of being the strongest king of picking up leaks, he picked up his cell phone and called a few familiar friends, meet together to go to the Jubilee. Jubo Zhai. Suan, why are you here? Is this another good thing you received? Zhao Jianbao was brushing a certain tone. When he heard footsteps and saw that it was Suan, he sat up from his chair at once and greeted warmly. Suan laughed. Boss Zhao is smart. I did receive a good thing, but this is definitely not of interest to you. I came here to make an appointment with a buyer to come to your store for an appraisal. I don't know if it's convenient for you? Zhao Jianbao enthusiastically said. Convenient and convenient. There are not many people in the store today. You can find someone to appraise. Even if someone can come, the door of the Jubilee Zhai will always be open to you. Quickly please sit down. I'll go make you a cup of tea. After saying that, Zhao Jianbao ran upside down to make tea. While drinking the tea, Zhao Jianbao curiously asked, Suan, what are you recycling here? Although Suan said that he wasn't interested, if there was really a profit to be made, he could take it to the auction, buy it upside down, and make a small fortune. A comic book. Suan didn't hide it from him and pulled out the comic book. A comic book? Zhao Jianbao froze. This really wasn't his area of interest. It could be said that he didn't understand the market for comic books at all. After looking at it for half a day, he could only tell that it was an old manuscript comic book that was a bit old, but he was not at all clear on the exact value. Zhao Jianba couldn't help but measure Suan for a few moments, his heart alarmed. Comic strips belonged to this kind of niche collection, and calligraphy, painting and porcelain, this kind of popular antique collection is different. This kind of collector less understand people also not much. He did not expect Suan even this kind of niche collection no, and there is research, can distinguish between true and false. With his understanding of Suan, he will never work for nothing. This thing is definitely real. As for the value is not clear, just let him cannot figure out. Suan such a young age, involved in the field of antiques is also too wide, and vision is also venomous, no less than experts. Where in the end he learned from. Between thinking, the doorway came the loud sound of a car turning off the engine. Tomorrow, brought a friend. Suan stood up and looked at the three men who entered the door. Hello Boss Su, I am Tomorrow. My real name is He Yuan. Just call me by my first name. The man at the front of the 28-9 walked forward, took the initiative to shake hands with Suan, and introduced, these two are my friends, Lu Chen and Ran Jin. One of them is a comic book collector, and the other is specializing in comic book appraisal. This time, the two of them will collaborate with me to appraise together. Lu Chen, Ran Jin, this is the boss who I mentioned to you in the car. The most popular pickup anchor on the internet now. Hello, Boss Su. Hello. The two men shook hands with Suan in a friendly manner. Boss Su, where is that comic book? Let me take a look. After briefly introducing both parties, He Yuan couldn't wait to see the comic book. This is the book. Suan picked up the comic book on the table and handed it to He Yuan. Instantly, all three heads came together. He Yuan took the lead. I'll take a look first. He picked up the comic book and carefully looked at the cover and back before finally turning the pages. The more he looked at it, the more serious and excited his expression became. He didn't put down the comic book until Lu Chen next to him urged him to do so, and because he was too excited, his hand shook and the comic book fell straight down. Lu Chen, who was beside him, caught it with his quick eyes and hands. Still, fortunately caught it. After catching it, he couldn't help but snicker. Letting you be less of a craftsman at night, now it's good. The problem is out of the plug? The expected retort did not come. Lu Chen glanced at He Yuan and realized that he looked very excited. With a twitch in his heart, he looked closely at the comic strip in his hands. Ran Jin also noticed that something was wrong with He Yuan and came over. After looking at the book for a full 20 minutes or so, the two of them exchanged glances and put the book down. Seeing that both of them were silent, Zhao Jianba curiously asked, "Three of you, this comic book, how is it?" Lu Chen, who had returned to his senses, nodded with a complex expression. It's true. Seeing him open his mouth, Lu Chen and Ran Jin followed suit and nodded. It's true. True enough. Zhao Jianba nodded his head. Having expected this in his heart, he was even more curious about the origin of this comic book. Then what is the origin of this comic book? He Yuan glanced at him and spoke. This comic book is Master Guan Shanyue's handwritten manuscript. Zhao Jianba was confused. Master Guan Shanyue? Isn't he a landscape painter? Ladies and gentlemen, please click your cute little hands to send a free gift, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Chapter 71. In terms of professional ability, Suan definitely can't be compared to us. Zhao Jianba was completely confused. In his perception, Guan Shanyue was a representative of the Lingnan school of painting, a famous Chinese painter, especially good at landscapes, figures, flowers and birds, and was famous for painting plums. Such a painter would go on to paint comic strips? He Yuan explained, Guan Shanyue was not only good at landscape, but also good at figure painting. During that special period, Master Guan Shanyue took part in the democratic activities against hunger and persecution, and at the same time, he used his brush to draw what he saw at that time, in order to express his sympathy for the suffering people at the bottom of the earth. And so, in the period of Xiangzong, he often drew sketches of the common people, and this shrimp ball biography was a comic strip he created at that time. The comic strip he created at that time. Zhao Jianba nodded with an educated face. I see. I didn't realize that Master Guan Shanyue also drew comic strips. He Yuan nodded. It's normal that you are not clear about it. Guan Shanyue is famous for his Chinese paintings and is good at landscapes. Most of the people mentioning him are Chinese paintings. It's normal that they don't understand the history of the serial paintings that he had created before. After all, those who aren't specialized in the study of Master Guan Shanyue's life won't understand it so much. The reason why I'm clear about it is that I'm still interested in the serial paintings. So I went to learn about it specifically. This word came out. The water friends in the live room made a mess of hemp. This worn-out comic book is actually the hand painting of Master Guan Shanyue. I knew that Su wouldn't leave a comic book behind for no reason, but this is actually Master Guan Shanyue's hand painting. I just checked. Master Guan's paintings cost at least $100,000, and his plum paintings cost $2 to $3 million. Is it real? This comic book looks quite thick, at least a few hundred pages. Each one is a hand-drawn manuscript of Master Guan Shanyu. Then the price of this book is simply heavenly. Now I believe Sue said this comic book is worth $10 million. No, I think with Master Guan's fame, this comic book is worth more than $10 million. The bookstore owner will probably cry in the toilet when he finds out. The water friends in the live broadcast room were excitedly discussing. Yuan was also very excited. The corners of his mouth couldn't even be suppressed, and he had to raise his hand and clench his fist to block the wildly rising corners of his mouth. A hand-drawn manuscript by the famous painter Guan Shanyu. The content of the painting was still progressive literature, reflecting the suffering of the people at the bottom of the Shanxing at that time, epitomizing the times and the historical and cultural value. It can be said, this shrimp ball biography, landscape long distance, at the same time with artistic value, cultural value, historical value, three overlapping values, destined to this hand-painted manuscript value will not be low. Zhao Jianba also understands this, and can't wait to ask, then what is the approximate price of the market price of this comic book? The price of Master Guan Shanyu's paintings had always been not low. This comic book had at least hundreds of pages. The effort expended in it was not low, and the price would definitely not be less. Coming, Yuan's heart jumped. He had gone through all the information from various parties as early as when he arrived, the approximate price of an authentic serial painting, but naturally he couldn't say it directly now. He shook his head as difficult. Although I can see that this painting is the real Master Guan Shanyu, but after all, the serial paintings belong to the extremely niche collection. The collection of people are not many. The market can sell the price of even more than a handful of. You let me now estimate the price. I really cannot estimate. I have to go to check the information of the serial paintings in the past years and the Guan Shanyu masters of the paintings of the specific price, but also to discuss some of the two friends of mine, in order to give a rough estimate of the price. I have to check the information of previous year's serial paintings and the specific price of Master Guan Shanyu's paintings, and I also have to discuss with my two friends before I can give a rough estimate. After saying that, he called Lu Chen Ranjin outside, saying that he was discussing the price and checking the information. The three of them walked out of the store, making sure that Su and Zhao Jianba and the two of them couldn't see themselves. Lu Yuan directly jumped up, excitedly clenching his fist in the air and waving it a few times. It's actually true. Our luck is too good. Lu Chen's face flushed red, unable to hide his excitement, and nodded. I thought before that it was another printed book. I didn't expect that it was actually Master Guan Shanyu's hand-drawn manuscript, and it's still quite well preserved. I just took a close look at it, and there's not a single bit of breakage in the paper inside except for the yellowing. It's quite well preserved. We've picked up a treasure this time. As far as I know, Guan Shanyu only drew one copy of the Shrimp Ball biography. This is a loan copy, and it's also a loan copy with literary and historical value. Ranjin was equally very excited. They're niche collectors. Weekdays are basically collect some books, newspapers and stamps and so on. The general price is not high, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of ranging. This suddenly came to a book worth thousands of dollars of Guan Shanyu master's hand painting. It is like they have been riding a bicycle, suddenly changed into a Lamborghini sports car. Completely not a grade of things. The three of them were excited. In the end, it was Yuan who calmed down first. I just flipped to the end and read it. This comic book has roughly 380 pages. Every single one of them is a painting. According to Master Guan Shanyu's minimum of 100,000 per painting, this comic book is worth $38 million. It is the most expensive comic book in our country. Of course, this is a rough price. I think it might be more than that. This comic book also has literary and historical value. Adding up all these, if you get it to the auction house, it should be $40 million. Hiss. Lu Chen and Ranjin drew a breath of cold air. Even though they had prepared for it in their hearts, they still felt a bit terrified when they heard the price of $40 million. Lu Chen frowned. $40 million is too high. Even if we were all sold, we wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. Ranjin nodded. That's right, a few million. We can still bite the bullet and take it. But 40 million, even if I were to be chopped into pieces, we wouldn't be able to come up with that price. After saying that, he sighed. The stuff is good, but it's too expensive. We can't reach it. Yuan said. You guys are stupid. Where's the brain that usually collects things and presses the price? This comic book is worth $40 million, but if we want to collect it, we definitely can't pay this price. Ranjin bristled and said, who doesn't know about price pressure? But the total price of $40 million for a comic book is still $20 to $30 million. We still can't afford it. Who said that? Don't forget, this $40 million was my estimate. What if my estimate wasn't $40 million? Yuan revealed a sly smile. What do you mean, lying about the price? That's right. Can it work? Zhao Jianba is also an expert in the calligraphy and painting world, and has some understanding of Master Guan Shangyue, so if he presses too hard, he'll definitely be suspicious. He Yuan said with a scornful face, separate professions are like separate mountains. Calligraphy and comic books are two different things. From the question he just asked, we can tell that he doesn't understand the real price of this comic book at all. As for Suan, he is a pickup anchor. Luck is indeed very good, but in terms of professional ability, surely and we cannot compare, not to mention the valuation. As long as we cooperate well, we can be the lowest price to collect from his hands, low price to buy, high price to sell, which the profit is too big to imagine. Chapter 72. His own failure is hateful, but Suan's success is even more chilling to the netizens. While the three of them were discussing the price, Zhao Jianba inside the room picked up the comic book and carefully flipped through the paintings inside. I hadn't realized it before, but now after He Yuan's reminder, I can indeed see that the drawing style of the characters is somewhat similar to that of Master Guan Shanyu's, only that this comic strip is really too small. The characters inside are drawn quite simply, with a few strokes outlining the characters, but although the characters are simple, the charisma is very sufficient, living and breathing, and is not rigid. Worthy of being Master Guan Shanyu's. It's worthy of being a painting by Master Guan Shanyu. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Zhao Jianba couldn't put it down. Seeing him like this, Suan smiled and kept quiet, pouring himself a cup of tea. After looking at it for a long time, Zhao Jianba put down the comic book. He picked up the cup of tea and took a sip as well, probed and looked outside, wondering, it's been so long, and they still haven't negotiated a price? It's probably because comic books are too niche, Suan said with a care in the world. Seeing this unconcerned look on his face, Zhao Jianba felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and he tentatively asked, Suan, what do you think the market price of this comic book is? Suan pretended to ponder for a while before saying in an uncertain tone, probably 8 figures. 8 figures, that's not tens of millions. Zhao Jianba was shocked and immediately sat up from his stool, looking incredulously at the comic strip in his hand. The next moment, he moved nimbly to take the teacup and water he was drinking far away from him for fear of knocking over and drenching the comic book. At this time, outside the door, He Yuan and the three of them walked in. He Yuan looked excited. As soon as he came in, he enthusiastically said to Suan, Boss Su, I just checked the auction price and collection value of the previous serial paintings. At the same time, the three of us also went through a lot of information, combined with Master Guan Shanyu's fame as well as the value of the serial paintings themselves, and roughly came up with an estimate. He didn't say the estimate right away, but instead sold the idea. Boss Su, your vision is really poisonous and your luck is really good. I remember watching the live broadcast. This comic book of yours was collected together with 4 other comic books, and the total price was only about $115. But do you know what the market price of this comic book is? At those words, Suan Xin was speechless. Of course he knew. If he didn't know, why would he still collect this comic book? But he still put on a look of ignorance on his face and cooperated. How much is it? 11 million. That's a higher price than the 10 million you said before. Of course, I believe that you must have casually said that 10 million at that time, and only thought that this comic book could possibly be worth something before you said an astronomical figure. But you certainly didn't expect that the true value of this comic book was even $1 million higher than what you casually said. He Yuan looked excited and gestured with exaggerated movements. Suan, $10 million? He did casually say that, but that was just to test if He Yuan knew the true value of this cereal lake. It wasn't just some casual estimate of an astronomical figure after picking up a treasure. He had a systematic basis for it. The live broadcast was also thrilled to hear this amount. Asterisk. 11 million, actually 1 million higher than Sue's prediction. Brother Sue's luck is really no one. $100 to buy in. Backhandedly earn 11 million. I don't even dare to dream of doing this. Martyr. Seeing Brother Sue pick up another big profit is worse than killing me. A net profit of $1 million. This is even more exaggerated than buying a lottery ticket. The water friend's eyes were so red they were turning into rabbits. His own failure was hateful, but Suan's success was even more chilling to the netizens. However, chills to chills, they also knew that with their own eyesight, when the bookstore owner forced them to buy it, they probably twisted their heads and walked away, belonging to the type of people who could starve themselves to death by hanging a big pie around their necks. Zhao Jianba couldn't help but look at Suan. 11 million. Sure enough, it was 8 figures. Suan's precise and terrifying valuation ability could go on to become a professional appraiser. Suan didn't have much of an expression and asked rhetorically, Boss are you sure? He Yuan's face flashed a touch of imperceptible weakness. He stalked his neck and nodded seriously. Sure, This is the price that Lu Qin ran, and I let the three of us discuss and evaluate, and also drew on the previous year's comic book auctions. To be honest, this price has set a new high in comic books. Of course, this is also because this comic book is a manuscript drawn by the famous landscape master Guan Shanhua. After saying that, seeing that Suan didn't answer, he Yuan picked up and asked again, Boss Su, this shrimp ball biography, landscape everlasting comic strip, are you selling it? Suan finally responded, for sale. He Yuan's face was happy, and he immediately said, that's just right, the three of us are interested in acquiring this comic book. According to the market price I just predicted, $11 million to acquire this comic book of yours. What do you think? If you agree, we can first prepay $5 million in cash, the remaining $6 million, you give us 3 days time, we guarantee to get it together for you. If you do not feel confident, we can also write a note. You can rest assured that we will never renege on the debt. He spoke very fast, obviously very impatient. Suan looked at him with strange eyes and shook his head. This head shaking He Yuan, three people's hearts immediately raised. Lu Chen busy asked, Su boss, we are not willing to give you the money today, mainly the amount is too large. We need a certain amount of time to turn over. If you are really in a hurry, we can also think of a way to strive for tomorrow will be 6 million paid to you. Suan shook his head. It's not a matter of time. Then what is it? Ranjin also couldn't hold back and asked hurriedly. If this one was successful, it would net $30 million, and each of them would get $10 million. Suan's sight swept towards He Yuan's trio, looking at the trio averting their gazes somewhat sheepishly before he said, it's the matter of the money being too little. He Yuan's trio was shocked and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. Sure enough, in the next second, Suan said, this shrimp ball biography was born in the 1950s. It was an era that was in the midst of historical change, a time when everything was waiting to be rebuilt, and with the help of the protagonist, Shrimp Ball, this comic strip describes that particular era. It is a microcosm of the times, which indicates that it's not of low historical value. Of course, this is only one of the items. This comic book is Guan Shanhua Master's hand-painted manuscript. Guan Shanhua's master's fame, need not I say, you understand, should be more clear than me. As a famous master of Chinese landscape painting, his paintings are worth from 100,000 to millions of dollars, depending on the content of the painting, and this comic book has a total of 380 pages. Each page is Guan Shanhua Master's personally painting, characters and scenery, although slightly simpler, but the charm is extremely strong. The value of the art, not a loss. This page is intended to be based on the lowest price of the painting, 100,000. This 380 pages is 38 million. This is not counting the content of this painting also belongs to the progressive literature, but also has a literary value. Boss, a comic book that has literary value, artistic value, and historical value. You think it's only worth 11 million? Sorry. Something came up today and I'm late. Oh, chapter 73. Young man, it's normal to press the price, but you have to have eyes. The air seemed to freeze. An unspeakable silence filled the surroundings. The live broadcast room was silent for a few seconds, and the pop-up screen was once again crazily brushed up. Because of Suan's previous outburst, the live broadcast room was constantly flooded with new fans, and soon some people began to question. Breathless, the anchor wants to get rich, want crazy, just a pickup. Actually questioned the expert's market valuation. Do you know what an expert is? That is to specialize in this line of work. That's right, the anchor is eating too much. Next door, you guys don't know. It's absolutely impossible for Su to make a mistake. Then He Yuan's estimate must be wrong. Newcomers should shut up and watch the replay of the live broadcasts instead of pussyfooting around with their mouths open. The old man is not used to newcomers, and is directly disliking them. Outside the live broadcast room, quiet for a good half a long time. He Yuan annoyed, we are in accordance with a number of perspectives. Access to a large number of information to predict the market price. Absolutely no deviation. You say that the price is low, then you say, how much is the value of this comic book? Suan, 39 million. What? He Yuan was startled. His intention was to stimulate Suan to say a high price and then mock him, but he didn't expect that Suan actually said the market price without the slightest deviation. It was as if he knew the true value of this comic book. Lu Chen and Ran Jin were equally shocked. This price was exactly what they had predicted, but how did Suan know? Could it be that his field of antiques had expanded to include comic books? But how was that possible? This was a very niche collection. Zhao Jianbao was also shocked by the number Suan quoted, 39 million, which was close to 40 million. So his entire fortune was worth one comic book? While he was shocked in his heart, his line of sight also swept towards He Yuan's trio. Like a human savant, he could immediately see that these three people had the weakness of having their plans pierced on their faces. The deception had reached him. Boss Su, are you kidding? $39 million? I understand your mentality of wanting to sell your stuff at a high price, but this price is simply impossible. Lu Chen took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. That's right, this price is too exaggerated. Close to $40 million, exceeding the current highest serial painting in the country by more than 4 times. Ran Jin followed suit. He Yuan spoke again. Boss Su, you're not a professional in this field. You don't understand the market of serial paintings at all. This price you're talking about, it completely exceeds the value of the serial painting. I can say with a firm guarantee that no one will ever accept it at this price. You'll only smash the serial painting in your hands if you do this. Seeing the 3 people still want to lobby themselves, Suan impatiently said, 3 people? If you think this price is not suitable, then it can only say that you don't know its true value, and this comic book has no destiny. Since this is the case, there is no need to talk to each other. This time, trouble you guys, go away slowly and don't see me off. Seeing Suan start to drive people away, the 3 people panicked. He Yuan's attitude was even a 180-degree turn. Busy smiling, don't since we can see this comic book, it means that we have a destiny with it. If you feel that 11 million is too little, we can discuss it in. After saying that, his face showed contemplation, and after a few seconds he showed a desperate expression. 20 million, this is the highest price we can give. We genuinely like this comic book, and we want to take it back for a good collection as well. Wow, it's gone up by 9 million in one go. He Yuan is deliberately swindling brother Su, trying to pick up his slack. Those people who said Su was eating too much before, why aren't they screaming anymore? He Yuan saw Su and didn't react. Continue to swim said, Su boss, 20 million quite a lot. The collection circle of the serial painting bar is not like the calligraphy, painting and porcelain range so wide, hobbyist so much. This is a very niche collection circle. Hobbyist is not much, simply can't sell 39 million. If Suan didn't have a system, maybe he really believed his bull ********, but it was a pity. Suan had the system. He directly shook his head and said, don't say it, 39 million, I won't sell it for a penny less. This was the valuation given by the system. If the 3 He Yuan people had honestly valued it, he would have definitely lowered the price by a minimum of 1 or 2 million in order to get the cash money as soon as possible. But now, he wouldn't drop a penny. He Yuan's trio looked at each other in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. This time, they had kicked the iron plate. Suan obviously knew the true value of this comic book. Otherwise he wouldn't have bitten the bullet and not let go of 39 million. Just then, ding! Suan's cell phone rang. Pulling out his cell phone, he took a look and saw that it was actually Shi Jun's call. Since the last time he sold the other party Nifu's running script post, the 2 of them basically did not have any interactions, and he did not expect that the other party would actually call himself. Just pressed the answer button. Shi Jun directly cut to the chase. Suan, I just watched your live broadcast. This shrimp ball biography you don't sell first. Our auction house is interested in acquiring this comic book. Later I will bring someone over to identify. If you are sure that it is Guanshanhua masters of the authenticity of the work, definitely in more than 30 million, you can rest assured that we will be purchased in accordance with the normal market price. He opened the speakerphone. As soon as the voice came out, everyone was silent. Teacher Shi has spoken. The price of this comic book is definitely above $30 million. More than 30 million can buy a small villa in the center of the city of Phi. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get a good deal on this one, but I'm sure I'll be able to get a good deal on this one. The company's website has been updated with the latest information about the company's website, including a list of its products and services. Lu Yuan's 3 people outside the live broadcast were ashen. The auction house had come out, and they definitely couldn't do it to each other. Moreover, if they really appraised the true value, then they would lose a lot of face. The 3 of them looked at each other and left in disgrace while Suan answered the phone. At this time, Suan suddenly looked up at their backs. In this business of antiques, it's normal to press the price. It's not normal not to press the price. Except that this presses the price also depends on the person. The object of the presses are usually people who don't know anything about the antiques industry, but they want to press your price. What's the difference between this and kicking the iron plate with an empty foot? Zhao Jianba also looked at the back of the trio and gloated. Pressing the price is normal. It's just that these 3 people are too young. Their eyesight is not working. What can be pressed and what can't be pressed? They are not clear at all. Laughing to laugh, but he can also understand. After all, comic strips, such old collection of comics, belong to a very cold collection. 90% of people do not understand their prices. Unfortunately, they are not very lucky. Met Suan, this kind of all-round person. All aspects of antique knowledge are very understanding. In front of him to pressure the price is like the public in front of the Guangong play big sword. Suan shook his head and didn't say anything. Turning to Shi Jun on the other end of the cell phone. No problem. I'll wait for you at Boss Xiao's Jubilee shop. Okay, we'll be right over. Hanging up the phone, Suan waited for Shi Jun to bring someone over to appraise it. Chapter 70 For the privileges of the rich are truly hateful. It wasn't long. Shi Jun walked in with two men in their 30s who were obese and wore glasses. Teacher Shi is here. Zhao Jianba rose to greet him. Shi Jun casually greeted and introduced. These two are my colleagues, Fu Lin and Deng Jianxin. Fu was specializing in niche collections like old newspapers, books, and comics, and Deng Jianxin is specializing in identifying modern painters, and he is very knowledgeable about Master Guan Shanyue's painting techniques. Boss Su, I often watch your live broadcasts. Your vision is this. Deng Jianxin smiled and gave a thumbs up towards Suan. Fu Lin, who had a dull personality, just nodded his head in greeting to Suan and picked up the book of shrimp ball biographies. Overpraise? Just luck, Suan said modestly. Deng Jianxin shook his head. Once or twice is luck. 4 or 5 times is not luck. You have no choice but to say that this eyesight, it can be called venomous. By the way, Boss Su, in the future, if you meet any modern paintings, be sure to be the first to contact me. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory price. After blowing a bunch of rainbow farts, Deng Jianxin said his real purpose. Suan responded with a mouthful. No problem. With his purpose achieved, Deng Jianxin then went to study that shrimp ball biography. In fact, he had pretty much looked at it in the live broadcast room and was 90% sure that it was Master Guan Shanyu's authentic work, but for insurance purposes, he decided to take a closer look at it. Fu Lin focused on checking the cover of the comic book, the paper, and so on. The more he looked at it, the more serious his expression became, and the color of excitement appeared faintly on his face. Soon, he put down the comic book and handed it to Deng Jianxin next to him. Seeing this, Shi Jun directly asked, Fu Lin, how is it? Fu Lin nodded his head in excitement. It's a book from the 1950s. The paper cover has the characteristics of that era. It's been more than 70 years from now. I didn't expect it to be so well preserved. The paper is heavily yellowed due to the time being too long ago, but it is not torn, stained, and very well preserved. At this point, Deng Jianxin nodded his head in approval. It is indeed well preserved. It can be seen that the person who collected this comic book before should have been very attentive. The characters inside are clear, without the slightest blurring, and it perfectly demonstrates Master Guan Shanyue's character drawing skills. Shi Jun asked, so, this book is indeed Master Guan Shanyue's authentic work? Yes, Master Guan Shanyue's early figure paintings were mainly realistic, specializing in outlining the character's charisma with just a few strokes. And every figure in here echoes this. And not only figures, there are also quite a lot of landscapes and trees in this comic book. And these landscapes and trees have a very obvious Lingnan school of painting style, which blends Eastern and Western painting methods to create a style of its own. And it's mainly this style combines Eastern and Western painting methods, creating its own style, which is mainly used for sketching, mostly for painting scenery and landscapes. And I've seen a lot of Master Guan Shanyue's paintings. The landscape paintings in this comic strip, although relatively simple compared to Master Guan Shanyue's later carefully sketched landscape paintings, but the flavor of the painting technique is still the same. Although Master Guan Shanyue created quite a number of comic strips in the 1950s, including The Horse Durian Spirit, Oh Xiaomei's Righteousness in Capturing the Bandit's Husband, etc. This shrimp ball biography landscape is different in the long run. At that time, due to the change of times, as well as the background of the speech at that time, which led to the publication of this work of art proposed many times was rejected until the death of Master Guan Shanyue were unable to be released. So it can be said that the meaning of this comic book is different for Master Guan Shanyue, carrying his regrets. And this comic book is also the only one book. And I suspect that the reason why this comic book is so well preserved, the one who preserved it before is most likely Master Guan Shanyue himself. Only the author would treasure his own work of art so much. And that's why, after we looked through the overall comic book, there was not the slightest bit of breakage in insect moths, except for the traces of time left behind. Suan looked slightly surprised. This Deng Jianxin guessed correctly. This one comic book was indeed preserved by Master Guan Shanyu before, worthy of being a staff member of Christie's auction house. It was much more professional than He Yuan's trio. Shi Jun sniffed, finally relieved. He looked at Suan, said the price that was roughly discussed with the boss before he came. At present, the auction house has no record of auctioning Master Guan Shanyue's serial paintings, so we can only estimate the price in accordance with Master Guan Shanyue's previous paintings. His previous lowest priced paintings are about 110,000. These serial paintings are well preserved, but after all, they are not better than the large-scale paintings, so a prediction in about 90,000. Here are 380 pages, that is 2 million. This is only the price of the paintings themselves, does not include the historical value and literary value. So this book of serial paintings, our auction house, we decided to go out of the 38 million to buy. Mr. Su, how do you think? 38 million? That's 1 million less than Boss Su's prediction. Come on, that's an auction house. Auction houses and collectors are different. With the purpose of making profit, the price must be given low. If a private collection or consignment auction, it must be more than 40 million. The water friends were discussing heatedly. Suan was not surprised to hear the price of $38 million. As the netizens said, the auction house itself was aiming to make a profit, so they would definitely set aside a profit margin. This comic book, if it really entered the auction house, $40 million going upwards would be a sure thing. However, it would take too long and be troublesome. Suan didn't hesitate and nodded. Deal. But, Mr. Sure, you know me, I just want the cash. Jun laughed loudly. Of course, I've already discussed with the boss before I came here, but 38 million is not a small amount, so I can only go to the bank and transfer it into your account. Seeing Suan's one-bite promise, Jun was very happy. Suan, no problem. Afterward, the two of them got into Jun's car and went to the nearest bank. Jun was worthy of being a VIP of the bank. As soon as he went in, he was greeted by a person who was dedicated to handling his business. A few minutes later, Suan saw the text message in his cell phone. 38 million, arrived. This efficiency is really fast, making him suspect that the previous memory of going to the bank to do business and waiting in line to get a number for a morning that couldn't be handled well was false. It should be said not to say. The privilege of the rich is really hateful. Hiss. Individual. 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. My mom. This is the first time I've seen such a long string of numbers. I counted it twice to make sure I got it right. This is too fast. It's true that banks aren't inefficient, but the ultimate inefficiency is provided to the rich. I can't look at it anymore. My heart can't take it anymore. Since I watched Mr. Su picking up the pieces, I think I've lost the ability to recognize the amount of money. $38 million looks like $3,800. Mr. Su's ability to make money is too horrible. I have a feeling that the bookstore owner's books will be snapped up. Chapter 75, Women will only delay my speed in collecting scrap. The amount of close to $40 million in transactions once again sent Suan to the hot search, bursting the internet, and the video about his picking up leaks once again burst into flames. Suan, the strongest king of picking up leaks, has picked up leaks again and again and again. Suan picks up the hand-painted manuscript of Master Guan Shanyu for $100 and sells it for $38 million. Quickly see if you have this old miniature book at home. The marketing number drove the related topics, sending Suan to the hot search again, attracting a lot of traffic. In the bank, the transfer amount had been completed, and Jun smiled and said, "Little friend Su, in the future, when you come across something good again, you must remember to call me." The antiques he was interested in were just those few, but behind him stood Christie's auction house. As the largest auction house in Xinjiang City, Christie's had a wide range of business, and as long as it was identified as genuine and worth acquiring, it was happy to collect it. And Suan has not encountered any fakes since he picked up the leaks, so it is natural to enlist such a customer. The most important point, with Suan's current fame, there will definitely be other auction houses or collectors who will notice him, and the competition will be even fiercer then. So by saying hello to Suan beforehand, he will be able to do it faster. No problem. Suan agreed with a smile. After the two of them spoke a few more words, Jun sent Suan back to Jubilee and then drove away. On the other side, near Qingjiang Hospital, the small payment boss looked at the emptied balance and slapped the table with hatred. Sure enough, this $100 is still too little. Throw it in without even stirring up a wave. I should have known that I should have been a little more tough at that time, and pitted a few hundred more. That scrap collector kid looks like he's just out of the society. Young, not much social experience. I'm a little more tough with my attitude and I'm sure I can point out a little more. Alas, this kind of little cute, how can not come more? If more, I will have the capital again. Then invested in a sure hand can flip. Just as he was sighing, a group of people suddenly poured in at the door. This is it. Minin Bookstore. I've seen the signboard in Su's live broadcast. That's right, the store is decorated exactly the same. This is where Brother Su bought his comic books. Cut the ing crap. Get out of the way. Let me in. I'm going to buy comics. Don't crowd. Don't crowd. The sudden flow of people directly stunned the small payment boss. All the people rushed in unison towards the book stacking area that was previously knocked down by Suan, and frantically made purchases. I'm not dreaming, am I? How did so many people suddenly come? The small payment boss slapped himself hard, trying to make sure if he was dreaming. It's real. It's true. Ha ha ha. I'm rich. Feeling the fiery pain coming from his cheeks, Little Boss Pei jumped up in excitement and shouted excitedly. He had the capital to flip again. Boss, do you have any particularly old miniatures or comics here? The older the better. Someone squeezed in front of him and asked. Xiaofu smiled that bright and enthusiastic smile, while at the same time asking a little strangely, yes, but what do you guys need such old comic books for? The man had a strange look on his face. Boss, didn't you watch the live broadcast? The small paid boss waved his hand. Live stream? I don't like watching that. He watched the most as the group sent with the gambling related video. Usually who earned how much. Overnight rich video. Every time he watched his heart itching, always feel that the next rich is their own. The man opened his mouth and asked, then you don't know about the 5 comic books that you bought with 101 at noon today, and it turns out that one of them is worth tens of millions of dollars? Boss Little Pay? He pulled out his ears and inclined his head to ask, did you just say that one of the 5 comic books I sold this noon was worth $10 million? Yes. The small paying boss was old-fashioned and flaunted his insight with a smug look. Ha ha, you're talking about Zimbabwean dollars. I know. 175 million billion Zimbabwean dollars is only $5. The man was speechless. No, it's RMB. Don't believe me. Watch the live replay yourself. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and directly found the live broadcast and clicked to the replay. The small payment boss thoughtlessly came over to watch. 3 minutes later, his eyes were extremely wide and he pointed at the cell phone screen and screamed, 38 million that's more than 30 million so I'm the one. He regretted it so much that he couldn't wait to rush to noon to give his then-self a few slaps in the face. Outrageous wealth was so close to him, and as a result, he was pushed away hard. Furious, Boss Little Pay covered his chest and directly fainted. Fainted? Quickly pinch the human center. I'm still waiting to pay. Quickly pinch the human center. Soon someone pinched the small payment boss's human center, and the small payment boss woke up quietly. The first thing he did when he woke up was to cry out, more than $30 million. I can't earn this much money in my whole life. TSK, boss, I understand you. If I were to be picked up for such a large sum, I wouldn't want to live either. Someone patted the boss's shoulder and comforted him. Boss Xiaopai was just touched for a second when the person said, quickly, don't be sad. Quickly get up and collect the money. I want to buy these books. Little Pay boss, looking at the crowd that filled the bookstore, he climbed up, thinking on the bright side. At least the books in the bookstore are not worried about selling. Suan in the Jubilee shop didn't know that because of his own picking up the pieces, a large number of people were attracted to the Minin bookstore, buying up the bookstore all empty. He said goodbye to Zhao Jianba and hurried towards the hotel where he always stayed. The program team contacted him one more time, saying that they wanted to take advantage of him bursting into flames again, and took the samples sent by advertisers to him as soon as possible, so that he could take advantage of the heat and step up his publicity. Soon, Suan rushed back to the hotel. Just as he returned to his room, the door of the room was knocked on. The staff of the program group came, and they brought a lot of samples, basically household items, clothes, underwear, drinks, facial cleanser, electric shaver, and some electronic products, cell phones, computers, etc. Why is there this? Suan picked up a square plastic locket, looked at the top and wrote enduring erotica. The whole person was shocked. The staff winked at him. Oops, these are common products. Most of your fans are male fans. They definitely need this. If you are not satisfied, we still have one of the kinds. Look at this and the black gold. Hot springs. There are a lot of kinds. You pick the ones you like to publicize on the line. The feeling of use. We have a special script. If you want to experience it yourself and then publish it, that's fine. Okay, stop. I know. Suan hurriedly raised his hand to stop. The staff hemmed and hawed, then added, Boss Su, not only these endorsed products, there are also some brokers who have also found us, saying that they want to work together, letting you bring with you their net stars. I heard that there are also female love beans. Suan frowned and refused. Women are too troublesome. It will only delay my speed of collecting scraps. Chapter 76, People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. The staff hurriedly said, No trouble. The cooperation object we will definitely keep a good eye on for you. It's definitely not the type that has a lot of things to do. You don't have to worry about it, and it definitely won't delay the progress of your scrap collection. Then there is no problem. Suan nodded and agreed. He put everything away and the program staff left. The next time, Suan saw that it was getting late, so he opened a live broadcast in the hotel to publicize his products. Razors, cell phones, or laptops were okay. The water friends were not enthusiastic or cold, until Suan casually took a box of hot spring passion condoms. The water friends in the live broadcast room boiled over at once. Brother Su, can't see you play quite flowery. Brother Su, my sister is just 18 this year. 99, 57, 90, can be flirted with. The The most important thing to remember is that you have to be able to get the best out of your life. And you have to be able to get the best out of your life. And you have to be able to get the best out of your life. I'm 175. White skin, long legs, my body is softer than a woman's. If you agree, I'll take a taxi right away. Brother, so, don't you have a schoolgirl? This thing is just right for you and the schoolgirl. You let the schoolgirl explain it. She definitely knows the true touch of this thing. The pop-ups are getting more and more unpleasant. It also involved the school beauty Li Z. Suan was a bit speechless and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Li Z and I are just ordinary friends. Buy this thing if you guys see a need for it. Forget it if you don't need it." After saying that, he hurriedly threw the small box to the side, ignoring the retention of the netizens in the live broadcast room, and began to introduce other things. After going through all the things, seeing that the time was already 11 o'clock at night, Suan went off the air. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. There is truth in this saying. The matter of bursting into flames again quickly made Suan feel the pressure. He had just walked out of the hotel entrance in the morning when he was stopped by a group of people. "Brother Su, I'm a big fan of yours. Let's take a picture together." "Brother Su, do you have a girlfriend? Can you see if I'm okay?" Men and women surrounded Suan and pulled to have him take a picture. This photo shoot. More than an hour passed. Suan's face was stiff with laughter. It was so hard to finish cooperating, and before he could take a few steps, he was stopped again. A morning had passed and he hadn't even started yet. He went to take a picture with his friends. Even if he didn't make any money, he was even more tired than collecting junk. He only had to remind them many times. "Everyone, I'm still working on the live broadcast. When I get off the air, you can come to find me to sign or chat can be. But now it's the live broadcast time. Or please understand more. Do not disturb my work." Not only him, realizing the seriousness of the problem, the program team also sent people to persuade and drive away these people to leave. Because if this continued, Suan's work would not be able to start, which would be a great loss for the program team. With the cooperation of the two parties, the people who came here in admiration soon realized that they were blocking Suan's work in this way, and listened to the persuasion to leave. There was no other way but to leave. If they stopped Suan again, the saliva of those water friends who didn't show up in the live broadcast room would be able to drown them. Around 11:30, Suan's side was finally empty, but even then, the people brought by the program team didn't dare to leave. They had dealt with this kind of scene many times, and knew that those fans were only temporarily pretending to have left, but were actually still snooping around and taking pictures. For example, not far from the parking area, there was an older man who was holding up his cell phone and aiming it at Suan to broadcast live, but they didn't go forward to drive away. Fame is too big, nature will attract attention, as long as they don't go up and disturb Suan. It wasn't until Suan drove away in his electric tricycle and the program staff made sure no one was following him that they drove away. Driving the electric tricycle, Suan drove towards a place with fewer people. Without realizing it, he went out of the city center and came to the lower precinct of Xinjiang City, the Rhino District, which was located in the northwestern part of Xinjiang City. This place was swarming with people. There were also many traders. However, the buildings around it were not tall, and unlike the city center, they were old. Here is the largest Rhino morning market, night market, wholesale market, near the Rhino subway station. At this time, it is noon. Rhinoceros morning market has not come to the end of the time. In and out of the people are still very much. Various kinds of vendors shouting and selling sound endless. In the middle, also mixed with the begging sad music sound, Suan passed by the gate of the morning market, turned his car around and drove in. He hadn't eaten lunch yet, so he happened to settle for a meal here. Just as he parked his car in front of the fried noodle gate, he saw some old contraptions set up next to it. Among them were wood carvings, jade ornaments, and some Taoist magic artifacts, as well as old paintings, calligraphy, and porcelain that could be found everywhere in the antique market. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, and in front of him stood a 17 or 18-year-old countryside teenager in old clothes. The two were pulling at each other. "I'm not selling. I'm not selling." The teenager was holding several porcelain plates in his hands, and he kept shoving them into the bag he was holding, and kept walking out. The stall owner pulled him tightly, reached out and snatched the bag in his hand, his mouth yelling, "You're not selling when you say you're not selling? The price has been agreed upon, and you're too unruly to leave when you say so." The teenager looked flustered and was on the verge of crying. "I didn't confiscate your money. I don't want to sell it, okay?" The stall owner had a fierce look on his face and said, "No, you can't go back on a deal. Talked about cannot back out. These porcelain you must sell me today." Said, he snatched the bag, clutched it in the palm of his hand, and then pulled out a few red tickets and forcefully shoved them to the teenager. "The deal is reached. The money and goods are clear. These porcelain plates are mine." The teenager's eyes were sharply red. His lips mumbled, a look of anger. He wiped his eyes, rubbed the several red tickets, turned around and left. Stall boss, on the other hand, is like a treasure, face full of joy. Carefully take out the bag of porcelain carefully placed on the stall. That look, as dealing with treasures. This scene quickly attracted the attention of many people. At this, some people snickered. Some people's hearts were moved. Soon, a middle-aged man came to the front of the stall, checking out the porcelain that the owner had collected from the teenager. It's too much. This boss is simply robbing. How could there be such a person? Actually bullying a teenager. Too much of a thing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Look at the boss's face. The porcelain in the bag must be genuine. What's the anchor still eating? Why don't you go and buy it? If you buy it, you'll definitely get rich. The new fans in the gas cannot have in the live room passionate open wheat. The newcomers don't get excited. You take a good look at it. It's just a game. Yes, newcomers look at Sue's previous live broadcasts. There have been people who have done it before, although not in the same way, but it's all an act. As a longtime Sue fan, I can tell newcomers that the teenager and the stall owner are definitely in cahoots. Chapter 77. Young man, give you a chance to make money, do you want it? Sue glanced at the pop-up screen. See, a lot of old fans recognize the scam. The heart is pleased, then did not live too much explanation. Waiting for the time to fry the powder. He had nothing to do. Looked at a few more eyes. Is wheeling a cauldron frying hot? Boss raised his hand to add a little salt to the pot. A contemptuous face said, asterisk 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 asterisk. Now the tricks of the crooks really ing much. The old man spoon swing smoke tired to earn a few days cannot catch up with him a day. Mad. This kind of crooks really should be caught in the sewing machine. Sue smiled and didn't say anything. The line of sight fell on the middle-aged man who was squatting in front of the stall. The stall owner took out the porcelain that he had just snatched from the teenager. A few porcelain plates and a vase at the bottom of the bag. Introducing, brother, look at the vase. This color and this quality. More beautiful than these porcelain plates. Absolutely genuine. The middle-aged man carefully took the vase and put it in his hand to watch. Looked at a few eyes. The middle-aged man looked excited. Looked around a sound. Two hands tightly holding the vase does not let go. Inquired, this is the Ming Dynasty glaze red? Good stuff. Ah, how much can I pay? The stall owner 2 hands and 10 fingers set up together to gesture. 100,000. So expensive? The middle-aged man was shocked and somewhat embarrassed. I clearly saw you buy it from that teenager with only a few hundred. The middle-aged man tried to haggle. The stall owner waved his hand in an old-fashioned manner. Don't you care how much I bought it for? This thing is a good thing. It's 100,000 at this price. The middle-aged man hesitated for 2 seconds, holding on to the vase without letting go, and the two began to bargain. At this time, Suen's fried noodles were also ready. He stopped looking at the two men and sat on the simple table set up outside and started eating the fried noodles. In the live broadcast room, after the old fans' popularization, many newcomers also saw that this was a game, but there were also a few stubborn seeds, always insisted on their own views, until they saw the image of the stall owner and the middle-aged man haggling over the price. Generally the stall's high-priced antiques chopping price is to chop the aorta, a cut of 0.9%. But for something that was $100,000, the middle-aged man was actually chopping thousands and thousands. As long as it is not a little cute, I can see that something is not right. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This horse is also too fake. Right. This uncle is a bit pathetic. This vase is obviously a fake, but it's still selling for $100,000. So the poor uncle is going to be cheated. Brother Sue, you go and remind the uncle. The middle-aged man finally cuts the price to $100,000. The middle-aged man finally cut the price to $80,000. He took out his wallet and rummaged through it, then looked at his cell phone, bank card, and sighed, 80,000 is still too much. I only have up to 40,000 on me here. The middle-aged man looked at the vase and was very reluctant to part with it, so he could only say, boss, wait for me for a while. After saying that, he got up and searched around. Soon swept to see Suen, who was squatting on a small bench eating flour a few meters away. Seeing him looking this way, the middle-aged man's eyes instantly lit up. He quickly walked to Suen, sat down on the small stool next to Suen, lowered his voice, and said with a mysterious face, little brother, here's a chance to make money, do you want it? Suen swallowed the fried noodles in his mouth. His heart was aware of it, but his mouth was deliberately curious. What opportunity? The middle-aged man looked around and determined that no one noticed them, then smiled and said, I don't know if you just saw it. The stall boss just bought a vase from a 17 or 18-year-old teenager's hand. I just took a closer look at it. The vase is a good thing. It is estimated to be a teenage ancestor passed down a good thing. Just the boss opened the price a little bit high. Although I've already cut the price to 80,000, but it is still a little bit insufficient to 80,000, but still a little not enough. Still short of 40,000, or we put together, one person half. You see how? Suan lowered his head and shivered the powder. Not good. This strong sense of discourse instantly is really too fake. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also confused. Holy, I thought Uncle was tricked. I didn't realize they were actually a gang. It's really 3 people in one drama. Except for the poor line work. But this acting skill can beat some domestic fresh meat. I say, change your words before you lie to people. It's so fake, you don't have to tell me. It sounds fake to us, but it's a great way to fool some inexperienced or old people. Seeing Suan just focusing on eating the powder, there is no willingness to buy. Middle-aged man anxious. Increase the chips, little brother. I tell you the truth. The stall owner bosses indeed have eyes, but not much. He bought from the hands of that teenager in the porcelain. On that one vase is the real thing. I saw. That is Hangwu glaze red. Good stuff. This is sold to the hands of people who know the business. At least worth a few $1 million. This boss does not know much. Only know that it is, and this boss doesn't know much. He only knows it's an old thing. And he only sells it for $80,000. Think about it. 80,000 for a few million. This is not a good opportunity to make money? Are you willing to miss it? This tone. One set after another. At the end also come $1 million stimulus. Specializing in deceiving those who know a little about antiques but not much. As well as poor economic strength. Fantasy overnight wealth crowd. Generally these people. Listen to the middle-aged man so say. It's hard not to be moved. Obviously. The middle-aged man looked at Suan and thought that this was also this type of person. But obviously, he looked at it wrong. Suan was not interested and waved his hand. Uncle, there really is such a good opportunity to make money. You are willing to tell me? After saying this, he ate the remaining fried noodles in the bowl in one bite and was ready to check out and leave. The fried noodle boss who was swinging the pot by the side was relieved to see this. Fortunately this young man did not make a stupid mistake. The middle-aged man saw that Suan didn't fall for it and didn't give up. In their line of work, as long as they tricked one, they could at least eat for a month. He tugged at Suan and didn't let go. Just like the previous black car hustlers, pulling Suan towards the stall. Young man, you come over to take a closer look. This vase is a good thing. Hangwu years of glaze red. That time porcelain. Less poor. Collection value is very high. Sell a few million easily. To be honest, if I did not have enough money, I really would not find you together to make a fortune. You also this young man carefully look at the no. Absolutely good things. You have seen and then do not want. Then I will find someone else to get rich. Forced to buy and sell that set. These people sort of understand. Suan was forced to pull to the front of the stall. The middle-aged man held up the vase and went to Suan's eyes, impatiently glancing at it. He then planned to leave directly. But, a string of numbers suddenly floated across his eyes. Suan's pupils shrunk slightly. Not right. This vase was not right. He deadpanned the vase as the details of the vase floated before his eyes. Item, glazed red cloud dragon pattern double dragon ear vase. Details, Ming Dynasty, Hangwu years. The Imperial Palace appointed the Jingdezhen official kiln factory to fire. Value, 48.8 million. It's really more than $40 million. Suan was dumbfounded. Such a vase, worth so much money? He couldn't help but look at the stall owner and the middle-aged man, his eyes taking on a sympathetic look.